The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 1928 to Chapter 1996. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the woman wrapped in ice stood in front of Xianxia. Not only did she exude a holy aura, but she also exuded an extremely cold aura. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have entered a harsh winter. Li Qingyang and the others saw this and immediately remembered that there was a portrait of this woman on the wall in the secret realm that represented an SSS-level heroic soul, surrounded by ice and snow. SSS-level heroic soul? Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "There's an ice-type god in the Chinese mythological system?" Although he couldn't enter the secret realm, he learned from his disciples that the highest SSS-level heroic soul should be at the level of gods, such as the great sage, heaven's equal. Why not? The system said, "Isn't snow goddess Tinglu one?" Tinglu? Jun Changshao was speechless. "I've never heard of it." Qingdingji's Young Jasper Forest Astronomy chapter recorded that Master Yun is Feng Long, and snow goddess is Tinglu, the system explained. F***CK. Jun Changshao curled his lips. "You must have Googled." "Of course." The system spoke in a straightforward manner. After interacting with the host for a long time, it had also become shameless. This meant that shamelessness was contagious. Did the readers who followed it until now have great achievements in shamelessness? Boom. While Jun Changshao and the system were talking, Yu Shuai waved his halberd and smashed it down. A strong wave of air spread across the battlefield, shattering the ice layer and causing the air to be filled with debris, like the morning mist. Li Qingyang and the others hurriedly looked over. They were worried about their senior sister. However, when the camera panned to Xianxia, they saw the ice woman behind her spread out her hands, and layers of ice walls hung in the air, successfully blocking the powerful halberd. "Kid. You're too weak." A soft voice like mixed with electricity sounded on the battlefield. Although it was warm on the surface, it was extremely cold. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Whoosh, Yu Shuai used the force to retreat and landed at the position where he jumped. He frowned, and the hand holding the halberd felt numb. He had gathered 90% of his strength in the attack just now, but it didn't shake the seemingly temporary ice wall. Space trembled, and cold air erupted. Not good, boom, the area where Yu Shuai was standing suddenly exploded with dense ice flowers, and she staggered back a few steps, the halberd in her hand almost flying out. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A moment later, the ice flowers exploded one after another. Because it was too sudden and too fast, Li Qingyang and the others were bewildered. They had no idea what kind of attack the other party had suffered. Jun Changshao was able to catch it. That was the ice attribute energy that had suddenly condensed in the extreme cold region. It had suddenly exploded and was impossible to guard against. Ta. At this time, Xianxia, who was forcibly suppressing her internal injuries, moved. Cold air spread out from her feet, once again plating the ground with a thicker layer of ice. The summoned SSS-rank heroic soul moved as well. Its feet left the ground and it floated like a ghost. Crack! Crack! A frosty aura emanated from Xianxia's palm and quickly wrapped around the 3-foot-long sword, making it look even sharper. Yu Shuai's expression changed slightly. She was not afraid of the disciples of the Sect of All Times, but she was afraid of the unfathomable and godlike existence behind her. "Retreat, leave this place." Thinking of this, Yu Shuai turned around and fled without another word. "The patriarch said that he wants to take you down." Xianxia raised her hand gently and said with a cold gaze, "So there's no way out." Buzz, the heroic soul behind her disappeared into thin air. Crack crack, at the end of the null region, which was where Yu Shuai was fleeing, the surrounding ice suddenly trembled and immediately merged into the ice lady. She crossed her hands and chanted. Whoosh, whoosh, a cold wind blew, and snowflakes fluttered. Yu Shuai's expression changed because the snowflakes that seemed to be falling turned into sharp icicles halfway and flew toward her. Swish swish swish, swish swish swish, the snowflakes fell like knives at an extremely fast speed. Every snowflake contained extremely sharp sword energy. After the sudden acceleration, they cut through space and left marks. Jian Guishu's expression was grave. That ice lady was really a bit scary. Even from the moment she appeared until now, It was like a cat playing with a mouse. 8 Baron Sweep. Yu Shuai would not sit still and wait for death. When she rushed over, she suddenly waved her halberd and poured her spiritual energy into it. It rolled up a gorgeous light in midair, trying to resolve the falling snow blades. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, light flickered, and energy surged. Yu Shuai's strength was strong, but in the face of the dense snow blades, the final result was to break one piece after another. Poochie, Poochie, the snow blade was incomparably sharp. It left a mark on the battle armor. When the wind stopped and the snow stopped, the fragmentary domain became a vast expanse of whiteness. Puff, Yu Shuai spat out a mouthful of blood. The camera zoomed out, and she was half kneeling with one hand holding her halberd. Her face, shoulders, chest, back, and legs were all small knife marks. Blood seeped out from them and splashed on the snow-white ground. Seeing the armor was so damaged, Fanyezi shook his head and said, "What a pity. The problem was not too big. As long as she could get it back, she should be able to repair it." Rustle rustle, the sound of stepping on snow could be heard. Lu Qianxian stopped in front of Yu Shuai, grabbed her hair and lifted her up, and said, "Take it off yourself, or do you want me to help you?" Yu Shuai's face became paler. The dense snow blade attack just now had caused her too much damage. At this moment, it was almost equivalent to losing her fighting strength. In fact, even if she could, she would not dare to fight back. Very simple, the floating ice girl's strength was far above her. If she did not deliberately show mercy, she would have been cut into pieces. "I'll help you." Lu Qianxian raised her sword, and a shadow appeared. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others hurriedly turned their heads. Jun Changshao did not turn his head. Instead, he looked very carefully until the armor was taken off. Only then did he lean on the back of the chair and smile, comfortable. Don't misunderstand. Although Yu Shuai's armor was taken off, she was definitely still wearing clothes, so, bullshit. The system roared, "The armor has been cut, how can the underwear inside be intact? Wouldn't it be broken into pieces?" Yu Shuai. Outside the region, the Flying Tiger Army soldiers were in grief. Boss was captured, what should they do? Retreat. A deputy general was still calm and immediately shouted. Without a commander, the army had lost its backbone. The best way was to retreat quickly to preserve their strength. Qianqian. Jun Changshao stood up and ordered, "Take them all down." Whoosh, Lu Qianqian flew over, and the cold air around her quickly spread to the distant mountain peak. She said, "Move the mountain." Rumble. Rumble. The mountain peaks were uprooted like trees. Seal the mountain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of mountains flew over quickly, carried by the cold air, and landed around the soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army who were trying to escape, forming a sealed valley with no way out. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cold air spread from the mountains like a rolling flood, instantly filling the valley. The soldiers in the valley did not even have the chance to blink and turned into lifelike ice sculptures. At this point, the Flying Tiger Army and their commander were all dead. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao laughed with his hands on his hips. When Lu Qianqian returned with the enemy commander, he was about to ask when she said, "I will go back first." Goshing was left in place. All right. This disciple of mine is still very unique. The Taishan old man, Elder Wei, and Su Xiaoma looked at Lu Qianqian at the same time and said in a low voice, "She has really gotten over it." Gotten over what? Jun Changshao suddenly appeared in the middle of the three and asked with a blank face. That's right, what exactly did she get over it? Creak. In the Tianyuan prison pagoda-level prison, Yu Shuai was thrown into a cell. Yin, who lived next door, saw an old acquaintance, and his expression immediately became interesting. This was the commander of the Flying Tiger Army, why did he come in? Could it be that, the situation in the star spirit world was not good, he actually had the mind to care about this problem? It seemed that the prison trio did not care enough for him. Another one with decent strength came in. Zhang San, who lived opposite, sat cross-legged on the bed and said excitedly, "Could it be that Jun Patriarch is the one who changed the world?" This guy was quite pitiful. Ever since he confessed, although he had not been cared for, he had been locked in prison and could not see the day when he would be released. It was not that Xianxia was deliberately making things difficult for him, but he was afraid that he would run away again. As a talent who could see the future, he had to be controlled first. Who knew, he might come in handy in the future. No. Xianxia said, I have to deduce again. Buzz. Buzz. He took out the oracle bones, copper coins, and other items and scattered them on the 5 elements 8 trigrams plate. Then, he put his hands together and chanted. Heavenly High, open. After a while, 2 fingers were placed on his forehead. Whoosh, an eye similar to Xianxia's appeared between his eyebrows, flashing with a special light and suddenly merging into the void. At that moment, Xianxia quivered as if he had been electrocuted. His entire body was stunned, and his soul flew into the distance with the spirit of time and space, flying into the future. He could be considered an old hand in this kind of thing. However, what surprised him was that after his soul passed through the layers of folded space under the protection of the spirit of time and space, what he saw was chaos and hazy. What's going on? Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. In the past, whenever he did not hesitate to consume his lifespan to peek into the future, he could always see the scene he wanted, but this time, there was nothing. He vaguely remembered that when the Sky Devil Emperor first started to wreak havoc in the upper universe, he had risked his life to do the most comprehensive deduction. The scene he saw was the collapse of heaven and earth, the destruction of living beings, and the entire universe seemed to be experiencing the end of the world. However, at the most desperate moment, there was suddenly a righteous light shining on the earth. Gradually, Xianxia saw a figure walking out from the light, exuding a majestic aura. Later on, in the next few deductions, he could always see the figure whose face was hard to see. He could see him confronting the celestial devil emperor, he could see him destroying the heaven and earth with a raise of his hand, he could see him changing the rules of the heavenly Tao and changing the order of the heavenly Tao. Xianxia was deeply shocked. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be God, him. He was definitely someone who could change the structure of the upper universe. Actually, Xianxia had already deduced this long ago, but he was unable to see the appearance clearly, so he was unable to determine who it was and when it would appear. However, he was already used to seeing figures in the future. This time, he had sacrificed his lifespan to continue divining, but he did not see anything. It was inevitable that he would be dumbfounded. Boom, boom, right at this moment, the sound of collisions came from the hazy space, forcing the entire area to gradually bend and distort. Xianxia seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, an unforeseen event has occurred in the future. Buzz, suddenly, a force pressed down from all directions, and the soul that existed in the future was instantly shattered. Wow! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were filled with shock. Space was distorted. Heaven and earth were in chaos. Wasn't this the sign of the future being changed that Master had mentioned before? It's over. Something big has happened. The fear in Xianxia's eyes grew stronger. Everything that happened in the future, no matter how much of a spoiler it was, would never change. Now that there was a sudden change that he could not see, who knew what would happen in the future, because he knew, he was calm. Now that he was at a loss, he was afraid of the unknown. Moreover, intuition told Xianxia that the change in the future was definitely man-made. Who, Sky Devil Emperor? Xianxia hurriedly withdrew this crazy thought, because if it was really that guy who changed, the future would probably be the same as what he had just seen. Space would collapse, the heavenly Tao would be in chaos, and all living beings would be annihilated. Dai Lu stood outside the cell, puzzled. Why is this guy vomiting blood? Maybe he hasn't been cared for a while, Zhao Daoda said. If that's the case, Dai Lu said, then show some care. Pa. While the two were talking, Xianxia leaned against the railing, his head popping out of the crack, almost squeezing his whole body out. He shouted, I want to see June Patriarch, I have something big to tell him. Something big? Dai Lu and Zhao Daoda looked at each other. Sect of all times. The tens of thousands of captured Flying Tiger Army soldiers were all locked in special cells. They were not all sent to Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, because they could not withstand so many warriors. Some people had been questioning that the Barricade Soul Pagoda was too powerful, suppressing all kinds of big shots. In fact, that was not the case. All the prisoners who were sent here were either injured or under absolute control. Not to mention area, even an ordinary martial artist could deal with them in their current state. If the other party was in full condition, he could not even let Xianxia put his head in, because the defense of the barricade Soul Pagoda could not withstand a high-level warrior with full cultivation. In short, the more you felt that the barricade Soul Pagoda was too buggy, the more it proved that the prisoners had received enough care before they were sent in. Come on, brothers. MC Gosheng raised his phone, his face in front of Xianxia, and shouted at the friends watching the live broadcast, whoever doubts in the comments, I will torture this guy 10 times, and guarantee that he will always be in a weak state. Here you go. Thank you to Jianghu goodbye little Gigi for the plane. Thank you to Jianghu goodbye ancestral staff for the rocket. Speak. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall, his fingers interlocked, and said, What have you seen through? Su Xiaoma was about to cry. There were some things that Grand Elder and Elder Wei also knew. Why didn't the Patriarch ask them? Why did he ask me? Patriarch. Su Xiaoma said with a serious expression, I promised senior sister to keep it a secret. Nonsense. Jun Changxiao said, If you can keep it a secret, pigs can climb trees. Su Xiaoma was very sad. Could it be that in the eyes of the Patriarch, he didn't keep his mouth shut? Yes. Sigh. Su Xiaoma sighed, and his thoughts went back to the past. About a year ago, he couldn't remember the specific time. That day, he went to the medical hall after cultivating as usual to talk to Elder Wei about relationship problems. To be exact, they were going to work together on a book called Love Bible. The sect of all times didn't restrict the disciples from pursuing love, but there were so many people in the sect, and only a few of them were single. As the third senior brother, Su Xiaoma was very sad, and decided to combine his experience and Elder Wei's profession to help them successfully find their other halves. However, when he came to the study, he saw senior sister. Just as he was about to go in and greet her, he heard Elder Wei say, The person you can't forget in your heart is the Patriarch? Su Xiaoma immediately realized that there was a problem, so he held his breath and quietly leaned against the door to eavesdrop. Yes. Lu Qianqian said. It was very difficult to say this word. That day, the woman who was always cold and unsociable said a lot, and Su Xiaoma also heard a lot, and he was shocked in his heart, this is a big thing, and it overturns everything I know. Creak. Suddenly, Lu Qianqian pushed the door open and walked out. She didn't leave immediately, but looked in the direction where Su Xiaoma hid, and said. With a cold face, Senior sister, I hope you can keep it a secret. Su Xiaoma didn't answer, because he had been frozen into a statue, and only when he was automatically defrosted did he say with a trembling voice, Senior sister, I will keep it a secret. Many people didn't believe that Su Xiaoma would keep it a secret. In fact, he did it. He didn't say anything he had heard. It was hard on him. He couldn't hold it in. Back to Lu Qianqian. What on earth happened? In a word, she opened her eyes. The so-called less screen time and closed-door cultivation were just excuses. The real reason was that she deliberately avoided Jun Changxiao. In fact, Lu Qianqian had been very tangled and painful during this period. She even had her mind disturbed because of all kinds of worries. She wanted to change, so she went to the Taishan old man. Senior. I want to comprehend the higher level of Taishan ice heart technique. The Taishan old man was silent. This ice mental cultivation method was created by him in the Falling Star continent. It was limited to thinking and comprehension. How could he give her any guidance, to put it bluntly? The creator of the mental cultivation method was far less proficient than the successor. Child. The Taishan old man said, although I created the Taishan ice heart technique, you have already achieved a higher level. If you want to comprehend the higher level, I can't help you. You have to rely on yourself. Lu Qianqian said, Senior, you have left the state of heart like still water. I have studied it for so many years, but I still can't see the main point. Because you have fallen in love. In this regard, the Taishan old man could still help. He even discovered it in the early years, but he never pointed it out. Senior, do you mean that I can only comprehend heart like still water if I cut off my feelings? The Taishan old man was speechless. This girl's way of thinking was a bit special. Child. The Taishan old man said, there are love, family, and friendship in this world. How can we, as ordinary people, cut them off so easily? In fact, the heart like still water that was left in the secret book was just a vague concept that he put forward. He himself had never achieved it. This was equivalent to a teacher leaving a question that even he didn't understand and letting the later generations solve it by their own ability. Just set the question. Others were responsible for solving the question. Whether it was solved correctly or not, there was no way to judge. F***ck, Lu Xianxia didn't get the answer she wanted, so she left the array formation hall and went to the medical hall. She didn't want to be too entangled with heart like still water. She only cared about how to solve this problem. Elder Wei. He should be able to give an answer. This led to the scene where Su Xiaoma overheard the conversation between the two of them. Elder Wei. It's hard for me to forget someone. In the past, there were some things that Lu Xianxia wouldn't say out loud, but as she became more and more integrated into the sect, she had already made the most fundamental change. The man you can't forget is the patriarch? As expected of a relationship expert, Elder Wei hit the nail on the head. Others might not have noticed, but he had long noticed Lu Xianxia. Especially after Rose of Flowers came to the sect, she would always deliberately avoid him. This was already very obvious. Yes. Lu Xianxia admitted it. Since she was here, she hoped to solve the problem. You are the first disciple of the patriarch, and you are about the same age. It's normal for you to have feelings for each other after many years of contact, Elder Wei said. I want to forget the patriarch. Elder Wei, do you have a way? Lu Xianxia asked. Elder Wei said, it may be easy to love someone, but it's very difficult to forget someone. What should I do? Lu Xianxia lowered her head. She seemed to be asking Elder Wei, but in fact, she was also asking herself why she couldn't get rid of it after so many years. She tried. She cultivated almost crazily and tried to avoid it as much as possible. But once the seed of emotion was buried in the heart, it would take root and sprout over time. If she couldn't forget, she would be even more annoyed. The more annoyed she was, the more confused she was. Lu Xianxia, who was still cold and arrogant on the outside, was actually like a little girl who sold matches. Curled up alone in the ice and snow. Everyone could see that the recent chapters were focused on her. Naturally, they also hoped to give this disciple a perfect ending as much as possible before the main storyline came. Learn to forget, Elder Wei taught her a way. It was easy to say, but it was difficult for the person involved to do it. In fact, there was no good way. After all, in name, Lu Xianxia and Jun Changxiao were disciple and patriarch. Strictly speaking, they were master and disciple. Moreover, there was also Rose of Flowers, who had already married the patriarch. In the martial arts world, it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. However, Elder Wei didn't think that Lu Xianxia, who had a cold personality, would be able to accept it. Especially the patriarch, whose EQ had been kicked by a donkey, wouldn't have such thoughts. So, the best way was to quit early. Elder Wei said, if you can't cut the Gordian knot with a quick knife, it will inevitably become more complicated in the future. It's already a mess. Lu Xianxia said bitterly. She didn't get any substantial help, so she left rather dejectedly. During this time, she specially instructed Su Xiaoma, who was eavesdropping, to keep it a secret. In fact, it didn't matter whether it was a secret or not. Because any disciple with intelligence more or less felt it. It was just that they were afraid of being frozen and didn't dare to say it. Senior sister. She was still very intimidating in the sect. Sigh. Watching the girl leave, Elder Wei shook his head and said, love really doesn't distinguish one's character. Those who should be affected will still be affected, Elder Wei. Su Xiaoma walked over and said, Senior sister, can you let it go? Don't ask me, I don't know. After returning from the medical hall, Lu Xianxia locked herself in her room for several days. Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing had come several times, but they couldn't call her out. Senior sister Lu. Yao Menjing was puzzled. What's wrong with senior sister? She should be cultivating in seclusion. Although Lu Wancher explained it this way, she was actually muttering in her heart. Was she thinking about the patriarch again, even the hall master of the imperial cuisine hall, who in the entire sect couldn't see through it? Yes. Jun Changxiao. Night came. Lu Qianqian sat in front of the window, her hands hugging her legs and her chin resting on her knees. Her bright eyes looked at the moon in the sky with a complicated expression. The camera slowly moved down and locked onto the bracelet on her wrist. This was the ice bracelet that Jun Changxiao gave to his disciple when she went to the Life and Death Valley to train. Now that her realm had increased, it had lost its effect long ago, but she still didn't throw it into the spatial ring. Elder Wei is right. Lu Qianqian murmured, I have to learn to forget. Creak. The next day, the door was pushed open. Yao Menjing, who happened to pass by, saw this and said happily, Senior sister, you're in seclusion. Her words stopped abruptly, because although Lu Qianqian was still cold, there was a very subtle change. What changed, she couldn't say. Until her gaze landed on her empty wrist, she said in surprise, Senior sister, where's the bracelet? I accidentally broke it, Lu Qianqian said. Ah? Yao Menjing widened her eyes and said, so careless? Lu Qianqian didn't explain too much. She went to the cafeteria to eat as usual and entered the ice layer of the ninth heaven secret realm to start cultivating. Maybe it was because of the night's thinking, or maybe it was because she didn't have the bracelet, but her mind was calm. After practicing the Taishan Ice Heart formula, she found a mystery that she had never discovered before. The cultivation process was very boring. Occasionally, things that she didn't want to think of would flash through her mind. Lu Qianqian could suppress them very well. Her heart that was still warm gradually cooled down, and she slowly integrated into another realm. It was a world of ice and snow. There were many mirrors made of ice. Lu Qianqian sat in the center with her legs crossed, and countless reflections of herself were reflected. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, she didn't know how much time had passed. When she had some kind of enlightenment here, when she opened her eyes, all the mirrors around her had shattered, and she was the only one left in the whole world. I understand now. Lu Qianqian muttered to herself. Her once turbulent state of mind was firmer than before. Other than coldness, there was no other expression on her face. Later, she left the ninth heaven secret realm and went to the heavenly might secret realm. There, she defeated 2 kinds of heroic souls and chose an SSS-level heroic soul. Whoosh! A woman covered in ice appeared and stood opposite Lu Qianqian like a god. She said impatiently, Girl, why are you here again? You once said that my state of mind was unstable and that it was difficult for me to comprehend the profound meaning of ice. Lu Qianqian said, Now I'm here to tell you, the ice in my heart will no longer melt. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sky was filled with coldness from her body, as if the entire area was frozen. Eh? The woman of ice said in surprise, It seems that not long ago, you actually comprehended some kind of profound meaning of ice. Fine. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. My snow god Ting Lu will sign a contract with you. Look. The system roared at the top of its lungs, I didn't guess wrong, did I? In the main hall of the sect of all times. Jun Changxiao clasped his fingers together and fell into silence. Patriarch. Su Xianxia said seriously, I promised senior sister to keep it a secret, but I didn't do it in the end. You may leave, Jun Changxiao said. Yes. Su Xianxia turned and left. When he walked out of the main hall, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. The emotions that he had been suppressing were finally released. Some things could be left unsaid, but some things must be said, even if he had to bear the crime of being a blabbermouth. Senior sister. Su Xianxia looked up at the sky and said, If you really get over it, you won't blame junior brother, right? Sigh. Jun Changxiao leaned on the chair and sighed helplessly. It was rare that the system did not jump out to complain, because it knew that the host's heart was in a mess again. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changxiao stood up and shouted. Shui Rengue hurried over and saw the patriarch's serious expression. He was puzzled and said, What's the situation? Jun Changxiao walked down and stood in front of the sand table that represented the star spirit world. He pointed at the cities inside and said coldly, take down this plane and save all the corpse servants. Yes. The eternal world suddenly became lively. Battleships and mechas started one after another. All the warriors in the plane were mobilized. When Xianxia took over the great heaven city, this scene was destined to happen, but it came a little earlier than before. No way. Seeing this, the demon ancestor said in shock, ready to attack? Hall Master. An Avenger hurried to report, June Patriarch just gave the order that we Avenger must cooperate with General Shui. Sure enough. The demon ancestor said with a serious face, it's really begun. When Jun Changxiao took over the great heaven city, he realized that the other party had a very big plan. He might even use this place as a stronghold and then start to take over the entire star spirit world. Come, play. The demon ancestor was not a person who knew his place. Since Jun Changxiao wanted to play so boldly, he would definitely cooperate to the end. Buzz, buzz, thousands of battleships and hundreds of thousands of Diablo appeared in the sky above the great heaven city. The scale was massive, and the aura they exuded was enough to shatter the heavens. Ta ta ta. Millions of the devil army and millions of Avengers stood on the drill ground, fully armed. The War Cavalry Hall's Vice Hall Master, Tao Yuan, began to distribute the teams and the detailed attack route. When everything was ready, Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on the city gate tower, said, we must break through all the nearby cities within a day. Yes. Their voices shook the mountains and rivers. Move out. Swish. Swish, the sect of all times immediately split up and attacked the nearest city. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also participated. They were divided into various teams, and their task was to assist in the siege. Kill. Kill. Not long after, various forces arrived at their destination one after another and began to attack the cities of the star spirit world at the fastest speed possible. Why did he say Godspeed? Because Jun Changxiao had given them a day, they only used 2 hours. Most of the cities have been breached. Big Law City has been breached. Big Hill City has been breached. Big Dream City has been breached. Li Luoqiu continued to report the good news that had been delivered from various places. Very good. Jun Changxiao was satisfied. These 4 cities were in special positions and could form an iron bucket when combined. Now that they had taken them down, they would have the absolute initiative in both offense and defense. Pass down the order. Jun Changxiao said, quickly set up the teleportation array and connect the 4 cities. Yes. The members of the array hall who were working with the 4 groups received the order to set up the teleportation array in the 4 cities as soon as possible, so that when one side was in trouble, all sides would come to help. The attack was still ongoing. The other forces continued to attack the cities further away. From God's perspective, the army of the sect of all time split into more than 10 groups, with Big Sky City as the center point, spreading in all directions. As the surrounding cities were breached one after another, the color of Gosheng's territory on the sand table gradually expanded. In just one day, the sect of all times, which originally only had Big Sky City, had taken over more than 40 cities. This kind of rapid large-scale attack left the astral spirit world powerless to fight back. By the time they recovered, many cities had already been taken. Not long after, the upper echelons of the astral spirit world were furious. In their view, the people who breached Big Sky City were nothing more than a small-scale rebellion. Now, it was a full-fledged large-scale rebellion. They must be severely punished and suppressed. In a short period of time, the astral spirit world mobilized troops from various cities and sent top powerhouses to help. This upper plane was completely chaotic. The thick smell of war drifted in the air and blew far away with the wind. Report. In the military camp of Big Sky City, a subordinate came to report, the enemy is attacking. He Wudi sat at the head of the table and rubbed his temples with a headache. At this moment, not only was he wearing armor, but he was also a real general. The attack on Big Sky City was also under his command. The army of the sect of all times was led by Shui Rengue and Tao Yuan. The generals who were sent out were naturally replaced by the core disciples. The commander-in-chief in Big Sky City was Xiao Ziji, and the commander-in-chief in Big Hill City was Su Xiaoma. It could be said that, as long as one was a core disciple, they would basically be guarding a region. He Wudi did not want to be so high-profile, but military orders were as important as mountains. He could only reluctantly put on his armor and go into battle. Love what you do. Since the patriarch had handed this city to him and planned to use it as a stronghold to continue attacking the major cities of the astral spirit world, he had to submit a satisfactory answer. Fight. He Wudi strode out and stood on top of the city gate tower. Outside the city, hundreds of thousands of enemy troops were gathered. The commander-in-chief was a higher-up of the astral spirit world. A divine secret who came with the team landed in front of the formation and shouted into the city, "Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." One-on-one? He Wudi flew out and stood on the battlefield. He moved his head and said, "I'll satisfy you." Boom. Boom. The intense and exciting battle began. As the most powerful disciple in the sect of all times, He Wudi's strength did not need to be explained. Therefore, he directly stated the result, which was to beat the opponent until he was foaming at the mouth and twitching on the ground. Attack. Seeing this, the enemy commander hurriedly ordered the army to attack the city. He Wudi dragged the fainted astral spirit world expert and slowly turned around. He faced the tide of soldiers and said, "You're all here to die." Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Under the setting sun, the corpses on the battlefield were piled up like mountains. He Wudi sat at the top with his fingers interlocked. His black hair danced in the wind, revealing his low-key face. "The city I'm guarding. Even if an immortal comes, he won't be able to break it." Similar scenes played out in the other cities. The astral spirit world tried to take back the cities that had been seized. In the end, they repeatedly sent troops over, but they were all annihilated. Xianxia would not give them a chance to attack again. After resting for a few days, he ordered the troops to continue devouring the other regions. Half a month later, Goshing inserted a flag into a city. When the camera slowly zoomed out, nearly a quarter of the cities in the sand table representing the astral spirit world had chess pieces inserted. Patriarch Shui Rengue said, "According to the current progress, we can take down the entire plane in a few months." Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I thought this plane would be very troublesome. I didn't expect it to be so weak." The demon ancestor's mouth twitched. "This plane was originally very troublesome, but you and your sect are completely devils." The forces of the sect of all times were unstoppable, and the cities of the astral spirit world were conquered one after another. After another month, the Great Sky region and the Great Moon region fell one after another, and the corpse servants who were treated as slaves all regained their freedom and followed the trend to become avengers. The forces of the sect of all times alone could bring trouble to the astral spirit world, but they needed time. As more and more avengers joined in, the pace of devouring would only become faster and faster. Without a doubt, if there was no fierce man from the heavens, the fall of this dimension would be irreversible. In terms of the top level, there were Jun Changxiao and Jian Guixiu. In terms of the middle level, there were the upper echelons and core disciples of the sect of all times. Many nobles also realized this, and every time they heard that the rebel army was about to attack, they would pack up and flee. Those in charge would run away. The soldiers guarding the city would not risk their lives. The army of the sect of all times, which was already unstoppable, conquered more and more cities almost effortlessly, and the area they occupied continued to expand. Abandonment and escape usually happened in small and medium-sized cities. The large cities were more stubborn, and they actively strengthened their defenses, choosing to fight to the end. Jun Changxiao did his best to fulfill their righteousness towards such actions. Boom, boom, the capital of the Great Ling region experienced countless attacks, and the city protection array supported by tens of thousands of formation masters finally could not hold on any longer, and finally shattered into pieces. Woo, the bugle horn sounded, and the vanguard group led by Zhongyi charged into the city. 10 minutes later, the enemy soldiers were all killed, and the city walls, towers, and streets were filled with corpses, and the air was filled with a pungent stench. Why bother? Jun Changxiao sat on the city tower and shook his head. In the face of absolute power, they still wanted to resist, which was a little foolish. After all, this is their home, the system said. Their home is defended with their lives, but other people's home is trampled on with violence? Jun Changshao admired the enemy soldiers who sacrificed themselves for their home, but he did not have any sympathy, because protecting one's home and country was worthy of praise, but harming others in the past was unforgivable. There was such a city in the astral spirit world, and it was very developed with a large population. There were many advanced technologies around the city walls, and warships floated outside, forming layers of defense. That was right. This was the main city, Star Spirit City. Some readers wondered if the main city of the Jianghu world was called Jianghu City. Congratulations, you got it right. Within the luxurious palace at the center of the city, the noble families, who were usually high and mighty, were in complete chaos. During this period of time, 3 out of the 10 provinces had been taken down, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Damn it! Who the hell is this? One of the higher-ups said angrily. At this moment, according to the information sent back from various sources, they had a rough understanding that it was not just the zombies who were rebelling. There was also a group of even stronger forces, so strong that no matter what army they sent, it would be a waste of time. Your Highness, an old man said solemnly, if this continues, the star spirit world will completely fall. Everyone looked at the man who was sitting on the throne with his head lowered and didn't say a word. This person was the highest commander of the star spirit world. Logically speaking, the ruler of a plane was usually referred to as the realm lord. Why was he referred to as the commander? This was because the star spirit world had not had a sector lord for a very long time. Even the head of the highest organization was only called Hall Master. Activate the array. After a while, the Hall Master raised his head and said unwillingly, inform the Emperor to send reinforcements. If you hesitate any longer, the entire star spirit world will be gone. The Hall Master roared angrily. He looked very young, but his anger had already distorted his entire face to the extreme. At first glance, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Seeing this, the higher-ups fell silent. At present, the group of rebels was tyrannical, and they were fighting on multiple fronts. If they did not ask for reinforcements, the star spirit world would definitely fall in a short period of time. The world was gone. How could they explain to the Emperor? Buzz. Buzz. On the same day, on the huge altar behind the gorgeous palace, array masters were drawing the array core. After a few days of hard work, they drew an extremely complicated array. Plop. Plop. One by one, the bound zombies knelt in a specific position in the array and then lowered their heads. Their eyes were filled with fear as they said hoarsely, "No. No, soul sacrifice, summon the Emperor." An old man who looked like a priest knelt in the center of the array and slowly raised the staff in his hand. Poochie! Poochie! Streaks of sword light flashed, and the zombies' heads fell to the ground. The souls that escaped from their bodies were tightly bound to the fixed array core and then used as energy to start driving the array. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of streams of light flew up from the altar. They carried a gorgeous color and merged into the sky as if they were going to penetrate heaven and earth. Jun Changshao, who was watching the battle outside the city of the fourth state, looked up at the strange rising in the distance and wondered, what's that? I don't know, the fiend ancestor said. Streams of light suddenly appeared in the star spirit world. Other than the core higher-ups, no one knew what was going on. Hurry up and break the city. Jun Changshao did not think much of it and continued to command the army to attack the city. Yes. The disciples and the Avengers were like stimulants as they kept attacking the major cities. After another half a month, 7 of the 10 states had been taken down, which was basically locking in victory in advance. Of course. After fighting for so long, Jun Changshao also suffered losses. First of all, when the army went out, not only did they need food, but they also needed resources. They were burning almost all the time. Fortunately, there was the Heaven Veins mystic realm. Not to mention a plane, even if they were to attack the entire upper universe, it should be enough. There were also casualties. However, the injured were the disciples, and the dead were the Avengers or the mechas with old facilities. The Sect of all times attacked the upper universe star spirit world. It was a complete one-sided suppression. They suppressed the other side to the point that they could not breathe and could only watch as the city fell. A few days later, The 8th state fell. A few days later, the 9th state fell. On the sand table placed in the Sect of All Time's main hall, the entire star spirit world was filled with chess pieces. The only remaining central state was surrounded inside and out. Swoosh! The next day, Xianxia walked out and said, "Take down the last state and announce that the star spirit world is history." Yes. The disciples were excited. However, when they gathered in the state capital and prepared to attack the main state of the star spirit world to announce the destruction of the upper universe, they suddenly found that the sky seemed to be torn apart by some kind of force, and huge battleships slowly flew in. Not good. Jian Guishu exclaimed, "It's the army of the Sky Devil Emperor." Xianxia frowned. He had always had a question about whether the star spirit world was related to the Sky Devil Emperor. Now, it seemed to be confirmed. Reinforcements are here, reinforcements are here. In Star Spirit City, the nobles who were originally filled with despair saw the battleships gradually appear and felt the cold aura. They all cheered with tears streaming down their faces. The Star Spirit World is one of the planes under the control of the Emperor. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be sentenced to death. A deep voice sounded from the main battleship. Xianxia sat on the chair, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then he laughed with an arrogant expression. "Since you're here, then welcome death with the Star Spirit World." Who? The cultivation of the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of All Times was activated, and excitement appeared on their faces. They knew that the Patriarch was no longer wretched and trivial, but was going to officially declare to the Sky Devil Emperor. Fight. This day. The system sighed. In the end, it still came. Every time I think of the host who just activated the system, of the iron bone that just developed, of the disciples joining the sect one by one and integrating into this loving family, it seems like it happened yesterday. All good things must come to an end. This matter is over. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Just as the Star Spirit World was about to announce its destruction, the demonic emperor's army tore through space and appeared like the savior of the world. Xianxia was not surprised by this result. In fact, when he saw that the demonic emperor had a high-level starry sky warship, he had thought about whether the two were related. Sigh. Gu Tianxing shook his head. As expected, he still became the demonic emperor's lackey. His understanding of the Star Spirit World still existed a long time ago. In fact, this plane had undergone a change, removing the original realm master and completely becoming a stronghold under the control of the demonic emperor. It used to mainly plunder to strengthen itself. Although it was still plundering, the resources obtained were all given to the demonic emperor. So, the real master was the demonic emperor who was hiding in the dark. There were still many large planes under his control. On the surface, they were no different from before, but in fact, they had long been reduced to plundering tools. In other words, if the Xianyuan realm was not hidden back then, after Gu Xianyuan died in battle, his fate would naturally be the same as the Star Spirit World. The meaning has changed. Xianxia said solemnly, "Now, it's no longer about saving the corpse, but the entire plane." The system said, "This guy found another reasonable excuse." In fact, Xianxia's main purpose for targeting the Star Spirit World was to take revenge for the falling star continent. Since this plane was related to the demonic emperor, he would definitely transfer his hatred over. Swish swish swish. One warship after another flew out from the crack and then floated in the sky. The number of warships increased and the gloomy aura became stronger and stronger. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma said excitedly, "My blood is burning." During this period of time, leading the army to break through the Star Spirit World cities was too boring. Since the demonic emperor's army had come, he should be able to have a good battle. It's better to be careful. Li Qingyang said with a serious expression. He was still so cautious, still so steady. What a pity. Su Xiaoma said, "Junior brother Yi is not here." Hoo hoo. Gradually, thousands of warships gathered in the sky of the Star Spirit World. Crack. Crack crack. At the same time, the bottom cabin opened, and creatures that looked like humans flew out. Their appearances were hideous and ugly, and their bodies emitted a vicious aura. Two martial artists flew out from the main battleship. One was a tall middle-aged man, and the other was a short middle-aged man. Judging from their clothes and appearances, they seemed to be brothers. Ha ha ha. The tall middle-aged man let out a strange laugh and said, "All these years, you are the first ones who dare to cause trouble in my emperor's territory." As he spoke, the words "King Lifekiller of the 8 Tribes Heavenly Dragon" appeared on the screen. "Little brother," the short middle-aged man said, "let's use our fists to send this group of trash to the afterlife." This person was the transcendent king of the 8 Division Heavenly Dragon under the Sky Devil Emperor. That was right. They were brothers. Although they were different in size, their personalities were the same. They were bloodthirsty and cruel. Unlike King Jalua and King Dora, these two brothers were always together, whether it was in action or in battle. Upper-class Heavenly Secret Realm warriors who liked to form teams were extremely dangerous. June Patriarch Xianxia said, "One each." Since the Celestial Devil Emperor had sent reinforcements, a fight was inevitable. No. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I want to beat them both." Xianxua's mouth twitched. From the aura of the two middle-aged men, they should be the 8 Tribes Heavenly Dragon under the Celestial Devil Emperor. 1 against 2, that was really, alright. Xianxia took a step back and said, "I'll leave it to you." Since they wanted to show off, he had to give them a stage. Whoosh, Jun Changshao slowly flew up from where he stood, and then he was parallel to the two brothers. The Reincarnation King said indifferently, "Are you in such a hurry to die?" Both his expression and words were filled with contempt, as though he did not think much of the other party. "There's a need to say something." Jun Changshao took off his jacket, then interlocked his fingers, warming up before the battle. He said, "Don't underestimate me, or you'll end up like King Jalua and King Dora." When the two brothers heard this, their expressions changed. "Kid," the Reincarnation King said in a deep voice, "what do you mean? Don't you understand?" Clang, Jun Changshao took out the Xianyuan divine sword and placed 2 fingers on the sword, sliding from the hilt to the tip. Through the reflection of the sword, one could see the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. He said, "I killed the 2 of them." That action, that disposition. One could feel the rich handsomeness through the screen. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. When the Reincarnation King and King Life Killer heard him, their cultivation erupted. They said with cold eyes, "You are the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao. Don't misunderstand." The 2 of them did not erupt in anger, but instantly entered a state of alert. King Jalua and King Dora's cultivation was not inferior to theirs. Since the other party had admitted to being the murderer, they had to be careful. That's right. At this point, there was no need for Jun Changshao to hide. "No wonder we couldn't find you after searching for so long. So you were hiding in the astral spirit world and even tempted the zombies to rebel," said the Reincarnation King coldly. "Cut the crap," Jun Changshao said, "I'm in a hurry. Come and die quickly." The two brothers looked at each other, their eyes gradually filled with intense killing intent. Swoosh, suddenly, a cold and sharp sword light burst out. The Reincarnation King and King Life Killer hurriedly dodged to the side. Eveline energy gathered in their palms as they looked at Jun Changshao, who was flying over with a sword, and said in unison, "You're courting death." Whoosh! 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 Pitch-black energy erupted, turning into a monstrous wave that pressed down. At this point, Jun Changshao's battle with 2 upper-class heavenly secrets began. In order to save costs and special effects, the camera tacitly turned to the ground. Kill! Kill! The Sect of All Times' army leaped onto their horses and charged forward. Their mission was still to break through the last state and completely save the astral spirit world. Stop them! The Sky Demonic Emperor's army that had come to help would not be indifferent. A large number of Sky Demonic soldiers flew down and blocked the path that the Sect of All Times had to pass through. The two armies met. A great battle was about to break out. This was also the first time the Sect of All Times had faced the Sky Demonic Emperor's army head-on. Then, would the final battle be far away? Buzz buzz buzz. The thousands of battleships in the sky condensed light, and powerful energy cannonballs shot out, blasting towards the Sect of All Times' army. Ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta. Xianxia quickly rushed over. As he ran, the special effects were activated, and his entire body instantly turned into Iron Man. Then, he waved his shield and shouted, "Shield guard!" Swoosh, the flowing light shield rose into the air and suddenly split into countless pieces. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the energy cannonballs collided with the shield, producing a dazzling light. Ka! Xiao Zue tilted his body, and a support point appeared on his mecha's back to support his back, allowing him to maintain a 45-degree angle facing the sky. Light flashed in his left and right hands, and 2,000-barrel Gatling guns were formed. Tut-tut-tut. Tut-tut-tut. The gun barrels rotated, and blue light shot out. From defending to tilting his body and shooting at the sky, Xiao Ziji's performance was smooth, and it was impossible to tell that he had just recovered from his injuries. Boom boom. Under the powerful and dense bombardment, the heavy battleships floating in the air were no doubt live targets, so the result was that they were riddled with holes and exploded on the spot. This was just the beginning. After Xiao Ziji took the initiative to attack, Xue Rengue had already given the order. Close to 10,000 members of the War Cavalry Hall lined up and took out RPG rocket launchers from their space rings. They integrated the power of heavenly music into them and began to gather powerful cannonballs. Fire! Boom boom boom. Thousands of cannonballs were fired at the same time. The battle between Jun Changxiao and the 2-8 Division Heavenly Dragons was at an upper-level, and it was destined to cost a lot of money. The camera moved away, but the scene below was even bigger, and they did not know what to do. Forget it. They chose to black the screen. Everyone, please imagine the battle yourselves. The battle prowess of the Sect of All Times had been proven after consecutively breaking through the major cities, but it was still lacking. The arrival of the demonic emperor's army provided a bigger stage. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, the cannonballs shot out at the same time. One after another, the space battleships were blasted into pieces like targets. When the nobles hiding in the Star Spirit City saw this, the fear in their eyes became even stronger. The Emperor's battleships were created by the strongest blacksmiths in the Star Spirit realm. They spent a lot of manpower and resources to create them. Their defensive strength was beyond imagination, but in the end, they were as fragile as paper. At the same time, everyone rejoiced. Fortunately, the reinforcements came in time. If they came to attack the Star Spirit City, they would not be able to resist at all. At this moment, although the Sect of All Times was a threat to the demonic emperor's battleships, the nobles still believed that they could save themselves from the fire and water. The power of faith. It filled them with a beautiful future. But when the battleships were blasted into powder, when the demonic soldiers were killed, the beautiful dream in their hearts was waking up bit by bit. Graceful. Silent destruction. Whoosh, a sword light that pierced through heaven and earth suddenly appeared. More than half of the sky seemed to be cut open, and the dozens of battleships that existed in it disintegrated. Clang. Zhou Hong kept his sword, his black hair dancing in the wind. Whoosh. Whoosh, at this moment, dozens of warriors on the demonic emperor's side charged over from the side. Just as they were about to approach, a soft sword chi appeared in front of them out of thin air. Puchi. Puchi, the sword shadows crisscrossed and tore them into pieces. Xianxia stood beside Zhou Hong with her sword and raised her eyebrows. With me here, no one can hurt my man. Zhou Hong was speechless. This junior was getting more and more out of hand with her words. In fact, after becoming the Sword Saint's disciple, the two of them had been inseparable. They both cultivated the sword Dao. One was taciturn, while the other was mischievous. The sense of a couple was quite good. Boom, boom, on the other side, He Wudi was strolling among the enemy. Wherever he passed, broken limbs flew everywhere. Most of the time, he preferred to keep a low profile. However, this was a war, so he had to keep a high profile. Otherwise, he might die from keeping a low profile. Compared to He Wudi's cleanliness, the beasts led by the Purple King were more brutal. They took off their uniforms and exposed their bodies, brutally killing their targets. He was holding his breath. Because Yuan Gongzi was watching from afar with a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone in his hands. For Z, not losing his clothes in a fight was equivalent to losing his soul, so he could only vent his anger on his enemies. The Heavenly Devil Emperor had sent a lot of reinforcements, and the Eternal Sect had also sent a lot of people. Therefore, this battle was exceptionally bitter and brutal. From the looks of it, the Sect of all times had gained the upper hand with the support of various firearms and celestial music. Even so, the aristocrats of Star Spirit City were still full of hope for the future. The reason was that there was still an endless stream of battleships flying through the torn space. Being passive was only temporary. When the Emperor invests a large number of troops to wear down the enemy, victory will eventually come. However, the aristocrats' fantasies only lasted for slightly more than 10 minutes because the endless stream of reinforcements flying into the Star Spirit world was suddenly cut off. That's it? Everyone was on the verge of breaking down. The Sky Devil Emperor had sent many reinforcements. However, from the looks of the situation, they could not suppress the Sect of all times at all. The problem was not big. As long as the 2-8 Division Heavenly Dragons could take care of the rebel leader, the rest would just be small fries. The aristocrats placed their hopes on the Reincarnation King and Life Killer King, but when they looked up into the distance, they saw 3 streams of light crisscrossing back and forth, causing space to crack and the sky to collapse. They suddenly had the illusion that this battle would last for at least a few decades. If they did not take down the rebel leader as soon as possible, the problem would be serious. Boom, boom, in the sky, 3 streams of light crisscrossed, sometimes merging and sometimes separating. Because the battle level was too high, almost no one except Jian Guishu could capture the battle scene completely. Boom. Another explosion of space cracking was heard. Whoosh. Whoosh, the Reincarnation King and Life Killer King flew out. The 2 of them hovered in the distance, their arms and chests covered in sword marks. It was obvious that they had been dealt with by the Xianyuan Divine Sword during the battle. Damn it! The Reincarnation King was furious. The 2 brothers had never been in such a sorry state when fighting hand in hand. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Is this all the Sky Devil Emperor's capable subordinates can do?" The Reincarnation King was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Life Killer King was calmer. He first observed the situation below and realized that his side was gradually being forced into a passive position, so he sent a voice transmission. "Brother, the situation doesn't seem good. We have to complete the mission Lord Sky Devil Emperor gave us as soon as possible. What should we do?" The Reincarnation King also realized that the situation was unfavorable to his side. If they could not eliminate the Sect of all times Patriarch as soon as possible, they would lose more warships and troops as time passed. In order to end this quickly, we can only use our trump card. The Reincarnation King thought for a moment and said, "Although we will lose thousands of years of cultivation, if we cannot complete the mission Lord Sky Devil Emperor gave us, the consequences will be even worse. Come. Let him go to hell." The 2 brothers came to a tacit understanding and immediately lined up in a fixed position before starting to do strange actions. Jun Changshao was stunned. The 2 brothers were twisting their arms and buttocks in midair. Could it be that they were improvising a dance? Bah, aren't they embarrassing? Do they have any shame? Hee hee. The system laughed dryly and said, "Someone who brought his disciple to dance in public to gain some shame, what right do you have to say whether they are embarrassing or not?" The ridicule was still sharp. At this moment, the Reincarnation King and Life Killer King drew close and hugged each other. Brothers of one heart, their sharpness can cut through metal. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, a powerful evil force instantly erupted and completely enveloped the 2 of them. At the same time, it kept expanding and expanding. This, Jun Changshao frowned and immediately slashed out dozens of sword chi with his sword. In the end, they were repelled the moment they came into contact with the ball of energy. It was very hard. Whoosh. Whoosh, the evil force was still expanding and finally became several thousand feet tall. After it gradually converged, a huge object appeared in their vision. Damn. Su Xiaoma and the others, who were fighting with all their might, saw this and exclaimed, "So big?" It was really huge. Xianxia, who was 1.8 meters tall, was like a small ant under a towering mountain. Without even using his mind, he could only barely see the other party's knees when he looked up with his naked eyes. Boom! The huge object landed on the ground, and the entire astral spirit world shook. The nearby cities could not withstand it and collapsed. Xianxia retreated far away until he could see the face clearly. He then roared, "Mother ****, it's two people together." Yes. Half of the huge object was the Reincarnation King and the other half was Life Killer King. The two bodies had merged into one, each occupying half. Other than its size being bigger than before, there was nothing special about it. "Kid." The Overkill brothers sneered and said, "Don't think it's that simple." Whoosh, just as he finished speaking, the towering giant body suddenly lifted its leg and stomped over like a mountain. The moment the power exploded, the surrounding space could not withstand it and cracked. Whoosh, Xianxia turned into a stream of light and flew out of the original area. When he heard a loud boom, he was shocked and said in his heart, "He's stronger too." Of course. The two of them merged, and their strength combined. The strength of such experts was definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. Die. Whoosh. Whoosh. The mountain-like foot came crashing down again, and the aura of the foot and the wind blew Xianxia's black hair in disarray. It was so disgusting that his stomach churned. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, the astral spirit world shook continuously, and the ground and space cracked severely. If the celestial demonic emperor was here, he would probably roar, "I asked you to save this plane, not destroy it." Boom. Boom. The star spirit world trembled incessantly, startling the night stars outside. He frowned and turned to look at the plane behind him, which was shaking irregularly. He began to worry about the safety of the patriarch and his fellow sect members. Wait, why was he here? The camera turned. In front of Xianxia, in the universe, the remains of battleships and corpses floated all over the sky. Blood gathered into a river. The scene was like a slaughterhouse. The star spirit world originally had an endless stream of reinforcements coming to help, but all of a sudden, it stopped abruptly. It was him who stopped it. To be exact. Night Emperor rushed over. But he did not enter the star spirit world. He stood in front of the space crack like a door god. Brat. An angry voice came from the floating battleship in the distance, "Who the hell are you?" Shwa. Xianxia raised his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of drunken life. He slowly raised his sky-piercer and said coldly, "Sect of all time's disciple, Xianxia." If Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others heard this, they would definitely cry. He was still the same junior brother from before, without the slightest change. Time was just a test, and the faith planted in his heart had not diminished at all. Sect of all times? I see. The intercepted reinforcements of the Sky Devil Emperor understood. Gulp, gulp. Xianxia drank 2 more mouthfuls of drunken life. He carried the wine gourd on his back and said, "This is a forbidden area. Those who enter will die." When the last word was shouted, his blurred eyes were filled with killing intent. Just listening to it. It was difficult to reflect Night Emperor's domineering aura. When the camera gradually zoomed out, when they saw him standing alone at the space crack that entered the plane, hundreds of battleships gathered in front of him, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered. It was very shocking and very impressive. Destroy him. At this time, a cold shout came from the leading battleship. Kill, 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 kill. Hundreds of thousands of Celestial Devil Emperor's soldiers charged forward. And the warships hovering in the air began to condense their cannons. Faced with such a situation, Xianxia calmly raised his wine gourd and poured the drunken dream on his head, allowing the wine to flow down his hair and face. His long and narrow eyes became increasingly cold and sharp. Because of his previous life and his current life, he had completely let go of everything. His realm had improved greatly, and he did not feel that he was at a disadvantage when facing hundreds of thousands of people. He had already said it. This was a forbidden area. Since you still want to barge in. Then, Shwa. Xianxia gripped his Feng Tian halberd tightly as Lu Bu's heroic soul appeared behind him. He said coldly, all of you, report to hell. Boom. Boom. In the star spirit world, the fused Overkill brothers were still rampaging about. Under their unbridled destruction, 1/10 of the land and space in the Central Plains had been destroyed. The nearby cities had been completely reduced to ruins. Xianxia was speechless. Was he trying to help everyone break into the city? The Sky Devil Emperor had sent a pig teammate. In fact, they were not too stupid. The Overkill brothers' idea was very simple. They would use absolute power to kill the leader of the bandits as soon as possible to destroy their morale. So what if they had to sacrifice a few cities? Don't talk about it. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Although he was not directly trampled by the big foot for the time being, it was very difficult to dodge every time. If he was lucky once, he would be lucky 10 times, and he would be lucky every single time. Kid. Let's see how long you can hide. This time, the Overkill brothers used both their hands and feet to crazily hit the ground. The powerful explosion not only shattered the ground, but also directly destroyed the Earth's crust. It was not an exaggeration to say that if they attacked a point with all their strength, it would not take long for them to directly penetrate the entire star spirit world. At that time, the damage might be permanent. Xianxia, who dodged again, frowned. Of course, he did not care about the Overkill brothers' crazy destruction of the star spirit world, but he was very concerned about the disciples. After all, they would be implicated. No, he had to settle this as soon as possible. They had the same thought and had to settle each other as soon as possible. The Overkill brothers' method was to fuse, condensing the two forces together and erupting with a combat strength greater than 2. Boom, another heavy punch came at him. Although Xianxia dodged it, the aftershock swept past him and sent him flying. He stabilized himself in an extremely sorry state. The blood in his body was boiling, and it seemed like it would spurt out from his throat at any moment. Ha ha ha. The Overkill brothers laughed strangely and said, your speed is obviously slower. Xianxia straightened his body and shook his head, saying, do you think that you can do whatever you want after fusing? Of course. The Overkill brothers said proudly. At the same time, they raised their fists again and an explosive force gathered in them. After a short bombardment, the brothers had already found the pattern of Xianxia's dodging, especially the obvious decrease in his speed. This attack was bound to succeed. Sorry. Xianxia closed his eyes and said, actually, die. Taking advantage of Gosheng's words, the Overkill brothers seized the opportunity and pressed down with their hands and right foot, instantly sealing off 3 areas, forming a situation where there was no place to hide. Huff huff. The force that was as heavy as Mount Tai exploded, and the space was unable to withstand it. Xianxia did not move, his eyes still closed. In the eyes of the Overkill brothers, this guy was already an arrow at the end of its flight and could not dodge at all, so they chose to stand in place. The consequence of going against my emperor is to have your soul destroyed. Who? Who? The speed of the 2 fists and right foot pressing down increased, and the force they carried also became stronger. In the distance, the Sect of all times and the demonic emperor's army were all affected and staggered backwards. In his field of vision, that hand and that foot were like 3 nuclear bombs. June Patriarch. Xianxua's expression changed drastically. He was about to rush over with his sword, but just as he raised his foot, his eyes widened. Buzz. Buzz. When the 3 powerful forces pressed down, Xianxia's body rippled with sword intent, and the Xianyuan divine sword in his hand shone brightly. Xianxia had once used his sword, so there was no need to make a fuss, right? No. He was not shocked by the Xianyuan divine sword's brilliance, but by June Patriarch's black hair suddenly turning grassland green, even including his eyebrows. It's here, June. Rose. Jingxian. The Overkill brothers also noticed that the guy suddenly turned green, but said disapprovingly, pretending to be mysterious, ka ka ka. Suddenly, a majestic cold air filled the air. Lu Qianqian floated in the air in the distance, with Xue Shen and Ting Lu standing behind her. The 2 of them formed seals, and layers of ice attribute spread over unscrupulously. Under the influence of the cold air, the speed of the three forces' descent slowed down significantly. This slowing down was not obvious, but it was crucial in a battle between experts. Xianxia returned to her position, and the Xianyuan divine sword was activated. Rows of flowers fused, and the battle strength skyrocketed. Now, Lu Qianqian summoned an SSS-level god to control the field. The right time, the right place, and the right people, everything was there. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao, whose entire body was green, flew up, holding the sword hilt with both hands, and shouted, "All things as swords." Buzz. Wang. Buzz. The entire star spirit world shook. The dust floating in the sky and the trees scattered on the ground were enveloped by layers of sword qi. Then, they appeared behind Jun Changxiao out of thin air and rotated around him like a school of sardines. Jian Guishu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times held their breaths. In their field of vision, Jun Changxiao charged furiously at the Overkill brothers. Dense sword energy swirled around him. The degree to which the special effects were maxed out was many times stronger than John Doe's 10,000 swords returned to origin. In the end, Jun Changxiao and the Overkill brothers' feet collided in a scene where the sky was filled with swords. The sharp sword aura was like a meat grinder. Blood and flesh flew everywhere after it passed by. Ah, painful screams resounded throughout the star spirit world. Poochie poochie. The power of the sword did not weaken. It spread from the foot to the leg, from the back to the waist, from the waist to the shoulder, until it covered the head with 2/2 of the face. Only then did it completely cover the wailing and howling. Flesh flew everywhere, and blood spurted everywhere. Jun Changxiao stood in the sky with his sword in hand. He raised his head and felt the sunlight after the darkness retreated. Only then did he slowly finish what he had just said. "Sorry, actually, I also know how to fuse." Not only did this guy have it, but he could also fuse too. If Lu Qianqian was included, then it would definitely be 4 in 1, moreover. They were all girls. Sigh. The system sighed helplessly. Other people's girls are used for love, but the girls in this book are used as tools. It's so sad. The gigantic Overkill brothers were sliced into pieces by the flurry of swords. The brothers would never have thought that Jun Changxiao could also fuse, and was even more visually impactful than them in terms of form changes. Speaking of which, ever since he had signed the contract with Shi Jingxian, this was the first time Jun Changxiao had used 2 support skills. Combined with the second stage of 10,000 ancestral swords, he had instantly killed 2 upper-level Heaven's Secrets mirror experts. Too scary. Recalling the scene just now, Jian Guishu could not calm down from the shock in his heart for a long time. The disciples of the sect of all times were calmer. Although the sword moves that Patriarch used just now were powerful, in their eyes, it was just a normal operation, so there was no need to be shocked. 2 kings, the Sky Demonic Emperor's army cried out in horror, dead. Jun Changxiao stood in the air, the tip of his sword pointed at them, like a god giving orders, kill them all, leave no one alive. He was already a mortal enemy of the Sky Demonic Emperor. Therefore, his subordinates must be killed to prevent future troubles. This was understandable because if it was the Sky Demonic Emperor, after killing Go Xing, the sect of all times would also be doomed eternally. The so-called mercy. How laughable and ignorant were they in front of a situation where it was either you die or I die. Kill. Kill. The 2 8 Division heavenly dragons were killed, and the morale of the sect of all times was greatly boosted. They jumped on their horses and raised their swords to kill. The enemy's morale was greatly reduced, and they were completely at a loss. The most devastated were the nobles of Xingling City. After Killer King and Killer King appeared, they cheered excitedly in the city. Until they saw the brothers being torn into pieces by 10,000 swords, they were all stunned and stood in place. The 2 capable generals of the Sky Demonic Emperor were killed by that guy just like that? No. There were 4 of them. There was also King Jialua and King Duola. Especially King Duola, who died the most shameful death. He did not even have any description of the battle before his head was cut off by Go Xing. It could be said that the death of the 8 Division Heavenly Dragons was the most tragic. Kill. Kill. His voice shook the mountains and rivers, like a hot knife through butter. After losing their commander, the celestial demonic emperor's army had lost their backbone. Especially when they were at a disadvantage and their reinforcements were cut off. Therefore, the only thing that awaited them was death. In just 2 hours. The reinforcements that flew over from the spatial rift were all destroyed by the Sect of all times. Looking down from a high vantage point, the cracked ground of the central state was covered with corpses and the remains of battleships. It was like a terrifying slaughterhouse. The celestial demonic emperor's army had come here to provide assistance. In the end, however, they had ended up sending themselves to their deaths, equipment, and experience. Clean up the battlefield. Yes. The disciples began to get busy. After a while, all kinds of armors and warships were transported to the Sect of all times. Although most of the things were severely damaged, as long as the Taishan Elder and Fan Yezi were there, they would naturally turn the trash into treasures. Shua. Xianxia stood at the peak of the mountain and pointed in the direction of Xingling City. He said coldly, "Take down the world capital of this realm." Woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. With Zhongyi as the leader, the vanguard rushed over. The demon beast below him let out a sinister roar that spread all the way to Xingling City. The nobles were so shocked that their scalps exploded and their legs went numb. The Overkill brothers enlarged and stomped on the ground crazily. Not only did they bring destruction to the central state, but they also destroyed many cities, causing the defense line that the celestial spirit world had set up in advance to collapse. The Sect of all times army effortlessly took down the other cities, then marched straight in and surrounded the world capital. Surrender! We surrender! Facing the terrifying combat power, the nobles hung the white flag on the city wall. Even 2 of the 8 division heavenly dragons were killed. What courage did they have to resist? In the end, the Sect of all times successfully took over the world capital of the celestial spirit world without losing a single soldier, thus changing the situation under the control of the celestial demonic emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the celestial spirit world. Completion rate, 20%. When Jun Changxiao sat on the throne of the luxurious palace and stepped on the head of the commander, a notification sounded in his ears. Damn. So much? Previously, when he saved the Green Nightmare world, the completion rate was 5%. Later, when he became the champion of the universe Holy War, the completion rate did not increase at all. Now that he had taken over the celestial spirit world, the completion rate had increased by 15%. This was too surprising. Could it be because the celestial demonic emperor has taken over this plane and I conquered it? Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought. Not necessarily. The system said, the celestial spirit world belongs to the top level of the upper universe. The host being able to conquer it with his strength might be the reason for the 15%. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao agreed. In the past, he had saved many planes, but at best, they were at the upper realm level. Some were even worse, so he only gave them a little bit. The celestial spirit world was different. Its overall strength was stronger than the Xianyuan realm, so he would give more if he took it down. If that's the case, Jun Changxiao thought, if I go and destroy a few more similar upper planes, won't I be able to complete the main mission in minutes? Heh. The system said, then what's the difference between the host and the celestial demonic emperor? Wait a minute. Its imagination ran wild, and it said, in order to complete the main mission, the host will do anything, similar to the celestial demonic emperor who wants to suppress all the major planes and change the structure of the universe. Could it be, the 2 of you are the same person? In the past, Gosheng liked to imagine that his parents were super mighty, and even the system was created by him. This crazy retort seemed to be infected, and the hole in his brain was a little off the charts. Go play with your balls. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. The system continued, the host may be a clone of the celestial demonic emperor who chose to use another method to change the structure of the upper universe. Now, the 2 of them have met on the same line. Damn. Jun Chang laughed and scolded, are you done yet? Didn't I learn from you? The system said indifferently. Whoosh, at this time, a stream of light suddenly flew out of the torn space, which made everyone vigilant, worried that the celestial demonic emperor had sent reinforcements. In the end, when they saw the face, they exclaimed, "Junior brother Yi." That's right. It was Yi Xingchen. Wearing Lu Bu's three-piece suit and holding the sky piercer, he landed lightly outside the palace, then he cupped his hands and said, "Disciple Yi Xingchen greets the patriarch." Jun Changxiao wanted to ask why he was here, but when he saw the blood on his armor and weapon, he immediately understood, so he asked, "You intercepted the celestial demonic emperor's army outside?" "Yes," Yi Xingchen said. Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile as he said, "This seat is very pleased." In fact, he was a little sad when this disciple left, afraid that he would never return like the prophecy in the future. Now that the battle with the celestial demonic emperor's army had started, the fact that he could rush over in time was enough to show that he cared about the sect. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others also smiled. Seeing junior brother Yi return, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. "You guys." Jun Changxiao looked over and ordered, "Go outside and clean up the battlefield." "Yes." The disciples obeyed and flew along the spatial rift, but when they were in the universe and saw hundreds of thousands of floating corpses, they all gasped and exclaimed, "Junior brother Yi killed all of them alone?" Boom! A floating mountain suddenly exploded into powder. On the martial arts field that was as red as snow, hundreds of warriors kneeling on the ground had sweat on their foreheads. Emperor, he was furious. The reason was none other than the battleships and soldiers sent to assist the Star Spirit world, as well as 2 capable generals, did not return. Who was the murderer? They had not figured it out yet. Thump, thump, thump. At this time an old man who looked like a fortune teller cupped his hands and walked down the stairs with his head lowered. Then, he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "My emperor, the divination has been done. Speak." A cold voice came from the hall, obviously filled with extreme anger. "The murderer who killed the Transcendent King and the Life-Killer King is the same person as the Gallo King and the Dora King," the old man said in fear. As soon as this was said, the kneeling warriors immediately knew who it was. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light flew out from the hall and shot past the old man's ear, directly blasting another floating mountain in the distance into dust. This power was extremely terrifying. Everyone felt a chill run up the soles of their feet. They had never seen the Sky Demonic Emperor so angry. It was understandable. So many subordinates and capable generals had died in the hands of the same person. Even his own clone could not avoid it. Anyone with a temper could not help it. Jun Changxiao. The enmity between you and me is irreconcilable. The Sky Demonic Emperor's angry voice resounded through the entire plane and seemed to penetrate the void, reaching the ears of Jun Changxiao, who was checking the finances in the Star Spirit World's realm city. He slowly clasped his fingers together and said indifferently, "The show has just begun." The Star Spirit World was taken down. The commander was thrown into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Aria's importance was shown again. After a few days of care, she told him everything she knew. The Star Spirit World. It was just one of the planes controlled by the Sky Demonic Emperor. In the vast upper universe, there were also a few strongholds, and their overall strength was in the first echelon. How is this possible? Jian Guishu sat down, his eyes filled with disbelief. The commander named several planes, one of which he was very familiar with. He even had a life-and-death relationship with the Realm Master, but he did not expect that the Realm Master had already sided with the Sky Demonic Emperor. Fan Shania. Jian Guishu said, at such a young age, he used the hot blood in his heart to kill the evil dragon that brought disaster to the world. Now, he actually... He clutched his chest and said, "Heartbreaking." Senior. Jun Changxiao said, "People change." AI. Jian Guishu sighed and seemed to have aged quite a bit. As a matter of fact, after joining the Jun Alliance, he had considered bringing Jun Changxiao to visit this old friend of his in the Hingyuan realm, and sincerely invited him to join them to fight against the Celestial Demon Emperor. In the end, the dragon-slaying youth had become the evil dragon's servant. Jun Changxiao sat down and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He said, "I thought the opponent was only the demonic emperor, but now it seems there are many more unknown enemies." The commander of the Star Spirit World only knew a small part of the information, and no one could say for sure how many planes the Sky Devil Emperor had gathered over the years. At that moment, Jun Changxiao felt as if he was going to become the enemy of the entire universe. The system said, the planes that can be won over by the demonic emperor should have a certain amount of prestige. If the host chooses to fight him head-on, he will really become the enemy of the entire universe. So, Jun Changxiao said solemnly, there's still a long way to go. Back mountain. Lu Qianqian came to the ninth heaven secret realm as usual. Just as she was about to enter to cultivate, she suddenly stopped in place and turned to look at the patriarch who was leaning against the tree. Aren't you going to the medical hall to recuperate? Don't force yourself. Lu Qianqian remained silent. Although she looked normal now, her meridians were actually damaged in many places. The reason was to summon an SSS rank god and consume a large amount of attribute points to forcefully freeze the Overkill brothers. If it was just a divine secret realm, it wouldn't be a big problem. This disciple is fine. Lu Qianqian replied. Jun Changxiao said with a straight face, this is my order. Now, go to the medical hall immediately. Lu Qianqian turned around and said, this disciple obeys. Seeing her leave, Jun Changxiao said, there are some things that I already know. Lu Qianqian stopped in her tracks. There was no surprise in her eyes, as if she had already guessed that Su Xiaomo would tell the patriarch. Actually, the patriarch once said that as long as I am the eldest disciple of the sect of all times, I will be the eldest disciple of the sect of all times forever. Jun Changxiao said, he did say that. I will work hard to be the eldest disciple and won't let the patriarch down. Lu Qianqian finished speaking and got up to leave the back mountain. Jun Changxiao leaned against the tree and was silent for a while, then shrugged, that's good too. Phew. He stretched, looked back into the distance, and said, what are you doing sneaking around? Rows of Flowers walked out and shrugged like he did just now. If I said I was passing by, would my husband believe me? Believe, as if. Jun Changxiao said in a bad mood. Actually. Rows of Flowers stopped beside him, put her hands on his shoulders, and said with a smile, as long as my husband has me in his heart, I don't care if there is anyone else in your heart. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Is there something wrong with your brain? Back in the Soul Continent, my husband said that he had 3,000 wives and concubines. Rows of Flowers joked, why haven't I seen any of them until now? I just said it casually, and you really believed it? I do. Rows of Flowers said, don't you humans have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Don't you all like the new and hate the old? That doesn't include me. Jun Changxiao held his head high and said with his chest out. The system couldn't refute this because it had followed him for many years. Even if it was successful and famous, even if it was powerful, it really didn't have any improper thoughts. The most it thought about was when it could complete the bullshit main task. If my husband can't let go of some people, I won't mind. After Rose of Flowers said this, her right hand gently stroked his face, and then gracefully left. Hey! Jun Changxiao shouted at her, if you are sick, you should go to the medical hall to have a look. Rose of Flowers stopped, stretched out 2 slender fingers, and said, my husband's heart can only hold so much. Watching the graceful figure disappear in the back mountain, Jun Changxiao held his head and said, she is really sick. The upper universe was a little chaotic. In a short period of time, all the forces in the various planes that rebelled against the celestial devil emperor suffered a devastating blow. Many powerhouses hoped to find an opportunity to break through to a higher level or even enter the land of eternal life in the turmoil of heaven and earth, but in the end, they died, and their cultivation was lost. Swish! Swish! Not long after, the celestial devil emperor's army came to the star spirit world again. However, this plane had long since been empty, including the cities and resources, all of them had disappeared. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. For 8 division heavenly dragons landed in the Star Spirit City and stood in the open space that was originally a luxurious palace. Suddenly, they heard a faint sound. What's that sound? Not good. Retreat. Rumble. The Star Spirit world, which had an extremely high status in the upper universe, suddenly exploded, and the mushroom-like momentum covered a large area of the universe's starry sky. This was a gift Jun Changxiao gave them before he left. Art. Originated from the explosion. Pft. Pft. In the explosion, 4-8 Division heavenly dragons flew out in an extremely sorry state. They were blown up into a terrible state. If it weren't for their strength and if they hadn't discovered that something was wrong in advance, they would have replaced Dora King as one of the most miserable. The 4 of them survived, but the thousands of warships and a large number of soldiers they brought were all buried with the star spirit world. Sect of all times. When Jin Xianxia sensed the explosion, he said, "We have finally avenged the falling star continent." Yes. They had avenged their hatred. Back then, the falling star continent collapsed because of the invasion of the star spirit world. Now, that plane was also blown into dust. It could be said that it was the cycle of karma and retribution. The plane that robbed others for their livelihood was completely turned into history dust with a loud bang. Unfortunately, this kind of explosion art was presided over by Jin Dijuan. Jin Xianxia did not use the upper realm version of the soul bomb, otherwise the power would only be more powerful and the special effects would be stronger. Although a high-level plane was blown up, the treasures, spirit stone veins, and creatures inside were all taken into the eternal world, which was a lot of benefits for Jin Xianxia. Resources were not of much help. There was the Heaven Vein secret realm, so it was not that bad. The real benefit was a large number of high-quality technical personnel, such as array masters, forgers, shipbuilders, and so on. The star spiritual world had rich scientific research results. Bringing all those researchers into the eternal world would definitely be much more valuable than martial arts resources. However, when the creatures of the star spiritual world were integrated into the eternal world, it suddenly became crowded. We must solve this problem. Jin Xianxia integrated into the Tianyuan prison pagoda, came to a specific cell, and said, "Have you thought about it?" Through the dark environment, one could see a small ghost-like thing inside, its whole body bound by various chains and spells. Who, the origin of the star spiritual world? Jin Xianxia brought it in before blowing up the plane. Damn, the Tianyuan prison pagoda could suppress the upper-level origin? Don't be surprised, didn't you see that it was sealed by various chains and spells? Otherwise, it would definitely be uncontrollable. To put it bluntly, what Jin Xianxia could suppress, the pagoda could also suppress. On the contrary, at the current mainstream level, nothing could be suppressed. The origin of the star spiritual world was silent. Master. Arya waved her whip and walked over, saying fiercely, "Since this guy is not cooperating, let me reform him." Jin Xianxia said, "We need to be gentle, not violent." If it was a human or a certain attribute, Goxing would definitely let Arya care, but after all, it was the origin of the plane. If it was broken, it would be troublesome. Okay. Don't be idle, go reform others. Jin Xianxia looked at the group of high-ranking nobles of the star spiritual world who were sent over. Since they had surrendered, they could not be cruelly killed, but they could not be let go. They could only be locked in prison. All right. Arya walked over gloomily, dragging the whip on the ground, making a creaking sound. June Patriarch. The commander said in horror, You can't abuse the captives, pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. Ah. The blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the prison, sending chills down everyone's spines. Xianxia, who was locked in another level, hurriedly covered his ears and held in his heart, "It's starting again." The feeling of being whipped by the soul-suppressing whip was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. It had even left a shadow in his heart. Even the slightest sound of movement would cause his scalp to explode. There were many aristocrats locked up, and Arya was destined to be busy for a while. Jin Xianxia did not leave. Sitting outside the prison where the plane's origin was kept, he crossed his legs, squinted his eyes, and hummed a little tune, as if he was listening to the beautiful screams. Ah. Ah. The nobles of the star spirit world were being cared for one after another, and screams of pain could be heard everywhere. The planar origin bound in the cell listened to the screams of the living beings it had once nurtured. Waves of fear gradually rose in the depths of its heart. This was a kind of torture. This was a kind of torment. As Arya crazily whipped the aristocrats who had once treated their corpses as if they were not human, the unyielding will of the planar origin began to waver. "Young man," it said with difficulty, "I've thought about it." Swoosh. Jin Xianxia raised his hand. Arya stopped and panted with her hands on her hips. After beating them for so long, she was also quite tired, but she was actually very happy. Xianxia clasped his fingers together and said, "The living beings you once nurtured have done such heartless things. I'm giving you a chance to atone for your sins." The planar origin of the star spirit world was silent. That's right. It had nurtured countless living beings with selfless spirit. But the good and evil of living beings were not something it could decide. Why should it be the scapegoat? Why should it atone for its sins? Come. Xianxia opened the door and walked in. He placed a hand on its head and said, "Assist me and create a future together." The planar origin said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes. If you fail, your soul will be destroyed. Trust me, I can do it." Seeing that he was so determined, the planar origin stopped talking. It relaxed its mind and stopped resisting. Its body gradually turned into mist and lingered around Xianxia. What was he doing? The two sides were signing a contract. In other words, Xianxia was going to inherit the planar origin of the star spirit world. Buzz. Buzz. The planar origin turned into nothingness and slowly merged with the body and soul. Xianxia had inherited the origin of the Xianyuan realm before, so he had rich combat experience in this area. He completed it successfully in about half a day. No accidents, no pain. He was destined to disappoint many people. Swoosh. After controlling the planar origin of the star spirit world, Xianxia left the pagoda of prison and came to the depths of the underground in the central area of the eternal world. It was a relatively spacious palace, and there were similar spirit stones flickering in the central area. This was the planar origin of the eternal world, which was the former origin of the Xianyuan realm. The mineral veins that existed in the entire plane and the attributes that floated between heaven and earth were all created by this thing. Swoosh. Xianxia waved his hand, and a flowing light gathered in his palm. This was the planar origin of the star spirit world that he had just inherited. The purpose of taking it out was to merge the two top origin. Crazy. The system said, "The host is crazy." It was already very good to be able to bear the weight of two planes. Now he wanted to merge them. This behavior was equivalent to forcibly merging two bombs into one bomb. There was no denying it. If he succeeded, the power would definitely skyrocket. However, the risk was the detonation. Who would he blow up? Whoever inherited the origin, whoever tried to merge would be blown up. No wonder the planar origin of the star spirit world just said that if he failed, his soul would be destroyed. "I'm not crazy," Xianxia said with a serious expression, "I'm creating a miracle." Swoosh, as soon as his voice fell, the planar origin of the eternal world turned into a pocket-sized form and floated on the other palm of its master. At this point, Goxing had an origin in his left hand and an origin in his right. Everyone. His face gradually distorted, and he said, "It's time to witness a miracle." Swoosh. He put his hands together and the origin touched. Outside. The disciples of the sect of all times were busy dividing all kinds of materials, and the major clans were busy counting the spoils of war. Suddenly, it was as if someone had turned off the switch in the originally clear sky, and the world suddenly turned dark. What's going on? Everyone was surprised. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this time, the sky suddenly brightened again, and then it suddenly turned dark again. The sky could clearly see that lightning flashed and thunder erupted from time to time. It was very much like a short-circuit scene that often happened in horror movies. They didn't know. This was the fusion of two plane origins. They didn't know. If it failed, the soul of the realm master who controlled the plane would be destroyed. Here was a multiple-choice question. Readers who want to finish quickly, please skip to plot A. Readers who want to continue writing, please skip to plot B. Plot A. Sizzle. The sky of the eternal world was still flashing with lightning and thunder. Xianxia, who was under the ground, clasped his hands together tightly until he couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, "I really want to live for another 500 years. Boom, his body cracked, and blood splattered. At this point, the protagonist failed to fuse the plane origin and died. Ploppy sizzle. The sky of the eternal world was still flashing with lightning and thunder. Everyone's expression became more and more serious, and they even felt that an ominous sign was about to appear. Buzz, suddenly, the flickering phenomenon stopped, and the entire plane returned to normal. Rumble. Rumble. The ground under their feet shook frequently. Everyone was stunned. Soon, they found that the space of the eternal world was being stretched and expanded little by little. Plop. In the underground palace, Xianxia sat down, sweating profusely. Looking at the fused origin and feeling the rapid expansion of the eternal world, a bright smile gradually appeared on his face. It worked. A miracle was born. P.S. When can novels add a function for readers to choose? Then readers who choose plot A will have to meet again. Rumble. Rumble. The ground of the eternal world was expanding, and the space was extending until it was 10 times larger than before. From this, it could be seen that the fusion of two top-level origins was not 1 + 1 = 2. Xianxia was very pleased. Taking a huge risk and succeeding was indeed a miraculous gain. Whoosh! The cool wind and comfortable air drifted through the entire plane. The fusion of the two origins not only expanded the area, but also improved the strength of the nature of heaven and earth. Although it was difficult to see the effect for the time being, the level of the spiritual stone load would increase by more than 10 times over time. Xianxia's move undoubtedly gave the eternal world greater potential for growth. Buzz. Buzz. In the underground palace, the new origin was shining brightly, and all kinds of energy spread out along the soil to other areas. The Sect of all time's origin had the upper hand in the fusion process, so the origin of the star spiritual world existed more in an auxiliary state. I'm looking forward to it. Xianxia smiled and said, "What kind of changes will you bring to this plane in the future?" Buzz. The new origin shone brighter, as if responding to its master. Sect of all times. After Xianxia came back, he sat in the hall and began to think about the next thing seriously. There were too many creatures in the eternal world this time. Since they could not be killed, they had to rearrange. Pass down the order. Xianxia said, "The residents of the original star spiritual world have the right to live in the eternal world. They can choose to settle down in any city without any privileges or noble status." Patriarch Yuan Gongzi said, "What about the former aristocrats? They've all been transformed into military service. Those who perform well can get permanent residence." In addition to the top aristocrats like the commander, there were many second-class and first-class residents. They might have had noble status, but now that they came to the eternal world, they naturally had to start from scratch. The star spiritual world collapsed. The creatures living there weren't killed or turned into slaves when they were sent here. It was enough to show Xianxia's benevolence and righteousness. After most of the martial artists were arranged, the researchers were also arranged. After some consideration, Xianxia decided to send all of them to the land that had been expanded. Then, they would build cities and play their roles. For a moment, many cities rose from the ground, and equipment factories and shipyards appeared one after another. The technological civilization that originally belonged to the star spiritual world was slowly taking root in the eternal world. It was not hard to imagine that many years later, this expanded dimension would not only have majestic heaven and earth attributes and a superior martial arts environment, but technology would also be integrated into the lives of ordinary people. Surge. Xianxia stood at the peak of the mountain and looked at the plain full of vitality. He said proudly, "A new world." Jun Patriarch Jian Guishi walked over and asked, "What's our next step?" "Convince more planes and forces to join the Jun Alliance so that we can fight against the demons that are wreaking havoc in the universe," Xianxia said. Now that he had gotten rid of the celestial demonic emperor's army in the star spirit world, he did not think that he had the strength to contend with the other party. The safest way was to integrate more forces. Not bad. Jian Guishu agreed, "This is the safest way." Senior Sword Saint Xianxia said, "I plan to make a trip to the eternal world." Jian Guishu's expression became pained. A friend who had once been through life and death with him had become the claws of the celestial demonic emperor. Every time he thought about it, he would be heartbroken. Whoosh, the eternal ship advanced rapidly and merged into the endless universe. Jun Changxiao had two goals for going to the Eternal World this time. First, to eradicate the celestial demonic emperor's stronghold. Second, to destroy his claws. To put it bluntly, to deal with this kind of boss, one could not fight head-on. One had to find a way to weaken his strength. There's another goal. The system added, complete the main mission. That's right. That was the biggest goal. Getting rid of a star spirit world gave him 15%. The Eternal World was also considered the first tier. If he took it down, he should be able to increase the completion rate by a lot. On the way, Jian Guishu leaned against the window, looking at the pitch-black universe outside, his thoughts returning to the past. He had once been to the Eternal World and met the hot-blooded youth, Xianxia. That was a child full of vigor and justice. He threatened to get rid of the evil dragon that was plaguing the plane and return a bright universe. Unfortunately, the former youth had changed. The justice in his heart was replaced by evil, and he was willing to become the claws of the evil dragon. Senior. Jun Changxiao walked over, put down a jar of drunken life, and said, "We can't control everything, we can only do our best." Ha ha ha. Jian Guishu raised his head and laughed, saying, "Little fellow, this old man has walked a long way in his life. Naturally, I won't be sentimental and worry about gains and losses. Come. Drink to your heart's content." Eternal World. The first-tier plane of the upper universe. In terms of overall strength, it couldn't be compared to the star spirit world, but it still had power that couldn't be underestimated. When Jun Changxiao relied on the spirit of concealment to quietly blend in, feeling the powerful heaven and earth attribute, he couldn't help but sigh, "If it helps me, why worry about not getting rid of the demon emperor?" He didn't choose to deploy the Sect of All-Time's army to directly flatten the entire Eternal World. Instead, he first went to the various cities to understand the situation. Unexpected. It was very peaceful here. People lived and worked in peace and harmony. Are you sure it's under the control of the demonic emperor? Jun Changxiao's heart wavered, and he even suspected that the commander was lying to him. In the next few days, he visited a few more cities one after another. He had never seen war, nor had he seen killing. The residents of the city were mutually beneficial and everyone was virtuous. It was as if they were in the same world. Before he came, Jun Changxiao had thought that the Eternal World must be in a violent and killing environment. People were living in water and fire, anxiously waiting for him to save them. In the end, he was slapped in the face by reality. No. The way to enter is wrong. A plane secretly ruled by the demonic emperor should be very cruel. I am now increasingly suspicious that the host and the demonic emperor are the same person. The system said. In the star spirit world, slavery was the main thing. In the Eternal World, equality was mutual assistance. Two planes, two completely different situations. It was very similar to Jun Changxiao's extreme personality. Sometimes he was very bad, sometimes he was very kind. Bullshit. I am me, a different kind of firework. How can I be the great demon who brings disaster to the upper universe? That's hard to say. The system guessed, maybe the future host can't find the opportunity to enter the land of eternal life, so he can only deliberately use Xianxia's reincarnation and disintegration method to create a version of himself that brings disaster to the world, and a version that saves the world. No matter which clone succeeds, they can finally pry into the great Tao. Jun Changxiao was speechless. This brain hole, I'm going to Buddha. You let me win. If the system had a body, it would definitely be very arrogant. Imagination. I'm not weak either. Jun Changxiao wandered around the Hengyuan domain for half a month and had a general understanding of the local customs here. He was also surprised by their joy and harmony. It was too peaceful, too harmonious. It was really contrary to the theme of the upper universe that martial arts were respected. No. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "There must be something fishy, there must be a problem." Pfft, the system said disdainfully, "You just can't stand the existence of utopias in a cruel world." Jun Changxiao said, "Maybe there is a dirty secret behind this piece that no one knows." Whether there was a utopia in this world, it was difficult for him to conclude. However, in a plane above martial arts, it was incredible that there could be mutual benefits and peace. For example, the eternal world. Xianxia had always advocated fairness and justice, but it was inevitable that there would be hatred and even killing between warriors. Humans and creatures had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even if there were laws to restrict them, there would still be many unpredictable and uncontrollable things. Goxing would not explicitly prohibit warriors from killing each other. Under the premise of not doing anything heartless, they could resolve their personal grievances at will. What about the Hengyuan domain? People were humble and courteous to each other. There was no so-called intrigue and there was no so-called deception. It was like a world made out of fairy tales. What's more, this was a plane secretly controlled by the demonic emperor. In order to change the pattern of the universe, this person suppressed all the forces that resisted him. How could such a beautiful world exist? Let's go. Xianxia said, let's go to the domain city and have a look. He had doubts in his heart, and he had to find out. The main city of the Hengyuan domain, Hengyuan City. From the name it could be seen that it meant an eternal existence with a long history. Relying on the ability of invisibility, Xianxia walked in smoothly. There was no need because even if this was a domain city, even if there were soldiers guarding it, people entering and leaving would not be questioned. Xianxia shook his head and said, there is no defense at all. If they suddenly send an army to kill us, wouldn't they be able to take us down in minutes? Boom. Suddenly, there was a collision sound in the city. Xianxia turned his head and saw a vague ripple in the direction of the city tower. A warrior's face was on it. So there was a great city protecting Array. That brother was also strange. Why didn't he leave through the city gate? Why did he crash into the wall? Swish, swish, just at this moment, a few fully armed soldiers flew over. Each of them carried one of the martial artist's arms and carried him into the city. With such a big commotion, the residents should be watching. However, no one turned their heads. It was as if they didn't realize what was happening. It was as if they were used to it. I'm not crazy. I don't want to take medicine. The warrior who was dragged away shouted, his eyes flashing with fear. Xianxia muttered in his heart, a mental patient? Out of curiosity, he followed them and soon arrived in front of a building called the sanatorium. No. I'm not taking medicine. The cultivator who had slammed into the wall was still yelling as he was dragged along. From his voice, one could tell that he was on the verge of collapse and despair. Whoosh, suddenly, several streaks of light flew out from the sanatorium. They fled out of the city, but all of them ended up crashing into the great city defense array. All of them were carried back by the soldiers, and all of them shouted that they were not crazy and did not need to take the medicine. Xianxia said, there are a lot of mental patients here. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Bang. Xianxia was about to enter through the door when his head seemed to have hit an iron plate. His entire body bounced back instantly. He grimaced and said, why is there a formation protecting the sanatorium? Nonsense. The system said, they're afraid that the patients will run away. How did they get out? Xianxia pointed at the few patients who were pushed back. Judging from the situation just now, these people were not blocked by the formation at all and flew out smoothly. The system was speechless. Xianxia rubbed his head and said, in my opinion, this place is not allowed to enter and leave at will. The more it's like this, the more fishy it is. Goxing was interested. He immediately sat down cross-legged and used his spiritual sense to touch the invisible formation. He quickly connected with it and successfully merged with it. Ever since he ascended to the upper realm, his research on formations was almost zero. After his soul merged with it, he looked at the intricate formation and suddenly felt a headache coming on. The level of this formation is not low. How does the host break it? The system mocked. Simple. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to memorize the dense lines. Then, he sent it to the Sect of All Times Formation Hall. Swoosh. Swoosh. The elites of Array Formation, led by Mr. Taishan and Shangguan Xinyao, were gathered in the hall. Their eyes were fixed on the light beam, where the patterns and the basic structure of the array that their leader had been copying. With Xianxia's current formation skills, it was difficult for him to break a high-level formation. However, he could memorize it, send it to the sect, and let a group of people break it. Goxing seemed to be alone in the Hengyuan domain, but there was actually the sect of all times behind him. Everyone inside was a genius, and their words were super nice. F***ck. The system said, what's the difference between this and cheating? Why do you care? Xianxia rolled his eyes and continued to send the formation lines to the sect. The members of the formation hall were also very helpful. Before the patriarch could copy the entire formation, they had already researched several ways to break it. Choose a secret method that doesn't destroy the formation. The second method is fine. Okay. Xianxia followed the method given by the Taishan elder and broke it easily. There was not even the slightest ripple. Without any obstruction, he easily entered the sanatorium. When Xianxia arrived at the outer hall, which was similar to a martial arts arena, he saw thousands of martial artists tied to wooden posts and being forced to drink medicine by medical personnel wearing special uniforms. His expression froze. So many mental patients? Pooh. At this time, the martial artist who had smashed his face into the wall was tied to a wooden post. White foam came out of his mouth as his body twitched violently. It was as if he had been electrocuted. Xianxia frowned. Did he drink poison? He walked over and clasped one hand on the other's wrist. Then, he transmitted his pulse and meridian flow to the light screen in the poison hall. That's right. Miao Saifeng said, it's poison. That's right. Xianxia said in relief, how can there really be a utopia? The world seems peaceful, but there must be unspeakable things going on in the dark. Miao Saifeng continued to observe the pulse and meridian flow on the light screen. She said, this poison won't kill, but it will control the soul and mind. In ancient times, people used silk to check the pulse. Now, they could see the symptoms on the light screen. As expected of an expert in poison. She was a professional. Control the soul and mind? Xianxia was surprised. Could it be, untie him? At this time, a few soldiers came and released the twitching martial artist. The latter slowly stood up and put one hand on his chest. He said like a devout believer, I am willing to become a member of the eternal distance domain. I am willing to follow the domain lord forever. Xianxia said, as expected, he was brainwashed. Because he was invisible, he stood nearby without being discovered. He watched as the martial artists who had been fed the poison turned into believers and swore to follow the domain lord forever. Heh. Xianxia sat on a stool nearby. He crossed his arms and crossed his legs. He mocked, controlling the martial artist's soul and controlling their mind with brainwashing. Is this the great unity world in fairy tales? After staying in the sanatorium for a while, Xianxia immediately understood that the so-called Xanadu was a place where people's souls and thoughts were controlled by drugs. Because they believed in the realm master, they helped each other. It could be said that this was just a kind of brainwashed believer, forcibly following someone's orders to deliberately whitewash peace. If you cover your ears, others won't be able to hear the bell? Xianxia shook his head. True peace required living beings to consciously maintain it, not to use some kind of method to control it. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and the walking dead? The star spirit realm controls the corpse. This eternal distance realm controls living beings with drugs. It's really a different approach to the same goal. The realm master liked to whitewash peace and liked to deceive himself. Xianxia couldn't say anything, but the warriors who were forcibly fed drugs almost all came from other planes. They might have realized this situation, so they resisted and said that they weren't crazy and didn't need to take drugs. They weren't crazy. It was the world that was crazy. This realm master is a bit interesting. Xianxia said, for the so-called great unity of the world, brainwashing living beings to worship themselves, so that they can help each other. Sigh. The system said, the universe is big, there are all kinds of strange things. Xianxia looked at the most magnificent building in the city, touched his chin and said, let's go and meet this weirdo. With the spirit of concealment, he could really do whatever he wanted. Even if he swaggered on the main street, he wouldn't be discovered. Luxurious palace. Dozens of brocade-robed warriors were neatly arranged. They were like civil and military officials, their eyes flashing with reverence and worship. Obviously, they had all been brainwashed. Reporting to my master. An old man walked out of the group and bowed. Yesterday, there was no fighting in my eternal distance realm, no quarrels, the country is prosperous, the people are peaceful, the weather is good. The dignified man sitting at the head of the table nodded in satisfaction. Xianxia, the current realm master of eternal distance realm. Xianxia had a life and death friendship with him. Not only was this man dignified, but he was also full of righteousness. If one didn't have a god's perspective, who would believe that he had already pledged his allegiance to the celestial demonic emperor and even did such a ridiculous thing as forcefully bringing peace to the entire plane? His subordinates continued to report. Generally speaking, the public security and general atmosphere were good. There was no killing and looting, no fighting and scheming. The entire eternal distance domain was stable and peaceful. Now that he was being controlled, as long as he wasn't stable, it would be like seeing a ghost. You may leave. Xianxia waved his hand. Yes. Everyone retreated. Xianxia leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. He said proudly, "This is the world I want." A world without souls? Suddenly, a voice sounded in the hall. Who? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the figure walking out from the corner of the palace. His expression changed again and finally settled on joy. He said, "Senior Sword Saint." Xianxia smiled bitterly. You still remember this old man. Senior, you have taught me many things. I will always remember them. Xianxia stood up and expressed his respect. However, Xianxia shook his head and said, I have taught you how to be a person, but I have never taught you to treat living beings as less than human. Senior, why do you say that? Xianxia asked blankly. Xianxia said, were the group of warriors who went out just now controlled by you with drugs? That's right. Xianxia's answer was frank and magnanimous, which was worthy of his righteous face. Were they willing? Did they resist? Xianxia asked. Xianxia said, they don't need to be willing, and they don't need to resist, because it is the duty of every living being to maintain the peace of the entire plane. Xianxia frowned and said, they have lost their souls and reason, and are like puppets at the mercy of others. Is this peace meaningful? Yes. Xianxia said, at least there are no dirty thoughts, and everyone knows respect. Xianxia was completely speechless. The former youth had embarked on the path of evil. Humans are humans because they have self-awareness and the right to choose. You have deprived them of all this and let them whitewash the peace according to your wishes. It is no different from being dead. Xianxia said angrily. Sigh. Xianxia sighed and said, even Senior Sword Saint doesn't understand me? Understand my ass. Xianxia might be angry that the once righteous youth was now using extreme means to control a plane, and he could not control his emotions. Senior, do you remember that I swore to be a dragon slayer back then? Xianxia said. Xianxia said, the dragon was slain by you, but you yourself became an evil dragon. No. Xianxia shook his head and said, my belief has never changed. In my lifetime I will create a world of unity, without grudges and vengeance. But, when I killed the evil dragon to save the world, I could not change the various bad habits of living beings. They were still dominated by greed, still dominated by emotions, and fighting and killing were happening every moment. At this point, Xianxia's expression was pained. Humans are not saints, and will naturally be trapped by selfish thoughts, Xianxia said. So. Xianxia said, I have to find a way to wipe out the selfish thoughts in their hearts, so that they will know their place and be good people, so that the entire plane will be peaceful and worry-free. He really wanted to change, and there was no selfishness. It was just that because it was too extreme, he chose extreme means. Back then, many people had opposed it, but in the end, they were all brainwashed. So. Xianxia said coldly, you joined the Sky Demonic Emperor? No. Xianxia said, it's cooperation. Xianxia almost vomited blood. This guy did not hesitate to collude with the Sky Demonic Emperor for the so-called World of Unity, and now he was still speaking with a righteous attitude. Did he not realize that he was wrong? Senior Sword Saint. Xianxia said proudly, the Sky Demonic Emperor gave me a way to get rid of the distracting thoughts of living beings, helping me fulfill my former dream of making the entire plane a world of unity. That's right. Jian Guishu said indifferently, you succeeded, but you also helped the villain do evil. I have reached an agreement with the Sky Demonic Emperor. He will not come to harm the eternal distance world, and the living beings here can enjoy eternal peace. Xianxia said with a solemn gaze, did I do wrong? Jian Guishu was speechless. His extreme personality gave rise to extreme values. Clap clap, at this moment, applause rang out. Jun Changxiao walked out of the darkness, clapping his hands lightly, and a harmless smile on his lips. Who are you? Xianxia asked, but he was puzzled. The outside of the hall was heavily guarded. How did these two sneak in unknowingly? Senior Sword Saint's friend. Jun Changxiao said. Oh. Xianxia relaxed his vigilance. Sector Lord Feng. Jun Changxiao sat down without hesitation, then crossed his legs, put his hands on his knees, and said, Jun dares not to agree with what you said just now. Oh? The living beings of a plane will continue to grow stronger precisely because they have independent thoughts. Now that you control all of them, it is tantamount to stifling their imagination and creativity. Jun Changxiao said. Independent thoughts will only cause more killing. Xianxia said. Jun Changxiao said, controlling them like walking corpses will only cause the plane to gradually decline, and even be at the mercy of others. If all living beings work together, who dares to bully us? Celestial Demon Emperor. I have reached an agreement with him. We will not invade each other's territory. Only a lunatic like you would believe this kind of lie to a 3-year-old child. Jun Changxiao mocked. Who are you scolding? Xianxia was instantly enraged. Jun Changxiao stood up and put one foot on the chair. He pointed a finger at him and said angrily, you've turned a good plane into a walking corpse, and you're saying that you're trying to build a world of unity. You're not only crazy, but you're also a big idiot. Jian Guishu broke down and thought to himself, did this guy come here to scold me? Don't humiliate me. And don't humiliate my ideals. If you want to build a world of unity, you must first consider the living beings' thoughts, respect their right to choose, and not use despicable means to control them, so as to achieve the peace you want. I can tell you very responsibly now. Jun Changxiao slammed the table and said, the peace of this plane is only your peace, it is only your wishful thinking. If you don't believe me, let them regain their senses, and ask them openly if they are willing to be controlled, if they are willing to help you whitewash the peace. You don't dare, you are afraid. Before Xianxia could say anything, Jun Changxiao walked over aggressively, pointed at his nose and said, you are afraid that the false peace will be destroyed immediately after the living beings have souls. Damn it, since there is evil in a plane, there must be good. Since there is evil, there must be good. This is an unchanging law. You forcefully erase the evil, and use drugs to control living beings, but you don't know that what you are doing is the greatest evil. At the point where he was agitated, spittle flew everywhere. Jian Guishu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jun Patriarch to be so eloquent. Of course, Goshing's achievements today were all because of his mouth. The content was all made up. Plop. Xianxia sat down. At this moment, his mind was filled with evil, and good from Jun Changxiao's glib tongue. To put it bluntly, he was dumbfounded. Bah! Jun Changxiao spat out a mouthful. A thick phlegm rubbed his feet hard, and said, you are just a lunatic living in a fairy tale, holding the souls of thousands of living beings to accompany you here to act out a peaceful and worry-free show. Act, wah. That word kept ringing in Xianxia's ears, gradually disturbing his state of mind. In the end, he couldn't help but spit out blood. It made people spit blood. This skill of talking was extremely terrifying. Xianxia vomited blood. Some people suspected that Jun Changxiao had seriously injured his opponent by rapping. Otherwise, Goshing really relied on his mouth to cause damage to the other party. In fact, Xianxia had been living in his own play until today when he was exposed by Xianxia. He could cover his ears and steal a bell. Wore the emperor's new clothes. All in all, for this play, all the creatures in the whole plane had lost their souls and minds to play along. A play was a play after all. Even if they were deeply involved in the play, there would always be a day when they would hit the board and shout "Ka." Unfortunately, Xianxia was the one who would hit the board and shout "Ka," and he was the kind who would mercilessly hit the depths of the soul. No. Xianxia sat down, covered his face with both hands, and roared, "This is not a play." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Are you still stubborn? Clap." He clapped his hands. Tap, tap, tap. Several high-level officials who had left earlier came in. They knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces and advised, "Sector Master, repent and be saved." Xianxia was dumbfounded. Xianxia said, "Jun has helped them get rid of the drugs control." Xianxia's eyes were filled with astonishment. The drug was given by the Sky Devil Emperor, who claimed that there was no antidote. How could it be easily neutralized by others? This kind of drug that controlled others' thoughts was indeed a bit tricky. If it was someone from the medical hall who treated it, there might not be any good way. But in the eyes of Miao Siphon, a poison expert, it was nothing more than changing a few more ways to fight poison with poison. The sect of all times was like a baby eagle waiting to be fed, needing Goshing to feed it bit by bit. Now that the baby eagle had grown up, not only could it soar in the world, but it could also help Xianxia solve problems to show its value. In this era, I was fortunate to meet the sect of all times, and the sect of all times was even more fortunate to meet me in this era. You can ask them if they are willing to control their souls or continue to play along with you, Xianxia said. Xianxia was silent. Actually, he didn't need to ask to know the answer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fed them medicine in the past. Humans have to experience many hardships in this world. The only thing we can do is to move forward unswervingly. Even if the scenery along the way isn't as beautiful as we imagined, we still have to go on, Xianxia said. Xianxia remained silent. Changing a person, or changing the world, is destined to take a long time. You can't take shortcuts, go down the wrong path, or use deceiving methods to control the people of the world to achieve the effect you pursue, because, Xianxia said in a profound tone, this is meaningful to you, but it's meaningless to everyone else. Goshing was inhumane when he was being despicable. When he was serious, he wasn't human either. Jianguishu said, Realm Lord Feng, please turn back and be saved. Repent and be saved? Xianxia stood up slowly and said, I've already given my soul to the celestial demonic emperor. There's no turning back. What? Jianguishu's expression changed drastically. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said, just as you said, this is a show. Just let it continue. Buzz, the hall flickered with light, and layers of formation sealed it. Anyone who tries to stop this show, Xianxia said with a cold gaze, must die. All right. Xianxia said, this guy is hopeless. He thought that by relying on his own words, he could make him turn back and be saved, thus avoiding a military conflict and saving the world peacefully. In the end, he still failed, and even turned the previous chapter into a meaningless hydrology. Realm Lord, several higher-ups had pained expressions. They had begun to follow Xianxia a long time ago, hoping to assist him in creating a world of unity. But later, they went to extremes, and it was too late to dissuade him. The current Hingyuan realm is what we used to yearn for the most. Why are you against it? Xianxia said with a ferocious expression. One of the higher-ups said sorrowfully, turning all living beings into puppets that can be controlled, this is not the peace we used to imagine. You've changed, Xianxia said disappointedly. It's the Realm Lord who has changed. Everyone shouted with tears streaming down their faces. Xianxia raised his hand, and energy gradually gathered in his palm. He said coldly, if your path is different, then die. Jianguishu saw that the former youth was still stubborn, and the pain in his heart grew stronger. It's not that your path is different. Xianxia said indifferently, it's that you've been on the wrong path since the beginning. Brat, don't argue. Jianguishu clenched his hands tightly and smashed them all around. Boom. The sealed hall suddenly shook, and the surrounding environment also changed along with the spatial fluctuations. Everyone felt as if they were in the starry sky of the universe. June Patriarch. Jian Guishu sent a sound transmission. This is a sacred art that Feng Xianxia comprehended. It's called the Great Unity World. Even the name is like that. He's really gone mad, Jun Changxiao said. So. Jian Guishu said, that's why it's so extreme. Whoosh whoosh. Feng Xianxia, who was floating above the Great Unity World, raised his right hand, and boundless energy gathered in his palm. He said, I will not tolerate anyone questioning the peace and prosperity I created. Jun Changxiao took out the Xianyuan divine sword and said indifferently, only those with weak hearts will live in a play. This is not a play. It's a play. No. Yes. No. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and they were about to spit at each other. Brat, I won't argue with you. Since you dare to question this peace and prosperity, then, go and die. Feng Xianxia suddenly waved his hand, and the energy that he had been accumulating whizzed over. Jun Changxiao was already prepared. The moment the other party attacked, he directly slashed over with the Xianyuan divine sword. Boom, the energy and sword chi collided, and the resulting shockwaves instantly filled the sealed Great Unity World, forcing Jian Guishu and the others to circulate their energy to block, so as to avoid being affected by the two forces. What bullshit *T peace and prosperity? Jun Changxiao did not attack Feng Xianxia. He gathered his energy in his sword and slashed at the surrounding space. He roared, you're all *king deceiving yourselves. Swish. Swish. The sword chi crisscrossed, cutting through space. As Jun Changxiao's attack frequency was too fast, and the Xianyuan divine sword was sharp enough, the surrounding space could not withstand it. It was instantly cut into pieces and exploded. Swish, 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 swish. Jian Guishu and a few higher-ups who had regained their senses took the opportunity to fly out and then hover in midair. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Jun Changxiao and Feng Xianxia fought in the air. Their strength was about the same, and the battle was in full swing. The special effects were also quite good. Below. The residents of the major cities noticed. Because their souls were controlled, there was no fluctuation in their eyes. In this so-called peaceful and prosperous world, there was no mutual deception or intrigue, but every living being was like a walking corpse. Take a look. Jun Changxiao roared, this is your world, no life, no life. If I were them, I would rather die than act with you, because this is the script you want, not the script they want. Perhaps in a state of absolute anger, he withdrew the Xianyuan divine sword and used his fist to punch Feng Xianxia's face again and again, trying to use the shock to correct his crazy brain. He he he. Suddenly, a strange laughter sounded, so lively. Jun Changxiao stopped and looked up with a frown. He saw that the sky had been torn apart, and 4 strange-looking creatures slowly appeared. Not good. Jian Guishu frowned, 8 heavenly dragons. It was acceptable if 1 came, but 4 came. He was afraid that there would be big trouble. Jun Changxiao was trying to wake Feng Xianxia up with his fist when 4 8-division heavenly dragons appeared out of nowhere. It was very disappointing, very disappointing. However, Jun Changxiao understood. Since Feng Xianxia had sold his soul to the Sky Demon Emperor, it was normal for his subordinates to come. But in reality, the realm lord of the eternal distance domain covered his face and asked in surprise, why are you here? Oh, he didn't call them here? Realm Lord Feng. A tall 8-division heavenly dragon said faintly, we are here to recruit martial artists under the orders of the Sky Demon Emperor. This person was King Jia. The 3 beside him were King Pisha, King Luluo, and King Moyun. Although their appearances and names were different, their common point was that they were equally strong and belonged to the upper class of the heavenly secret realm. Recruit? Feng Xianxia frowned and said, what do you mean? Recently, there have been many forces opposing the Sky Demon Emperor. We are a little short of manpower, so we want to borrow some soldiers from you. King Jia's tone was matter-of-fact, as if he owed him something. Feng Xianxia was unhappy. Although his mentality was very extreme, his motive was for the living beings to live a peaceful and worry-free life. Naturally, he couldn't tolerate being used as soldiers. Soldiers were not so bad. He was just afraid that they would be used as cannon fodder. In fact, the Sky Demon Emperor had cultivated a large number of soldiers and didn't care about using martial artists from other planes. However, many of them had been destroyed recently, and it was a little painful. Especially not long ago. He sent elites to the Star Spirit domain, but only 4 of them returned. His warships and army were all lost. Sorry. Xianxia refused, no. As my emperor said, Realm Lord Feng loves your people like your children. King Jiao wasn't surprised and said, but we have a duty. Since we are here today, we must take all the martial artists away. All? Xianxia was angry. Sigh. Xianxia said, Realm Lord Feng, haven't you realized? Whether it's you or the Eternal Distance domain, in the eyes of the old dog Sky Demon Emperor, you are just pawns that he can come and go with a wave of his hand. Old dog? King Jia's eyes darkened. How dare you humiliate my emperor? Do you have any objections? Xianxia asked indifferently. Seeing how arrogant he was, the 4-8 Division Heavenly Dragons were furious. Go back and tell the Sky Devil Emperor. At this time, Xianxia spoke up, my Eternal Distance realm does not participate in any war. If you want to borrow troops, please go to another realm. Someone had called the Celestial Demonic Emperor an old dog, which had already made the 4 of them very angry. Now that they had been rejected again, the anger in their stomachs could be described as overwhelming. Xianxia. King Jia said angrily, did I give you face? Then, big brother. King Pisha said, my emperor said that there is no need to discuss the matter of borrowing troops with him. I almost forgot. King Jia suppressed his anger and sneered, Realm Lord Feng, do you think we can't take it away if you don't lend it to us? What do you mean? Xianxia frowned. Shua. King Jia unhurriedly took out an exquisite little bell, and then gently shook it as he said, beings of the Eternal Distance domain, heed my command. Quickly come and see me. Ding dang. Ding dang. The bells rang out, and visible ripples spread out through the entire realm until they touched the living beings in the city, causing them to fly up without hesitation. Xiao xiao xiao, xiao xiao xiao. In every city, in every region, the Eternal Distance domain warriors gathered and lined up neatly between heaven and earth. Their eyes were empty and lifeless, and they had truly become walking corpses. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Don't you understand? Xianxia shrugged and said, the medicine you gave them can be controlled by another power. Kikik. King Jia put his hands on his waist and laughed strangely. Do you really think my emperor is helping you build the great unity realm? Stop dreaming. Crack. Xianxia clenched his fists, and his eyes were bloodshot. Although he was extreme, he was not a fool. At this moment, he already understood. Help me, it's fake. The real purpose was that when the Sky Devil Emperor needed cannon fodder, he could take away all the living beings of his realm anytime and anywhere. Sigh. Xianxia sighed and said, not only are you making the living beings act with you, but you are also selling themselves and their souls to the devil. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are a sinner of the Eternal Distance domain and even the upper universe. I just want to build the great unity realm. I just want them to be safe and worry-free. Xianxia roared. He reiterated his dream again, but now it seemed so laughable. That's not important. Xianxia said, the important thing is that the show is over. That's right. The show of peace and worry-free was over because the actors were all controlled by someone else. Because the living beings of the Eternal Distance domain acted as extras, the show could continue. Now that only Xianxia was left, it became a meaningless one-man show. Kid. King Jia said coldly, who are you? Why are you talking so much? Swoosh. Xianxia swung his sleeves, sat in the air, crossed his legs, and proudly introduced himself, Patriarch of the Sect of all times, Xianxia. Sect of all times? The 4-8 Division Heavenly Dragons laughed disdainfully. This kid looked very arrogant, but the name of his sect was even more arrogant. Wait, Sect of all times, Xianxia. Swoosh. In an instant, King Jia and the others quickly gathered together and assumed attacking stances. They exclaimed in unison, so it's you. Surprised? King Jia and the others' expressions became serious. They were indeed surprised to meet the person that the Sky Demon Emperor hated the most in the Eternal Distance domain. Brother Na. King Luluo said telepathically, take this guy's head and we can report back. Don't be careless. King Jia said in a low voice. Since this kid can kill Dora King and the others, his strength is definitely not below ours. The more arrogant they were earlier, the more cautious they were now. They had no choice. 4 of the 8 division heavenly dragons had died in Goshing's hands. If the remaining 4 did not take him seriously, they would be given the intelligence-reducing halo. Go back and tell that old dog Sky Demon Emperor, Jun Changxiao said indifferently, the sect of all times has taken a liking to the Eternal Distance domain. Don't you dare touch it. Humph, King Jia said coldly, who do you think you are? Swoosh, at this moment, Jun Changxiao suddenly leaned over and swung the Xianyuan divine sword. Whoosh whoosh. Shi Jingxian returned to her artifact spirit form and a powerful sword aura spread out. The video was played in slow motion. One could clearly see Jun Changxiao's cold eyes and every strand of his hair fluttering in the wind. One could also clearly see the shock on King Jia's face as he moved his body in a sorry state. Swoosh. The scene returned to normal. The sharp sword swept past the tip of the nose. Pfft. King Jia dodged beautifully, but King Mo Yun's shoulder was cut. Blood spurted out. He stood there in a daze and roared in his heart, Brother Na, sell me. P.S. The I button is malfunctioning. There might be some ridiculous typos in the text. In this period of time, although there was no description of Jun Changxia's realm, but after fighting with many upper-class Heaven's secret realm, he had accumulated a wealth of experience, so when he suddenly attacked, there would be blood. Those who played with the sword paid attention to 3 words, fast, ruthless, and accurate. In this aspect, Goshing had achieved the pinnacle, causing Jian Guishu to gasp in amazement. King Jia, who had dodged, broke out in cold sweat. If his reaction speed was not fast enough, the one injured would definitely be him and not King Mo Yun. Fortunately. At the same time, he and his companions also deeply realized that this patriarch of the sect of all times was indeed extraordinary. No wonder someone as strong as King Duo La was killed by him alone. When an expert made a move, one would know whether they were real or not. At this moment, King Jia and the other 3 definitely did not think that they had the ability to fight Jun Changxiao alone. Fortunately, they had come to borrow troops this time, and everyone had come. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for many fists. They did not believe that they could not deal with him alone. Thinking of this, King Jia and the others immediately had confidence. Sorry. Jun Changxiao raised his sword and pointed at them, saying indifferently, I said the wrong thing just now. You won't have the chance to go back and tell Sky Devil Emperor, because you will all die here today. Perhaps because he had taken down the Star Spirit realm, it gave him the capital to be arrogant. Shameless boasting. King Jia and the other 3's eyes were filled with anger. He had followed the celestial demonic emperor to the north and south, and had never encountered such an arrogant guy. Brat. King Pisa sneered, and said, you seem to have not realized your situation? What situation? At this moment, not only were there 4 of them, but they also controlled the power of the entire eternal boundary. As long as they gently shook the bell, the millions of martial artists gathered in the air would swarm forward. Even if they used the human wave tactic, they would still be exhausted to death. You mean these walking corpses controlled by drugs? Jun Changxiao shrugged, and said, sorry, they are nothing in my eyes. Cut the crap. King Jia said coldly, die. Whoosh whoosh. Perhaps they had planned this beforehand. The 4 of them burst forth at the same time, sending out black light waves at the same time. 4 powerful forces came crashing over with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Jun Changxiao appeared very calm and did not even take any precautions. Because, void-breaking sword. A sharp and unparalleled sword radiance flew from behind and collided with the first wave of energy. The 2 forces cancelled each other out and turned into flowing lights that filled the sky. Sword returning to ruin slowly landed beside Jun Changxiao. 9 seemingly real yet illusory sharp sword cheese hung behind him like a peacock spreading its tail. 9 Swords Transformation Technique. It was one of the famous sword techniques of the ruins of N Sword Saint. Since joining the June Alliance, many people only remembered an old man who was trying his best to show off his surprise, but they had forgotten his true identity and strength. Swish, swish, at the same time, another 5 flowing lights flew over. They worked together to break through the second wave of energy and stood in front of Jun Changshao like 5 door gods. When the light screen gradually weakened, Lu Qianxian, Yi Xingchen, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and He Wudi appeared. Night Emperor understood the meaning of reincarnation and broke through to the divine secret realm. He was barely qualified to fight against upper-class opponents. He Wudi was even more so. Although he was still at the half-step level, his control and utilization of the power of immortal music was the best in the sect of all times. He could make up for the difference in cultivation level. Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma were in an awkward situation. The two of them had not reached a higher cultivation level, and their understanding of immortal music was not as good as the last disciples. When facing upper-class divine secret realm experts, they could only be beaten up. It was not a big problem. This time, they came with their fellow disciples. One of them was in the jungler position, while the other was in the support position. The damage output was left to the few C positions. There was also Lu Qianxian. Not only had this disciple entered the divine secret realm, but she had also signed a contract with an SSS rank general. Her combat power was not inferior to Yi Xingchen and He Wudi. It could be said that they were currently the strongest 5-man team in the sect of all times. If they were to be divided, He Wudi would be the top laner, Su Xiaoma would be the jungler, Lu Qianxian would be the mid laner, and Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji would be the bottom laner. If they were to participate in the S-Series tournament in Shanghai this year, they would definitely crush all the other teams and win the 3rd championship for China. Weng, weng, suddenly, the space in front of them distorted and layers of barriers intertwined. Boom, the 3rd wave of energy slammed into it. Although it tried to break through the barrier, it did not succeed until it exhausted all its energy. It could only turn into nothingness. The people in front of Jun Changshao were the upper echelons of the sect of all times. They were the chief elder Gu Xiaoxi, the peak elders Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and Bailey Qianzhou, the 2 guardians, the black and white Rakshasa, and the veteran executive elders Xianxia, Ding Xingwang, and Gong Sun Hao. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, his realm exploded, and his aura shook the sky. In terms of overall strength, other than Jun Changshao, no one in the sect of all times could compete with the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon alone. However, when they gathered together, they might not be inferior. Who was afraid of who in a group fight? Jun Changshao wanted to summon the elites of the Night King Alliance to deal with the 4th wave of energy, but he saw Fang Xianxia in front of him. He pushed out his palms and broke the black light wave. King Jia said coldly, "Realm Lord Fang, are you rebelling against our emperor?" "You have no right to order my people around," Fang Xianxia said with a cold gaze. His original intention was to let the living beings stay away from war and live a peaceful life, although his actions were too extreme. Was it bad? Not really. Just as Jun Changshao said, he had embarked on an evil path. If he was willing to turn back, he could still be redeemed. Humph. King Jia sneered. The moment you gave your soul to our emperor, the living beings of the eternal distance domain were no longer your people. Fang Xianxia's face turned ferocious. At this moment, it was unknown whether he had regained his rationality or walked out of his extreme thoughts, but one thing was certain, he regretted selling his soul to the celestial devil emperor. Jun Patriarch. Fang Xianxia lowered his head. His voice was filled with sorrow. I was once disappointed and lost all sense of direction. I only found my answer when I met you. A smile appeared on Jian Guishu's face. The youth of the past had finally awakened. Turning back is worth more than gold, Jun Changshao said. The system thought for a while and roared, "It's clearly a prodigal son turning back." "It's the same. Same my ass." Just as the two were showing off their daily affection, Fang Xianxia slowly raised his head and slowly spread his hands. A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Selling my soul to the devil, there's no turning back." Jun Changshao frowned. This guy, Jun Patriarch. Senior Sword Sage. The living beings of the eternal distance domain are in your hands from now on. As soon as he said this, Jian Guishu had a bad feeling. He was about to persuade him when he heard Feng Shania's tragic roar. The great unity domain is eternal and everlasting. Whoosh! He disappeared into thin air. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 4-8 division heavenly dragons standing opposite him also disappeared. Boom, then, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the eternal distance domain. The internal space system was impacted and immediately swept up a storm. Jin Xianxia stood in midair. His spiritual sense was integrated into the universe. He saw a huge mushroom cloud caused by the big explosion in the distance. He clenched his fist and said, "Is he stupid?" On this day, the eternal distance domain lord, Feng Shania, used his self-created magic to integrate the celestial devil emperor and the other 8 division heavenly dragons into the great unity domain and transferred them to the vast universe. Then, he detonated his own soul and body to redeem them. I once fell into the endless darkness. I wanted to struggle, but I couldn't free myself. I was like you, like him, like the wild grass and wild flowers. I was desperate and yearning. No one expected that Feng Shania would suddenly use a theurgy to bring the 4-8 division heavenly dragons into the universe and self-destruct his soul. Not everyone had the courage to do such a thing, unless they were forced into a dead end. That was right. Feng Shania was in a dead end because he had sold his soul to the celestial demonic emperor. There was no shore behind him, only hell. Therefore, while he was still alive and had yet to be captured by the other party, it was better to sacrifice himself for redemption. Was he stupid? Jun Changxiao thought so. But in fact, he was not stupid. He had decisively used a theurgy and self-destructed. Saving himself was one thing, but the other was to save the thousands of lives in the eternal distance domain. Judging from the situation just now, Jun Changxiao and the 4-8 division heavenly dragons would definitely fight to the death. The millions of people under their control would definitely participate in the battle as well. No matter who won in the end, they would suffer heavy casualties. Feng Shania did not want to see this, so he could only choose to sacrifice himself. The theurgy instantly enveloped the 4 and did not give them a chance to ring the bell. This was a good decision. As for death, Feng Shania was very open-minded. Since he had chosen to save the people, it was equivalent to offending the celestial demonic emperor. Even if Jun Changxiao and Jian Guishu could deal with the 4, he would still die if the news reached the celestial demonic emperor. Since he was going to die anyway, he had to die a worthy death. Feng Shania chose to self-destruct his soul because he had a careful analysis. He did not fight with the enemy on a whim. He was the sinner of the eternal distance domain. But he also chose to die for redemption. Jian Guishu was silent for a long time until the mushroom cloud gradually weakened. Then he said, "Living forever in the great unity world he created may be a kind of relief for him." Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed. Huh? Suddenly, he found that 4 slightly embarrassed figures gradually appeared in the huge vortex formed by the explosion. He was surprised. They're not dead? The upper-class celestial realm masters chose to self-destruct after using a theurgy. The explosion had completely collapsed. Not only did it form a huge vortex, but it also gradually turned into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. Wah! Wah! At the edge of the explosion, King Jia and the other 3 flew out with difficulty. Then, they couldn't suppress their injuries and spat out blood. Their faces were paler than the previous. As the right-hand man of the celestial demonic emperor, his strength could withstand the test. Naturally, he would not be killed by Feng Shania's soul self-explosion. However, he was definitely injured. The tragedy was, this was the second time they had been blasted into such a sorry state. First time, that's right, it was the explosion of the astral spirit world. These 4 brothers were really unlucky. If they weren't bombed, then they were on the way to being bombed. They couldn't hide no matter how hard they tried. Fortunately, it was just a heavenly secret realm soul explosion. Its power is far inferior to that of a top-tier plane. We will be able to recover after resting for a few days. King Jiao rejoiced. Rest for a few days? You're thinking too much. Shua. The four of them immediately assumed the stances of dragons, snakes, tigers, and cranes. They looked vigilantly at Jin Changxiao, who had appeared out of nowhere behind them, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Before they were bombed, they were very confident. Now that they were injured, they were a little weak. Of course, they were weak because not only was Jin Changxiao standing in front of them, but also Jian Guishu and the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times. The pitiful four were already in a sorry state, and now they were surrounded. Don't panic, there's still the bell. King Jia hurriedly raised his hand, but he was stunned. Where's the bell? Where's my bell? Hey! Jin Changxiao waved the thing in his hand and said, are you looking for it? You, King Jia said in disbelief, when did you steal it? The word steal was very appropriate. Jin Changxiao had used the spirit of concealment to sneak up on him while he was vomiting blood. Then, he casually grabbed his waist. Before Realm Lord Feng left, he entrusted the living beings of the eternal distance domain to me. Naturally, I won't let them be hurt. Without the bell, King Jia's expression was extremely ugly. He and his companions were injured, and the treasure used to borrow troops was also gone. What should he do? Simple, run. Let me make one thing clear. It's not that Jin Changxiao is strong, but that we were bombed and are in no condition. He was very good at finding excuses for himself. Unfortunately, if Jin Changxiao let the injured escape, he would be too ashamed to face Sect Master Wang in the underworld. So he immediately waved his sleeves and shouted, prepare to catch the demons. Swish, swish, the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times immediately rushed forward. Damn. It. King Jia roared, fight them, boom. Before he could finish, He Wudi punched him in the face, and he was instantly sent flying. Because of the power of the immortal sound, his injuries immediately worsened, and his head buzzed. Brother Na. Boom. 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 The other 3-8 Division Heavenly Dragons didn't have time to care about King Jia, because the care of the Sect of all times immediately came. Jin Changxiao also joined in. He didn't use any gorgeous martial arts, nor did he use the awesome heaven and earth attribute. He just used the most simple and unadorned fan de biao style to grab with both hands. Patriarch took the lead. The upper echelons and disciples also became unscrupulous. Jian Guishu's mouth twitched. Was this a battle? She was simply a shrew. Feng Xianxia severely injured the 4-8 Division Heavenly Dragons in a way that destroyed their souls, protected the people under their control, and also helped Jin Changxiao avoid a fierce battle. He successfully put them on the ground, beaten them black and blue, and beaten them until they were foaming at the mouth. At this point, the most tragic title was taken by the four brothers. Although King Duolu's head was chopped off, he had at least fought with Jin Changxiao. On the other hand, they were first bombed and then beaten up. They couldn't fight back during the whole process. Creek. In Tianyuan prison pagoda, King Jia and the others, who were half dead, were thrown into the prison cell. When the light disappeared with the door closed, what awaited them was Aria's love. Hengyuan realm. Jin Changxiao shook the bell. Whoosh, whoosh, the millions of martial artists floating in the sky fell down one after another. Their eyes were still empty. They didn't know that the realm master had died. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, please help them remove the drugs control. Okay. Jin Changxiao nodded and said, I will. Whether Feng Xianxia was wrong or not was no longer important as his soul had dispersed. Since the realm master had handed over the creatures of this plane to him before leaving, he must live up to his dying wish. On the same day, the treatment team headed by Miao Saifeng sat in the square of Hengyuan City and restored the sanity and freedom of the martial artists who were under the drugs control one by one. Realm Master. When the people who regained their sanity learned that the Realm Master had chosen to sacrifice himself to fight against the demonic emperor, they all knelt outside the palace in tears. Many people were fed the drug in a daze and didn't know the reason. In order to protect Feng Xianxia's last dignity, Jin Changxiao didn't intend to tell them the truth. There was something. Let it go with the wind. Jun Patriarch. On the mountain peak, after Jian Guishu remembered the late Feng Xianxia, he asked, is there really a peaceful and worry-free world in this world? Jin Changxiao was silent for a moment and said, maybe. There were too many creatures in the Hengyuan world. The medical team led by Miao Siphon worked for more than a month to restore their consciousness. Gradually, the plane had regained its former vitality. Only creatures with self-awareness could bring the whole world to life. On the contrary, it was like a pool of stagnant water before. Xianxia sat on the mountain with his hands clasped together. He frowned slightly as if he was thinking about something. Realm Lord Feng entrusted this plane to me before he died. I must not let him down. It's decided. Take all creatures into the eternal world and work to build a unified world. The system complained, you're just greedy for other people's planes. Don't be so sanctimonious. No. Xianxia said seriously, I'm saving them. The celestial devil emperor would never allow the Hengyuan world to fall out of his control. This world was in a dangerous situation. Taking them into the eternal world was undoubtedly the best result. What's more, after the integration of the two origins, the area greatly increased. It needed more creatures to fill and develop. Wait. Xianxia's eyes lit up and said, you can also integrate the origin of the Hengyuan world. The creatures living in it will be like returning to their home. The system was speechless. Host, are you going to integrate all the first-class planes in the upper universe? If the strength allows. Xianxia said, I have no objection. Bah. The system couldn't help it. It was understandable. After all, the reader's mobile phone screens were already full of saliva at this moment. Jokes aside, Xianxia's idea of taking all creatures in the Hengyuan world into the eternal world was not wrong. Because the celestial devil emperor had lost 4 capable people in a row, he would definitely vent his anger on this plane. If he didn't take them in today, they might be in danger tomorrow. Realm Lord Feng. Xianxia stood up and said, I won't let any harm come to your people. Whoosh, flying up into the sky, he said in a clear voice, the demonic emperor might come tomorrow. For your safety, please relax your mind. Hearing this, all creatures did as they were told. Without the Realm Lord, they would lose their backbone. At this time, they could only choose to believe in the person who saved them. Whoosh. Swish swish, because the creatures of the eternal distant world were very cooperative, they were all sent to the eternal world smoothly. Feeling the fusion of the two origins and the birth of a brand new heaven and earth attribute, they all stood there dumbstruck. The level of the eternal distant realm was not low, but compared to this place, it was instantly reduced to dregs. Coming to the eternal world is a great opportunity and fortune for you and the others. Why did he say that? This was because, in the future, if creatures from different planes wanted to obtain the right to live in the eternal world permanently, they would have to go through a series of examinations, and there would even be restrictions on their realms and quotas. This is a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Do you drink? Don't be so reserved. Come, let's have a toast. Deep underground, Xianxia was holding a bowl of drunken dreams with a bright smile on his face. On the other side, the illusory figure was trembling. This was the source of the eternal distance realm. It really wanted to cry now because the human in front of it seemed amiable, but in fact, he had placed a sharp sword on its neck. Gulp. Xianxia drank up the wine in the bowl, leaving not a drop behind. The heroism of a Shandong person was vividly displayed. You drank wine. Then we are friends. The source of the eternal distance realm roared in its heart, I didn't drink, okay. Friends should treat each other with sincerity and honesty. Xianxia filled the bowl again and said, come, let's have another toast. The source of the eternal distance realm collapsed and said, what do you mean? It's simple. Xianxia said, sign a contract with me. Impossible. The source of the eternal distance realm had just opened its mouth when it suddenly felt that the sword was heavy, and the surface was surrounded by an energy that it had never seen before. It hurriedly changed its words and said, I agree. I agree. Don't blame it for being too quick. The power of the celestial sound was released, and the killing intent contained in it was too strong. Good. Xianxia withdrew his energy, raised his head and drank the wine in the bowl. Then, he smiled innocently and said, relax your mind and sign the contract. In this way, forced by Gosheng's abuse of power, the eternal distance realm's origin chose to compromise. In the underground palace of the eternal world, Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged on the ground. His brows furrowed and relaxed at times, giving the impression that he was constipated. Boom. In the outside world, it was like a bolt from the blue. Again? Everyone raised their heads and looked at the phenomenon. He had experienced such a situation once before, so it didn't cause too much of a stir. Kaka. Kaka. About a few hours later, the space seemed to have been torn apart by a pair of hands. The land, rocks, and sea continued to expand. At this point, the eternal world had become many times larger. After the fusion of the eternal distance realm essence and the other two essences, the heavenly Tao order had changed, and the heaven and earth attributes had become purer and richer than before. If the previous attributes were defined as level 1, after 3 rounds of fusion, they would be at least level 10. The improvement was very significant. What a familiar feeling. Yes, it's the smell of home. When the new heaven and earth attributes filled the entire eternal world, the creatures who had been sent here before suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. For a moment, all of them burst into tears and had mixed feelings. After the expansion of the plane, it was necessary to expand it, so Li Qingyang and Paige began to get busy again. The fusion of the 3 essences. Jun Changxiao stood in the sky, closed his eyes to feel the changes of heaven and earth, and said to himself, all the values have improved greatly. This value not only referred to the heaven and earth attributes, but also the strength of the space barrier. The stronger the space, the safer it was. At this moment, the overall defense of the eternal world had undergone earth-shaking changes. It was not enough. There was still a long way to go. A safer defense system must be built. Jun Changxiao once said that he wanted to take out the eternal world openly, stand proudly in the upper universe, and become a holy land worshipped by all living beings. Therefore, it must be built indestructible. In the formation hall. As soon as Jun Changxiao walked in, the eyelids of the Taishan elder twitched crazily. As long as this guy came, nothing good would come out of it. Master. Goxing sat down, tapped his fingers on the table regularly, and then stopped talking. The Taishan elder waited for a while. Seeing that he kept silent, he broke down and said, if you have something to say, say it quickly. Don't pretend to be mysterious. Master. Jun Changxiao said, I have an idea. Sure enough, one never visits a temple without a cause. Although the Taishan elder was speechless, he still cooperated and said, what idea? The sect of all times can stand between heaven and earth, thanks to your continuous improvement of the sect protecting formation, Jun Changxiao said. Of course. The Taishan elder raised his head, and pride was written all over his face. Although he didn't talk much about the sect protecting formation during this time, in fact, he and his formation team had been constantly studying and improving it, and the defense level was rising steadily. Jun Changxiao said, since the sect of all times has the sect protecting formation, shouldn't the eternal world have the same? The muscles on the Taishan elder's face froze. Master. Jun Changxiao said seriously, for the sake of all living beings in the world, please design a bomb protection formation for the eternal world. It will cover all corners of the world. I believe that it will be a great achievement that will be recorded in the annals of history. Great achievements, my ass. The Taishan elder stood up and pointed outside, and shouted with spittle flying, it's such a big plane, do you want me to die of exhaustion? Capable people do more work. Bullshit, I won't do it. Master, please consider the overall situation. That night, the core researchers of the formation hall, who had been resting, were called to the entrance by the Taishan elder. Grand Elder, it's late. Is there anything important? Shangguan Xinyao rubbed her eyes, still sleepy. Yes. The Taishan elder said solemnly, it's very important. As soon as he said this, everyone's sleepiness disappeared. As a member of the research team of the formation hall, they had encountered too many important things during this period, such as studying the array used on mechas day and night, and various kinds of security systems. In short, they had never stopped on their way to becoming tools. Jun Changxiao was proud of them. Life was too short. It was very meaningful to devote limited energy to infinite work. Clap. The Taishan elder put his hands on the sand table representing the eternal world and said seriously, I just got the order from the Patriarch. We have to create a protective array covering the eternal world in the shortest time. It's not a big problem, a member suddenly stopped and said in surprise, a protective array covering the eternal world? He began to misunderstand it as a protective array. Grand Elder. Someone broke down and said, how is this possible? If it was a protective array, they were competent to study it. A large array protecting the entire eternal world was simply, for a moment, everyone looked at the planar sand table that they had just measured, and a strong sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Grand Elder. Someone said bitterly, the eternal world was not small before. Now it has expanded dozens of times. It will take at least dozens of generations to arrange a formation covering the entire plane. No. The Taishan elder said solemnly, it will be done by our generation. Despair appeared on everyone's faces. They had begun to imagine that they would spend the rest of their lives studying the formation until they grew old. Before they died, they would hold the hands of their descendants and say weakly, the formation will be set up soon. Don't forget to tell your ancestors. No, they put all their efforts into studying the formation. How could they have time to have children? Interesting. Xianxia laughed. Studying the protective array covering the eternal world was tantamount to a fantasy for ordinary people, but it aroused her strong interest. Of course. This will be difficult. But the more difficult it was, the more they had to overcome it. Grand Elder. Xianxia asked impatiently, when do we start? Now. All right. The others broke down. However, since it was an order from the Patriarch, they had to complete it even if they had to risk their lives. Therefore, they adjusted their mentality and carried all kinds of tools as they entered the spacetime pocket. With such a large amount of work, if one did not rely on time acceleration to create it in one's lifetime, it would definitely be a pipe dream. Everyone. Xianxia sat on the big locust tree and said seriously, please. Using his disciple as a tool made him feel very pained, but he had to endure it. That was because the happiness of the future could only be obtained by constantly working hard today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the eternal distant world. You have fulfilled the requirements of the main mission, dominating the eternal distant world. Completion rate, 35%. The living beings that moved and felt the taste of home and gradually adapted to it. The dominating world condition had been completed. As expected. Xianxia said, another 15%. After all, the eternal distant domain is a top-level material plane in the upper universe, the system explained. So it's like this. Xianxia said with a burning gaze, I only need to dominate 5 more first-class material planes of the same level to complete the main mission. In the past, when he saved the Scarlet Hell world, he was only given a 1% completion rate, which made Goshing despair. Now, it was more acceptable. Although it's a lot. The system said, but it's also difficult. Is it difficult? Xianxia said, why don't I feel it? The system said, you're too arrogant. In fact, from the process of dominating the eternal distant world, it was indeed not difficult. The main reason was that although Xianxia sold his soul to the Sky Devil Emperor, he was not an evil person in essence. If it was like the Star Spirit world, Xianxia would definitely have to use the power of the entire sect to completely conquer it if he wanted to meet the requirements of dominating. Rumble. Rumble. On the expanded land, Paige ran back and forth like an excavator, spitting out foundation after foundation. Li Qingyang sat in the tent and carefully analyzed the blueprint. The bigger the material plane, the more planning. Xianxia would occasionally come to inspect and express his concern, and give high praise for their efforts. Master, Paige was moved to tears. He did not eat lunch and got busy under the scorching sun, as if his body had been injected with chicken blood. Crazy work in exchange for rapid progress. City walls were built one by one, buildings were built one by one. On the newly opened land of the eternal world, there were huge changes almost every moment. The material plane was strong. The sect was strong. Therefore, Xianxia was looking forward to what form this material plane would eventually become in the upper universe under his and his disciples' efforts. The strongest. The strongest of all time. Whoosh, in the vast universe, the eternal ship cut through the void and headed to the next material plane. Jun Changxiao's current strategy was to develop the eternal world, quietly complete the main mission, and then fight the villain. However, would the Sky Devil Emperor, who had lost 4 generals, continue to be indifferent? The answer was impossible. Aware that the eternal world had been out of control, and that the 4-8 Division Heavenly Dragons had lost contact, the Sky Devil Emperor immediately realized that there was another problem. The initiator of all. This must be Jun Changxiao. During this period of time, although there were many forces that rebelled against him, they were just a motley crew. Only the patriarch of the sect of all times had repeatedly caused trouble. Therefore, if there was anything strange, it would be right to blame him. He had paid a painful price in exchange for valuable experience. Boy. The Sky Devil Emperor was in a dark secret room, and said coldly, "When I comprehend the supreme profound meaning, I will pull you out from the dark." Jun Changxiao had the hidden eternal world and liked to change places, so he was as slippery as a loach, which made him very uncomfortable. However, it was not a big problem. Let that guy have fun first. After comprehending the treasure in front of him, he and all the creatures in the upper universe would become sacrifices for him to enter eternal life. Thinking of this, the Sky Devil Emperor took out a secret book. This was a very thick book, and the cover was slightly yellow. It should have a long history. There were 6 words written on the spine of the book: Sky-devouring demon. It would take some time to go to the next realm. Jun Changxiao had nothing to do, so he looked for Jian Guishu to drink and chat. "Senior." After 3 rounds of wine, he asked, "Who is the Sky Devil Emperor?" A great villain was not born out of thin air. He must have a tragic past that distorted his character. Naturally, he needed to know more. This demon, Jian Guishu, was silent for a while, and said, "I don't know much about it." However, he paused, and said, "There are rumors that the Sky Devil Emperor may be the descendant of the Heaven-devouring Evil Lord." Heaven-devouring Evil Lord? Jun Changxiao had only heard of the Evil Lord, who was now helping him manage the Avengers. This is a demon more terrible than the Sky Devil Emperor. He once devoured realms and creatures to strengthen himself, Jian Guishu said. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Did every great villain have to be named with the word ancestor in order to show that they were extraordinary and awesome? If so, please call me Ancestor Jun first in the future, Jian Guishu said. The heaven-devouring Evil Lord was also unlucky. At the peak of his life, he met the martial arts legend Senior Qishuan and was killed in the endless abyss. Indeed. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It's quite tragic." Although he had never met the 7 profound sage, he could see a thing or two from the light that he left behind. This was definitely a super big shot. A villain who lived in the same era as him was really born at the wrong time. The system said villains of the same era as the host also did not have a good ending. Agreed. Seconded. The readers expressed their opinions. So. Jun Changxiao stroked his chin and said, "I might really be the Taishan sage, experiencing life in the lower realm with another identity, or making up for some shortcomings in my cultivation in order to pursue a higher realm of martial arts." The system roared, "Those with yellow urine, uremia, and unclean urine, hurry up." And then? That's it. Jun Changxiao was silent. He thought there would be more to the story, but in the end, the heaven-devouring Evil Lord was killed by the 7 profound sage. Oh, right. Jian Guishu thought of something and said, "It said that the demon left behind an evil secret manual. The inheritor can unify the upper universe and even comprehend the mystery of eternal life." What secret manual? Jun Changxiao was interested. "I'm not sure." Jian Guishu said, "It's not recorded in the ancient books." "Senior, how do you know that the celestial demonic emperor is the descendant of the heaven-devouring Evil Lord?" After Senior Qishuan killed the demon, he left behind a sentence, saying that his descendants will make a comeback in the future. At that time, blood will stain the 9 heavens and bring chaos to the world, Jian Guishu said. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Since you know that the descendants of the heaven-devouring Evil Lord will bring disaster to the universe, why not eliminate them? Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, "The future is not only fixed, but also unpredictable. Even a mighty figure like Senior Qishuan can't control it. That's true. Jun Changxiao was relieved. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu raised his wine cup and said seriously, Senior Qishuan once killed the demon in the endless abyss. This old man hopes that today, you can eliminate the celestial demonic emperor, who is a disaster to the universe. During this period of time, he clearly understood that if the upper universe could usher in the dawn, it would be him and the sect of all times. It was no exaggeration. Jian Guishu already saw Jun Changxiao as the hope of the upper universe. I'll do my best. Jun Changxiao worshipped the seven profound sage. Since he had killed a great demon that brought disaster to the world, then the celestial demonic emperor would be handed over to him. In an instant. Go Leftover's entire being seemed to be in a miraculous realm. The incomparably imposing figure slowly turned around and said in a profound tone, Child, the universe that I once protected, I'll entrust it to you today. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, Senior, please rest assured. Jun will do his best. Bah. The system said, why is he so dramatic? After the banquet was over, Jun Changxiao did not go to sleep. Instead, he sat in the study and pondered over the secret evil technique that Jian Guishu had mentioned. He murmured, if only I could get it from the shop. No problem. The system said, as long as the host is willing to spend reputation points, you will definitely be able to obtain any secret manual in the world. I didn't drink too much. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, why would I believe you? Indeed, the system store would definitely have all kinds of secret manuals, but the key was that he had to be lucky. Otherwise, he would be like a gambler who would fall deeper and deeper, and eventually end up bankrupt. The next day, Jun Changxiao first inspected the construction of the city before heading to the spacetime mystic realm. The moment he entered, he was shocked. The research team led by the Taishan elder sat cross-legged on the ground. Their hair was disheveled, and their eyes were bloodshot. They looked like they had gone mad. Master. Jun Changxiao asked weakly, are you guys all right? He still had the face to ask, if he had not issued a task, would everyone have forgotten to eat and sleep to research? Would they have a mental breakdown? No progress, no progress. The Taishan elder hugged his head and cried out in a hoarse voice. The formation that enveloped the entire plane was not only a huge project, but also involved a lot of technical cores, so the consumption of brain cells was dozens of times more than usual. To this, as the author, I understand and sympathize with it. Because mental work was really tiring, especially when there was no inspiration, one could really only scratch one's ears and cheeks. It was really hard to sleep, and there was even a risk of going bald. Needless to say, most of the entire research team's hair was falling out piece by piece. Either their hairlines were in danger, or they had already formed a Mediterranean Sea. Sigh. Jun Changxiao could not bear it and silently took out a few bottles of hair growth agents. Master. He sat down and said seriously, in a world, there was such a nation, in the most difficult era, without any strong technical support, using the abacus to make the ultimate weapon to defend the country and the people, and let the whole world hear the sound of the dragon's roar. What world? Which nation? The Taishan elder asked. That's not the point. Jun Changxiao said, the point is, this tells us that no matter how difficult it is, as long as we persevere, as long as we work together, any problem can be solved. Makes sense. The Taishan elder nodded, then got up and gave up his seat. You persevere, you work hard. I also know how to say the words of chicken soup, but back to reality, the realm protection array was really too difficult to study. Come on. Jun Changxiao pretended not to see and said, okay. After saying that, he immediately slipped away. Damn. The Taishan elder stared and said, it's easy for you to say that. Grand Elder, we continue to study. Yes. Therefore, the elite geniuses of the array hall continued to study day and night. One by one, the blueprints of the array were outlined and piled up, slowly forming a hill. Studying an array that covered a plane was really too taxing on their brain cells, and the most fundamental reason was that it was difficult to make a breakthrough in technology. For example, how to design the lines and the eyes of the array to support a terrifying super-large array, just this problem alone had troubled them for a long time, not to mention that they still had to set it up. The amount of work was completely unimaginable. Ah! The Taishan elder held a pile of blueprints and cried out in pain, "This problem is too difficult." The old homebody, who had created two kinds of mental cultivation methods and developed the technology of Diablo, was almost driven crazy by the realm protection array. For this, Xianxia could only come over frequently to comfort him, and even do it himself. But every time he saw the table full of blueprints and the intricate lines and eyes of the array, he suddenly felt dizzy, and then covered his mouth and ran out of the secret realm to vomit. "Master. I'm sorry, I'm suffering from trypophobia." Bah. A month later in the outside world. The research team listed the blueprints countless times, and just the discussion alone was no less than hundreds of times, but the result was still no progress. "It's not working." Xianxia was anxious. With the help of time acceleration, they still couldn't find a clue. If they really studied it for a long time, who knew when? Patriarch. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been immersed in thinking, said joyfully, "I've thought of a way." "What way?" Xianxia was overjoyed. We can do this, and we can also do this." Because it involved confidential information and to prevent readers from learning it, Xianxia's words were automatically encrypted. "That's right." The Taishan elder seemed to have been hit in the head and said joyfully, "Why didn't I think of it?" This plan given by Xianxia gave the research team a research direction, so they began to actively explore. Can it work? Xianxia had doubts. Xianxia said, "Only by relying on this method can we create a super-large array that can support a plane." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Okay. It's settled then. Use the plane origin as the eye of the array. Prop up the entire realm protection array." The problem that troubled the Taishan elder was how many formation eyes were needed to set up such a large realm protection formation. Formation eye. The soul of the formation. It was crucial to continuously deliver energy and make the front operate normally and reach the level of perpetual motion. The Taishan elder and the research team's initial idea was to set up many formations in the plane and finally connect them to support a huge formation system. It was theoretically feasible. But the eternal world was so big, how many formations did they need to set up? Could they ensure that they were perfectly compatible? The more complicated the program was, the more it needed to be perfect. A little negligence and mistake would waste all previous efforts. So, the Taishan elder was driven crazy. Just when he and the research team were struggling to make progress, Xianxia, a disciple of the Lingyan Pavilion of the Sect of all times and the owner of the word wisdom, came down from the sky and proposed a bold idea of using the eternal world origin as the formation eye. The reader said, "You finally remembered the forgotten Lingyan Pavilion. When will the other disciples be arranged to go in?" "It depends on my mood." It was really a bold idea to use the plane origin as the formation eye. The Taishan elder immediately began to seriously discuss with the members. The conclusion was that although shocking, it was theoretically feasible and even the most perfect solution at present. The problem that troubled them was that a large number of formation eyes were needed to support the formation that covered the plane. If the eternal world was used as the formation eye and as a perpetual motion machine, it would not need to be too complicated and could be easily set up. "Okay." Xianxia said, "Let's do it." Patriarch. Xianxia said, "The advantage of using the origin as the formation eye is that it can support a super-large formation, but it also has a fatal disadvantage." "Go ahead. We are bound together for good or ill. With the current size and energy of the Sect of all times' origin, it should be no problem to support a huge formation. However, the two would be closely connected. If either side was damaged, it would backfire on the other side. For example, if the realm protection formation was successfully set up, the plane origin would be damaged if it was broken by external forces during the defense phase. The origin would have problems. The worst-case scenario would be the collapse of heaven and earth. Order would be thrown into chaos, and all living beings would experience doomsday. That's troublesome. Xianxia fell into deep thought. The enthusiastic Mr. Taishan and the researchers calmed down one after another. He couldn't gamble, if one array formation was destroyed, he could just repair another one. When the heart that represented the world malfunctioned, it was simply impossible for humans to cure it. No. After the Taishan elder thought it through, he objected, this method is too extreme. We can't do that. Jun Changshao leaned his hands together and rested his chin on them. He asked, Shizhuan, do you know the reason why I set up the Great Barrier Formation? The Taishan elder was silent. Jun Changshao said, the existence of the formation is to ensure the safety of living beings. If it's broken by others, it won't be far from destruction. So. He stood up and said with a serious look in his eyes, as long as the formation exists, so does the world. If the battle dies, the world dies. That was right. The function of the realm protection formation was to protect. No matter what it was driven by, as long as it lost its function, the harm it brought would be fatal. In that case, let the plane origin support it. It would live and die with the eternal world, the sect of all times, and thousands of living beings. Array Hall, listen up. Swish. Swish. The researchers in the secret realm stood at attention. Jun Changxiao's eyes were like torches. He said, use the plane origin as the research direction. Set up the Great Barrier Formation that covers the entire plane as soon as possible. Solemn and majestic. In fact, Jun Changxiao had the demeanor and aura of a patriarch. Because he treated his disciples as children and the sect of all times as his home, he often preferred to do things casually and not seriously. Please remember, especially little do. In terms of right and wrong, and in certain positions, Jun Changxiao had always been a man with three qualities: principles, bottom line, and responsibility. If one had to add one more, then he had worth. Worth. Yes. All the disciples said in unison. On the same day, the Taishan old man led them to work. With a direction, it was much easier. At least, they knew where to start. Highest Elder, is this okay? Yes. Highest Elder, is this okay? Yes. The members of the research team repeatedly contributed their own inspirations. There were many possibilities and different plans on the table. The Taishan old man intended to let Jun Changxiao decide, but the reply he got was, you are the professional in this area. You decide. Since the matter was handed over to the Array Hall, no matter what plan was provided, he would not hesitate to support it. This was the charm and courage of a patriarch. The Taishan old man felt a great responsibility because Jun Changxiao wanted to put the future of the eternal world and thousands of living beings in his hands. Good. He said with a solemn expression, I won't let you down. Next, the Taishan old man continued to lead his disciples to study and discuss day and night. Pieces of paper full of lines were scattered in the secret realm of time and space. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Dozens of members of the research team sat in front of the table and kept fiddling with the abacus. Their heads were shaking and their tongues were sticking out, trying to make sure that there was no deviation in their work. Su Xiaoma and the others occasionally came in to practice. Seeing their crazy appearance, they all exclaimed, oh my god, it's so scary. The calendar hanging in the secret realm was torn off page by page. Time was also ticking away. Plop. A member fell down, his eyelids rolled up and white foam came out of his mouth. Ah. The Taishan old man couldn't bear to see it. He waved his hand and said, take him away. The members of the medical hall quickly carried the patient on a stretcher. In the process of sending him away, he was still fiddling with the abacus slowly. It could be seen that he was still working even if he was unconscious. Salute. On the way to the medical peak, the disciples spontaneously stood in 2 rows and watched the hero leave. Snap. Li Tianchen took the opportunity to take a picture that would be passed down forever. Plop. Plop. In the secret realm, the research had reached a critical point. The members who had worked hard for it fell down one after another. No. I can still calculate. Many members were slightly injured, but they were still carried out to take over the treatment. Sitting on a jujube tree in the back mountain, Jun Changxiao closed his eyes and said in his heart, your efforts and contributions today will be remembered by future generations forever. A few years later. The research drawings piled up in the secret realm were like mountains. There were only a few members left of the formation who persisted in the front line. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wild laughter suddenly came from the piles of drawings. Then the Taishan old man jumped out and said like a madman, "It's done. It's finally done." His head was shiny and his beard was white. It could be seen that the research of the formation made him completely bald. It took a total of 10 years. After more than 3,600 days, hundreds of members of the formation went forward and worked hard one after another. The formation plan based on the origin of the eternal world was completely born today. Every time the future generations read this passage in the records of eternal history, they were all moved by the selfless dedication and the greatness of the ancestors. Swish. Swish. In every city and every corner of the eternal world, disciples of the sect of all times appeared one after another. They quietly left complex formations in place and then went to the next destination. A few months later, on the main peak of the sect, Xianxia walked out of the hall in formal clothes and stopped in the center of the intricate formation. The research team led by the Taishan old man stood nearby, full of expectation. The formation of the Thunder Rhombus clan is completed. The formation of the Ice Phoenix clan is completed. The formation of the Stone Statue clan is completed. The formation of the Dragon clan is completed. The formation of the Soul clan, after a while. Reporting to the Patriarch, Xianxia said in a trembling voice, "The formations of all regions, clans, and cities are all activated." Swish. Xianxia closed his eyes and connected with the origin of the eternal world through his soul. He said proudly, "If miracles have colors, it must be, swish. Swish, swish. Swish." In an instant, the entire eternal world seemed to be lit up. All the major cities and clans released towering light and then connected with each other. Buzz. Visible ripples rose from the ground and quickly spread to the sky. Everyone listened to the dragon's roar. Xianxia, who was sitting in the array hall, checked the data and operation of the formation on the light screen. After it stabilized, she said, reporting to the Patriarch, "The barrier protection formation has been activated, successfully." Her voice resounded throughout the sect. "It's done. It's done." The members of the array hall burst into an uproar. They raised their arms and shouted. They hugged each other. The excitement and joy in their hearts were 1,000 times stronger than when they broke through to the divine mystery realm. In the excited crowd, the Taishan old man turned around and left slowly with his back hunched. Then he sat on the stone steps in the distance. He wanted to control his emotions. However, tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. "Everyone, listen to my orders." Suddenly, all the creatures in the entire plane turned around and faced the sect of all times. The senior members and disciples of the sect of all times faced the members of the array hall and the old man sitting on the steps. "Show the highest standard of etiquette." Swish. Swish. All the creatures in the eternal world and the disciples of the sect of all times put their right hands on their chests in unison. They were saluting the members of the array hall who had contributed for the past 10 years. They were saluting the Grand Elder who had always fought on the front line. On this day, the realm protection formation was successfully activated, which meant that the eternal world had a complete defense system that could block the enemy and the door. This glory belonged to the Taishan Elder and everyone who participated in the research of the formation. Their names were destined to be recorded in the eternal history for future generations to worship and revere. However, how strong was it? According to rigorous scientific calculations, the realm protection formation should be able to withstand the bombardment of dozens of upper-class divine secret realm experts. Is it so exaggerated? Xianxia was surprised. No. The Taishan Elder said seriously, "It's the origin of the eternal world that is exaggerated. The origin that determined the strength of the realm protection formation was the origin of the formation I, which was integrated with the origin of the other two first-class planes. Its strength and supply were really explosive. In other words, without the support of the three-plane origins, it was impossible to set up such a large realm protection formation. Let me have a try." Whoosh, Xianxia left the eternal world and stood in the starry sky of the universe. The latter was floating like a grain of sand. Because the realm protection formation had a hidden function, it was no different from usual. Clang! Xianxia took out the Xianyuan divine sword, locked on the grain of sand with his spiritual thoughts, and slashed at it without hesitation. As a result, he only heard a muffled buzzing sound and was almost bounced out. The eternal world. Facing an external attack, there was no ripple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia waved the sword, and the sword chi spread across 30,000 miles, bombarding the grain of sand from different angles, but it did not cause the slightest ripple in the inner formation. Device spirit. Return to your position. Whoosh! Xianxian integrated into the Xianyuan divine sword in the form of a soul to enhance the weapon's power. Xianxia, whose battle strength sword, hacked again, but still did not shake the realm protection formation. Finally, he let the rose of flowers possess him and awakened the stone statue bloodline. Bang! Bang! After using all his trump cards, it finally worked. Visible ripples appeared in the firmament of the eternal world, which looked like a swaying plastic wrap. However, that was all. Even after Xianxia bombarded it continuously for several hours in his full state, the feedback given by the Great Protection Array was still weak. It did not even materialize. Hoo-hoo! Goxing bent over and stood in the universe, gasping for breath. Too strong. Using all sorts of trump cards and the support of all sorts of girls, it could be said that he had used all of his trump cards. His strength was definitely above that of an upper-class Heaven's Legacy. Even so, he was still unable to shake the realm-protecting Grand Array. He could be considered to have withstood the test of quality. It's safe now. Xianxia's face was filled with relief. Although the eternal world could be hidden, no one knew whether it would be discovered by the Celestial Devil Emperor. Now that they had set up the realm protection formation in advance, they had some confidence even if they were discovered. What's the next step? Rose of Flowers asked. I think. Xianxia paused for a moment and then said, summon the eternal world and set it up in the upper universe. Rose of Flowers said, this is equivalent to exposing it to the Celestial Devil Emperor. In fact, as far as the current defense of the eternal world was concerned, no plane in the upper universe could break it. But the biggest threat was still the devil who harmed the common people. If it was exposed, it meant that it would be discovered and targeted. I don't want to hide anymore. Xianxia said, I want to fight it fair and square. Hiding was only temporary. With his character, he preferred to rely on his strength to defeat the final big boss. Moreover, Xianxia had an idea. With the eternal world as a stronghold, he could win over various galaxies, planes, and forces, and lead them to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. It's dangerous. Rose of Flowers said, but I believe in my husband and the realm protection formation that the highest elder has studied. Xianxia, who had been wavering, saw that she was so supportive. He immediately slapped his thigh and said, don't hide anymore. It's time to lay our cards on the table. You are so annoying. Rose of Flowers blushed. Why? Because Goxing slapped her thigh. Are you sure? You have to think twice. In the main hall of the Sect of all times, the higher-ups learned that the Patriarch was going to expose the eternal world and stand proudly in the upper universe. They all spoke out to dissuade him. It was not that they did not believe in the realm protection formation, but it was better to hide in the dark than to stand in the open. The Celestial Devil Emperor has harmed the universe, plunging the people into misery and suffering. Xianxia said seriously, at this time, we need a lighthouse to illuminate the darkness and guide the lost lambs. Everyone understood. The Patriarch wanted to use the eternal world as a lighthouse. Yes. Jianguishu agreed. Now the upper universe is chaotic and disorderly. Many planes and forces are fighting for themselves. We urgently need a plane that is strong enough to lead them to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. It was good to hide in the dark. However, since they were going to fight the devil to the end, they had to have a base in the open. Everyone. Xianxia asked with a smile, do you have any objections? No objections. Everyone shouted in unison. The day after tomorrow, the eternal world will stand in the upper universe. The light will dispel all darkness. Xianxia said firmly. Why did he choose the day after tomorrow? He did not deliberately choose the calendar, but according to estimation, the eternal ship would arrive at the locked destination. The Skywild World. The first-class plane secretly controlled by the celestial devil emperor. If the Star Spirit World was a factory for warships and equipment, then the Skywild World was a provider of all kinds of martial arts resources. That was right. This plane was vast and rich in resources. According to the commander's confession, the Celestial Devil Emperor's army would come to the Skywild World almost every once in a while to resupply. The Star Spirit World also had trade with it. Vast and rich in resources? Xianxia said, how vast and how rich is it? The day after tomorrow. The Eternal Ship arrived outside the Skywild World as promised. This plane was indeed very large, at least one size bigger than the Star Spirit World. Sorry. Xianxia sat in the cockpit, gently shaking the goblet with tea in his right hand, and said, since you chose to help the devil, all the resources inside will belong to the Sect of all times. No more pretending. He was here to rob. Who is it? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from the Skywild World. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A famous martial artist flew out from inside. From this, it could be seen that there should be some kind of surveillance equipment outside this plane. The moment the Eternal Ship stopped, it was discovered by them. It did not matter. Xianxia did not intend to hide this time. I am, he said lightly, the patriarch of the Sect of all times. The patriarch of the Sect of all times? The Skywild World martial artist's expression suddenly changed. Not long ago, he received news from the Celestial Devil Emperor that the Star Spirit World was destroyed, and the culprit was the Sect of all times. Trouble. Quick, enter the first-class alert. The Skywild World martial artist panicked. Everyone. Xianxia said, the Eternal World will take the star field here, and the Sect of all times will take your plane. With that, he snapped his fingers. Buzz. In an instant, the plane origin deep underground flickered with a scorching light, and then automatically blocked the effect of turning into sand. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. In the outside world, the universe space trembled. This? The Skywild World martial artist's eyes widened, or to be exact, his eyeballs almost popped out. Because the trembling space was torn apart, and a super-large plane slowly moved out. How big was super-large? When the plane was completely revealed, the Skywild World, which was not small in size, stood next to it, like a child facing an adult. There was at least a 5 times difference. This was the true body of the Eternal World after 2 fusion of the origin. It was no exaggeration to say that it was difficult to find such a large plane in the entire upper universe. Ha ha ha. Seeing the Skywild World martial artist standing in the universe like a wooden chicken, watching the Eternal World slowly appear with shocked eyes, Xianxia leaned back and covered his face, laughing strangely, and said in a crazy voice, tremble in fear. The Skyfield World was already the largest plane in the upper universe, but when the Eternal World appeared next to it, it immediately became a little brother. At this time, if someone pushed it, the Eternal World, which was 5 times larger, would definitely roll over and flatten or crush the Skyfield World. Really? It was too shocking, so much so that the warriors of the Skyfield World were all dumbfounded. It was okay if it was just big, but why did a plane suddenly appear in front of him? Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, more warriors flew out from the Skyfield World. Although they were subconsciously stunned when they saw the Eternal World, the aura they released meant that they were fully armed and ready to fight. Do you want to resist? Xianxia's mouth was full of disdain. The warriors of the Skyfield World frowned, but no one flinched, because they wanted to protect their home and would not give up. You are helping the evildoer, the Sect of all times will punish you today. Xianxia stood up and said coldly, disciples, trample the Skyfield World, kill whoever dares to resist. The last 4 words were shouted, and the killing intent shook the universe. Mercy. Only to those who were merciful. Those who were willing to be the lackeys of the demonic emperor and his executioners had to be judged by justice. Yes. Swoosh. In the huge Eternal World, countless battleships, countless Diablo, countless disciples of the Sect of all times, countless well-equipped devil army, and Avengers all flew out. There were so many of them that it was like a sea of people. This scene seems familiar, the system muttered. Soon, it remembered. Before Jun Changxiao inherited the Xianyuan world, he entered the wonderful illusion and saw the demonic emperor's army besieging the Xianyuan world and Gu Xianyuan. Wasn't it very similar to the Sect of All Time's army now? The difference was that there was a huge plane next to it to set off the atmosphere. Alas. The system sighed. The young man who slayed the dragon became an evil dragon. It was just complaining. As a matter of fact, it was quite clear that to deal with the celestial demonic emperor and his lackeys, it had to use violence to curb violence, and any mercy would be a trap for itself. And Jun Changxiao didn't care. Since he had embarked on the path of fighting against evil, no matter how much slaughter he had caused, no matter what methods he used, he would continue on without hesitation. Merits and demerits, right and wrong, he would leave it to future generations to judge. Kill. Kill. The Eternal Sect's army pressed in from all directions like a pack of wolves and tigers, their momentum vast and mighty. The battle between realms, between good and evil, began in this part of the starry sky. There were no dazzling martial arts techniques, no dazzling magic. There was only the most primitive slaughter. At this moment, lives were rapidly withering like flowers. Several hours later, the war had stopped, and corpses were everywhere. Although the Skywild world was large, its overall strength and technology tree were far inferior to the astral world. Therefore, the moment the Sect of All Times launched their attack, the outcome was already decided. The old readers didn't care about the victory or defeat, but the casualties. Unfortunately, after a fierce battle and an overwhelming victory, the Sect of All Times only had a few thousand injured, and most of them were Avengers. As for the upper echelons and disciples, they were all alive and kicking, and still had 0 casualties. They had excellent equipment and the power of heavenly music. To be honest, unless they met those upper-class divination realms and those at the level of the celestial demonic emperor, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. Invincible. Jun Changxiao wantonly sang loudly, so lonely. Pft. Pft. The song echoed in the universe and entered the ears of the upper echelons and disciples, instantly injuring their bodies and causing them to spit out blood. In this battle, hundreds of thousands of enemies were wiped out. The Skywild world definitely didn't have so few martial artists, but because they were fighting in the universe, very few could fly out. For example, when the 4-8 Division Heavenly Dragons came to the astral world and used the bell to summon the local martial artists, millions of them were mentioned in the article, causing the readers to question if there were only so few people in a plane. In fact, millions of those who flew over were the absolute elites. There were countless creatures who couldn't fly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle in the universe ended, and the Sect of All Times' army charged straight into the Skywild world. When they just flew over, they could smell the fragrance of grass and flowers, and determined that this was definitely a good place to nurture resources. Take down the major cities. Jun Changxiao landed lightly on a mountain and sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had prepared in advance. Yes. Under Xuerengui's command, the Sect of All Times' army split into 8 groups and quickly attacked the major cities from different directions. The top fighting forces of this plane had suffered heavy losses, and they were scared out of their wits by the powerful enemy. It was truly a crushing defeat, and many cities even collapsed on their own and chose to surrender. It was understandable. Since they could submit to the celestial demonic emperor, it proved that they didn't have any backbone. One day, the Sect of All Times took down the major cities of the Skywild world. Because the top forces were annihilated and completely lost their ability to resist, they didn't harm the ordinary citizens. Strange. Sitting in the luxurious palace, Jun Changxiao wondered, why don't I see the realm lord of this world? Could it be that he knows he can't win, so he abandoned the plane and his people and ran away alone? He guessed right. The realm lord of the Skywild world had escaped. Actually, at first, he planned to appear, but when he was about to fly out, he heard Jun Changxiao reveal his identity and summon the huge eternal world, and immediately turned from murderous to frightened. This guy was Jun Changxiao. He was the one who destroyed the Star Spirit world, and he just received news that the Eternal Distance world seemed to be gone too. He couldn't afford to offend him. He escaped. The realm lord of the Skywild world was really a coward, and at the same time, he didn't forget to let his subordinates kill their way out. He only had one goal, which was to delay the sect of all times and buy himself time to escape. He got what he wanted. He sacrificed a large number of elites in exchange for a successful escape. He was a coward. However, the choice to escape was definitely a wise one. If Xianxia knew, he would definitely wonder, how did this kind of person who doesn't take his people seriously become the realm lord of a world? Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the Skywild world, which meets the scope of the main mission, completion progress 50%. A pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Nice. Xianxia leaned back in his chair. It was only now that he realized that whether he could complete the main mission seemed to depend on the Sky Devil Emperor. Why did he say that? With Xianxia's character, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to attack a plane that had not offended him. If he relied on luck to save some small planes, he might have to wait a long time. Now, as long as he took down any plane that surrendered to or was controlled by the Sky Devil Emperor, he would meet the mission requirements. The most important thing was that he had a good reason to attack. You surrendered to the Sky Devil Emperor, helping the evildoer do evil. I will punish you on behalf of justice. Wonderful. Xianxia said, Avakania. Patriarch. At this time, Yuan Gongzi walked over and grinned. According to the preliminary investigation, this plane is rich in high-grade spirit stones and all kinds of high-grade ores. It is really a rich treasure. Dig them all. Xianxia said indifferently, we can't leave it to the Sky Devil Emperor. Phew. Phew. In the heavenly field world, mini mining machines flew around in the sky. Occasionally, they would enter the dense mountains in groups, and occasionally enter the dangerous valleys. Every time they came out, they would carry a lot of high-quality spiritual stones. The mining machine that Xianxia bought did not have the ability to find mineral veins. Everything depended on the golden partners. Who, Renshan and Page. One had the koi attribute, and the other could dig mountains and stones. When these two worked, they did not leave a way out for their descendants. Phew. Renshan landed in a desolate valley and looked at the surrounding mountains. He guessed, there should be mineral veins here. Sure enough. With the help of luck, they soon found an ancient mineral vein. According to the preliminary estimates of the professional exploration team, it contained at least billions of spiritual stones. Page, I'll leave it to you. Okay. Page flew over and its body quickly enlarged. Then it began to eat the soil and soon ate the entrance of a mine. Phew phew phew. The well-trained miners flew in like a swarm of locusts, then dug out all the energy stones in an orderly manner. In just a few hours, the rich mineral vein had been emptied. This speed, this efficiency. It could only be described as exaggerated. A few months or even a few years in the heavenly field world could not compare to a day or two of mining machines. It wouldn't take long for him to dig it all out. The spiritual stones unearthed from the mineral vein were first sent to a fixed city and then to the Starry Sky battleship. The latter flew out of the plane and merged with the eternal world not far away. From the perspective of the Starry Sky, one could clearly see the battleships flying back and forth. Not only were there a large number of high-quality spiritual stones, but there were also many natives of the heavenly field world. Your realm master has run away. And me. From today on, I will treat you as my family. I will never leave you. Xianxia stood in the sky of the eternal world and shouted to the creatures that had just moved in. After 2 expansions, the plane needed more people to develop. So naturally, the warriors of the first-class plane could not be let go. In short, not only did he take away the resources of the heavenly field world, but he also took away the creatures. Although it was shameless. However, it was undeniable that if the creatures of the Skyfield world followed Xianxia, their future would definitely be bright. At the very least, they would not be abandoned when they encountered trouble. Moreover, given Xianxia's character, as long as he was willing to become a resident of the eternal world and abide by the law, he would definitely treat him as his family. Therefore, as long as a living being from any plane could move in, it would definitely be a great opportunity for the future generations. It had only been slightly more than 2 months. All the mineral veins in the Skyfield world were dug out. Warriors, demonic beasts, herbs, and plants were all moved to the eternal world, even the cities were taken away. The plain, which had once been very fertile, instantly became lifeless after losing its mineral veins and living beings. He asked himself honestly. What was the difference between Xianxia and the Celestial Devil Emperor? There was still a difference. For example, he had used gentle methods to conquer the Skywild world. If it was the Sky Devil Emperor, he would probably have used a bloody suppression. Deep underground. As usual, Xianxia placed a jar of wine on the table and placed his sword on the neck of the humanoid plain origin. He tried his best to persuade it, the realm master has already run away. Why do you still insist? A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. A wise man submits to circumstances. Seeing that it still had no intention of compromising, Xianxia had to pour the power of the immortal sound into the sword body. I agree. Sure enough, under the deterrence of the power from the land of immortality, the plain origin was terrified very quickly. This made Xianxia sigh secretly, no backbone at all. Rumble. On this day, the eternal world suddenly shook and then rapidly expanded outwards. In the beginning, the plain had always existed in the state of sand. It could only be judged by the extension of the internal space. Now standing in the starry sky, one could directly feel it with the naked eye. Buzz buzz buzz. The eternal world was like a dough, constantly fermenting and expanding. Boom. Not long after, the childlike Skywild world finally could not withstand the expansion and was suddenly smashed into pieces. The cracked soil was sucked into the eternal world. Resources, living creatures. In the end, even the plain turned into nothingness. How pathetic was that? Fortunately. Standing in the eternal world and witnessing the expansion of the world again, the old man Taishan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had considered whether the plane would expand again in advance, so he added the automatic adjustment function of terrain change in the design of the realm protection formation. Now it seemed to be a success. Professional, with the integration of the four origins, the area of the eternal world expanded. The heaven and earth attributes and the order of heaven and earth rose again, especially the realm protection formation was strengthened. After this wave, there was a big increase. Xianxia suddenly felt safer. Every time a top-level plane origin was integrated, the overall strength of the eternal world would increase, which would help to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. However, this time, the devil should have received the news that the Skywild world was eliminated with great fanfare. Soon there would be a fierce battle. What should come will come sooner or later. Xianxia sat in the main hall and said with a dignified look, "The warriors of our world are not afraid of a battle." Since they had shown up and stood in the upper universe, they were ready to fight the Celestial Devil Emperor head-on. It was strange. A few more months passed. The Celestial Devil Emperor still did not take action. No. Xianxia wondered, with the devil's ability to act, he should have sent an army to kill us. I killed 8 capable generals. I'm afraid there is no one left, right? Xianxia said. No. Xianxia said, the Celestial Devil Emperor should have many doppelgangers. In terms of strength, he is not inferior to the 8-division Heavenly Dragon. Could it be? Xianxia was lost in thought and said, is he planning a conspiracy? In the past, the Celestial Devil Emperor would not be able to find him if he wanted to play a conspiracy. Now the eternal world was in the upper universe, it was really a target. It's hard to say. Xianxia said, it's better to be cautious. Senior, please rest assured. Xianxia said, I have ordered the disciples to be on alert all day. Okay. Xianxia nodded. If the Celestial Devil Emperor does not take action, I will. Xianxia touched his chin and said. On the same day, starry sky battleships flew out of the eternal world, merged into the endless darkness, and flew in all directions. Their mission was to inform the entire upper universe that the eternal world was going to fight the Celestial Devil Emperor fair and square. They were waiting for ambitious people to join and fight for the world together. Not long after, the news spread. Many planes and forces that fought against the Celestial Devil Emperor received it one after another and began to discuss it. The final conclusion was that this plane came out of nowhere and recruited warriors so straightforwardly. Humph. In the main hall of a force, an old man said disdainfully, "We have fought against the celestial devil emperor for many years and accumulated a lot of experience and strength. How can we go to the eternal world? In my opinion, this plane should join us," said Ji Futian. In short, Jun Changxiao released the news, but not only did he fail to recruit ambitious people, but he was even despised and discriminated against. Understandable. The several big things that the sect of all times had done recently had not been spread. Many people even knew that the star spiritual world was destroyed, but they did not know who the murderer was. So, if they suddenly came out to recruit people, they would definitely be questioned. Of course, there was a more important reason. This time, when the celestial devil emperor caused trouble in the upper universe, they rose up to fight against him in order to gain merit and fortune in the catastrophe and have a chance to touch the secret of eternal life. Naturally, they were unwilling to be the underlings of others. Alas. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall and said helplessly, "If the eternal world wants to be the benchmark against the celestial devil emperor, we still need to show enough results." "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said disdainfully, "this group of forces that fought against the celestial devil emperor in order to obtain opportunities are originally evil. Why should we recruit them?" "I thought so at first," Jun Changxiao said, "but the strength of the celestial devil emperor is unknown. We have to gather the strength of the entire universe to improve our chances of winning." Patriarch. At this time, Li Luoqiu came in and said, "I just got the news that the celestial devil emperor's army is attacking the desolate sea realm. Here's our chance." Jun Changxiao immediately ordered, "Send the elites of the war cavalry hall to assist the desolate sea realm. We must ensure the safety of this plane." "Yes." Swish, swish, swish. In a moment, hundreds of battleships flew out of the eternal world. Phew. In the leading battleship, Jingji stood in front of the mirror in the cabin, tidied up her school uniform, and then put on her helmet. It was time to show her real skills. Although the celestial demonic emperor had not attacked the eternal world, he had not stopped expanding and suppressing the outside world. Many armies had split up and attacked the planes that had been targeted in advance. This was an opportunity for Jun Changxiao. He could quickly provide assistance and improve the reputation and prestige of the planes. He could let the entire upper universe know who was doing the real thing and who was being a jerk. That was right. A jerk. Many forces were not really determined to fight against the celestial demonic emperor. They only hoped to benefit from this catastrophe. If they risked their lives to fight, it would not happen. Jun Changxiao not only wanted to do it for real, but he also wanted to mobilize everyone. He wanted to change from a jerk to a hero. To put it bluntly, Goxing did not want to be a lone hero. The celestial demonic emperor was harming the upper universe, so all creatures should be united to fight against him. They had the obligation and responsibility to participate. Goxing was a very realistic person. If it were other heroes who saved people, they might carry everything on their own and face everything by themselves. But he did not. To fight against evil, he had to gather everyone's strength. I don't want to be a savior. I don't want people to wait for a savior in the face of oppression and danger. Because of this mentality, Jun Changxiao integrated several top planes. He only had one purpose. He could be a savior, but he had to provide strength. Sigh. The system sighed. This is a savior who pursues fame and benefits. Nonsense. Jun Changxiao said, "Who would do it if there are no benefits? Aren't you afraid that little do will criticize your worldview?" The system mocked. Jun Changxiao said disdainfully, "How can a modern person measure the three views of the cruel world? The only thing I can do is to stay true to my heart. I won't do anything unforgivable and heartless. That's all." The system was speechless. If the host was bad, he was definitely not a good person. If the host was kind, although it involved benefits, he was still kind. The desolate sea realm. A quasi-first-class plane. The creatures and realm masters here were very unyielding. In the face of the threat and intimidation of the celestial demonic emperor, they would rather die than live in dishonor. There were many similar worlds, and they would rather choose death than to submit. Isn't it good to live an ignoble life? For some people, it was better to live than to die, but for others, even if their kneecaps were shattered, they would still stand. Boom, boom, outside the Huanghai realm, cannonballs bombarded the space barrier, tearing a huge hole in it. Swish. Swish. Over 100 space battleships rushed in, and after the lower cabins opened up, ferocious-looking and burly heavenly demon soldiers flew out. Humph, the commander-in-chief sneered and said, "You dare to reject my emperor's recruitment? Today, I will turn you into ashes." Kill, hoo-hoo. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of celestial demonic emperor soldiers unleashed their cultivation and charged down with bloodshot eyes. In their eyes, since this plane had rejected the celestial demonic emperor, not a single blade of grass or tree was allowed to exist. If you live, the world lives. If you die, the world dies. In the main city of the Huanghai realm, the realm lord roared. The martial artists who had been waiting solemnly for a long time all erupted with their cultivations and drew their weapons. Their eyes showed that they were ready to face death, even children. There was no need to be afraid. There was no fear. Today, they would live and die together with their homeland, composing a tragic song. Boom, boom, the celestial demonic emperor's army couldn't fight with soldiers alone. After launching the attack, over 100 space battleships began to bombard the major cities in the plain, trying to destroy all the defense lines. Ka-ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. One by one, the defense arrays broke. What awaited the living beings was death. The old, the weak, the women, and the children hid in the shaking houses. They knelt on the ground and put their palms together, praying for the gods to help the Huanghai realm survive this disaster. Maybe they were too pious, or maybe they were touched by the gods. Just when the entire plane was in danger, a dazzling light flashed across the broken space crack. Huh? The celestial demonic emperor's army, which was about to start a massacre, stopped and looked at the uninvited guest. Swish, a stream of light flashed across the sky. It was a huge, technologically advanced mecha. It stood proudly in the sky, flashing light as dazzling as the sun. Crack. He raised his hand and drew his sword. "I will protect the Huanghai realm." A loud and hot-blooded voice came from Xiaotian's godslayer. "You are courting death." The enemy general was surprised, but he immediately gave the order to attack. Hundreds of warships aimed their cannons at the huge mecha. Humph. Xiaotian sneered. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he contacted the headquarters and asked, "Are we allowed to kill?" "Yes." "Are we allowed to destroy the warships?" "Yes." "Are we?" Jun Changxiao, who was in the cockpit of Eternal, snatched the communicator and roared, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to attack, just do it. Stop wasting time." "Yes, sir." With the patriarch's permission, Xiaotian's eyes lit up. He put his hands on the control stick and shouted, "Show. Begin." Swish, as soon as he finished, Xiaotian disappeared. The Huanghai realm martial artists in the city below widened their eyes because a huge Z-sword mark appeared where the enemy warships gathered. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, more than a dozen warships were destroyed. The flames lit up the back of Xiaotian, and the people remembered the number clearly, 66. The enemy general was dumbfounded. Swish, Xiaotian moved again. It swayed in the air as if it was stepping on a node. Xiaotian stood behind, holding the sword in his hand. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The warships were dismembered, shining like balls of light. In a short time, the hundreds of warships on the celestial demonic emperor's side were mostly destroyed. Die. Xiaotian didn't stop there. He turned to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were still in a daze and swung his sword. Swish. Swish. Before long, streams of light flew out of the broken void. They were the elites of the war cavalry hall led by Zhong Yi. When they arrived at the scene, only the wreckage of warships and enemy corpses were left in the plain. Sorry. Xiaotian sat on the shoulder of Xiaotian with his helmet and grinned. You're late. Every time there was an appearance, the warships would either explode or disintegrate. This time, he was finally able to show off in a proper manner. I'm proud. Sigh. Zhongyi shook his head and sighed. They wanted to come faster, but they couldn't compete with Xiao Tian's speed. The invading army of the celestial demonic emperor wasn't weak, but they were all destroyed by Xiao Tian controlled by Jingji. This deeply shocked the creatures in the Huanghai realm. Young friend. The sector lord came personally with the higher-ups. Thank you for your help. The patriarch once said that it's the duty of the eternal world to save the world. You don't have to thank me, Jingji said. May I ask, little friend, who is your sect master? The patriarch of the sect of all times, Xianxia. The sector lord and the creatures remembered the name of the patriarch immediately. Ding. Congratulations to the host for dominating the Huanghai realm. You fulfilled the main task. Progress, 55%. Only 5%? Xianxia looked disappointed. Not bad, the system said. At least it's better than 1%. That's true. Xianxia felt relieved and then transmitted a message. Ask them if they want to form an alliance with the eternal world to fight against the celestial demonic emperor. Okay. Jing Shui immediately conveyed the clan leader's words to the realm lord of the Huanghai realm. After a short moment of consideration, the realm lord said solemnly, if you don't mind, we are willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Today, the eternal world finally had a partner. Of course. This was only the first, not the last. Xianxia was bound to unite more planes in the shortest time and gather more forces to fight the celestial demonic emperor until dawn. The news that the eternal world had wiped out the army of the celestial demonic emperor and saved the desolate sea realm quickly spread in the upper universe. Xianxia must have deliberately spread the news. In order to convince everyone, he deliberately sent members of the Drizzle Hall to lurk in various planes and cities to spread the news. Words are no proof. Someone questioned, who would believe that? That's right. We're not fools. Obviously, the warriors from various planes didn't buy it. They even thought that the eternal world had hired a water army to spread false propaganda and hype, so as to establish a noble image. Just as people were questioning, the sky above many major planes and cities gradually blurred, and projection arrays appeared. What's going on? The warriors looked up in surprise. Whoosh, suddenly, an image lit up in the projection, showing a plane where space was crumbling. This is, someone exclaimed, the desolate sea realm. Boom. 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 The image suddenly changed. Battleships appeared one after another, and ferocious-looking and well-trained soldiers flew out. It's the army of the celestial demonic emperor. The warriors in various cities understood that the image in the image should be the scene when the army of the celestial demonic emperor attacked the desolate sea realm. Whoosh, suddenly, a flowing light flew over, crossing between heaven and earth, as bright as the sun. I'll protect the desolate sea realm. Jingyu's voice came, resounding in various planes. It could be seen that the rescue of the desolate sea realm had been recorded in advance by the projection array. Words are no proof, fine, today I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Boom. Boom. The next image showed how Jingyu destroyed the army of the celestial demonic emperor with the help of the dawn sky. The creatures who witnessed it were all silent and shocked. One person annihilating an army, they couldn't believe it, it was unbelievable. Without the projection array, they might have doubted it, but now they were shaken. Could it be that the eternal world was really powerful? Could they really compete with the celestial demonic emperor? Let's go. Zhen Dejuan, hiding in the dark, led the crowd and left. After they disappeared, a large number of formation masters from the city rushed over and roared, who maliciously hijacked our formation system. That's right. Zhen Dejuan had hijacked the array formation system without the other party's permission, and from there, set up the projection array formation. The level is too high, I can't turn it off at all. Damn it. Just as they were at their wits' end, the light screen suspended in midair finished playing the evidence and disappeared. No more. Looks like this formation won't be able to last much longer. The formation masters in the city heaved a sigh of relief. Similar situations occurred in other planes as well. In short, the formation system was hijacked, and the projection formation was forcibly installed. The most tragic thing was that no one could break it, and they could only watch it disappear. Did he really disappear? No. On the second day, the projection formation was activated again, showing the scene of Xianxia annihilating the celestial demonic emperor's army. Again. The array masters collapsed. The projection screen would only last for about 10 minutes before disappearing on its own. After that, the videos would be broadcasted at a fixed time every day, causing Xianxia to gradually become an internet celebrity. The image of her sitting on the mecha's shoulder with her helmet between her legs was especially engraved in people's minds. This kind of crazy and brainwashing publicity was like a dream back to when Goshen shamelessly advertised during the Battle of the Dragons and Tigers. Although it was a little disgusting. However, the effect was very obvious. Warriors in various planes gradually accepted the fact that the desolate sea realm was saved by the eternal world. So what? They are not the elites of the celestial demonic emperor at all. If it were our plane, we would have done the same. Hearing the new doubts of the world, Xianxia sat in the hall in silence. After a long time, he stuck his face to the camera and roared with a ferocious expression, "Is it so difficult to get their approval? Okay, not enough elites? Then the sect of all times will fight their elites, buzz." One day, the projection formation in the major cities of various planes was activated again. Everyone was used to it. They just instinctively glanced at it and then did what they should do. Something was wrong. The image shown today seemed to be a little different. Everyone looked at it again, only to see that it was no longer a shattered space or a mecha killing, but a vast starry sky of the universe. Brothers. Suddenly, the man imprinted in everyone's mind suddenly appeared on the light screen. He put on his helmet and said loudly, "Today, I'll show you a live broadcast of how the eternal world fought the elites of the celestial demonic emperor." Live broadcast? Everyone was confused. At this moment, the camera turned to the hundreds of black battleships in the starry sky. Obviously, this was the army of the celestial demonic emperor. From the traces of emergency brakes left in the space, it could be seen that they were forcibly intercepted. Kill! Kill! A deafening roar rang out, and a dense swarm of mechas and martial artists charged over. The scene that appeared was extremely shocking. Damn it! Everyone was so shocked that their scalps almost exploded. Although they were not there to watch, they could still feel the strong murderous aura from the light screen. In order to convince the upper universe, Xianxia held a large-scale live broadcast. All the elites of the sect of all times, as well as the seniors and disciples, were present. Because it was premeditated, the celestial demonic emperor's army was suddenly intercepted and panicked. They were suppressed from the beginning and had no power to fight back, especially He in the top lane. He directly suppressed the opponent's last hit and had an economic lead of thousands. The situation on the battlefield could be said to be changing rapidly, especially in the battle for the vanguard. The sect of all times relied on their individual ability and excellent team coordination to successfully fight a wave of 0 for 5, expanding their economic lead to 10,000. At this time, He in the top lane was showing off like crazy. He rushed into the enemy's crowd alone and not only successfully restrained the 4 people on the opposite side, he also relied on flexible positioning and extreme operation to successfully kill the bottom lane combination, took down the second tower, and then left in a cool and unrestrained manner. Crush! Absolutely crush! The commentator Little Do roared with passion. At this time, the enemy took advantage of the time when the sect of all times returned to the city to resupply and decided to attack the primordious dragon. Then, as soon as it started, there was a whoosh 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 sound. TP. He spared the rear. This eye position, Xiaoxia placed it perfectly. Under the roar of the commentator, He in the top lane was like a god. With an skill, he jumped into the small dragon pit and used all kinds of AoE skills, directly crippling all the heroes on the opposite side. At this time, Xianxia in the middle lane had already arrived and used 10,000 miles ice seal, sealing the entire battlefield with absolute 0. Thump thump thump. On the other side, Xiaoxia rushed over, raised his shield on the way, and shouted, "Junior brother it's time to collect the heads." Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Xianxia had already flown over and stepped on the flowing light shield with one foot. With the help of the momentum, his entire body soared into the air. A seven-colored light gathered in his hand and mercilessly shot towards the frozen army of the demonic emperor. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stream of light burst out and entered the soul. Pentakill. Under a series of prompts, Xianxia successfully obtained a pentakill and wiped out the main force of the demonic emperor, the commentator. Little Do stood up, slammed the table and roared, "It's going to be a wave." Boom. The demonic emperor's side was utterly defeated. In the end, the Sect of all times pulled out the high and low towers and crystals one after another. With hundreds of battleships all crumbling, this intense and exciting match came to an end. Not only did the LPL team Sect of all times successfully defeat the demonic emperor team to win the third championship of the S tournament, but they also shocked the living beings of the major planes. They would not forget the battle just now, nor would they forget Xianxia's God's descent, as well as the tacit cooperation between the entire team. If they were to describe it, they would be a group of monsters. Did you see that? At this time, Xianxia appeared in the camera and said, "Our Sect of all times fights against the elites." Who the F***ck is not convinced? Everyone was silent. There was only one thought in their minds, convinced. You don't agree with the eternal world? Fine, I'll play the rescue scene repeatedly for you to see. You're starting to complain that the enemy is not elite enough? Fine, I'll do a live broadcast and use actual actions to tell you that the Sect of all times fights elites. When this set of combination punches was thrown out, all the people who doubted him were dumbfounded. To be honest, whether a sect was strong or not depended on whether its disciples were fierce or not. Through the live broadcast, the Sect of all times proved itself well. Of course. The fighting method in the previous chapter was described as a LOL battle. Although it was a bit silly, it didn't really rely on only 5 people to win. Many disciples participated and completed it together. This sect is too terrifying. I believe that they saved the Huanghai realm. Under the double proof of the video and the live broadcast, many warriors were shaken. Boom. Boom. The projection array of the major planes appeared at fixed points every day. It not only played the video of Xianxia saving the Huanghai realm, but also the video of the Sect of all times blocking the elites of the celestial demonic emperor. Goshing's idea was very simple. You don't believe it? I'll keep playing it until you all believe it. As the video kept appearing on the light screen, people remembered it more and more. They even dreamed of it when they slept at night. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, they would definitely collapse. Not only that. When more and more warriors chose to believe in the Sect of all times, Xianxia's face would suddenly appear in the middle of the video and then start his passionate speech. Everyone. The celestial demonic emperor is a disaster in the upper universe. No one can stay out of it. For the thousands of creatures, for the future generations, we must take up arms and fight back. And the eternal world, the Sect of all times, has the ability and qualification to lead you to fight against the celestial demonic emperor and return peace to the universe. Warriors who are interested in cooperation, please come to the star area where the TNI realm is located for a face-to-face discussion and a long talk. Everyone's mouth twitched. This guy, was he using the projection array to advertise? Of course. He was an expert. Xianxia even personally made a promotional MV called Welcome to the Eternal World, which integrated the local customs and beautiful scenery of his plane and played it on the light screen all day long. My door is always open, waiting for you with open arms. You'll have a tacit understanding after hugging. You'll fall in love with this place. A pleasant voice was heard on the screen. The upper echelons of the Sect of all times, disciples, and even martial artists from various races appeared one by one. They were either standing on the training grounds, on the mountain peaks, on the city towers, or in the fields. They were either singing or dancing. When the cultivators saw this, they muttered in their hearts, "This is a bunch of idiots." To go or not to go, many warriors began to ponder. To be honest, many people were afraid of the celestial demonic emperor. If there was really someone guiding the light in the darkness, they would definitely support him. At least there would be hope for survival. Of course. More than that, he was conflicted. They did not deny the strength of the Sect of all times, but they were more worried that this force would compete with the celestial demonic emperor. They even recorded a video and played it repeatedly on various planes. This was simply a public provocation. We can't go. Someone said in horror, we'll only die faster if we go. The celestial demonic emperor will definitely see the projection. He will never tolerate the existence of such a force that opposes him. When the time comes, he will definitely eliminate it at all costs. We'll only be implicated if we go. Yes, yes. We can't go to our deaths. Many warriors made a choice and decided to wait and see. Sigh. Knowing their attitudes, Xianxia shook his head helplessly and said, if everyone has such thoughts, who will save the universe? Forget it, forget it. If they don't want to come, I won't force them. Xianxia wanted to unite the upper universe to fight against the celestial demonic emperor. If they did not cooperate, he would do it himself. There's no other way. The system said, heroes are destined to be lonely. Xianxia agreed with this point, so he let it go. Since he had embarked on the path of fighting against villains, even if he could not win the support of the world, he would go all the way until the end. I'll protect the desolate sea realm, boom. The projection that was showing Xianxia saving the world was suddenly hit by a gloomy force and instantly shattered into nothingness. Crack. Standing in the secret chamber, the celestial demonic emperor clenched his fists tightly and said angrily, if I don't destroy the sect of all times, how can I swallow this anger? He was furious, burning with fury. Your Majesty. A counselor lowered his head and said, this sect has repeatedly opposed us. Now that the projection has been broadcast to all the major planes, I'm afraid it will gather a lot of forces. I think it's imperative to destroy it as soon as possible. Destroy it. It must be destroyed. The celestial demonic emperor sat down and said in a cold voice, mobilize all forces. We must destroy the eternal world and the sect of all times. Yes. The counselor hurriedly bowed and left to mobilize the army. Xianxia. The celestial demonic emperor gradually suppressed his anger and said coldly, are you the one who will change the upper universe according to Wei Buzi's prophecy? It doesn't matter if I am or not. The fate of those who oppose me is to die without a burial ground. The reason why he was so confident was that he had a new understanding of the devouring sky-transforming demon skill. As long as he understood the more profound meaning, he would not even care about the martial arts legends, let alone the upper universe. In this world, only I, the celestial demonic emperor, can change the universe. No one else is qualified. He was a little crazy, and his feet were a little off the ground. Whoosh! Flames raged everywhere. The celestial demonic emperor, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, appeared out of thin air. Tisk, tisk. A surprised voice came from the scorching flames. Why are you here? Do something for me. It must be very difficult for you to come to me in person. Will you do it or not? Benefits. I'll give you freedom. Ha ha ha. Celestial demonic emperor, do you think I will still believe your nonsense? You have to believe it, because you have no choice. There was no sound in the flames, and it seemed to fall into silence. After a while, the celestial demonic emperor said, what is it? Help me wipe out a plane and a sect. Can I do something that you can't do? I don't have time. Where are your 8 capable subordinates? From the shaking hands of the celestial demonic emperor, it could be seen that he was very angry now. He was angry that the 8 dragons were all killed by Xianxia. It seems that they are dead. The flames suddenly dispersed, and a bare-chested man with red hair walked out. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, okay, I'll believe you again. This man looked very young, but his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. He should not be young. Whoosh! Whoosh! The retreating flames gradually merged into his body and printed a red lotus-like pattern on his bare chest. Plane, Sect. Eternal world, sect of all times. Whoosh! In the eternal world, it was cloudy and raining. Heavily. Sitting under the eaves, Xianxia took a sip of tea and slowly raised his head. Does this bad weather mean that something bad is going to happen? Master. At this moment, Arius secretly transmitted a message, Zhang San wants to see you. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao merged into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. As soon as he came to the cell, he saw Zhang San leaning against the door and window and said with a frightened look, "Jun Patriarch, run. Otherwise, you and your sect will face annihilation." Jun Changxiao frowned. Zhang San said, "I just deduced a divination. The sect of all times will have a great calamity." "No. It's a death calamity." "Death test?" "A death test." Zhang San's words were very serious, and it did not seem like he was joking at all. Of course, after being locked in the pagoda for so long, he did not dare to make such a joke, unless he did not want to live anymore. "Can you be more specific?" It had been raining for the past few days, and the eternal world was slightly depressed. Jun Changxiao also had a premonition. "Sorry." Zhang San said helplessly, "I don't have the ability to explain things in detail even if I wanted to." Jun Changxiao sat down. "Jun Patriarch." Zhang San shouted, "Run quickly. You said it yourself. This is a calamity of certain death." Jun Chang smiled and said, "Do you think I can escape?" Zhang San was stunned. Yes. From the divination, the sect of all times was facing a death test, and there was no way out. No matter where they ran, they would have to face the cruel reality. Bang! Zhang San punched the iron door and blamed himself, "It's my fault for not being good enough. I can't find a way out for Jun Patriarch from the divination." Although he had been locked up, he was entertained with good wine and good food, which made him forget about home. Wrong. He cared so much about the sect of all times and Jun Changxiao, but more importantly, this sect and this person should be the person that could change the situation of the upper universe. This was the hope of the future. Any living thing in the world could die, but he could not. "Brother." Jun Changxiao stood up and said with his hands behind his back, "I don't agree with what you said." Looking at the dark clouds outside the window, he said in a deep voice, "A person's life or death is not dodged by divination, but by himself." At that moment, Jun Changxiao's back exuded a philosophical light, which immediately made Zhang San feel deep veneration. In the past, he had some doubts, but now he was sure that the person that would change the situation of the universe must be this guy. "Jun Patriarch. Thank you for taking care of me these days. Please open the cage and allow me to live and die with your patriarch." Since this person was the hope of the universe, Zhang San had to help him, even if he had to die with him. Jun Changxiao was deeply moved. The major planes were afraid of the Sky Devil Emperor and did not dare to help him, but a fortune teller supported him at a time of danger. This proved that there was justice in this cruel world. "Okay." Jun Changxiao clasped his hands. "Hey!" Zhang San's head was about to pop out of the window as he roared, "Don't go. Open the door." "Ta." Jun Changxiao stopped and said without turning around, "This is my eternal sect's death tribulation. I will not implicate outsiders." As soon as these words were spoken, they were deeply moving. "No." Jun Changxiao said, "You are an outsider." Zhang San stuck to the edge of the window and shouted, "Am I still an outsider after joining the sect of all times?" Whoosh. Jun Changxiao suddenly appeared behind him and quickly placed the entry form in front of him. He said seriously, "Then you are not an outsider. You are one of us." Zhang San stood there, dumbfounded. Was this guy deliberately waiting for him to jump into the pit? "My name is Zhang San. I joined the sect of all times in a daze. Do I still have the option to leave the sect?" Just like that. The sect of all times had another strong person. Zhang San might be a fortune teller, but to be able to exchange blows with the Sky Devil Emperor's clone, his martial arts must be extraordinary. On the same day, the upper echelons and disciples gathered at the main peak's training ground. Starting today, Jun Changxiao stood in front of the main hall and announced, "Zhang San is the head of the sect of all times' divination hall." Clap clap. Clap clap, everyone applauded to welcome him. The joyous atmosphere dispelled the depression brought by the cloudy day. "Patriarch." Zhang San said telepathically, "What is the main job of the divination hall?" "I haven't thought about it yet." "You will be the head of the hall first." Zhang San was speechless. The system complained, "It's not that you haven't thought about it, but that you are waiting for a chapter review. You are just borrowing it." Boom. Boom. Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times, and even all the living beings in the eternal world, could clearly feel that something big was going to happen soon. And this big event might involve life and death. Jian Guishu also frowned. The higher the realm of an expert, the stronger the premonition. Phew. Jun Changxiao exhaled, then turned and ordered, "Do, start the fire and cook." Patriarch. Hurry up and go. Yes. The imperial cuisine hall began to get busy. Soon, table after table of sumptuous dishes were placed in the cafeteria, the martial arts practice field, and even the elders' peaks. In the past, the sect of all times ate in batches. This time, it was all prepared to let everyone in the sect have a full meal. Patriarch. Lu Wancher said loudly, "Lu, the food is ready." Elder Wei and the others twitched their mouths. Death was at hand, and this girl still had the bad habit of being a child. Come. Jun Changxiao sat down and said, "Let this seed eat his fill." Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In an instant, everyone in the sect of all time sat down. They ate without a smile. Although the dishes were still delicious, the more they ate, the heavier and more oppressive they felt. Second senior brother. Eat. Su Xiaoma shut his mouth and could only eat in silence. Strangely, everyone was especially hungry today and ate a lot. Even the rice grains that fell on the table were not wasted. Gulp. Jun Changxiao drank a mouthful of soup and then put the bowl down. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and said with a smile, "We can only win when we eat our fill." Everyone understood. Soon, there would be a fierce battle. Eat. Xiao Zuiji grabbed a few steaming buns with both hands, and quickly devoured them all in one bite. The disciples who were already full also ate a few more bowls. The patriarch said, "We can only win when we eat our fill, just having food was definitely not enough." After everyone was full, bowls of drunken dreams were placed in front of them. Come. Cheers. Jun Changxiao stepped on the stool with one foot and drank it all in a heroic manner. He then slammed the bowl on the ground. Pa. Pa. The disciples followed suit. The sound of the bowl breaking could be heard frequently. This made Yuan Gongzi's heart ache. After all, the bowls were considered public goods. How could they be intentionally damaged? If it was in the past, even if Jun Changxiao took the lead, Yuan Gongzi would silently take note. This time, he chose to turn a blind eye to it. Bang! Bang! On the Spirit Beast Peak, Hall Master Z and his subordinates had also smashed the bowls. The sound of the bowl breaking echoed in the air and slowly drifted to old Yuan's ears. He immediately opened his eyes and took out a small notebook to record. The Spirit Beast Hall had maliciously smashed bowls and destroyed public goods. Their nature was vile. After this incident, they had to be severely punished. Damn. Z stood up and roared, "You don't take note of the patriarch who smashed the bowls, but you take note of my Spirit Beast Hall smashing the bowls. What the F***ck is the meaning of this?" Bang. In an instant, the school uniform that he was wearing that had been taken care of by everyone was smashed, leaving only his sexy red underwear. Hall Master, calm down. His subordinates tried to dissuade him. Calm down, my ass. The Purple King pointed at old Yuan who was still taking notes on the main peak. He roared with rage, "Yuan, I have tolerated you for a long time." Boom. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. The entire eternal world shook violently. Layers of ripples appeared in the sky and gradually materialized, forming layers of boundary that could be seen by the naked eye. Not good. Taishan exclaimed, "The boundary protection. A ray has revealed itself." In the starry sky. Many starry sky battleships were floating. How many were there? Too many to count. Whoosh. Every battleship emitted a gloomy aura. They gathered together and turned the universe into hell. The eternal world? A voice came from the depths of the void, never heard of it. Crack. Suddenly, the space was broken. Whoosh! Scorching flames gushed out along the tiny cracks, and then continued to expand the area of the rupture until a slender figure walked out from within. Only then did the flames gradually extinguish. Who was it? The helper of the celestial demon emperor. This man should be an expert of the fire property, which could be seen from his blood-red hair. Because they didn't know his name and what secrets he had with the celestial demon emperor, they called him a red-haired man. It's so big. It's the first time I've seen it. The red-haired man was also shocked by the size of the eternal world. No wonder. The celestial demon emperor will be defeated. In his opinion, there must be a lot of experts in such a big plane, so the guy had to ask him for help. Crack! Crack! All the starry sky battleships stopped and took out their weapons, aiming at the eternal world. No need. At this time, the red-haired man raised his hand and said, "Leave it to me." In the main battleship, the commander-in-chief, who was about to give the order to attack, frowned. But considering that the man was invited by the celestial demon emperor, he had to signal the other battleships to stop. Swish! The red-haired man took off his cloak, revealing his strong upper body. The lotus-shaped tattoo was particularly dazzling. "Can I be free?" He raised 2 fingers and shook them gently. A cluster of flames rose and kept expanding until it turned into a ball of fire. He said, "It depends on this plane." But it was not over. The red-haired man was still shaking his 2 fingers. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heaven and earth properties in the depths of the starry sky seemed to be attracted. They separated from the fire properties and then poured in from all directions, constantly adding to the ball of fire. The more properties there were, the greater the momentum. After a while, the huge ball of fire slowly rotated on the red-haired man's fingertips. Crack! Crack! The hot air spread and crazily burned the space. The commander-in-chief's expression was extremely solemn, and a few beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The battleship had the ability to insulate against heat and cold, but just by looking at the huge fireball, one could feel the heat. "General," one of the strategists said, "this person's strength isn't any weaker than before. They're even stronger than before." The commander-in-chief wiped the sweat off his forehead and said in a serious tone, "When the celestial devil emperor decided to destroy the eternal world, he mobilized almost all the troops. Since he could be the commander-in-chief, he was definitely a trusted subordinate. That was why he had witnessed the battle between the celestial devil emperor and the red-haired man. That battle. Earth-shattering, although the sky devil emperor won in the end, it was still undeniable that the other party was terrifying. In the upper universe, the Night King is one of the few people who can pose a threat to our emperor, the commander-in-chief said. What a pity. The strategist smiled and said, "He still lost to my emperor. Therefore, only by following my lord can we start a new era." These martial artists who followed the demonic emperor had been thoroughly brainwashed. They fantasized that they could do great things that would go down in history, and even become heroes who would create a new era. Whoosh! The red-haired man standing in the starry sky waved his hand, and the fireball with explosive power slowly flew out toward the eternal world. The whole process was very slow and gentle, like a red lotus floating in the water. "Back off," the commander-in-chief hurriedly said, with fear in his eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless battleships flew backward until they were far enough away. All the soldiers on the battleship stared at the lotus-shaped fireball, not wanting to miss the coming boom. In an instant, there was an explosion in the starry sky of the universe. The trembling space suddenly collapsed and spread out. Crack crack. Crack. Crack crack. The aftershock spread far and wide, and a large area of the starry sky collapsed. The soldiers on the celestial devil emperor's side all felt their scalps tingling because the space collapse had spread to their front. If they hadn't retreated just now, they would have been killed. They didn't have time to think about whether they had escaped by luck. Instead, they turned their eyes and looked at the burning and collapsing space in the distance. The red-haired man had his back to them. He picked his ear with his fingers and said carelessly, "They provoked the celestial devil emperor and were unprepared. The eternal world is not as strong as we thought." Suddenly, he stopped picking his ear. The sloppy expression on his face also disappeared. This The commander-in-chief rubbed his eyes. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he said in disbelief, "How could it be?" At that moment, the soldiers of the Celestial Devil Emperor were all dumbfounded. The explosion just now was absolutely terrible. It directly destroyed the surrounding space. Not to mention living creatures, even a plane could not withstand it, but, when the monstrous flames dissipated and the eternal world appeared in their sight safe and sound, they were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. The red-haired man frowned. As the person involved, he knew his own strength. It should be easy for him to blow up a plane. To be honest. From the beginning of the fireball to the beginning of the attack, he acted as if he had the plane in the palm of his hand. But the result was not what he expected. He was really slapped in the face. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just at this moment, the eternal world shook slightly. Layers of hexagonal bounded domain appeared, forming a defensive system like an eggshell. The red-haired man opened his eyes wide. He finally understood that the eternal world had a defensive formation. But, how could there be such a big formation in such a big plane? He was full of shock and astonishment. No wonder. The red-haired man gradually calmed down. He lowered his head and fiddled with his hair. He smiled and said, "The Celestial Devil Emperor asked me to do it." Swish. He stretched out his palms and aimed at the eternal world. He said, "Get serious." Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the fire attribute in the collapsing void constantly emerged and then gathered into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flame energy balls in front of his palms. Raging fire, burning sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although the 5 flames were not as big as the previous ones, they contained more fire energy and sprinted faster. "You can announce the end," the commander-in-chief said decisively. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. In a moment, the 5 powerful flames hit the barrier of the formation that enveloped the eternal world. The strong residual power spread out and constantly ravaged the shattered universe. Oh no. Those in the front, retreat, boom, boom, boom. As soon as the commander-in-chief spoke, dozens of battleships that had been docked at the edge of the last explosion exploded on the spot. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The battleships behind hurriedly reversed. "I forgot to tell you." The red-haired man turned his head and said, "You have to pay the price for watching the fun." The commander-in-chief's face darkened. He knew that this guy did it on purpose. The red-haired man looked back and saw everything in the area covered by the flames. He said frantically, "Why is it still there?" The commander-in-chief and others also looked over. When the flames dissipated, they found that the eternal world was still intact after 5 consecutive explosions. Even the bounded domain showed no signs of cracking. Damn it, this array formation was too thick. Damn it. The red-haired man raised his head and stretched out his palms again. He roared, "I won't, He closed his eyes. In his field of vision, a figure flew out of the flowing light boundary. He walked slowly in the air with his head down. No one could see his face clearly. He held a sharp sword in his right hand and a broken sword in his left hand. His hair was so green that it made people panic. "Who are you?" "A dead man doesn't deserve to know who I am." Xianxia held the Xianyuan divine sword in his right hand and the unstoppable saber in his left hand. He walked in the void with his head down. His green hair was so dazzling that it made people panic. It was not difficult to see that he had shown a lot of trump cards at this time. "Who are you?" the red-haired man said in a deep voice. The laziness in his eyes was replaced by seriousness. He could feel that this green-haired man was unusual. What a coincidence. One was red and the other was green. As the saying goes, better than bullshit. Dead people don't deserve to know who I am. Xianxia kept his head down and his words were extremely arrogant. He was very angry now. Because the other side had bombarded the realm protection formation and consumed a lot of energy from the plane origin. The formation was driven by the plane. The energy needed for its structure and operation was provided by the latter. To be exact, the strength limit of the realm protection formation was determined by the plane origin. At the same time, after being attacked, the energy provided would also be consumed. The red-haired man's two powerful bombardments just now, although not broken, burned a lot of energy, at least more than 1 billion spirit stones. For the eternal world with vast resources, it was just a drop in the ocean. But, for Xianxia, that was impossible. He had no opinion on how his disciple squandered it. If it was taken away or even destroyed by others, he would definitely not accept it. Kill him, thinking of the tragic death of the energy just now. Xianxia was even angrier, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger. The system was speechless. Is it necessary? Huh. The red-haired man said lightly, you're quite arrogant. Bang. Suddenly, he put his hands in front of him. Flames roared out and his skin turned the color of magma. He successfully blocked the extremely sharp Xianyuan divine sword. Xianxia was surprised. He was very fast and caught him off guard, but he was easily blocked. Moreover, this person's flames, whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the red-haired man was surrounded by majestic flames, not only covering himself, but also extending to Xianxia, forcing him to quickly withdraw his sword and retreat. Whoosh, as soon as he stabilized himself, there was a sound of wind breaking. Not good. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Before he could do anything, he felt the space around him crumble. Scorching flames rushed out from a tricky position and smashed straight at him. Boom. Ka ka ka. The red-haired man who appeared out of thin air punched Xianxia in the face with his fiery fist. The area of impact produced scorching fiery ripples, and the shattered space around them was shattered into dust. The commander-in-chief subconsciously covered his face. This must be very painful. I'll grab it. The red-haired man stretched out his other hand and gripped the Xianyuan divine sword tightly. The moment the two came into contact, there was the sound of metal colliding and sparks of electricity. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. Xianxia held the sword in a backhand grip, his sword will continuously fusing into the sword body, pushing it forward. Grab my sword, then I'll cut off your palm. The red-haired man frowned as he sensed the sharpness of the Xianyuan divine sword growing stronger. Then, he decisively let go of the sword and retreated. Lava wall. Whoosh. As he retreated, the red-haired man formed a hand seal and spat out lava flames, quickly forming a fire enchantment at his original position. This choice was made on the spot. This technique was pleasing to the eye. Swish. 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 Xianxia raised his two swords and slashed wildly. Finally, he broke the lava wall. Then, he looked at the red-haired man who had stabilized his body with a serious expression. The battle suddenly started and ended abruptly. From the first exchange of blows, Goxing seemed to be at a disadvantage after being hit in the face. However, in reality, there were only slight marks on the area that was hit. It was not a big deal. Some people would say that the face was Goxing's strongest point of defense. After being hit by a punch, he would be fine. Wrong. In fact, it was because he was also a fire elementalist and had a natural increase in fire resistance. Not bad. You have some ability. The red-haired man's hand that was holding the sword stretched out naturally. There was an obvious sword mark on his palm, and it was slightly painful. He was secretly shocked. What a sharp sword. The flames that he controlled and the lava could be condensed on the surface to form an absolute defense. The green-haired man was hit in the face, and the red-haired man's palm was cut. It could be seen that neither of them had any advantage in the exchange of blows. Don't worry. The battle had just begun. One must destroy the eternal world to restore freedom, and the other must protect the creatures from harm. The result of the battle between them had to be decided. It might even be a matter of life and death. I don't like to waste time. The red-haired man clasped his fingers together and folded them in the opposite direction. He said, so, let's end it as soon as possible. Same to you. Xianxia got into a fighting posture. He raised the Xianyuan divine sword over his head and the broken sword at his waist. Fortunately, it was his long hair that was fluttering in the wind instead of a buzz cut. Otherwise, it would be easy to suspect that he was Zoro the Two-Blade. Swish. The red-haired man clenched his fists. Hot flames mixed with lava spurted out. The lotus pattern that appeared on his chest became brighter and brighter, as if a demon was gradually awakening. Crack, crack, crack. Affected by the hot air, the space sizzled. Could it be, the commander-in-chief said in surprise, which move is he going to use? Everyone's face was full of question marks. In a short time, the commander-in-chief seemed to have returned to the scene of the battle between the Sky Demon Emperor and the red-haired man. It was also in the universe. It was also the collapse of the space into nothingness. It was also hot and dry. Finally, holy fire. At this time, the red-haired man suddenly bumped his fists together and roared with red eyes, judgment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce collision of the fists created a monstrous flame that spread toward the area where Xianxia was at an extremely fast speed. The entire space was dyed red. Xianxia frowned and was about to turn around to dodge. However, he found that the surging flame flew in an arc from the left and right, and then kept approaching and surrounding him. Whoosh, whoosh. He was also enveloped by the flame from top to bottom. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was trapped in the sea of fire until all the flames were connected and he fell into a world of fire. Sure enough. The commander-in-chief came to his senses and said in surprise, "Holy fire judgment." This was a kind of divine sense of fire, which formed a fixed area with the sea of fire and locked the enemy in it. It was a bit like the realm of fire. However, Xianxia had fire resistance. Could it cause any substantial harm to him? The red-haired man controlled the sea of fire and said lightly, "Hurry up and break the bounded domain of this plane." The commander-in-chief immediately understood. He first locked the green-haired man and then let him break the eternal world. The commander-in-chief didn't hesitate and immediately announced, "All troops, attack." Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The warships gathered in the universe moved their muzzles and locked on the eternal world protected by the formation. Whoosh! At this moment, Xianxia flew out and stood proudly in front of the realm protection formation. The 9 swords hung behind him, shining with dazzling light. He said coldly, "With me here, you won't succeed." Xianxia was trapped, but it didn't mean that the eternal world was at the mercy of others. There was still a sword practitioner like Xianxia. Boom. However, as soon as he appeared and finished speaking, the hot flame came quickly and directly blew him back. The red-haired man gently withdrew his right hand and blew a strand of red hair on his forehead. He said disdainfully, "Don't be so noisy. You're an adult." If Xianxia, who was trapped in the holy fire judgment, saw this, he would definitely roar, "Senior sword sage, why can't you even take one move?" There was no other way. The red-haired man was too strong. Freedom. The red-haired man closed his eyes and said, "It's finally coming." Just as he was immersed in his narcissism, the battleships targeting the eternal world opened fire. Dense shells pressed forward with great momentum. There were too many ships. There were also too many shells. The scene was extremely shocking. At this time, if there was an audience present, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. In order to solve the hidden danger, Xianxia, the celestial devil emperor, had sent all his forces here. It was no exaggeration to say that, except for his original body, this was almost a decisive battle, and it was even likely to change history. Because if one side lost, it would be a great loss. Especially in the eternal world. If they lost, they would be completely destroyed. The crisis of world extinction hung over the heads of every creature in the eternal world. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they regarded death as life. Guard! The Taishan elder roared. In every city and every formation branch, the members of the formation hall stood resolutely inside. They put their hands on the light curtain and continuously transferred their energy into it. The formation was driven by the origin, and it could also be stabilized by the formation masters. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the protective formation outside the eternal world began to bear the dense bombardment of shells, and the resulting turbulence distorted the sky of the eternal world. The camera moved to the starry sky, and people could clearly see that the solidified flowing light boundary was constantly flashing. If people had limited imagination, they could imagine that this was a nuclear war, and every place on the planet was experiencing a nuclear explosion. Buzz! Buzz! After a short period of distortion, the sky gradually stabilized. Obviously, it had withstood the first round of bombardment of the Celestial Devil Emperor's army. However, the disciples of the Sect of all times who supported the formation were a little bit painful. Fire! At this moment, the enemy commander gave the order to attack again. Tens of thousands of battleships fired continuously, and the densely packed cannonballs came crashing down one after another, forming a scene like a surging tide. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The realm-protecting Grand Array had no blind spots to withstand the bombardment. Although there were signs of trembling, there were still no signs of it breaking. It had to be said. The reason why Xianxia dared to reveal the eternal world was because of such a powerful formation. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into powder. Continue. The commander-in-chief said with a ferocious expression, "We have to blast it open." The defensive array formation was not an eternal existence. Every time it received an attack, it would definitely consume its internal energy. If 1 or 2 attacks were not enough, then 3 or 4 attacks would be enough, anyway. Since he was here, no matter what the price was, he had to complete the task given to him by the Emperor, to destroy this plane. Boom, boom, the huge eternal world stood in the universe, like a live target, being bombarded from all directions again and again. The surrounding space had long been distorted by the gunfire and smoke. Pooh! After a few rounds of bombardment, some of the members of the array formation hall in the various cities could not bear the backlash and vomited blood. Replace them. The Taishan elder ordered, replace them quickly. Swish swish, the injured members were replaced by the healthy ones. They resolutely placed their hands on the flowing light boundary. They were full. So they faced death with equanimity. However, the number of disciples in the Sect of all times was limited. If the other party bombarded without caring about the cost, there would not be enough people to maintain stability. Swish swish swish, at this moment, the warriors of various clans and cities flew over. They stood outside the formation, ready to take over at any time. In these years, they had been cultivating steadily. There were no conflicts or killings. They had endless martial arts resources. So when the plane was in trouble, they would give their lives to help. This scene was a little touching. Li Tianxian took the opportunity to take out his camera and capture it. Swish, swish, the elders of various clans also flew over. They stood in the sky above the Sect of all times and looked firmly at the shaking realm-protecting Grand Array in the sky. The entire plane was on the move. Although they were not full. If Xianxia saw this, he would definitely be gratified. For the Sect and the plane, he had put in too much effort. Now that they were facing a disaster, all the living beings were united. That was the embodiment of cohesion. Boom boom, boom boom boom. Outside, the shells were still bombarding. One by one, the members of the array formation hall were sent flying. When the rest of the members came in, they were stopped by the warriors of various clans. They said, "Let us do it." They did not want the disciples of the Sect of all times to be injured because they still had to defend the eternal world. They could not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. They could only do their best to stabilize the formation, even if it meant dying. Let them go. The Taishan elder ordered. The disciples of the Sect of all times retracted their feet and said solemnly, "Please." Okay. The warriors of various clans stepped into the formation without hesitation. They stood in the fixed position of the formation eye and put their hands on the flowing light boundary, giving all their strength. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, the bombardment outside continued without any intention of stopping. Although the boundary protection formation supported by the warriors of various clans and cities was extremely sturdy, there was a gap in strength between them and the disciples of the Sect of all times. Therefore, the consequence of resisting the bombardment was that they were severely injured. Go! Go, go! Batches of warriors were injured. Batches of warriors charged forward dauntlessly. They were not afraid of death. They were afraid of losing their homes. However, the overall strength of these warriors was still a little weak. One after another, people died on the spot due to the backlash. At least tens of thousands of people died in one round. Those who were lucky enough to survive were severely injured. The Taishan elder closed his eyes. He felt pain in his heart. It's obvious that the disciples are stronger than them in the formation. Why did you let them go in and die? Jianguishu asked, holding his chest. The sudden explosion by the red-haired man had damaged his meridians in many places. Because, the Taishan elder said, the disciples of the sect of all times still have to fight the enemy. Jianguishu was silent. He understood. First, they used the creatures of the eternal world to support the formation. They did their best to consume the enemy's firepower and preserve the elites of the sect of all times. Then, they would fight the enemy to the death. It was cruel. But there was nothing they could do. The red-haired man blocked Xianxia outside. The disciples of the sect of all times could not fight their way out. They could only rely on the boundary protection formation to resist for the time being. They could only pray that the enemy did not bring too much gunpowder. But the reality, they were here to destroy the eternal world. They definitely had enough firepower. Boom boom boom, a dense barrage of cannonballs bombarded the area. Although the Great Barrier Formation was able to withstand the bombardment, the space within the formation had already begun to distort. Highest Elder Xianxia sat in the command center. Looking at the image on the light screen, she said solemnly, the consumption of the plane origin energy is accelerating. Even though the creatures of the eternal world were responsible for supporting and stabilizing the formation, the plane origin was providing energy all the time. Therefore, after repeated bombardment, the energy began to decline. The old man of Taishan frowned. He was not a qualified commander and had no combat experience. He could stand up at this moment only because of his understanding of the formation. Highest Elder. When he was at a loss, Yuan Gongzi came over and asked, if the enemy keeps bombarding, can the boundary protection formation withstand it? No. The old man of Taishan said, the origin needs enough time to recover its energy. If the enemy keeps bombarding, even if the formation is not broken, it will stop working due to energy exhaustion. Even, excessive consumption will lead to the collapse of the heaven and earth order, and then it will completely lose its vitality. In that case, Yuan Gongzi said, then remove the boundary protection formation. This, the old man of Taishan hesitated. The boundary protection formation could withstand the bombardment. Once it was removed, it would be like opening the door to the enemy's bombardment. It would explode into a hornet's nest. The patriarch aims to build a fair world. If he knows that countless creatures have died because of the boundary protection formation, he will be very sad. The old man of Taishan was silent. Swoosh! Yuan Gongzi waved his hand and put on his unique school uniform. He hung the golden token on his waist and put his hand on his forehead. His hair turned from messy to slicked back hair. He said seriously, remove the formation. This is an order. Xianxia was not here. Someone needed to take charge of the situation. Yuan Feng. He could. Because under the sun, the words Vice Patriarch of the Sect of all times engraved on the token were particularly bright. P.S. This battle should be the most tragic battle the Sect of all times has ever encountered. No matter what happens next, please be mentally prepared. No, laughing. Xianxia was trapped in the sacred fire judgment, and the Sect of all times was basically without a leader. Rows of flowers could lead them in battle, but she had already fused with her husband and couldn't command them. At this moment, Yuan Gongzi stood up and showed his identity token as the deputy patriarch for the first time. That's right. He was the deputy patriarch, not the pro-patriarch. Actually, Xianxia had handed this heavy responsibility to him a long time ago. The deputy patriarch's responsibility wasn't light. He didn't have the patriarch's words, but he had to deal with many internal affairs and trivial matters. He could be called the number one nanny of the sect. Fortunately, Yuan Gongzi had been conscientious in his duties all these years, and his performance was impeccable. Of course. After becoming the deputy patriarch, he was stricter on the sect's internal affairs and finances, especially on the spirit beast Hall and Z. It had reached a point where it made one's hair stand on end. Don't say that Yuan Gongzi was deliberately bullying others. It was mainly because the beast race and the human race had different styles of doing things. He couldn't let them have their way and had to be strict with them. He had to be diligent and thrifty. Z didn't understand his painstaking efforts and was suppressing anger in his heart. Especially just now, everyone had clearly smashed their bowls. Why was the fault of the spirit beast hall? This was too much. Coincidentally, the patriarch wasn't in the sect at this moment, and everyone was busy observing the trembling realm protection array in the sky. Why not? The Purple King was emboldened. He picked up the brick on the ground and tiptoed over. Huff huff. With every step he took, many years of grievances and suppression uncontrollably surged into his heart. He poured all his strength into the most lethal edge of the brick. 1 step. 10 steps. He was getting closer and closer to Yuan Gongzi. Swish. Z jumped up and stretched the brick in his hand backward. Under the dazzling light, his sinister face was revealed. Dog Yuan Feng, take a brick from this hall master. To be honest, the Purple King had already thought of the consequences when he made his move. At worst, he would just turn himself in at the commandment hall. He would rather be punished than throw it over. Just how much anger did he have to suppress? Shwa. While Z was jumping up and waving the brick, Yuan Gongzi had coincidentally changed into a new school uniform. His hair was combed back, and he was wearing an eye-catching identity token. He saw it. Especially when he saw the words Vice Patriarch of the Sect of all times. Damn, when did this guy get promoted? He was even the Deputy Patriarch. The Purple King had lived in the Sect of all times for a long time. Naturally, he knew that regardless of whether it was a deputy or a substitute, their position would definitely be higher than his. What to do? Should he smash it or not? Just as the Purple King was caught in a momentary dilemma, Yuan Gongzi seemed to have sensed something. He turned around, looked at the flying Purple King, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Jie." Z instantly froze in midair. His ferocious face relaxed, and he said with a trembling smile, "Nothing." He was terrified. He didn't dare to make a move. "What are you doing with the brick?" Young Master Yuan said suspiciously. The identity medallion hanging on his waist flashed with a bright light. This scared Hall Master Z to death. He hurriedly raised his head and raised the brick high up. He roared in anger, *CK them. He was as fierce as he was just now. Now, he was as scared as he was. There was no other way. This guy was the Deputy Patriarch. If he smashed it over, it would definitely be a big deal. Yuan Gongzi didn't think too much. He said with a serious expression, "You will get what you want soon." "Are you sure?" The Taishan elder asked again. The protection array could help the eternal world resist a lot of damage. Now that it was closed, they could only rely on the power of the sect. "I'm sure," Yuan Gongzi affirmed. To be honest, he was under too much pressure to make this decision. It was undeniable that the protection array could resist damage, but it would continue to cause casualties to the warriors of various clans. If it was broken in the end, or even the Order of Heaven would collapse, it would be better to give it a try. Okay. The Taishan elder obeyed the Deputy Patriarch's order. Patriarch, Yuan Gongzi looked up at the sky and thought to himself, did I do the right thing? Right or wrong was not important. What was important was that the Sect of all times needed someone to lead the overall situation and command them to fight for the future. Hall Master Shui. Here. Get ready for battle. Yes. Everyone, get ready for battle. Yes. In fact, Yuan Gongzi didn't need to give the battle order. When the red-haired man bombarded the protection array, they were ready. Sizzle. On the main peak, Li Qingyang clenched his fists, thunder and lightning lingering in his hands. The thunder caltrop beast sat obediently beside him, its eyes shining. Obviously, it was ready for battle like its master. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were the same. They were fully armed, and their life contract beast stood beside them. To be exact, the higher-ups and disciples of the Sect of all times couldn't wait to rush out, instead of watching the warriors of various clans die in order to strengthen the array. From this point alone, Yuan Gongzi was right to close the protection array. It was what everyone wanted. Sigh. He Wudi jumped down from the tree, shook his shoulders, and said, this battle must be high profile. He realized the seriousness of the matter. As long as the array was closed, for the sake of the sect and the creatures of the eternal world, they must rush out without hesitation and wipe out all the enemies. Creak. Xianxia opened and closed the door gently, and walked out quietly. He thought that this would avoid waking Jialingyao up, but he didn't know that the woman's voice came from behind him as soon as he walked out of the courtyard. Be careful. Xianxia stopped and said without turning around, okay. I don't want the child to be fatherless before it's born. Jialingyao lowered her head. Don't worry. Xianxia said, I'll come back alive. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, it would affect his mentality, so he strode out of the courtyard. In this life, he understood the meaning of reincarnation. It was not only love but also the purest friendship. For the sake of the sect of all times, there was no reason to retreat. On the mountain rock at the end of the courtyard, Xiaoziji was wiping the flowing light shield. When he saw Xianxia walk out, he jumped down and said with a smile, Junior brother, we should be able to kill to our heart's content today. Okay. Xianxia also smiled. The two walked side by side to the main peak. One gradually put on Lu Bu's three-piece suit, the other put on a high-tech armor. In a trance. Time seemed to go back to the past, back to the first time they left the sect together to train. Although he didn't want to describe it deliberately and pretentiously, the atmosphere in the sect of all times at this moment was too austere, even a little too depressing. Especially with the underworld background music, it really made people worried about what would happen next. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others landed on the main peak one after another. The higher-ups and disciples were ready to fight, even to the death. Xingyao. When everything was ready, the old man Taixian said seriously, cut off the connection between the realm protection formation and the plane origin. Yes. Shangguan Xingyao raised her hand. After a little hesitation, she pressed the stop button on the flat light screen. Buzz, in an instant, the connection between the plane formation I and the realm protection formation was cut off. The entire eternal world seemed to suddenly lose electricity and fell into temporary darkness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, the subformations in the major cities failed. The warriors of various clans who were ready to sacrifice themselves were stunned in place. Thank you for your sacrifice, Yuan Gongzi picked up the loudspeaker and said, please leave the rest to us. Kill, Zhongyi drew his sword and roared. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, countless light spots flew into the sky above the sect of all times. Countless battleships crossed the void, and countless mechas shot out flames. The scene showed made the living beings of the plane excited. Year X of the eternal calendar. Faced with the siege of almost all the forces of the celestial demonic emperor, the sect of all times resolutely chose to take the initiative to attack. It was known in history as the prelude to the new era. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the eternal world, the dense cannonballs were still bombarding without any intention of stopping. This kind of crazy bombardment was simply a crazy waste of money. Damn it. The commander-in-chief stood in the cockpit, looking at the flowing light boundary that was still not broken, and roared angrily, what kind of formation is this? He had followed the celestial devil emperor to fight all over the world, and this was the first time he had encountered such a tricky situation. There was another reason for his anger, that was, the cannonballs consumed in such a short time could flatten dozens of planes. General, one of his subordinates said, shall we continue? Boom. Continue. So many cannonballs had been fired, if they stopped, it meant that all their previous efforts would be in vain, so they had to continue firing. General. Just as the battleship entered the temporary filling period, the counselor standing closest to the window was pleasantly surprised, the formation boundary disappeared. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief was overjoyed and said, we finally broke it. Too much thinking. The sudden disappearance of the realm protection formation meant that it had closed from the inside. If they wanted to break it with firepower, they would need to invest more resources. Charge in. The commander-in-chief roared. They would not allow the eternal world to set up the formation again. They had to take advantage of this gap to kill the creatures inside and make up for the cannonballs that had been consumed. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the tens of thousands of battleships gathered around spewed out flames. When they were about to charge, they saw that the plain was gradually filled with light spots. At first, they were scattered, but then they covered a large area. The commander-in-chief frowned slightly. General. One of his subordinates saw the true appearance of the light spots through the light screen and exclaimed, "The Eternal World Warriors are coming out." Humph. The commander-in-chief said coldly, "They are courting death." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the junction of the space barrier of the eternal world and the universe, the seniors and disciples led by Gu Zhaoxi flew out with great momentum and a murderous aura. The closure of the realm protection formation meant that the plane was exposed to the enemy, so all they could do was protect the thousands of creatures behind them with their lives. So few people? The commander-in-chief said disdainfully, "You overestimate yourself." The sect of all times could be considered to have mobilized its entire army. Although there were millions of Devil Army soldiers and a large number of Avengers following them, their overall numbers were incomparable to the Sky Demonic Emperor's army. Kill them all. In order to end the battle as soon as possible and complete the mission as soon as possible, the commander-in-chief did not plan to fight them head-on. Instead, he planned to use his superior firepower to suppress them. Ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. The muzzles of the battleships moved and locked onto the warriors flying out of the eternal world. Dazzling energy gradually gathered and then shot out tiny streamer bullets. They didn't use large cannonballs because they wanted to save money. In fact, using small, fast, and numerous energy bombs to suppress the enemy was a very good method. Swish. 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 The dense stream of bullets fell from the sky like hail. Because the area covered was too wide, it was difficult for the Sect of All Time's disciples to dodge. Hide, it didn't exist. Since he had chosen to fight head-on, he would fight to the end. Shield up. Xianxia roared. The members of the vanguard group took out shields made of special materials and placed them in front of them, forming a rectangular defensive circle. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. After a while, the streamer bullets hit the shields crazily. Although they were powerful, they could not shake the solid defense line. Spread out. Xianxia spread his hands to both sides. The members of the vanguard group hiding in the rectangular defensive circle raised their shields and flew out. They scattered to the left and right sides against the rain of bullets to attract the enemy's firepower and prevent them from bombarding so intensively. However, they still underestimated the suppressive firepower of the Celestial Demon Emperor's side. As soon as they opened the line of fire, there was another dense stream of bullets. To be exact, no matter how scattered they were, they had to experience the bombardment of rainstorm. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Under the endless bombardment of cannonballs, the members of the vanguard group were forced to retreat and the shields in front of them gradually showed signs of cracking. Boom. Boom. After a while, dozens of shields exploded on the spot. The members of the vanguard group who had lost their protection were immediately exposed to the rain of bullets. We're in trouble. Xianxia's face changed greatly. At this critical moment, the Diablo fighters rushed over one after another. They placed their huge bodies behind their fellow sect members and placed their palms in the void, condensing a solid hexagonal defensive barrier. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The rain like bullets hit the barrier but could not shake it at all. However, it was not a good idea to be a target for the bombardment. So the most important thing now was to rush over. Under the suppression of firepower, the chief mecha operator of the Sect of All Time stood up. He controlled the dawn sky and rushed forward like a meteor. Along the way, he either dodged the dense bullets or chose to charge forward. After approaching the battleship, he immediately pulled out the big sword from his back. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A huge Z-shaped sword mark appeared in the void. Swoosh, the dawn sky did not stop for a moment. Flames spurted out from under his feet as if he had turned into Zhao Zilong and charged into the army alone. Bang bang bang. As soon as he left, dozens of battleships in the Z-shaped area exploded on the spot. All the soldiers of the Celestial Demon Emperor inside died. Swoosh swoosh. The dawn sky's performance was very strong. With its extremely fast speed, it charged into the enemy like a ghost. Without exception, all the battleships exploded and people died. What a pity. He did not kill any enemies on the scoreboard. Otherwise, Jingji would definitely be at the top of the list. Blow it up. The commander-in-chief pointed at the dawn sky and roared. Ka. The cabins of the battleships nearby opened and the soldiers of the celestial demon emperor poured out like locusts. The dawn sky had charged into the army alone. They would definitely not use firepower to suppress him. After all, it was equivalent to using resources to bombard him. So, they had to use their bayonets, of course. Only a part of it. At the same time, the other battleships were still suppressing him with firepower to stop the Sect of all times from charging forward. They even deliberately bypassed them and fired at the Eternal World. Destroying the enemy's base camp was definitely the best strategy at the moment. Protect the realm. Shui Rengue, who was in command in the Eternal World, ordered. Tens of thousands of Diablo battleships stuck close to the space barrier and formed a huge defensive barrier. They did not all charge forward to protect the realm behind them. Bang bang bang. Endless cannonballs came from different directions. Although they did not have any effect on the defensive barrier, they did consume energy. After a few more rounds, the barrier would definitely break. There was no chance, because the higher-ups and core disciples of the Sect of all times had already charged forward. All kinds of superpowers and special effects were unleashed, destroying the starry sky. Battleships. At the same time, the soldiers inside were forced to fly out and fight with their bayonets. All battleships, retreat. The commander-in-chief also realized that if the battleships did not retreat quickly, they would be live targets. So, he ordered them to retreat and mobilize all the troops to suppress the enemy with numbers. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After a while, the battleships flew away and spat out batches of soldiers of the celestial demon emperor. When they gradually gathered, there were probably tens of millions of them. Among them, there were many powerful generals who gathered all kinds of evil forces and fought with the higher-ups and core disciples of the Sect of all times. The current situation was: the strong fought against the strong, and the weak fought against the weak. The celestial demon emperor's side had an absolute advantage in numbers. Take Xianxia for example. Just the soldiers alone numbered in the thousands, and there were even a few Fate Realm generals among them. Die. Night Emperor swung his halberd and swept across a large area. Blood and broken limbs floated in space. In terms of killing people, Xianxia would not show any mercy. In fact, he looked forward to being surrounded by more enemies. This way, he could share the danger with his fellow Sect members. Boom. Boom. Night Emperor turned into a god of war. He poured explosive energy into his halberd and killed the celestial demon emperor's soldiers with tyrannical and cruel methods. Gradually, the enemy's blood dyed his armor red. Whoosh! At this moment, the red-haired man walked out from the sacred flame judgment that bound Xianxia. This kid is a bit difficult to deal with. He thought that it would be easy to deal with him after trapping him, but things did not go as smoothly as expected. The red-haired man continued to stabilize the sacred flame judgment. He accidentally found Xianxia fighting and murmured, "This guy is a bit fierce." He looked at the battle between the celestial demon emperor's army and the disciples of the Sect of all times. Seeing that the situation was not under their control, he shook his head and said, "I'm waiting to regain my freedom. I don't have time to waste." Whoosh! After that, he waved his two fingers casually. Whoosh! In an instant, the scorching energy of flames condensed at the tip of his finger, and it expanded as it spun. When it reached its limit, it shot out with a swish, and then it carried terrifying force as it pressed down towards Xianxia, who was in the midst of a massacre. The red-haired man meant that he would help the celestial demon emperor's army get rid of the troublesome enemy. His main task was to deal with the green-haired man trapped in the judgment. "I'll deal with the one who dances the most. If you still can't take down the Eternal World, you're really trash raised by the celestial demon emperor." Whoosh! The flame energy pressed down from the sky. The heat and aura cut the space. Oh no! After killing a celestial secret realm general, Xianxia smelled a strong sense of danger. He looked up with a pale face. It would have been better if he didn't see it. Once he saw it, his heart sank. The red-haired man seemed to be casually gathering the flame energy, but in fact, it was not weaker than the flame energy he had used to bombard the protective formation. Not to mention Xianxia, even an upper-class celestial secret realm warrior would not dare to fight against it. Junior brother Yi, dodge quickly. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others who were fighting in the distance roared loudly when they saw this. Dodge. Too naive. The flame energy gathered by the red-haired man was too strong. It even formed a kind of aura that sealed Xianxia. He could not move at all and could only watch. At the moment of life and death, Night Emperor roared with blue veins bulging. Whoosh! The immortal sound power in his body burst out, trying to break the invisible pressure control. However, he had just comprehended it not long ago, and the amount was too little. It was impossible to shake it. It was really difficult to resist in the face of absolute strength. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang and the others were furious, but they could not help because of the distance. No. Even if they could come to help in time, they would also die. It could be said that the red-haired man's strength was very terrifying to be able to fight back and forth with the Sky Devil Emperor. Any target that he locked onto would be in an unbreakable dead end, unless, whoosh. Just as the Arch was on the brink of death, He Wudi flew over from afar. The power of immortal music that erupted from his palms had reached its limit. When he moved at high speed, his entire face was distorted by the wind. However, he tried his best. But there was still a distance between him and Xianxia. Even if he rushed over, he was not confident that he could protect him. He might even implicate himself. At this moment, He Wudi did not think so much. He only had one thought in his mind. He had to save Xianxia with all his strength. Only then could he not let down the patriarch and the sect. Reality was cruel. The flame pressed down at a much faster speed. The hot air waves pressed down, destroying the surrounding space with a terrifying force. He Wudi went crazy. He roared and burned the immortal sound power in his body, but he could only watch the hot force approaching Xianxia and the figure that appeared in front of him. A figure? He did not see wrong. A person appeared in front of Xianxia out of thin air. He stood in front of Xianxia with a thick shield. He seemed to be in a fragile position, facing the pressure of tens of thousands of kilograms. Whoosh! A heavy aura spread and condensed into a majestic body. He suddenly put his palms on the flowing light shield and roared, I have the strength to pick up mountains and the spirit to conquer the world. The overlord of Western Chu. He recognized Xiao Ziji's heroic soul. Xianxia stared blankly for a moment before shouting, let's go. Xiao Ziji stood in place, holding the flowing light shield with both hands. Because of the continuous explosion of power, the mech armor wrapped around his arms gradually cracked and finally collapsed. Whoosh! The flames were still sinking, just like the prehistoric comet that collided with Earth. When it came into contact with the shield's defensive area, a magnificent energy ripple immediately appeared. Boom! At this moment, the tyrant of Western Chu, Xianxia, retracted his hands and punched Xianxia, sending him flying. Without the support of the heroic soul, his defense was reduced. Xianxia, who had flown out, saw everything clearly. Xiao Zuiji turned his head and showed the side of his face. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, I am willing to use this broken body to bear the brunt of the lightning for you. No. Night Emperor roared with tears streaming down his face. The scene he saw only lasted for a moment before it was mercilessly covered in flames. Junior brother Xiao. Senior brother Xiao. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting cross-legged in the endless sea of flames, suddenly opened his eyes. His mind felt like it was going to explode because he suddenly lost something important. Ding! Sect members, 149999. The sect of all times had been walking the path of elites for the past few years, so there were not many members. They could barely gather 150,000 members, but now, they were one less. The system was silent for a moment, then said with difficulty, Xiao Ziji has died. Hearing this, little Dodo immediately took out the champagne that he had prepared in chapter 500 and cheered excitedly, June Dog's sect finally lost a disciple, and the one who died was a core disciple with the protagonist's life. Great news, ha ha ha. Pooh. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became abnormally pale. The anger and killing intent in his body was like a volcanic eruption, crazily stimulating every nerve. His entire body seemed to be completely ignited. P.S. Yesterday, when I saw the comments at the end of the chapter, a reader left a comment saying, "Have you thought about letting that disciple die?" To be honest, I have already thought about it. If there is a need to sacrifice, it will be Xiaoziji because he is a tank. The red-haired man's strength was too terrifying, so Xianxia was locked onto. There was only one outcome, and that was death. He could not withstand it, and he could not dodge it. However, just when he was in danger, Xiaoziji suddenly stood in front of him, activating all his energy and strength to form a line of defense. In fact, the distance between the two was very close, and this was due to the tacit understanding they had developed in their early years together. Attack and defense. They complemented each other, and their passion spread everywhere. When Xiaoziji stood in front of him, Xianxia's strong sense of danger was lifted. This meant that he had broken through the deadlock, and at the same time, it also meant that no one could resist the scorching power of the flames. Bang! Xianxia did not have time to think too much, because heroic soul Xianyu had sent him flying with a punch. In the process of escaping from the danger zone, he saw Xiaoziji being swallowed by the flames with his own eyes. This was the most painful. No. Night Emperor's heart-wrenching roar resounded in the shattered void. I am willing to use this broken body. I will bear the brunt of the lightning for you. This was what Xiaoziji said before he died. He had said it when he entered the life and death valley in his early years, and he had also put it into action. From the day he focused on body tempering, he defined himself as a meat shield. No matter the situation, no matter how dangerous it was, he would stand in front of his fellow disciples without hesitation. This was the life of a tank in the front row. It had nothing to do with the healer not being able to heal him, but because the enemy was too terrifying, and he was instantly killed. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei roared in pain, the anger in their bodies exploded, and they poured it into their weapons, killing the surrounding demonic emperor soldiers madly. Their relationship with their fellow disciples was deep, and there was no need to explain too much. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to turn his anger into strength, and kill all the enemies to comfort junior brother Yi's soul in heaven. Frost Sky. At this moment, Shusheng Lu appeared on the battlefield. She looked up at the sky, her hands spread out naturally, and she muttered something. Cold air that seemed to have come from the frozen hell appeared around her, and it spread across a large area with an unstoppable force. Ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. In the land covered in frost, the enemy soldiers were all turned into ice sculptures. Die. All of you must die. The Purple King was holding a pair of pink boxing gloves. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked like a professional boxer as he walked in front of the frozen soldiers. Left hook, right hook, horizontal kick, side kick. Bam. 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 Bam, the corpse burst apart, blood splattering everywhere. After Xiaoziji's death, the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times unleashed their full potential and fought against their enemies in a frenzy. Especially He Wudi. He blamed himself for not being there in time. Hoo-hoo. The power of the celestial music gradually gathered in his fists, and his eyes were filled with an intense killing intent that was rarely seen in his life. In the land of eternal life, He Wudi had always lived very cautiously. He even tried his best to pretend that he was invisible, and the situation of him fighting to the death with his enemies was almost non-existent. Today. For Xiaoziji. He was willing to become a demon. The entire Sect of all times was in an uproar. They all gave up on defense and fought against their enemies with the mentality of either you die or I die. The disciples, who were already very terrifying, had their combat power greatly increased. The red-haired man smiled. Deep feelings for your fellow Sect members. However, he shook his head and said, in the face of absolute power, you are as weak as ants. Hoo-hoo. He gently raised 2 fingers, and the scorching flames gathered again. Just as he was about to throw it out, He suddenly stopped and looked at the Sect of all times disciple who had been sent flying by the heroic soul with a surprised gaze, returning to the moment before Xianxia died, and everyone was furious. Xianxia was still flying backward, tears rolling down his hideous and painful face, scattering across the universe. Slowly, a huge black hole appeared behind him, and his entire body sank into it. Darkness, silence. Xianxia seemed to have lost his soul, floating alone. After an unknown period of time, light appeared in front of him, dispelling all the darkness. A blue sky and warm sunlight poured down on his body. This was the falling star continent. Xianxia landed lightly on the mountain. There was a red door there, and a plaque hung on the door with the words Ironbone Sect. The falling star continent was long gone. The Ironbone Sect was also history. Could Xianxia have returned to the past through the black hole? Junior brother Yi. A familiar voice came from the Ironbone Sect, and Xianxia walked out with a smile. Although his eyes looked very mature, it was difficult to hide his youthfulness. It seemed that this should be the Sect of all times' initial stage, which was a few decades ago. Xianxia was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. He didn't die. Senior brother Xiao didn't die. Swoosh. At this moment, Xianxia strode out and passed through Xianxia's body. The latter stood there dumbfounded. He tried to raise his hand, but found that his arm was blurry. Was it a dream? The joy on Xianxia's face was soon replaced by pain. He slowly turned around and looked at Xianxia, who was leaving. He could no longer control his emotions, and tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Junior brother Yi, hurry up. Xianxia stopped in front of the stairs and shouted at the door. Xianxia closed his eyes and recalled the past in his mind. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he should be coming out. As expected. A person walked out of the red door. His skin was wheat-colored, and his eyes were ignored. He looked simple and unadorned. Who was it, Pei Aniu? To be precise, his body was still temporarily controlled by Night Emperor's soul. Xianxia was like air. When he saw Xianxia and his former self go down the mountain one after another, the pain in his heart deepened. What appeared now was the scene of the reincarnated powerhouse and the genius who had turned into a good-for-nothing forming a team for the first time. Although it was a bit long ago, it was something that Night Emperor would never forget. He would never forget the experiences he had with him in the wilderness, as well as Xiao. Suddenly, the scene changed. Xianxia appeared on a high slope. He saw himself sitting on a stone, and also saw Xianxia lying on the ground. If he remembered correctly, this should be the Spirit Spring Mountain. Below the ruins of the Spirit Spring Sect, Xianxia, who was still the sect master, was leading his disciples to confront the 3 Wuzong disciples of the Spirit Spring Sect. In the past, he thought that Xianxia was particularly stupid, so he deliberately used the Taishan Sutra to help him hide his aura, so as not to be discovered by the people below. Next. The scene changed again and again. It was all things that had happened in the past. It was all bits and pieces of contact with Xianxia. It was a very warm scene. However, when Xianxia looked at the scenes again and again like a passerby, the pain in his heart became more and more intense. The power that had been sealed in the depths of his soul gradually cracked. Until the memory node returned to just now, when he was suppressed by the power of fire, when Xianxia sacrificed himself to save him, it finally reached the critical point. Ah! Xianxia held his head and roared. Pung pung pung. In an instant, the chains that sealed the depths of his soul all broke, and a terrifying aura pervaded his body. And? The red-haired man, who was preparing to continue killing the disciples of the Sect of all times, looked over in shock. He saw that the guy who was sent flying had a ferocious expression, and the word king gradually appeared behind him. This is, Feng Wanli and the others saw this and were immediately dumbfounded. What's going on? When Xianxia roared, Gu Zhaoxi's reincarnation spirit completely broke free from his dantian. It could not be stopped at all. Whoosh, finally, the spirit seed rushed out and flew toward Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, 2 streams of light flew out from the sacred fire judgment. They were the evil spirit and the fire soul spirit. They brushed past the red-haired man's ears. The spirit seeds in Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and even Li Qingyang, who were fighting with their enemies, also broke free from their bodies. Whoosh! 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 7 streams of light of different colors flew in front of Xianxia. They represented the evil spirit, the fire soul spirit, the space spirit, the reincarnation spirit, the 5 thunder spirit, the sand spirit, and the space-time spirit that came out of Xianxia's body. Obviously, they were all controlled by the Night King. However, there were still 3 left. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, 3 streams of light pierced through the void and then lined up with the other 7 spirit seeds. They continuously rotated clockwise above Xianxia's head. The purgatory spirit, the frost spirit, and the space-time spirit. Feng Wanli could not hide his excitement and said, "The 10 spirits have gathered, the king has returned." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the 10 streams of light quickly flew into Xianxia's body, causing him to be shrouded in a terrifying aura. The red-haired man frowned. A strong sense of danger instantly filled his heart. When Xianxia could not accept Xiao Ziji's death, the sealed power in the depths of his soul was completely released. It was quite sudden. After the power of the seal broke out, the 10 spirit seeds that once belonged to the Night King all flew out of the body of the current successor and merged into Xianxia's body. In a sense, it could be considered as returning them to their rightful owner. However, if he took away all 10 spirit seeds, what would happen to the others, especially Jin Changshao, who took 2 spirit seeds and treated Xiaohua and Xiaoxia like his own sons? He had painstakingly raised them, only to find out that they were not his biological children and had even been taken away. This was even sadder than having green hair. Ryu Sinan and the others did not care that the spirit seeds were taken away, because they knew that since they merged into Xianxia's body, their combat power would definitely increase greatly. Not bad. The power was unsealed and merged into the spirit seeds. The power that permeated Xianxia's body had risen to an unimaginable level, so much so that the red-haired man frowned and smelled danger. It was even a sense of crisis. "You killed my fellow sect member." Xianxia lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Unforgivable." His calm words were not angry or murderous, but they made one's hair stand on end. Sometimes, hysterical shouting was not the only way to express one's ruthlessness. The abnormal control of one's tone was even more terrifying. "Kill! Kill!" The Sky Devil Emperor's army below did not care about Xianxia's outburst. They were still attacking the disciples of the sect of all times, gradually surrounding them with their advantage in numbers. One death was only the beginning. This sect and this plane must be destroyed. Buzz buzz, however, when they leaped onto their horses and charged over, the space around them trembled, and a light that resembled plastic wrap appeared. Xianxia's head was still lowered, but his hands had already spread out. His 10 fingers sank into the depths of space, and then he slowly pulled. The streams of light that had condensed below quickly drew closer, binding the enemy forces in several areas within. Ryu Sinan was stunned. This kind of method of reaching into space and pulling the enemies in different areas was really amazing. "Die!" Xianxia said in a low voice, which seemed to contain the profound meaning of the law. Boom! 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 All the enemy soldiers bound by the space spirit were killed. With this death, more than 100,000 were lost. Shwa! At this moment, Xianxia turned around and pointed 2 of his fingers at another area. The power of the sand gathered at his fingertips and was rapidly absorbed. Along the way, the sand turned into sharp needles that pressed forward like a torrential rain. Swish! 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 Poochie! 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 The sharp needles made of sand crazily pierced through the celestial devil emperor's soldiers, not only turning them into honeycombs, but also killing hundreds of thousands of them. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. Xianxia's strength was simply terrifying. At this rate, the celestial demonic emperor's army would not be enough to kill, of course. The red-haired man certainly would not let him do whatever he wanted. He immediately gathered flames on his fists and said coldly, "Your opponent is me." At this moment, he was not sure that he could defeat this berserk guy. But in order to destroy the eternal world and regain his freedom, he had to find a way. To delay and buy time for the celestial demonic emperor's army, it was a good idea. At present, the disciples of the sect of all times were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Although they could still fight bravely, they would gradually decline after a long battle. Sorry. Your opponent is me. At this moment, a voice came from behind. The red-haired man turned his head in surprise and saw a figure walking out of the sacred flame judgment step by step. He exclaimed, "How did you get out?" With his divine sense, he sealed the area with endless flames. Even if the trapped warriors could resist the flames, they could not break out at all unless they broke out from the inside. However, what was the situation now? The sacred flame judgment was still there and had not been destroyed. The guy trapped in it walked out casually as if he were in his own backyard. More than that, when the figure walked out step by step and gradually became clear and revealed the appearance of Xianxia, the surrounding endless sea area seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and crazily rushed into his body. This guy is absorbing my sacred flame judgment. Oh no. The red-haired man realized that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to withdraw the flames, but sadly found that the connection had been broken. He was the one who set the fire. But now it was not his anymore. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The hot flames crazily rushed into Xianxia's body and into his dantian. After being refined, his skin gradually turned red and hot. Patriarch. Seeing Xianxia walk out, the disciples felt as if they had found their backbone. But when they thought of Xiao Ziji's death, the joy that had just appeared was replaced by grief. Especially Xianxia. Although he was in a berserk state, his mind and sea of consciousness were very clear. When he saw the patriarch come out, he not only felt grief but also deep guilt. Because of him, senior brother Xiao had died. Whoosh. After a while, the sacred flame judgment was completely absorbed. The red-haired man's expression was extremely ugly. The sense of danger grew stronger, and his state of mind became more and more flustered. On the left was Xianxia, who had transformed into the Night King, and on the right was Xianxia, who was unscathed and absorbing the sea of flames. It was understandable that he was flustered. Him. Xianxia pointed at the red-haired man and said, "Leave him to me." Understood. Xianxia turned and flew down. He left Xiao Ziji's murderer to the patriarch. He would be responsible for threatening the plane and the soldiers of the same sect. Die. Whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Xianxia seemed to have turned into the Grim Reaper. Just as he flew over, he used different spirit seeds alternately. Everywhere he passed, the demonic emperor soldiers were all destroyed. Kill. Kill. Zhongyi raised his saber and roared. In an instant, the members of the war cavalry hall charged forward. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times also channeled all their power into their weapons and tried their best to kill the enemy soldiers. It was as if there would be no one to kill if they were slow. That's right. If they were slow, there really would be no one to kill. This was because Xianxia, who had gone berserk, killed a large number of demonic emperor's soldiers with every move. The most terrifying thing was that in order to end the battle as soon as possible, he turned around and unleashed the power of space, the power of evil, the power of fire, and other powers. A large area behind him seemed to have been hit by a pause button and instantly entered a state of stillness. Snap. Xianxia snapped his fingers lightly. Bang bang bang, in an instant, the million soldiers in the sealed area were shattered into nothingness. Blood and remains gathered together, forming a terrifying slaughterhouse. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others were so shocked that their scalps went numb. This scene of millions of lives being annihilated with every move was simply too terrifying, killing people like flies. Eyes red from killing. It was difficult to describe Xianxia. At that moment, he was the devil, the incarnation of the Grim Reaper. For Xiao Ziji, even if he had to destroy the entire upper universe, it would not matter. Although Xianxia didn't want to be a couple on purpose, the relationship between Xianxia and Xiao Zuiji was real and undeniable. With a snap of his fingers, millions of his companions were killed. This terrifying lethality directly shocked the demonic emperor's army. At this moment, they hesitated and felt fear. They changed from charging to retreating step by step, and there was only horror in their eyes. Retreat. The commander-in-chief ordered. This existence that could kill creatures as easily as taking something out of his pocket also deeply shocked him. In particular, the red-haired man was held back by Jun Changxiao and could not be distracted to deal with the enemy. The only thing he could do was to retreat as soon as possible to avoid more casualties. Retreat? Yi Xingchen sneered. Swish. Spreading out his hands, the space force erupted and quickly spread to the extreme distance, and then turned into a solid flowing light barrier, trapping the fleeing demonic emperor soldiers and the space battleships docked in the distance. You. Yi Xingchen finally raised his head, and his distorted face was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Go and be buried with senior brother. No, bang. Bang. Bang, bang. Bang, under the desperate call, the demonic emperor soldiers trapped in the space were all cut into pieces. Blood splattered and dyed the shrinking space barrier red. Boom, boom, the space battleships did not escape the fate of destruction. Even as they gradually shrank, they kept colliding, causing a series of big explosions. The commander-in-chief in the main battleship could only face the flames with fear. On this day, in this battle, the demonic emperor's tens of thousands of battleships and millions of soldiers were all killed. The murderer, Yi Xingchen. The berserk Yi Xingchen annihilated the demonic emperor's army, not leaving behind a single intact warship. The sin of sacrificing oneself to the heavens, the magic power is boundless. However, even if he won, Night Emperor was not happy. If he had a choice, he would rather let go of these unforgivable demonic emperor soldiers in exchange for Xiao Ziji's resurrection. Or, I can take his place. In fact, no matter how many times the situation was repeated, Xiao Ziji would always stand in front of Yi Xingchen. It was not only because of their friendship, but also because of the conversation he heard when he waited for his junior brother to come out. I don't want the child to lose his father before he's born. Don't worry, I'll come back alive. Many disciples in the sect were no longer single, but Xiao Ziji was still alone. So when he heard the conversation between his junior brother and his sister-in-law, he made a decision. No matter what danger there was, he must protect Yi Xingchen and let him return alive. So, the two of them were so close to each other. It was more than just tacit understanding. From the beginning, Xiao Ziji was very deliberately protecting the child's father. He was moved and teared up. Even if he killed millions of enemies, it was still difficult to suppress the pain in Yi Xingchen's heart. He could only vent it by roaring ferociously. Boo-hoo! Lu Wancher's tears fell like rain as she leaned on Li Luochio's shoulder. Although she often said some inauspicious words, she cared a lot about her senior brother and junior brother. At that moment, everyone in the sect of all times heard Yi Xingchen's incompetent roar and lowered their heads in sorrow. The enemy was killed, and one person died. No matter how one looked at it, it was a complete victory. However, everyone showed pain and depression as if they had lost the battle. No, they had not won yet. The murderer was not dead. Everyone turned their heads and looked angrily at the cracked void in the distance. The commander-in-chief chose to retreat tactically before his death because Jun Changxiao was holding the red-haired man back and lost his absolute combat power. Naturally, he could not compete with the berserk Yi Xingchen. But the truth, the word dragged was not appropriate. To be precise, the red-haired man was being trampled by Jun Changxiao. Boom, an explosion sounded in the sky. The disciples of the sect of all times had just turned around when they saw the red-haired man fly into the distance with a whoosh. Then, he steadied himself in an extremely sorry state. There was an obvious scratch on the left side of his face. He must have been hit in the face. Damn it. He clenched his fists in anger, and scorching flames erupted. However, in the next second, his eyes widened because there was a flash of light in front of him. The tip of the spear was fixed an inch away from his forehead. The red-haired man's eyes slowly focused, and only then could he see clearly that the person standing in front of him was a young man with delicate features. He was standing on a flaming wheel, with a red scarf draped over his shoulders and a flaming spear in his hand. Especially, there was a red lotus pattern engraved on the front of the armor. Just as the readers were guessing who this person was based on his appearance and equipment, the phone screen suddenly shook, and a few words popped out: Santan Hai Hui Guru, Neza. SSS ranked heroic soul. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others exclaimed. They had gone to the Heavenly Might's secret realm to train countless times. Although they could not defeat a top-notch heroic soul, it did not stop them from observing the portraits on the wall. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, Xianxia walked out of the area filled with flames in the distance. The flames spreading out from his body turned into lines that were connected to Neza, who was standing in front of the red-haired man with a spear. This meant that, the mythical figure that suddenly appeared should be controlled by him. First, the Monkey King's heroic soul appeared to destroy the Heavenly Demon Emperor's clone. Now, Neza's heroic soul was aiming at the red-haired man with a spear. What did Xianxia, who could not enter the Heavenly Might's secret realm, have that made the gods willing to help him? Handsome? The author was more handsome than him. He did not see anyone helping him. Gulp. The red-haired man swallowed his saliva. Although the spear in front of him exploded with flames, his entire body was still covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he felt that death was closer to him than ever. He did not obtain freedom. Was he going to die here? No, he could not accept this. The heroic soul Neza glanced at the tattoo on the red-haired man's chest and said disdainfully, "Are you worthy of using a lotus?" When the Dragon King flooded Shintang Pass, Neza cut his flesh to return to his mother and bones to his father. After he died, perfected Tai used the lotus to reconstruct his body, so this was his symbol. What a coincidence, there was a lotus on the red-haired man's chest. What was even more coincidental was that Neza was also playing with fire. What did this mean? It meant that the third prince would appear from the moment the red-haired man appeared. Just like the hidden corners of the popular mystery web series recently, every episode and frame was full of small details. TSK, Little Dodo disdainfully ridiculed, "How dare this idiotic novel be so fake? Don't you want to be a green lotus?" "Hey," Neza said calmly, "how do you want him to die?" From his tone, although Xianxia had some kind of connection with him, it did not seem like he had absolute control. It was more like an employment relationship. "Torture him to death," Xianxia said coldly. "You killed my disciple. Unforgivable." Poochie, as soon as he finished speaking, Neza pierced the red-haired man's left shoulder with his fire-tipped spear. The red-haired man's face instantly turned ferocious. He could tolerate being pierced. What he could not tolerate was the pure flames released by the spear that burnt his flesh and blood mercilessly. It hurt to the bone marrow. "Poochie." Neza pulled out his spear and pierced it into his right shoulder. Since he was going to torture him to death, he could not die immediately. He had to control the damage to his body and soul just right. "Poochie. Poochie." The sound of flesh being pierced resounded in the starry sky. The disciples of the sect of all times who heard it felt very comfortable. They even wished that they could stab themselves to comfort their fallen comrade. Eternal World, Stone Statue City. Since she was accidentally saved by Xianxia, Gongsun Ruoli had been living in the main city built by her clansmen. She focused on martial arts and rarely appeared in public. She wanted to find the heartless man, but considering her son, she suppressed it for the time being. Xianxia had also come to see her father, hoping that she could join the sect of all times to enjoy better martial arts resources, but he was politely rejected. Now, Gongsun Ruoli wanted to calm down and lead the Stone Statue clan to a better future. Swoosh. In the secret chamber, Gongsun Ruoli, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. Because she wanted to comprehend martial arts and was worried that she would be disturbed, the environment was very closed. She did not even feel the bombardment of the eternal world. If so, why did she wake up? Gongsun Ruoli lightly clutched at her chest, a pained expression appearing on her beautiful face. No, something must have happened. Gongsun Ruoli hurriedly stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. When she saw the distorted sky of the eternal world, she immediately realized that her intuition was right. "Patriarch. Why did you come out?" The clan official was surprised. "What's going on?" Gongsun Ruoli frowned. The official hurriedly told her that the eternal world was attacked by the celestial demonic emperor's army. When he learned that his son and the sect were fighting with the celestial demonic emperor's army outside, he immediately flew out without hesitation. "Kill him." At this time, Xianxia, who was in the starry sky, said coldly. The red-haired man had hundreds of holes in his body. It was a horrible sight, so there was no need to torture him. It was better to kill him. Okay. Neza raised his fire-tipped spear. Whoosh, Poochie. Just as Gong's son Ruoli flew out of the eternal world, the fire-tipped spear with great power accurately pierced the red-haired man's glabella, causing his eyes to gradually lose their luster and his hands to slowly fall down. At this point, the murderer of Xiao Ziji had died at the hands of Jun Changxiao. Jun Changxiao took revenge. If it had been in the past, such a powerful cultivator might have been sent to the Heaven Origin prison-suppressing pagoda to take care of him. Unfortunately, after killing Xiao Zue, he no longer had the chance to do so, because even gods had to die. The celestial demonic emperor's army was annihilated. The red-haired man who killed Xiao Ziji was also killed. This represented the prologue battle of the new era. Jun Changxiao and his sect of all times won. However, the price was the death of his disciple, Xiao Ziji. Is there any way to go back to the past? Jun Changxiao asked in his heart. No. The system answered truthfully. He understood the pain in the host's heart at this moment and the urge to start over. Unfortunately, what had happened could not be changed. Jun Changxiao clenched his fists and said, I shouldn't have shown the eternal world. Then Sini wouldn't have died. It's all my fault. The host will have to fight the celestial demonic emperor sooner or later. Sacrifices are inevitable, the system said. It liked to complain about Jun Changxiao, but on this occasion, it would try its best to comfort him and ask him not to blame himself too much. Otherwise, it would be very heavy. Right. Jun Changxiao said happily. Sini went to find Xingchen to participate in the universe holy war with him in the future. That is to say, he still has a chance to be resurrected. This, the system thought for a while and said, it makes sense. Store, it must be the store. Jun Changxiao said with hope, there's a tool that can resurrect. The system did not say anything. It wanted to say that there were only things you could not think of, but nothing you could not buy. But considering its own power, it did not want to cause trouble for the host. Thinking of the scene that Yi Xingchen had seen and the omnipotent system store, Jun Changxiao's depression faded a lot. Phew. He took a deep breath and exhaled happily. The system was here, hope was here. Hey. Hero Soul Neza picked up the red-haired man's body and said lightly, do you want to cut him into pieces? Jun Changxiao wanted to answer, but he suddenly saw Gong's son Ruoli at the end of his vision. He said in surprise, Father, why did you come out? No, why did his father look dull? Why were tears gathering at the corners of her eyes, and why did she look so pained? Jun Changxiao had always been a meticulous person. When he saw Gong's son Ruoli's appearance and the complex emotions on her face, the muscles that had just relaxed tensed up once again. Then, with great difficulty, he shifted his body to the dead red-haired man. It can't be, it can't be. It's over. The system exclaimed, this is serious. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times were dumbfounded. They clearly knew that Gong's son Ruoli had been looking for the heartless man. Now that she was staring at the red-haired man's corpse in a daze, did that mean, thinking about how he had been chased down by the heavenly demon emperor's martial artists, and how the red-haired man was in cahoots with the former, there was no need to guess, Stone Hammer, Patriarch's mother. Pooh. Jun Changxiao spat out a mouthful of blood as pain appeared in his eyes. If the red-haired man was really the heartless man his father was looking for, wouldn't he be killing his mother to prove his Tao if he killed him? Wouldn't that be committing an unforgivable crime? The system hurriedly comforted her, it's not your fault. How am I going to explain this to father? Jun Changxiao roared in his heart. Yes. Without knowing the identity of the red-haired man, he had killed Xiao Ziji, so there was nothing wrong with him killing him. But now that he knew his identity, how was he going to face his father in the future? Even when he killed that guy, his father had seen it. You. Gong's son Ruoli, who had been silent all this time, finally opened her mouth. But with just one word, tears fell from the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. Because of the existence of the stone statue bloodline, Jun Changxiao felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife when he saw her cry. Father, I'm sorry, sigh. At this moment, a sigh was heard. Jun Changxiao raised his head slightly and looked at Zhang San, who was also in his field of vision. He put his hands behind his back and slowly turned around, smiling bitterly. You still found me. Everyone in the sect of all times was confused. Gong Sun Ruoli bit her lip and flew up until she stopped in front of Zhang San. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped him. The latter did not dodge and allowed the angry and resentful palm to slap his face. Pa, it was crisp and loud. Pa. Gong Sun Ruoli raised her left hand and slapped Zhang San's face cleanly. Her eyes were filled with anger and resentment. You were indeed hiding from me on purpose. I have my reasons. Pa. Another slap to the face. Zhang San did not mind and continued, following a person who divulges heavenly secrets, you will be implicated sooner or later, so, Pa. Slap to the face x4. I have to leave. Pa. Slap to the face x5. Gong Sun Ruoli raised her hand again but did not hit him. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said hysterically, not only did you abandon me, but you also abandoned your son. Son? Zhang San was stunned. He could not even feel the pain on his face. Pa. Slap to the face x6. When Gong Sun Ruoli continued to slap him 7 times, Zhang San grabbed her wrist and said anxiously, you were pregnant before I left? He did not even know if she was pregnant. What a scumbag of a father. That's right. Gong Sun Ruoli said hatefully. Zhang San could not control his emotions and asked anxiously, where is he? Where is he? Gong Sun Ruoli did not answer. Instead, she shifted her gaze and looked up. Zhang San turned his head with difficulty and locked his gaze on Jun Changxiao. He said in disbelief, he is my son? It can't be. It can't be. Jun Changxiao hugged his head and held, she is my mother? Clang. At this moment, Gong Sun Ruoli pulled out her sword and pressed it against Zhang San's neck. She gritted her teeth and said, abandoning your husband and son, you deserve to die. Father. Jun Changxiao advised anxiously, you must calm down. Although he could not accept that Zhang San was the heartless man his father was looking for, the truth was the truth and could not be changed. At this time, he had to prevent this tragedy from happening. Got it, Jun Changxiao hurriedly transmitted his voice. Zhang San turned his head with difficulty and said sadly, there was once a sincere love in front of me, but I did not cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late to regret it. This is the most painful thing in the world. He finished speaking according to what Jun Changxiao had taught him. His tears just happened to fall, and his mood and expression were just right. An old actor, as expected. Hearing Xianxia's classic lines, Gong Sun Ruoli's heart softened. She withdrew her sword and turned to fly back to the eternal world. Don't just stand there. Jun Changxiao urged, hurry up and chase after her. Ruoli. Zhang San hurriedly chased after her and shouted, listen to me, listen to me. Watching the two figures fly into the eternal world, Jun Changxiao's depression dissipated, and he let out a long sigh of relief. This is a turn of events. The system said, this is the limit. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times also let out a sigh of relief. At first, they really thought that the red-haired man was Patriarch's mother, but in the end, it was a feint. Pfft. At this moment, Yi Xingchen, who was standing in the universe, raised his head and spat out blood. The 10 spiritual seeds in his dantian quickly flew out and returned to Jun Changxiao and the others. Oh no! Brother Yi fainted. Hurry, carry him back. P.S. As soon as the red-haired man appeared, some readers guessed that she was Gosheng's mother. Humph, was it that easy to guess? Gurgle, gurgle. The area composed of lava and flames suddenly boiled, and the surrounding temperature rose a lot. Swoosh! After a while, the lava spurted out and condensed into a human shape. At first, there was only a rough outline, but gradually the facial features were condensed until the sharp face was completely three-dimensional. It was the red-haired man who was stabbed by Neza between the eyebrows and died. He didn't die? Wow. The red-haired man covered his chest and spat out blood, which disappeared into the flames. He said with a ferocious face, sure enough, it's not that simple. In fact, when he went to the eternal world, he had guessed that the enemy must be very difficult to deal with. but he never expected it to be so difficult. He had no power to fight back in front of the young man on the fire wheel, and the disciple of the sect of all times who went berserk. Even if he didn't die under the flame spear, he would probably be killed by him. Whoosh, at this moment, a gloomy breath came to his face, and a gloomy voice sounded in his ears, "You failed?" The red-haired man knew who it was. He sat down in the lava and said weakly, "Not only did I fail, but also your men." The celestial devil emperor still couldn't see his face clearly, but from his gradually reddening eyes, he should be very angry at this moment. From the way he clenched his fists, it seemed that he was trying to restrain himself. Although the sect of all times had caused him trouble several times before, it only hurt his muscles and bones. But now, his muscles and bones were broken. Who wouldn't be angry? Who wouldn't be angry? The red-haired man naturally felt it. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "I understand why you asked me to do it." The celestial devil emperor was silent. "I barely survived by using the rebirth of filthy fire, but I will suffer from the backfire of the evil fire and will be disabled for a long time. So, I don't want my freedom anymore." "Go find someone else for help," the red-haired man said weakly. "Of course," he said with difficulty, "you can also take the opportunity to kill me." "I don't want to kill a good-for-nothing." The celestial devil emperor seemed to suppress his anger and turned to leave the fire territory. But when he was about to disappear, he heard the red-haired man say, "To be honest, these people are not simple." "So what?" "I advise you to give up the delusion of ruling the upper universe." "You're wrong." With his back to him, the celestial devil emperor said, "It's not a delusion, because—" He paused for a moment, then continued in a low voice, "It's about to be realized." There was uncontrollable joy in his voice, which was a stark contrast to the anger he was trying to suppress just now. The red-haired man raised his head in shock and said, "Could it be, who?" At this time an extremely special dark aura emanated from the back of the celestial devil emperor, like the cape worn by the demons of the abyss. "You've comprehended the great devouring heaven-transforming demon technique." "A little." It was the red-haired man's turn to be silent. The celestial demonic emperor's figure gradually disappeared into the sea of fire. Before he left, he said, "I'm keeping you alive to witness the arrival of a new era." "This guy is crazy." The red-haired man sat down cross-legged and tried his best to straighten his body. Then, his thoughts returned to the battle earlier. When he was faced with death, he felt a familiar presence that he hadn't felt in a long time gushing towards him from behind. Was it her? Sigh, I'm thinking too much again. The more the red-haired man tried not to think about it, the more he recalled the bits and pieces of the past. Especially when he thought about his child who was still in swaddling clothes, the guilt in his heart deepened. "Son, I hope you can be an indomitable man. But you've become the demon's lackey. If you and I meet one day, can you forgive me for my dark side?" Eternal World, Stone Statue City. "Mrs. Gongsun, is this appropriate?" In the backyard, Xianxia sat in the pavilion with his face full of palm prints. Because Gongsun Ruoli had hit him too hard and several times in a row, his face was still burning with pain. "Sir, I'm sorry." Sigh. Xianxia sighed and said, "I can understand your pain, but deliberately hiding it from June Patriarch, isn't it a bit? Let him know that killing his mother with his own hands will only make him more painful." Gongsun Ruoli said. Xianxia was silent. "When my son was born, his mother heartlessly left, so I don't have any impression of him." "Sir, you don't have to worry about being exposed. Just get along with him as usual." Gongsun Ruoli said. "Okay." Xianxia said, "I'll reluctantly pretend to be June Patriarch's father, mother." Damn. What the hell was this? A feint wasn't enough, so another one. Actually, the situation was like this. When Gongsun Ruoli flew out of the eternal world, her eyes were fixed on the red-haired man. Even if she only saw his back, she could recognize the heartless man who abandoned her husband and son. That meant. The reader guessed right from the beginning. What about Xianxia? He happened to be standing between Gongsun Ruoli and the red-haired man, so he became a mother without knowing it. In fact, when Gongsun Ruoli realized that the flaming youth was controlled by Jun Changxiao, she immediately guessed that he was the one who killed the red-haired man, so she communicated with him through voice transmission before she collapsed. The two did not know each other, but that did not prevent them from cooperating. So when Jun Changxiao and the entire sect of all times questioned the identity of the red-haired man, she shouted at Zhang San and even slapped him hard to force him to become a mother. Why did she do this? Because Gongsun Ruoli did not want Jun Changxiao to suffer the pain of killing his mother. To be honest, when she saw the red-haired man killed, she was completely disheartened for a short period of time, especially when the murderer was her son. She had to calm down, Gongsun Ruoli forcibly suppressed the grief and pain in her heart, and did not want Jun Changxiao to bear the crime of killing his mother. She could only let Zhang San cooperate with her to act and dispel her son's suspicions. Zhang San. In the face of such an unexpected situation, his performance was flawless. The words "old actor" were written on the front. There were flaws in their cooperation. For example, before the heartless man left, her son was already born, but Zhang San said that she was pregnant before he left. This did not add up. But Gongsun Ruoli intentionally let Zhang San say that, so that her son would understand that he had never met his mother, and would be able to accept her better, and not have any doubts. Actually, she worried too much. Jun Changxiao would not suspect. Because he was not Gongsun Ruoli's child at all, and had only inherited the bloodline of the stone statue clan by chance. He was even afraid of exposing it and making this woman sad, so he had to cooperate fully. He was also an old actor. Did someone say that when Jun Changxiao killed his mother, there was no bloodline reaction? Sorry, there wasn't. After all, the bloodline belonged to the stone statue clan, not the red-haired man's. Strictly speaking, the two had no blood relations at all. There was another detail that could be seen. The red-haired man also did not sense any bloodline resonance with Jun Changxiao. If you insist on arguing, then you must be right. I am definitely wrong. After 2 consecutive feints, she finally understood the truth. However, the most tragic was Zhang San, who had to play along with the sudden wedding. It was really a test of his acting skills. Father, mother. At this time, Jun Changxiao flew over. His brows were filled with joy and pain, one representing the reunion of his parents, the other representing the farewell of his master and disciple. Son. Zhang San walked over and patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with love. I didn't expect you to grow up. His acting was perfect. But in his heart, he was howling. Jun Patriarch. I swear to God. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. It's okay, it's okay. Jun Changxiao secretly rejoiced. No flaws were seen. Everyone was acting, and their acting skills were online. Jun Changxiao had killed the red-haired man. Gongsun Ruoli's feelings were very complicated. First of all, she hated this heartless man for abandoning her and her infant son. But could this hatred really extend to death? For a long time, Gongsun Ruoli had been thinking that if she found that guy one day, she would kill him with her own hands. But when she saw him die, she still felt a heart-wrenching pain. After all, she had once loved him. But the pain was short-lived. After realizing that Jun Changxiao had killed the heartless man, she quickly calmed down and made a decision that she thought was very correct. That was to act as if nothing had happened and let Zhang San pretend to be her mother. That guy is dead. My son still needs to live well. He can't be tortured by ethics. It had to be said that this woman was as meticulous as a needle. When she couldn't control her emotions and when everyone guessed that she was the patriarch's mother, she forcefully reversed the situation. Yes. Jun Changxiao was kept in the dark. He didn't know that the red-haired man who controlled Neza to kill was a heartless man. He only defined him as Xiao Ziji's murderer. So, he deserved to die. Gosheng didn't feel guilty. But what about Gongsun Ruoli? She knew the truth. Especially when she saw her son kill his mother. How did she feel every time she thought about it? The pain. Gongsun Ruoli chose to bear it alone. She would protect this secret forever. My son. More than anything else, in terms of tradition, Gongsun Ruoli was the mother. She had done what a mother should do. In terms of the stone statue race's tradition, he, as the father, was impeccable. Jun Changxiao could deeply feel it. So he especially cherished this kind of familial relationship. He tried his best to put himself in the role of a son. Medical hall. Sun Bukong walked out and took off his mask. Patriarch, junior brother Yi is fine. He just fainted from exhaustion. Phew. Jun Changxiao let out a long sigh of relief. After confirming that Yi Xingchen was fine, he returned to the main hall and invited Zhang San over. He politely stood up and cupped his hands. Greetings, mother. That, Zhang San said weakly. It's a bit awkward for a man like me to be called mother. This is the custom of my father's tribe. This isn't the stone statue tribe's territory. We can't follow their customs. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao said, then when we are outside, I will address you as father. All right. Father. Hearing these two words, Zhang Sandan felt comfortable, and so did the readers. After all, it was really awkward to hear such a way of addressing one's parents. Xingchen once saw the future, and he also saw Sinner. Does this mean that there is a possibility of him being resurrected? Jun Changxiao asked. The reunion of his parents was a joyous occasion. However, he had to think of a way to save Xiao Ziji. Even if the hope was only 0.1%, he had to do his best. Otherwise, the blade would be here soon. Zhang San was silent for a moment before he said, Jun. Son, I have something that I don't know if I should say. Father, please speak. Although the future is already set, it may gradually deviate from the established trajectory due to various factors. Jun Changxiao furrowed his brows. Since Yi Xingchen saw the future, and he also saw Xiao Ziji, and now the latter has died, I'm afraid there is only one possibility, and that is. Zhang San didn't dare to continue. The future has been changed? It's very likely. Pfft. Jun Changxiao couldn't help but vomit blood again. He had placed his hopes on the future that Yi Xingchen once saw, but now he was told that the trajectory had changed, which was the same as directly cutting off his hopes. If the future is changed, it might not be a bad thing, the system said. What do you mean? Yi Xingchen leaving the sect probably won't happen again. Jun Changxiao's frown deepened. According to what the system said, Sinner sacrificed himself to the heavens to save Yi Xingchen, and even helped him change the timeline of the future. There is no other way. The system said, this is a multiple-choice question. Bullshit. Jun Changxiao's eyes were about to split open. Only children make choices. I want to change the future of the stars, and I also want to change Sinner's fate. If the heavens stop me, I will defy the heavens. Defy the heavens again. Does the heavens owe you money? To be honest, at this stage, when it came from Jun Changxiao's mouth, not only did it not feel Chinibu, but it also exuded a sense of hot-bloodedness, causing many readers to instantly return to the time when there was not a trace of change in them. So strong. Zhang San was shocked. Jun Changxiao was communicating with the system telepathically. The rebellious look in his eyes deeply touched him, and he once again firmly believed that this child would do something unprecedented. To revive a person, it was not possible to rely on momentum alone. Therefore, whether or not Xiao Ziji could be revived, as of now, could only depend on the system store. For this, Jun Changxiao hurriedly refreshed it. If it really refreshed, it would definitely be said to be too fake, so he didn't even refresh 10 times. In the past, he was disgusted by the limit of the number of times. Today, he wanted to pick up the chair next to him and smash the system store. As long as Xiao Ziji was not revived, Jun Changxiao would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. The same was true for the disciples of the sect of all times. The battle was over. They should have celebrated, but when they returned to the sect, they could not lift their spirits. Especially the female disciples like Lu Wancher and Yao Menjing, who cried the most. If their tears could be accumulated, they would probably flood the entire Ironbone Mountain in a few days. Of course. The Xian Turtle clan was also in pain. Xiao Ziji had fallen, and their clan's hope had also fallen. After all, both sides had signed a life contract, and one's glory was glory, and one's loss was also loss. The next day, Yuan Gongzi came to the study, looked at the haggard Jun Changxiao, and said with difficulty, "When will you erect a cenotaph for Sinner?" Now. Jun Changxiao's voice was very hoarse. "I'll do it now." Yuan Gongzi turned and left. Before leaving, Jin Changxiao raised his head and reminded, be sure to choose the best feng shui treasured place. Yes. Also, let Shangtian come. Yes. Not long after, Li Shangtian walked into the study. From his slightly swollen eyes, it was obvious that he had cried bitterly because of senior brother Zhao's death. Take out all the photos of Sinner, Jin Changxiao said. Although there was no corpse left, there must be photos on the tombstone. Li Shangtian quickly entered the spatial ring and took out all the photos of senior brother Xiao that he had taken over the years. There were quite a few, at least a few hundred. It could be seen that he had taken many photos in the past. No. Jin Changxiao shook his head and said, none of them. He needed to choose a very representative photo so that when the world paid their respects, they could deeply feel the disciples' unparalleled strength. Patriarch, no more. Li Shangtian said bitterly. The quality of these photos could be said to be at the top level in the industry. If they did not like them, there was really no other way. Pa. Suddenly, Jin Changxiao slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. Whoosh, he opened the system panel and clicked on the Lingyan Pavilion. Li Shangtian's photos were professional, but in terms of appearance and temperament, the portrait hanging in the interior was the most vivid. Okay. It turned out that the Lingyan Pavilion also had the function of preserving the portrait of the disciple. Jin Changxiao raised his trembling hand and clicked on the scroll with Xiao Ziji's name written on it painfully. When the latter unfolded from top to bottom, he stood there, dumbfounded. The picture scroll. It was blank. At the end of the scroll were 4 eye-catching words, click to revive. P.S. The red-haired man was guessed, which made me feel very helpless. But Jing Zhixiao, how did you guess? I now declare that Little Du is not my smuff, you are. Click resurrection. Such simple and direct words, such simple and unadorned words. Jin Changxiao was stunned for a moment, then ecstasy appeared on his face. Even his hands trembled at a higher frequency. Just a moment ago, he was still agonizing over how to revive Xiao Ziji, or how long it would take. In the end, an opportunity appeared right in front of him. He cried. Jin Changxiao cried. He cried unbridledly for his disciple's resurrection. Normal. The system said, calm down. Actually, it was quite surprised that the Lingyan Pavilion had a resurrection function. However, it quickly calmed down. After all, this was the system. It was omnipotent and could do whatever it wanted. Heavenly axiom order, 6 paths of reincarnation, sorry, it was for stepping on. Since he could be revived, what was he waiting for? Jin Changxiao suppressed the excitement and ecstasy in his heart. He immediately raised his trembling hand and pressed on the words that looked like a dialog box. Ding. Activating resurrection procedure. Ding. Detecting disciple Xiao Ziji's soul has been injected into the Lingyan Pavilion. All conditions have been met. Are you willing to use the contribution points of other disciples to revive him? Yes, no, Jin Changxiao was stunned. Use the contribution points of other disciples? It's very simple. The system explained, it's to use the contribution points accumulated by Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others over the years to revive Xiao Ziji. Oh. Jin Changxiao pressed yes. He did not ask the other disciples because he believed that they would choose something. To be honest, up until now, Goxing had never been proud of how strong the sect of all times and its disciples were. He was only proud of how close they were to their fellow disciples. Ding. Ding. After Jin Changxiao chose yes, all the disciples who entered the Lingyan Pavilion and obtained the special text effect had a selection interface appear in front of them. A mechanical voice said, are you willing to use your contribution points to revive Xiao Ziji? The patriarch gave the questions. They answered the questions. At that moment, no matter what Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others were doing, they all chose yes without hesitation. If this multiple-choice question had been even harsher, such as using their own lives in exchange for Xiao Ziji's resurrection, their choice would still be yes. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for Jin Changxiao to be arrogant. Ding. All disciples have chosen the same answer. Xiao Ziji's resurrection process has begun. Please wait for a moment. A voice that sounded like the sound of nature rang out beside his ears. Beautiful and wonderful. Buzz, ink began to appear on the blank scroll from bottom to top. He drew his feet, then his hands, then his body, and finally his head. In the end, Xiaoxi stood in a horse stance with his shield raised. He looked lifelike and valiant. The redrawn drawing was different from the previous one. There was an additional giant demonic beast next to it. Its hard tortoise shell and the flowing light shield complemented each other. Pa. The shield that represented the special effects of the text was directly engraved on the scroll. In an instant, two streams of light similar to eggshells appeared in front of Xianxia. Vigorous vitality was constantly gushing out from the inside. One could clearly see that the embryo was rapidly growing. The embryo turned into an infant, the infant turned into a child, the child turned into a teenager, the teenager turned into a young man, and the young man turned into an adult. This kind of journey that should have taken decades to complete was completed in just a few seconds inside the eggshell. It was really unimaginable. Goo-doo, goo-doo. The vitality contained in the eggshell was constantly boiling. The adult creature slowly raised its head and lifted its hand to remove the oxygen supply in its mouth. One of its hands touched the edge of the eggshell. Pa. Like a bubble, it burst with a poke. Hua hua. The magical vitality water scattered on the ground. Xiaoxi stood in front of Xianxia with his long hair wet. Because his body was naked, his perfect muscles were clearly visible. Hua. At this time, the other eggshell was also punctured. The black tortoise was completely revealed. It had signed a life contract with its master. They would live and die together and resurrect together. Whoosh. Whoosh. When Xiaoxi and the life contract beast's physical bodies were completed, two streams of light flew out from the Lingyan pavilion and merged into their consciousness. They were truly injected into their souls. Ding. Resurrection complete. Xianxia's mouth raised into a happy smile. When the soul completely took control of the body, Xiaoxi's eyes regained their luster. He looked down at his hands in shock and said, Didn't I die? I won't allow you to die. Xianxia said, No one in the world can take your life. Domineering and arrogant. Patriarch. Xiaoxi just realized that someone was standing next to him. He subconsciously covered his indescribable place with his hands. His whole face was almost as red as an apple. Xianxia threw a set of school uniform and said disapprovingly, It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you so shy? Don't misunderstand. Goxing said that he had seen it before because of the bathhouse. After all, he would occasionally go there to take a bath. They would often see each other. Xiaoxi put on the school uniform rather awkwardly and shyly. Then he scratched his head and said, Patriarch, how did I come back to life? His memory stopped at the time when he helped Xianxia take the damage. It's not important. Xianxia said, Hurry up and go comfort your fellow disciples. They are still grieving over there. Yes. Xiaoxi hurried out. Some people might guess from the description of the resurrection that this was a clone born under the influence of advanced technology. Otherwise, the real Xiaoxi. Why was he so sure? Because this involved another function of the Lingyan pavilion. That was, after a disciple moved in, their soul could be permanently preserved and then given a chance to resurrect. To put it bluntly, Xiaoxi's physical body was also cloned or replicated, but the soul that controlled the body was authentic. In a world where the physical body could collapse at any time, as long as the soul still had the original smell and the original formula, it meant that he was still him. There was no change at all. Back Mountain. Fengshui treasured land. There used to be Gu Zhaoxi's cenotaph here. When he returned, it was demolished. Today, another one was erected. The words Tomb of Xiaoxi, a disciple of the Sect of all times, were engraved on the tombstone. Woo woo. Woo woo. Lu Wancher and Yao Menjing squatted in front of the brazier, wailing and sending paper money inside. All the disciples were lined up neatly with their heads lowered in grief. The atmosphere was stifling. Why hasn't the photo been sent over yet? Yuan Gongzi anxiously turned around, hoping to see Li Tiantian's figure. In the end, he found a familiar person in his field of vision. His eyes immediately widened. Lu Wancher and Lu Wancher also noticed it. The two looked up with teary eyes. When they saw the person's face clearly, they stood up and screamed, "Ghost!" Junior brother Xiao. Li Qingyang was calmer. After seeing Xiao Ziji's face clearly, he thought of the multiple-choice question that appeared when he was grieving. He suddenly understood and said joyfully, "He's revived." Everyone was overjoyed. They were about to rush over, but they immediately dispelled the thought. Because Yi Xingchen was already standing in front of Xiao Ziji. His eyes were unusually cold as he raised his fist and punched fiercely. Bang! Xiao Ziji flew out beautifully and fell under a huge rock far away. He did not stand up. Instead, he leaned against his body, raised his right leg, and placed his right hand on it. The half of his face that could barely be seen gradually revealed a smile. If you don't have the strength, don't do stupid things. Otherwise, our relationship will end. Yi Xingchen roared. Strength. Xiao Ziji was still leaning against the huge rock. His right hand was still casually placed on his knee. He slowly raised his head and showed a resolute face. He smiled and said, "I have." Hu hu hu. Hu hu hu. A thick divination realm. Aura instantly filled the back mountain and deeply affected every disciple. It gave them a sense of security as if they were being protected from all sides, on this day. Xiao Ziji revived on the spot. His cultivation had directly reached the divination realm. P.S. Xiao Ziji's death was not to make you cry, nor was it because I wanted to be scolded. It was to create an opportunity for him to break through the divination realm. It could be understood as sacrificing oneself for others, and the sublimation of one's soul. Xiao Ziji was guilty of helping others, and he took on the role of a tank. In the kitchen of the sect of all times. Dong, dong, dong. Ma Yoning waved his kitchen knife and cut the vegetables on the chopping board into rows. Judging from his technique, he was obviously more skilled. 1 He and 2 He were running back and forth with the cut vegetables. Although they were busy, there was always a bright smile on their faces. Sizzle. The pot was hot and the oil was added. Phew. The sous chef Qian Songbao held the pot with his left hand and set the fire with his right hand. He was focused on cooking and was also very happy. Phew. Lu Wancher on the other stove leaned her hands on the big pot, closed her eyes, and released the fire. She was doing the most professional blind stir-frying. The dining hall was very busy. What was going on? Needless to say, there must be a grand celebration banquet. There were 3 celebrations. First, the celestial demonic emperor's army was wiped out. Second, the patriarch's parents were reunited. Third, Xiao Ziji was resurrected on the spot. Any one of them was a joyous occasion. Therefore, Jun Changxiao decided to hold the grandest celebration banquet and invited all the big shots in the eternal world to attend. Swish. Swish. In the huge martial arts practice field of the main peak, 8 tables were arranged. The members of the dining hall came one after another with delicious dishes and intoxicating drinks. Phew. Jian Guishu and the others took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Delicious, so delicious." After 2 hours of preparation, all the wine and dishes were ready. Sit down. Yuan Gongzi said. All the big shots in the sect of all times and all the big shots in the city sat down and put their hands on the full wine glasses. Swish. Jun Changxiao picked up the wine, raised it over his head, and said seriously, "This glass of wine is for the dead." When the celestial demonic emperor's army attacked the eternal world, many warriors of various clans died to strengthen the formation. He naturally would not forget and would keep it in mind. Ironbone Mountain. A place with feng shui. It had been transformed into a hero's mound by Li Qingyang. All the dead creatures would be buried here and be worshipped by the world. Sun. After the hero's mound was built, Zhang San came to observe and sighed with emotion. The place you chose is a place with excellent feng shui. It is also shrouded in the strong feng shui of the sect of all times. The dead who are buried here will definitely be blessed with feng shui after reincarnation and have extraordinary achievements. I can't resurrect the creatures who died for the eternal world like I can resurrect Synergy. Jun Changxiao bowed deeply to the row of tombstones in front of him and said, "We can only do our best to fight for a good afterlife for them." War. There would be sacrifices in the end. Xiao Ziji could use the Lingyan pavilion to bring the dead back to life, but those who died in battle did not have this privilege. They could only be buried in a place with good feng shui and arranged for a future generation with a bright future. This could be considered a perfect ending. Shua. Everyone in the sect of all times and all the martial artists of the various races stood up and raised their wine cups, downing the contents in one gulp. This cup of wine was a toast to the deceased. Respect their dedication, respect their sacrifice. Jun Changxiao poured another cup of wine, raised it, and looked out of the eternal world. He said, "The second cup of wine is a toast to all of you here and to all the people in the world. The creatures who died needed to be remembered, and the living creatures needed to be remembered even more, because they had also sacrificed and were even fearless in the face of death." Gulp. Jun Changxiao drank the wine. At that moment, he was very serious. Like a patriarch. The martial artists of various races and cities downed the wine in their cups, and then quickly filled them up. They raised their cups, looked at Jun Changxiao, and said in unison, "This cup of wine is a toast to Jun Patriarch. To the sect of all times." The biggest contributor to the safety of the eternal world in the crisis was Jun Changxiao and his sect. Therefore, the gratitude of the creatures living here to them could not be described in words. Everything was in the wine. Come. Cheers. After the toast, the celebration banquet officially began. The slightly sad atmosphere was quickly replaced by cheerfulness. Bang. Xianxia sat down, put 2 jars of drunken dream on the table, and said coldly, "Let's drink until we're drunk." Xiao Ziji's expression became interesting. After a while, he picked up the 2 jars and said happily, "Okay. Can I join in?" Su Xiaoma came to join in the fun, but he was not particular and only brought 1 jar. "Can you?" Xianxia questioned. Su Xiaoma pretended to be arrogant and said, "I can take you down. Come." The 3 of them slapped off the clay seal of the wine jar at the same time, and then raised it to drink. Oh. Lu Wancher, who was sitting next to them, saw this and pouted. "Don't just drink, eat something." Plop. After drinking a jar of drunken dream, Su Xiaoma fell under the table. He hugged the empty jar and said with the smell of alcohol, I can still drink. I'm not drunk." Xianxia and Xiao Ziji had yet to decide a winner. The 2 of them put their legs on the chair and picked up another jar of wine to drink. On the surface, the 2 of them were drinking wine. On a deeper level, the 2 of them were drinking the feelings of the same sect. As for why Xianxia punched Xiao Ziji after seeing him revive, there was no need to explain. Those who understood understood, those who did not understand would not understand. The banquet lasted until midnight. Many people drank until they were dead drunk, swaying left and right. Xianxia and Xiao Ziji also drank too much. Under the influence of alcohol, they jumped and jumped around the bonfire like dancing gorillas. 4 o'clock. The banquet ended. Many martial artists and disciples had to be carried back. Overall, they ate well and had a good time. However, as the main character of the celebration, Gongsun Ruoli sat alone on the Tower of Stone Statue City after the banquet ended, staring blankly at the sky. She tried hard to cover up her son killing his mother, so she could only bear all the pain alone. "Father." At this time, Jun Changxiao came from behind and said, "You seem a little unhappy." "No." Gongsun Ruoli hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. "I'm very happy. I feel quite guilty." Jun Changxiao said, "He abused mother for so long. That's what happens when he abandons his wife and son." Gongsun Ruoli comforted him. "My son, you don't have to blame yourself. Father, the eternal world is yours. We Stone Statue clan do as the Romans do. Call me mother from now on." Gongsun Ruoli interrupted. Jun Changxiao had no objection. No matter what he called her, she was still his family. This would not change. So he said affectionately, "Okay, mother. Call me mother." "Mother." Gongsun Ruoli put one hand on Jun Changxiao's face and said affectionately, "Good boy, I only have one wish. No matter what happens, you have to live well. Feeling the warmth from her palm, the pain in her heart lessened a lot. Son was the only one. It was really wonderful to have the love of family. However, thinking that the stone statue bloodline was fused and that he was lying to her, Jun Changxiao felt more and more guilty. There's no other way. The system said helplessly, the host didn't mean any harm. Mother. Jun Changxiao smiled brightly and said, I will live well and fulfill my filial piety in front of you. I will give you a carefree and comfortable life. Gongsun Ruoli rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm not so old that I need to retire. My mistake. Jun Changxiao said hurriedly. Okay. Gongsun Ruoli waved her hand and said meaningfully, don't let your daughter-in-law wait too long. Go back and rest. Jun Changxiao's face suddenly turned red. Damn. This guy's face turned red. Miracle. In the study room. Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought after returning from the stone statue city. Xiao Ziji's resurrection gave him a bold idea. If he let the disciples in the Lingyan pavilion die and then resurrect them, would he be able to break through to the divine realm? You're dreaming. The system mocked him mercilessly. How could he use this kind of low-level bug to increase his disciple level? Moreover, there were conditions for resurrection. For example, he needed to combine the contribution points of others. As a matter of fact, all the disciples in the Lingyan pavilion, no matter how many there were before, would be cleared after resurrecting Xiao Ziji. It's not a big problem. Jun Changxiao said, I can let them continue to accumulate. This resurrection function may only be used once in a lifetime. Don't you think it's a loss to use it just to break through to the divine realm? The system was speechless. Jun Changxiao fell into silence. Indeed. Wasting resurrection times in order to break through to the divine realm was not worth it. Also, the system said again, Xiao Ziji sacrificed himself and broke through to the divine realm after being resurrected. Letting the other disciples die in an abnormal way may not be in line with their own opportunities. I'm afraid they will still be stuck in the same place. Makes sense. Jun Changxiao dispelled the idea. Resurrection was too precious and could not be wasted. Then, Jun Changxiao leaned on the chair and murmured, I have to plan for the remaining slots. Since the Lingyan pavilion had a resurrection function, he naturally had to let the other disciples move in as soon as possible. 24 slots. Currently, there were only 9 disciples. They were Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingchen, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, Lu Wancher, He Wudi, Li Fei, and Shengguan Xinyao. Who should I give it to? Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought. There were too many outstanding disciples in the sect. The remaining 15 slots were obviously not enough. In the beginning, it could be measured based on contribution points. But now, any disciple could meet the requirements, so he had to consider more aspects. Tianqi, Long Xiang, Long Outyen. The 3 of them can stay. Jun Changxiao made up his mind and matched his name to the corresponding scroll. Buzz, buzz, in an instant, images continuously appeared on the 3 blank scrolls. Finally, each of them outlined a lifelike disciple in an absolutely mighty and majestic posture. Tianqi was indispensable. They were the first batch to enter the sect. Although her recent appearances might not be as good as Jingji's, she was still a senior disciple. She had witnessed the growth of the sect, and her own strength was not inferior to Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others. So, she definitely had a place in the sect. Long Xiang. He was one of the best among the second batch of disciples, so he deserved to be admitted. As for Long Outyen, he was once Jun Changxiao's contracted beast. Now that he had become Jun Changxiao's disciple, it was reasonable for him to stay. After the portrait was finished, the characters Loyalty, Spear, and Dragon were printed on it. Zhongyi. Jun Changxiao said, he also deserves a place. This disciple did not enter the sect too early, but every time there was a warlike battle, he would always lead the members of the war cavalry hall to charge at the front and contribute greatly to the sect. Buzz. Zhongyi's portrait was sketched out. It was a classic leaping horse raising blade, as if it was shouting the will to break through the enemy lines. The special effect given was also, General Zhou Hong. Jun Changxiao thought for a moment, and said, how can I leave him out? Buzz buzz, very quickly, a disciple standing in the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field with a sword in his hand gradually outlined. The special effect given was sword. At this point, among the disciples, there were a total of 4 weapons. They were Xiao Ziji's shield, He Wudi's door, Long Xiang's spear, and Zhou Hong's sword. F***ck. The system roared, can a door be considered a weapon? And that girl Meng Ying. Swish. On the 15th scroll, Yao Menjing was gradually sketched out. She sat on a throne made of skeletons, like a high and mighty female demon king. Even the atmosphere was abnormally gloomy, so the special effect given was demon. We already have demon, how can we leave out Buddha? Jun Changxiao waved his hand and chose Dunan on. The 16th scroll. That guy's portrait was a bit interesting. He was holding a broom and sweeping the fallen leaves and dust in the courtyard, very much like the eminent monk in the Sutra Pavilion. As for the special effect, it also corresponded to Buddha. After all, the sect was the only Buddhist cultivator. Even Go Fugue, who swept the floor, could enter the Lingyan Pavilion. Wouldn't Jingji, who cleaned the latrines, also have a chance? After all, as the chief mecha master of the sect of all times, he could be considered to have a skill. What a pity. Jun Changxiao did not consider it. Saber cultivator Ma Yongning is qualified to enter, the system said. Not bad. Jun Changxiao agreed and immediately chose this uncle who was always chopping vegetables in the kitchen and could still comprehend a higher level of saber intent. He also received the special effect of saber. Another weapon category was added. From this, it could be seen that those who entered the Lingyan Pavilion did not enter according to the time they entered, but according to their own characteristics. In that case, Chief Mecha Master Jingji should enter. Unfortunately, Jun Changxiao still did not consider this disciple. That was very sad. There are still 7 left. Goshing's brain was about to explode. He said, who should I let in? Actually, there were many outstanding disciples, such as number 2 Tankyang Yuhua, Song Xianzhou, and even Li Tian Tian. However, because there were too many outstanding disciples, it was difficult for him to make a decision in a short time. Fortunately, the Lingyan Pavilion was only limited to disciples. If the higher-ups were also qualified, a mere 24 places would make Goshing very conflicted. I think we can give it to the female disciples. The system suggested. Currently, among the 17 disciples who have entered, only Shangguan Xinyao, Lu Wanzhi, and Yao Menjing have a little more yang than Yin. Jun Changxiao said, how many female disciples with names can we find? Ling Yuanxue and Mu Honglian. What else? The system was silent. That was it. It really could not remember. Oh right, there's also Sun Bukong. Jun Changxiao finally thought of a disciple who was proficient in medicine. Thus, he decisively accepted him into the Lingyan Pavilion. The special effect of the words was naturally medicine. Let's leave 6 empty spots for the disciples who perform well in the future. This time, Jun Changxiao accepted a total of 9 people. There were strong and experienced disciples, and also disciples with special skills. There was no overlap at all. It felt like Jiang Taigong had become a god at the apotheosis altar. After the disciples were sketched out one by one, they all seemed to have realized something. Corresponding words appeared on the back of their hands one after another. If Night Emperor knew, he would definitely be depressed. The 19 disciples only had their own words on their foreheads. Compared to them, it was really out of place. What's going on? Tianqi, who was playing football with his fellow disciples, suddenly stopped. Looking at the word loyalty flashing on the back of his hand, he was stunned. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei saw it. As experienced people, they walked up and said, "Congratulations, junior brother." Long Xiang and the others were also confused at first. However, after learning from their senior brother that this was the patriarch's recognition and appreciation of them, they all swore in their hearts, "For the patriarch, for the sect, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." P.S. Disciples' word statistics: ice, attack, stability, shield, shadow, kitchen, door, strength, wisdom, loyalty, spear, dragon, general, sword, demon, Buddha, saber, medicine. If a dedicated reader wants to create a separate list of Lingyan Pavilion entries on the Baidu Encyclopedia of the Strongest Sects, they can directly take it away. Most of the disciples stayed in the Lingyan Pavilion, so Jun Changxiao had one less thing on his mind for the time being. Next, it was time to think about how to deal with the celestial demonic emperor. After this battle, Jun Changxiao said with certainty, that guy must have suffered a great loss. It would be better if we could find his hiding place. Don't get carried away. The system said, he might have a killer move. Jun Changxiao agreed. He thought that destroying the celestial demonic emperor's 8th-division heavenly dragon was equivalent to getting rid of his right-hand man. But now there was a powerful red-haired man. If it were not for the SSS-level heroic soul and Yi Xingqian's rampage, the eternal world would have been destroyed. Damn it. He clenched his fists and said angrily in his heart, when can I go further and be qualified to compete with these top divine mystery realm experts? Complete the main mission, the system said, maybe you can level up. Jun Changxiao said, is there no other way? No. The system said truthfully. Without the ability to cheat, it was basically impossible to rely on oneself to comprehend a higher level. If I can get the evil skill manual left by the heaven-devouring evil lord, will I have a chance to see the mystery of eternal life? Jun Changxiao was lost in thought. He still remembered what Jian Guishu told him. I advise the host not to have such thoughts, the system said. Why? Since it is an evil skill manual, it must be full of evil. If the host cultivates it, he will go mad and become a demon who will harm the world. Jun Changxiao was silent. The system said, the host should take the right path. There is no shortcut. Jun Changxiao was also very annoyed. The main mission had not been completed, and the epic mission had not appeared. If he relied on time to comprehend, who knew how long he would have to wait? There was a point. Goxing wanted to break through faster, not because he was obsessed with strength, but because he wanted to get rid of the celestial demonic emperor as soon as possible in exchange for peace. If he went further, he would have completely fallen out with the villain. If the villain sent more powerful forces to kill him, the sect of all times would be in danger. AI. Jun Changxiao sighed and took out the 7 incomplete scrolls. This secret manual created by a martial arts legend was also an opportunity for him to enter a higher level. However, the problem was that after studying it for so long, he still had no clue. It was even more mysterious than the wordless heavenly book. Ah. After studying for most of the night, Jun Changxiao hugged his head and roared, what kind of secret is it hiding? In a dark environment. The atmosphere was cold. The celestial demonic emperor's figure gradually appeared. As he raised his hand, several wisps of ghostly fire appeared. The surroundings gradually became clearer, and he realized that this was a relatively sealed area. There was a throne in front of him, and a skeleton was sitting on it. The size of the skeleton was not small. It must have been tall and burly when it was alive. It might have even surpassed the category of human. Every bone had an irregular crack. From this, it could be deduced that he must have been severely injured when he was alive. The celestial demonic emperor stopped and looked at the scarred skeleton. He said in a low voice, when I comprehend the great art of swallowing sky and transforming demon that you left behind, I will inherit the will to rule the universe. The great technique of devouring heaven and transforming demon that he left behind, could it be, this skeleton was the heaven-devouring evil lord that was killed by the 7 profound sage? However, the celestial demonic emperor stepped forward and said, since I want to inherit the will, I must inherit everything. So. He placed his hand on the shoulder and said, I will use your remains to give me a hand. Pa. The originally fragile skeleton shattered after bearing a little force, turning into dust and falling on the throne. As expected. The celestial demonic emperor was delighted. In fact, he had been thinking about this skeleton for a long time. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not hurt it at all. Until he had a little understanding of the great art of swallowing sky and transforming demon. To be exact. The celestial demonic emperor had comprehended the mental cultivation method to a certain level. It was equivalent to obtaining a key and successfully opening a door. Sorry. He turned his head and then took a deep breath. The ashes flew into his 2 nostrils. After a while, the ashes of the heaven-devouring evil lord were all sucked into the celestial demonic emperor's body. This operation made one's scalp tingle, whoosh. When the ashes merged with the blood vessels and meridians in his body, the celestial demonic emperor suddenly burst out a majestic demonic chi. The shadow of the ghost fire on the wall began to sway, slowly becoming ferocious and huge. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Strange laughter resounded in the dark environment. I understand one more thing. The mental cultivation method is just around the corner. In the sect of all times, the disciples were practicing as usual. The old man of Taishan led the members to repair the barrier protection formation that had been bombarded before. After the war, the eternal world entered a relatively stable stage. The calmer it is, the more likely it is that a storm is coming. Xianxia often thought about the future. It was a little too much to worry about. This could be considered one of his strengths. In most cases, he would prepare for a rainy day. However, no matter how prepared he was in advance, he was still vulnerable in the face of absolute power. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Rose of Flowers saw that her husband had been worried recently, so she comforted him. Don't you humans often say that there will be a way when the car arrives at the mountain, and the boat will cross the bridge when it arrives? Sigh. Xianxia said, I can't eat or sleep in peace if the heavenly devil emperor is not eliminated. Husband, you destroyed his army and killed the powerful red-haired man, which can be considered as a heavy blow. He shouldn't come to trouble us in the short term. Rose of Flowers analyzed. That makes sense. Hearing this, Xianxia felt a lot more relieved. Are you hungry? I'll make fried rice for you. I'm not hungry. Xianxia said hurriedly. It could be seen that this woman's dark cuisine had a deep psychological shadow. Father-in-law and mother-in-law have reunited. Husband, don't you want to take me to see them? Rose of Flowers said very softly and bitterly, after all, I'm your daughter-in-law. This, Xianxia said, okay then. Taking this daughter-in-law to see his parents should make them very happy. Stone Statue City, Main Hall. The old actor Zhang San sat in a chair and looked at Rose of Flowers. He praised, good. Very good. Gongsun Ruoli also had a loving smile on her face. She was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law, especially her ability to help her son deal with the sex affairs. However, son, Gongsun Ruoli said seriously, you and Rose have been married for many years. You must work hard. After all, you humans often say that there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no children is the worst. Rose of Flowers suddenly blushed. Xianxia was also very embarrassed, but gave his mother a reason. Rose and I are too high in realm, and are limited by the heavenly law. It is difficult to have children. Yes. Zhang San agreed, the higher the realm, the higher the restrictions. Difficulties do not mean that there is no chance. The 2 of you are too engrossed in managing the sect. If you take more time out and work harder in that aspect, the chances of success will naturally be greatly increased. Some words did not seem abrupt when spoken by his mother. Mother. Xianxia said, son knows, I'll go back first. Go. Before watching the 2 leave, Gongsun Ruoli specially reminded, your father and I are waiting to hold our grandchildren. Xianxia left even faster. On the way, Rose of Flowers looked at him and asked shyly, husband, what do you think? What do you mean what do I think? Take time out and work harder in that aspect. Xianxia heard this and almost stumbled. He shouted, I don't think. I don't. Night. Xianxia sat in the study and took out the tattered scrolls again. When he had time, he would study it and it became a habit. However, when he placed the 7 scrolls neatly on the table, a bright light suddenly appeared on the cover. This kind of thing had never happened before. Xianxia exclaimed, what's going on? During this time, Xianxia took out the remaining scrolls to study whenever he had time. Although he had no clue, he persevered. Today, he took them out again. The result was that the 7 scrolls suddenly flashed with bright light. It was as if the 7 dragon balls were activated and the dragon god was about to be summoned. Make a wish. The system said, make a wish quickly. Jun Changxiao put his hands together, closed his eyes, and said sincerely in his heart, "May the world be peaceful, may the world be peaceful." Two clowns, jokes aside, Gosheng was very happy. The 7 scrolls had been obtained for a long time. Today, they suddenly appeared. Could it be that they were moved by his tireless research and finally took the initiative to disclose the secret to the public? Sincerity could move metal and stone. The ancients did not lie. What's going on? A bright light suddenly appeared in the study, and soon the whole sect was alarmed. The seniors and disciples all looked over, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Whoosh! At this time, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out and gradually filled the sky above the sect. The majestic aura suddenly made everyone feel awe. Of course, Wudi was the most shocked. He not only felt the majesty from the aura, but also a trace of familiarity. Whoosh! At this time, 7 bright lights rushed out of the study, into the sky, out of the eternal world, as if they were going to rush out of the universe. Whoosh! After a while, at the top of the universe, the colorful clouds began to gather and gradually condensed into a vortex. The secret of eternal life. Jun Changxiao heard an extremely old voice, "It's all in it." Damn, what did it mean? After a short moment of thinking, Jun Changxiao immediately realized that the vortex formed in the universe, was it the secret of eternal life left by 7 profound holy master, or these 7 scrolls were equivalent to keys. With his sincerity, he had finally opened the door to the mystery of immortality. Happiness came too suddenly, and Jun Changxiao was ecstatic. What was he waiting for? Dog. Dog. Come on, damn dog. Bang. Jun Changxiao flew up, broke the roof, and flew out of the eternal world, and flew up in the direction of the colorful light. Wudi followed. That aura was too familiar, and it made his blood boil. Go. Gu Zhaoxi said, "Let's go take a look too." In an instant, the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times flew out of the eternal world. Jian Guishu and the others followed. The 7-colored vortex that existed at the peak of the universe seemed to contain some kind of magical power that made them yearn for it endlessly and worship it with their blood. Swish! After a while, Jun Changxiao flew to the end and his body merged into it. He went in. Wudi and the other senior disciples who had followed behind were turned outside the door. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. Ai. Jian Guishu shook his head and said, "We are not fated. Will the patriarch be in danger?" Li Qingyang asked worriedly. As expected of the second disciple, he did not forget to care about Gosheng at this time. Wudi said, "There shouldn't be any danger, or..." He paused and said with a serious expression, "There's a great opportunity." How old? Su Shama asked. It may be related to eternal life. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and secretly prayed that the patriarch could obtain the opportunity of eternal life. Huh? Suddenly, Su Shama pointed into the distance and said in surprise, "What's that?" Everyone turned their heads and found that at the end of the dark universe, they could vaguely see another vortex. Although it was not so fancy, it was almost the same size as the vortex in front of them. It's very far. Jian Guishu frowned. The strange vortex seemed to be at the end of their vision, but it must be separated by several galaxies. To be exact. Such a phenomenon could be seen anywhere, that's right. The 7-colored whirlpool that Jun Changxiao had entered could still be seen clearly from the opposite end of the whirlpool. It gave people the feeling that it was close at hand. Wudi said in surprise, "There's more than one opportunity? Let's not think about this first." Jian Guishu said with an extremely serious expression, "When the phenomenon rises, it will attract countless experts. We have to protect the surroundings to prevent outsiders from disturbing Jun Patriarch's search for opportunities." That's right. Gu Tianqing agreed and said, "Hurry up and be on guard." Back to the time when Jun Changxiao took out the remnant scroll and found the 7-colored light emerging. After absorbing the ashes, the Sky Devil Emperor, who was fusing with his body, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with a demonic luster, penetrating the secret room, penetrating the darkness, as if to penetrate the universe, and then converging at the end of the sky. This situation was very similar to the formation process of the 7-colored vortex. Could it be, the Sky Devil Emperor said excitedly, the secret of eternal life? Swoosh! He eagerly flew up and merged into the eerie vortex. The Sky Devil Emperor and his subordinates had originally followed, but they were rejected. The situation was exactly the same as Yiwudi and the others. From this, it could be seen. Whether it was the seven-colored vortex or the eerie vortex, only the summoned Xianxia and the Sky Devil Emperor could enter. The others were not qualified at all. Gu Tianqing's judgment was right. The two vortexes appeared from different directions. After seeing it, the experts from various galaxies and planes flew over without hesitation. Natural phenomenon, the birth of a supreme treasure. This was an ironclad rule in fantasy novels. Not to mention that the entire upper universe could clearly see it no matter where it was. Anyone with a brain could guess that the supreme treasure that was about to be born must be of a very high level. Must go. The appearance of the two phenomena made the upper universe completely boil. However, when some of the experts flew toward the seven-colored vortex and were about to reach it, they saw that the area had been surrounded by countless warships. Crack! Crack! The Diablo warships were arranged in an orderly manner. They lifted the super-heavy firearms, pulled the safety bolts, and loaded the bullets. Warships, mechas. They formed the first line of defense. 1,000,000 Devil Army and 1,000,000 Avengers stood behind, wearing excellent equipment and weapons, forming the second line of defense. And the third line of defense. It was made up of the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times. From afar, such a magnificent momentum and such a precise layout could really be described as an iron wall. It was no exaggeration to say that even a fly could not fly in. Even if one was lucky enough to sneak in, they would inevitably be blasted out. Everyone. Yuan Gongzi stood in the cockpit of the Eternal Battleship and shouted through the loudspeaker, "This is the star area under the control of the Eternal World. Without permission, no one is allowed to enter. Otherwise, no mercy." The last three words were very domineering. In order to let the Patriarch obtain the opportunity smoothly, they had to be domineering at this time. All the martial artists stopped, and their expressions changed again and again. It was undeniable that the seven-colored vortex was full of temptation. However, the Sect of all times in front of them was not simple. It was a pity that there was no live broadcast of the invasion of the Sky Demonic Emperor's army. Otherwise, they would not hesitate at this moment and would immediately dispel any thoughts of greed. Unlike the seven-colored vortex, which was heavily guarded by the Sect of all times, the eerie vortex was empty, so the martial artists flying toward it quickly approached. Kill them all. The Sky Demonic Emperor's subordinates would not persuade them kindly. Since they dared to come, they must go to hell. Thus, a fierce battle began. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Sky Demonic Emperor's army was wiped out, there were still some trusted subordinates, and their strength was not bad. When they killed them, they were absolutely cruel and merciless. After a while, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The cruel means intimidated all the martial artists, making them calm down and watch from afar, not daring to rashly take half a step forward. Although many people gathered at the two special vortexes, they could only watch and imagine what was inside. Or perhaps there was a heaven-defying opportunity. In the seven-colored environment, the light was dazzling and gorgeous. Jun Changxiao, who flew in from outside, stood in a daze and said, "What is this place?" Buzz. At this moment, the flowing clouds under his feet gradually dispersed, revealing a road paved with some special stone slabs, and it extended infinitely forward. Jun Changxiao subconsciously looked along the road and soon found a huge stone door at the end of the slowly dispersing clouds. This scene. He had seen it before, that's right. It was extremely similar to the huge door that appeared in the bronze cauldron. In other words, this might be the road to immortality that the martial artists of the upper universe were pursuing. Ta! Jun Changxiao started to move forward, his heart was excited. Along the way, he did not encounter any danger, until he stopped in front of the stone door. Whoosh! A vast aura hit him in the face, making Jun Changxiao even more excited, because he felt the purer power of the immortal sound. The door in the bronze cauldron, only the immortal sound entered his ears and could not be opened. Then what about this door? Thinking of this, Jun Changxiao raised his right hand and placed it on the cold door. Buzz. The moment he touched it, a dense pattern appeared on the surface of the stone door, like some kind of intricate lock mechanism, and his hand was like a key, successfully connecting the links and reaching the conditions to unlock the door. Creak. Suddenly, a gap appeared, and the door moved. Jun Changxiao saw this and was wild with joy. The stone door in the bronze cauldron could only be opened by sitting cross-legged next to it, and now it could be opened successfully in the environment of the remnant scroll, which meant that he might really be able to enter the land of immortality. But, if I go in, what about them? Jun Changxiao had not reached the realm of no worries, and he still cared about his sect, his family, and the creatures in the eternal world. If I lose everything in exchange for immortality in the future, it's meaningless to me. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and stood still. Are you sure? Don't you want to go in? Suddenly, a vicissitude voice sounded in his ears, which made Jun Changxiao's face change, and he said in surprise, "Who is it?" "I'm an old man. 7 profound sage." Whoosh! As the word sage fell, the stone door completely opened. First, there was a flash of bright light, and then a figure gradually condensed. Although the face could not be seen clearly, it emitted a special aura, which could be accurately described with a word: terrifying. Jun Changxiao seemed to be struck by lightning, standing still in place, dumbfounded. This figure, was it a martial arts legend? Jun Changxiao had imagined countless times that one day he would meet 7 profound sage, and he would definitely hug his leg and cry, "Senior, do you need a pendant? The kind that can act cute and coquettish." Now, however, it came too suddenly, and he was completely unprepared. None of the martial artists standing in front of this door can resist the temptation of immortality, the figure said slowly. You're the first to choose to give up. In that case, do you want to give me a reward? After a brief shock, Jun Changxiao returned to his despicable self. What reward do you want? Could it be that the 7 fragments really represented the Dragon Balls, and after collecting them, he could summon 7 profound sage to fulfill his wish? Calm down, don't choose underpants. Jun Changxiao hurriedly held his chin, and after careful consideration, he said, I'm not greedy. I only hope to have the strongest power in the upper universe and bring a sect. No, bring a plane into the land of immortality. The figure said, go to sleep. It can be realized in your dreams. Jun Changxiao said, take a step back and let me have the strongest power in the upper universe. I can't fulfill this wish. Gosheng was speechless. Then what can you do, senior? Bring you into the land of immortality. Myself? That's right. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I refuse. This is the most supreme opportunity in the world. You have to consider it carefully. The figure's words seemed to contain some kind of magical power, and it kept calling out to him from the bottom of his heart. Jun Changxiao's originally firm mind gradually wavered. Then, he took a step forward with difficulty and walked toward the shining door. 1 step. 2 steps. Ta! Just as he was about to touch the light and enter, Jun Changxiao stopped with a ferocious expression and shouted, I refuse. Whoosh whoosh. The thought that existed in his sea of consciousness dissipated. Jun Changxiao hurriedly retreated out of the stone door as if relieved of a heavy burden. He secretly rejoiced. Luckily, I resisted the temptation. Young man. The figure said, your willpower is very strong. Thank you. If you miss this opportunity, you can only rely on yourself to enter the land of immortality. Jun Changxiao was silent. If fate wills it, we will meet again. After the figure finished speaking, his body gradually faded and then disappeared without a trace. The huge stone door in front of him closed first, and dense cracks appeared on its surface. Finally, it collapsed into pieces all over the sky. Opportunity. He missed it just like that. To be honest, Jun Changxiao was more or less distressed. But when he thought of his sect and his close friends, the regret faded a lot. Puff. At this moment, the sound of vomiting blood was heard. Jun Changxiao came back to his senses and looked at the place where the stone door disappeared. He found that there was a dark figure standing on the opposite side, so he exclaimed, Celestial Devil Emperor. That's right. It was Celestial Devil Emperor who came in from another vortex. His trembling hands seemed to be very angry. At last, he roared, "Why the hell did you refuse?" Jun Changxiao turned into a dumbfounded cartoon. Time went back. Jun Changxiao walked in from the colorful vortex. Celestial Devil Emperor walked in from the gloomy vortex. One left, one right. The two stopped at the stone door at the same time. If they stuck their heads out, they should be able to find each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! Celestial Devil Emperor stopped in front of the stone door. After feeling the special rhythm, his breathing gradually became rapid. He even had a premonition that he was about to enter the land of eternal life. Sure enough. He touched the stone door with his hand and slowly opened it. A ghost-like figure appeared and asked, "Are you willing to enter the land of eternal life?" Yes. Celestial Devil Emperor didn't even think about it. His purpose of harming the upper universe was to establish a new era and pry into the mystery of eternal life as a creator. So now that there was a shortcut in front of him, he would definitely agree without hesitation. Wait for the other person to make a choice. If your answer is the same, you can be sent to the land of eternal life. The other person, Celestial Devil Emperor, was surprised. Someone else came in? Humph. Did he still have to choose? Of course he agreed. Celestial Devil Emperor was extremely confident that the other person had made the same choice as him. After all, entering the land of eternal life was the dream of the upper universe warriors. Get into position. Waiting to enter the land of eternal life, what a pity. He couldn't unify the upper universe and establish a new era, nor could he destroy the sect of all times with his own hands. In the face of a higher realm, this was nothing. Celestial Devil Emperor comforted himself while waiting quietly. In the end, when he was pushed out, when the stone door closed and shattered. The moment the door shattered, his heart also shattered. In the end, he couldn't bear the blow and spat out blood. When he saw Jun Changxiao standing opposite him, he immediately realized that this guy must have chosen to refuse. Absolute, lazy naming, 2-in-1. He thought that he would definitely enter the land of eternal life, but the door suddenly collapsed into nothingness. This meant that the person who came in with him had chosen to refuse. To be honest, the Celestial Demonic Emperor's mind was completely blown. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and this idiot actually refused it. The most infuriating thing was that he still had a blank look on his face, as if he didn't realize what a stupid thing he had done. Jun Changxiao frowned when he saw the Celestial Demonic Emperor's body trembling and steaming. Then, he turned around and fled. F*CK, why is he here? Jun Changxiao. The Celestial Demonic Emperor's furious voice resounded in the surroundings. I'm going to tear you into pieces. He could accept the destruction of his army. He could accept the death of his subordinates. But now, the opportunity to enter the land of eternal life had been taken away by that guy. This was really unbearable. Die, he must die. New and old grudges filled the Celestial Demonic Emperor's mind, and a terrifying evil force gathered in his hands. Feeling the gradually rising murderous intent behind him, Jun Changxiao, who was fleeing, only wished that he had 2 more legs. He howled, "How do I get out?" Yes. How do I get out? Based on the current situation, there seemed to be no exit to the outside world. What are you afraid of? The system said, fight him. Jun Changxiao roared, I'm not ready to fight to the death with the final boss. He took out the remnant scroll to study as usual, entered the special space in a daze, and ran into the Celestial Demonic Emperor face to face. This was too sudden. Die, whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the Celestial Demonic Emperor had already approached with a few big steps, and his right hand carried a terrifying force. This battle, this momentum, shocked Jun Changxiao so much that cold sweat broke out on his back. The gap between them was vividly reflected. Go Sheng, who didn't have any cheats, was really like a pitiful dog's tail grass in front of the Celestial Demonic Emperor. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The explosive force gradually approached, and despair gradually appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. Whoosh, there was no time to think, and the Celestial Demonic Emperor's right hand went straight through his back. Whoosh, finish scattering flowers. Jun Changxiao's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to scream, he realized that not only did the guy's hand pass through his body had also passed through it. Thus, he stopped in his tracks with a GA sound. The Celestial Devil Emperor also stopped. He turned around to look at Xianxia in astonishment, only to find that his opponent's body was distorted and illusory. Angrily, he shouted, "Illusory shadow? What's the situation?" Xianxia was also dumbfounded. He raised his hand to slap his own face, but his palm passed right through his face. Understood, although he had an independent mind, his body was not real. Shwa. The Celestial Devil Emperor also tried it on his own face, but the result was that he had also gone through the mold. Alright then. Both of them were illusory figures. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed with his hands on his hips. Come, I'll stand here and let you hit me. Since it was an illusion and he couldn't hit it, what was there to be afraid of? The Celestial Devil Emperor rushed over angrily and threw out a left hook and a right hook, but all of them passed through Xianxia's body. Even so, he still did not stop. Just like that, he hit the air for more than half an hour. I'll talk. Xianxia stood in place, his body twisting again and again, returning to his original state time and time again, and said, "Aren't you tired?" After confirming that he couldn't hurt this guy, the Celestial Devil Emperor could only suppress his anger and stop. However, looking at that cheap face, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xianxia didn't care about him, and began to look at this ethereal space, thinking to himself, could there be any secrets hidden here? Was the whirlpool activated by the 7 remnant scrolls only a chance to enter the land of eternal life? The Celestial Devil Emperor, who had calmed down, also thought so he began to wander aimlessly in the space. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The wind gently blew past his ears. Xianxia and the Celestial Devil Emperor stopped at the same time, thinking at the same time. How could there be wind blowing in a sealed space? Shwa. The two moved at the same time and looked in a certain direction. In front of them was an area of thick fog that could not be seen through, and the wind was blowing from there. There was a problem. Xianxia and the Celestial Devil Emperor hurriedly walked over. The wind was still blowing, and the road under their feet seemed to be endless. The more it was like this, the more suspicious the two became. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two of them stopped, because there was a constantly rotating vortex in front of them. The wind was blowing from inside. Exit. Xianxia was overjoyed. Xiao. At this moment, the Celestial Devil Emperor was the first to rush over. Before leaving, he looked back at Go Sheng, as if to say, "Kid, I'll wait for you outside." Xianxia panicked. If the whirlpool was the exit to the outside world, and he was the first to block the door, wouldn't he be dead? Shwa. Thinking of this, Xianxia used all his strength to rush over, and his entire face became extremely distorted. He had to surpass it, he had to go out first. Humph. The Celestial Devil Emperor sneered and said, "Competing with me in speed, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Xiao. With a big stride, he rushed far away in an instant. This made Xianxia feel desperate and consider whether he should stay first. At least his body was a shadow, and he was not afraid of being bullied. Boom. Suddenly, there was a collision sound. Xianxia came back to his senses and looked up, only to find that the Celestial Devil Emperor had arrived at the whirlpool. To be exact, he was stuck on it in the shape of a U. It was not the exit, it was a hard space barrier. Xianxia hurriedly braked and barely stopped at the edge of the whirlpool. Watching the Celestial Devil Emperor's entire face sink in, he couldn't help but laugh like a goose. XSWL. The Celestial Devil Emperor pulled his body out of the sunken space with difficulty, then covered his face and squatted on the ground. Oh. Seeing this, Xianxia laughed even more happily. The Celestial Devil Emperor trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Buzz. At this moment, the mirror-like smooth barrier glowed, and gradually showed an image. Projection array? Xianxia was stunned. It was a dark space of the universe, without the slightest trace of life, and even gave people a creepy feeling. Shwa. Suddenly, a luster like a ghost fire rose, and a ferocious face appeared. Because the Celestial Devil Emperor was too engrossed in watching, he was startled by the sudden change and even instinctively took half a step back. Bah! Xianxia said, embarrassing. The Celestial Devil Emperor clenched his fists. A guy who was scared back a few steps actually had the nerve to mock this emperor. The two continued to watch and found that the camera zoomed out, showing an old man with disheveled hair. His 10 skinny fingers were like sharp blades inserted into the soil. What do you mean? Xianxia was at a loss. After the old man's 10 fingers were inserted into the ground, the camera gradually extended to the distance until a complete plain was shown. The plain was not big, but its scale was higher than the upper realm. The more Xianxia watched, the more puzzled he became, but soon he was shocked by the scene in front of him. That plain was withering and collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye until it completely collapsed into nothingness. At this time, the camera zoomed in on the old man again. A gloomy smile appeared on his face, and an energy cluster appeared between his 10 fingers, and then, he opened his mouth and ate it. Xianxia was shocked. He ate a plane? That's right. The system said. Goshing's eyes opened wider and wider, almost popping out of their sockets. A complete plane was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye until it turned into the size of an apple and was eaten raw. This scene was simply too horrifying. Burp. The old man burped, still not satisfied, still not enough. Still, not enough? Xianxia's mouth twitched as he said, could it be that this guy has eaten more than one plane? At this time, he noticed the celestial devil emperor standing next to him. Although he still could not see his face clearly, from the frequency of his trembling hands, he seemed to be a little too excited. Could it be that they knew each other? In an instant, the words of Jian Guishu flashed in Xianxia's mind, and he said in surprise, this old man can't be the heaven-devouring evil lord. You guessed right. The celestial devil emperor said indifferently, and one could tell from his tone that he was very excited. Xianxia was silent. As expected of the word devour, he could even eat a plane. Next, the light screen showed the old man passing by one plane after another and eating them in the same way. The living beings in them, or the various resources, all became his food. Cruel. Xianxia frowned. The celestial devil emperor did not care about living beings, but whether he could learn something. Therefore, every time he saw the heaven-devouring evil lord in action, he would observe very carefully, not missing any details or movements. Gradually, he learned something from the other party's repeated devouring of planes. I understand now. The celestial devil emperor thought to himself, the secret of this illusory space might be to teach me the correct way to use the heaven-devouring and transforming demon technique. Xianxia could not understand, because he did not cultivate such an evil technique. At this time, the scene on the light screen suddenly changed. The heaven-devouring evil lord came to another plane and was about to stick his fingers into the soil when he looked up at the sky. The camera turned. In the sky stood a middle-aged man in a fluttering robe. When Xianxia saw him, he stood on the spot as if struck by lightning. This. The system was also shocked. The middle-aged man had a simple and unpretentious temperament. But his face and facial features were very similar to Xianxia's. Putting aside the age gap, they were practically carved from the same mold. Who are you? The heaven-devouring evil lord said with a cold gaze. The middle-aged man floated down slowly and landed opposite him. Naturally, he put his hands behind his back and said, no name, no surname. Si Chi Xuanoff. No name, no surname, known as Seven Profound. 8 words rang out from the screen. Although they sounded plain, they seemed to contain some kind of profound meaning that penetrated deep into one's soul. The celestial demonic emperor was also dumbfounded. 7 Profound? Could it be a martial arts legend in the upper universe? The most dumbfounded was Xianxia. Apart from being older, the middle-aged man's face and facial features were very similar to his. It was not wrong to say that they were the same person. He had once fantasized that he might be the 7 Profound Sage. Because he was too lonely and invincible, he chose to reincarnate to regain his lost youth. Now it seemed that he could be sure, I am the 7 Profound Sage, the 7 Profound Sage is me. After a short silence, the system roared, this is too ridiculous. When Xianxia was fantasizing, he would definitely not spare any effort to ridicule him. Now that it was really possible, it was definitely the strongest slap to the face. I, who stood at the peak, was lonely and cold. I had no choice but to reincarnate, hoping to gain pleasure from it. Even. Goxing paused and said solemnly, I created you. Identity revealed. The system's origin revealed. Ness. The system roared, even if you are in a hurry to end it, you can't be so far-fetched. 7 Profound? In the screen, the heaven-devouring evil lord said in surprise, you are the martial arts legend in the upper universe? The middle-aged man smiled but did not say anything. He gave off a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. Although he and Jun Changxiao looked similar in appearance, he did not have that kind of despicable temperament. On the contrary, he was very mature and steady, even with a hint of an otherworldly expert. If Goxing was really the 7 Profound sage, it was hard to imagine that he would be so serious in his previous life. The birth of a plane is the result of countless years of nurturing under the order of the universe. How can I let you devour it so casually? Kikik. The heaven-devouring evil lord laughed strangely. The survival of the fittest, is the eternal law of heaven and earth. Since I have the ability to eat it, they can only be fish meat. That makes sense. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Jun Changxiao said speechlessly, was there a problem with my 3 views in my previous life? Bah. The system said helplessly, you only look like him. Does the host really think that he is the 7 Profound Holy Venerable? Since you agree with my point of view, why stop me? The heaven-devouring evil lord said indifferently. Because, the middle-aged man waved his hand and smiled. In order to abide by the eternal law, I'll be the knife today, and you'll be the fish. The moment he said this, the heaven-devouring evil lord's pupils shrank. A strong sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Buzz, 7-colored energy gathered between the middle-aged man's fingers and expanded after absorbing the surrounding energy. 7 Profound Sunglow break? Jun Changxia's eyes were filled with shock. Ever since he had mastered the power of celestial music, the power of this martial skill had increased. However, compared to the middle-aged man's casual use of it, it paled in comparison. Be more violent. He wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. Awesome. Jun Changxiao couldn't hide the excitement in his heart and said, I was too awesome in my previous life. Nothing is set in stone yet, can you stop being so narcissistic? The system really couldn't take it anymore. If it had a physical body, it would probably have roared until it vomited blood. Huff. Huff, in the light screen, the middle-aged man was suspended in midair. 7 types of attributes condensed from different angles, forming an energy ball that emitted a frightening aura. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the heaven-devouring evil lord. The sense of foreboding and uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He understood. This guy wanted to kill him. No, this ancestor had achieved great success and was in the midst of a rising career. How could he die here? Ta. The heaven-devouring evil lord spread his legs and retracted his fists to his waist. He raised his head and roared, even if you're a martial arts legend, you can forget about hurting me. As he roared, his body quickly erupted with pitch-black attributes. Those who didn't know better would think that he was a scion. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao knew that the two were about to fight. He was invincible in his previous life and the demon who brought disaster to the universe. This battle would definitely shock the world. The Sky Devil Emperor was also watching very seriously. He wasn't looking forward to an exciting battle. He was only looking forward to learning more about mental cultivation techniques from the heaven-devouring evil lord's movements. If you're an evildoer, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. The middle-aged man said as he gathered his strength, but for a demon like you who treats living creatures like grass, there's only death. His tone was calm, but his killing intent was determined. Shameless boasting. The heaven-devouring evil lord crossed his hands, and the pitch-black demonic aura around him became stronger. He roared, look at my demonic power, invincible. Ka-ka, ka-ka. The demonic aura instantly materialized and formed layers of barriers in front of him, quickly constructing layers of defense. The Sky Devil Emperor's eyes were burning. He saw it, he learned it, the scene on the light screen seemed to be from the past. But for him, it was actually a live teaching. He could more directly comprehend the heaven-devouring demon conversion technique. Sigh. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, stubborn. After that, his body disappeared from the spot. The black barriers condensed below were all shattered in an instant, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Damn. Xianxia's eyes widened. What he saw was not only the barriers suddenly shattering, but also his past self standing sideways in front of the heaven-devouring evil lord, gathering 7-colored energy with 2 fingers in front of his forehead. He said calmly, "Leave your last words." Damn it, how did he get there? He didn't see it at all. The heaven-devouring evil lord obviously did not expect his defense line to be so weak. So he stood there dumbfounded. Only when the aura of death completely enveloped his sea of consciousness did he regain his senses. He roared his last words, "I'll be back." Whoosh, the 7-colored light mercilessly pierced through his forehead. Plop, the heaven-devouring evil lord's eyes were wide open, and he collapsed to the ground lifelessly. Just like that, he died? Xianxia's expression was extremely interesting. The heaven-devouring evil lord. Just from the name alone, he was a top villain. In the end, he was cleanly stabbed to death by his past self. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time has not come. The middle-aged man left these words, and his body gradually disappeared. At this point, the scene on the light screen was gone. Xianxia was speechless. That's it? He had thought that seeing his past self would allow him to learn a great secret, and even restore his strength to its peak and become a supreme existence in the upper universe. In the end, he had only witnessed the death of the heaven-devouring evil lord? Hee. The system said, "Host, please don't think too much. Exactly the same as me." How do you explain that? Xianxia asked. This, after a short silence, the system said, "Perhaps such a super mighty person already has the likeness of all living things. Anyone who sees him would think that he looks like himself. You're the one who's far-fetched." Xianxia rolled his eyes. Kikik. While the two of them were conversing, the celestial devil emperor, who was deep in thought, suddenly laughed strangely. His face, which seemed to have been pixelated all along, gradually became clear. His complete face and facial features were exactly the same as the heaven-devouring evil lord's. Damn. Xianxia said in surprise, could this guy be the heaven-devouring evil lord in his past life? It was as if the celestial demonic emperor had purposely used a picture to cover his face so that no one could see his original appearance during the live broadcast. Then, with a strange laugh, the picture suddenly disappeared. Regardless of whether it was an accident or intentional, his face was extremely similar to the heaven-devouring evil lord. After Xianxia saw it clearly, he immediately wondered if this guy was also a reincarnation like him. Thinking back to the words of the heaven-devouring evil lord before his death, Wu Yu had a deeper understanding of the situation. I am the 7 profound sage. I am the heaven-devouring evil lord. To be able to meet again in this life, were they going to continue their previous fate? Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, the past is the cause, and now is the effect. You and I are destined to fight to the death. Whoosh whoosh, at this time an aura similar to the heaven-devouring evil lord appeared around the celestial demonic emperor. His face gradually became ferocious and excited. Compared to Xianxia, who kept imagining that he was the 7 profound sage, the celestial demonic emperor was more realistic. He focused on comprehending the mental cultivation method and finally made great progress, an expert. No one succeeded easily. Except for cheating. Xianxia frowned. Based on the current situation, he would definitely be beaten to death. The aura now seemed to be even stronger than before. The gap between you two is getting bigger and bigger, the system said. This is not a good sign. Xianxia. The celestial demonic emperor raised his hand arrogantly, and a small pitch-black vortex formed. He smiled coldly and said, leave this godforsaken place and you will die. Xianxia shook his head and said, your strength is already outstanding enough in the upper universe. Why do you have to use bloody means to suppress thousands of living beings? You are wrong. The celestial demonic emperor said, I am not suppressing, I am reforming. I am reforming the unfairness and injustice of this world and establishing a new order. Bah. Jun Changxiao spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said, "Don't give yourself a high-sounding reason." "All right." The celestial demonic emperor covered his face and laughed strangely. "To put it bluntly, if I am not here, how can you show that you are a hero?" Jun Changxiao was speechless. "If there is black, there is white. If there is good, there is evil. If I represent evil, there will be someone who represents light. This is an eternal law," the celestial devil emperor said. "But black and white, good and evil, who defines them? Define justice. Who defines justice? The human heart. If that's the case, as long as I control people's hearts, it means that I control justice and can define good and evil." The celestial demonic emperor smiled ferociously. "People's hearts that are not under my control naturally need to be cleaned up." Jun Changxiao was speechless. "You're crazy." "Kikik." The celestial devil emperor smiled disapprovingly and said, "Only a fool would be satisfied with the status quo. I am a madman, so I dare to do what the fools don't dare to do." "In other words, you think you did the right thing?" "Right or wrong is not important, because as long as I can successfully create a new era, everything that is wrong will be right." Jun Changxiao found it meaningless to continue chatting with him, so he muttered in a low voice, "Damned staff." Jun Changxiao. The celestial devil emperor said proudly, "You can be considered a talent. I quite admire you. Why don't you help me accomplish my great cause? Are you recruiting me?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao touched his nose and said with a smile, "When I was in the mortal world, someone also recruited me." "And then?" the celestial devil emperor asked curiously. "And then?" Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "He became my man." Who was he talking about? Yes, he was talking about Yuan Gongzi. In particular, in order to hide from Go Sheng, he ran from the continent to Fishery Province of the East Sea. In the end, they still met. That was really tragic. "You mean, if I recruit you, I will eventually become your subordinate?" the celestial devil emperor asked. Jun Changxiao said, "The sect of all times doesn't accept dead people." The celestial devil emperor's eyes gradually became cold. He said, "Jun Changxiao, you and I will settle the score between us sooner or later. At that time, you and all your family will die without a burial place." Jun Changxiao's eyes also became cold when he heard that. It didn't matter how harsh words were, but when it involved his family, he definitely couldn't accept it. Buzz. Suddenly, the space shook. Before Jun Changxiao and the celestial devil emperor could react, their bodies quickly faded and then completely disappeared on the spot. In the universe's starry sky, the huge vortexes that originally existed in two directions suddenly stopped. "It's gone?" Jian Guishu said in surprise. Swish. At this time, Jun Changxiao appeared out of thin air in the area where the vortexes disappeared. "The patriarch is out." The disciples hurriedly flew over. Before they could ask, they saw the patriarch directly raise his hand and slap him in the face. It was a solid slap on the face, and he could clearly feel the pain. This made Jun Changxiao certain that he was no longer in an illusory state. The system complained, "Can't I touch your face? Must I slap you so hard? Shameless. I like it." There was no way to explain this. Sect of all times. Jian Guishu looked at Jun Changxiao with anticipation. "It's gone." "Gone?" Jian Guishu almost fell. He was the only one who entered the strange seven-colored vortex. There might be some kind of opportunity inside, but he only saw the scene of the heaven-devouring evil lord being killed. "Are you sure you didn't miss anything?" "I'm sure." Jun Changxiao was also quite frustrated. He had finally unlocked the mystery of the remnant scroll, but in the end, he only knew that he might be the seven profound holy master and that the heaven-devouring evil lord was killed. After that, there was no benefit. On the other hand, the celestial devil emperor seemed to have comprehended something and his strength increased again. T. The system said, "I gave you a chance to enter the land of eternal life, but you chose to reject it." Jun Changxiao was silent. "It shouldn't be." Jian Guishu rested his chin on his hand. "Senior." Jun Changxiao said seriously, "I met the celestial devil emperor inside. This person might be the reincarnation of the heaven-devouring evil lord. Ah? Jian Guixiu was stunned. Many rumors said that the celestial devil emperor was the descendant of that demon. If he was the reincarnation, the problem would be serious. As for me, Jun Changxiao paused and said, I might be the reincarnation of a martial arts legend. In all honesty, Goxing was very serious when he said this. However, when Jian Guixiu heard this, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then he sat on the chair and covered his laughter with his hand. He had undergone professional training. Unless he could not help it, he would never laugh. I'm serious. Jun Changxiao shook his head and left the hall. As soon as he walked out, he heard Jian Guixiu's unbridled laughter. Sigh. He sighed, looked up at the sky, and said, I killed the heaven-devouring evil lord in my previous life. In this life, I must kill the celestial devil emperor. In the study, Jun Changxiao returned. The 7 incomplete scrolls were still stacked on the table. They were not as colorful as before. Is it really that simple to enter the land of eternal life? Goxing sat down, touched the scroll, and said to himself, maybe it was deliberately left behind. Jun Changxiao narrowed his eyes. He found that although the first scroll had returned to its normal state, there were faint patterns on the cover. The second scroll, the third scroll. All of them, whoosh, Jun Changxiao stood up and spread out the 7 scrolls. After careful observation and arrangement, he exclaimed, maps? There was nothing on the cover of the 7 books at first, but now there were strange patterns. When Jun Changxiao arranged them casually, they actually formed a map. No. To be precise, it was a star field map. Judging from the general structure, there were many galaxies and planes inside. Over the years, Jun Changxiao had driven Eternal to many places, but he had no impression of this place. Normal. The system said, the host's understanding of the upper universe is only the tip of the iceberg. Why is there a star field map? Jun Changxiao's intuition told him that the patterns in the books were not random scribbles. It was very likely that he had left behind treasures. Fine. The system was speechless. If you really think about your previous life, you would be the 7 profound sage. Find it. Jun Changxiao immediately took out a pen and ink and copied the patterns from the 7 books. Then he went to the array hall and handed it to Shangguan Xinyao. Patriarch. She asked, what is this? Star field map. Jun Changxiao urged, find it as soon as possible. Oh. Shangguan Xinyao picked up the pattern and carefully observed and thought. She shook her head and said, the explored areas in our star field map don't have these places. What was the strongest brain? The places he had been to and the places on the map were all in his mind. There was no need to compare them individually with the map. Then find it, Jun Changxiao said. The Taishan elder who was drinking tea at the side spat out and said, the upper universe is so big. It's not easy to find it. That's your problem. Jun Changxiao said, it's not my problem. The Taishan elder was speechless. Our array hall is only responsible for researching arrays. Shouldn't the drizzle hall be responsible for finding planes and certain things? Makes sense. Jun Changxiao said, then let them find it. Just like that, the work that was originally arranged for the array hall was all transferred to the drizzle hall. After Li Luoqiu found out, although she felt a headache, she still organized people to find the places marked on the map. Whoosh! Swish! On that day, countless battleships took off from the eternal world and flew into the starry sky. Li Luoqiu had mobilized nearly 1,000 members this time. They were going to explore the universe that had never been explored before. After leaving the upper realm, Jun Changxiao was, at most, on an interstellar journey. He was flying aimlessly, stopping wherever he went and leaving everything up to fate. Now, with the eternal world as the foundation, he ordered his disciples to explore the unknown areas, which was equivalent to taking the initiative to explore the entire upper universe. As the saying goes, when Goxing went to war, not even a blade of grass grew. Hopefully, some of the rich plains would not be discovered by the members of the Drizzle Hall, and would not be marked on the central star map array of the Sect of all times. What was the central star map array formation? It was a special formation created by the old man from Taishan. It was special because it didn't have any offensive or defensive functions. Its only function was to record the positions and coordinates of the major star fields and the major planes. To put it bluntly, it was more like a professional map. It was a complete record of every star field and plane in the upper universe. Of course, there were still many star fields that had not been explored, so when the coordinates were obtained, they would be accurately loaded. The old man from Taishan wanted to draw the most complete picture of the universe in history. The Drizzle Hall sent members to explore, and they could get many places that had not been explored before, so they could constantly enrich and perfect the central star map array formation. It looked boring. But one day, all the star fields and planes in the upper universe would appear on it. That would be a magnificent feat that would be recorded in history. Patriarch. The next day, Li Luoqiu hurriedly walked into the main hall and said with a serious expression, "The spiritual might world has disappeared." Disappeared? Jun Changxiao said, "Has it been destroyed?" Li Luoqiu explained, "According to the news sent, the spiritual might world has evaporated like air in its star field." Jun Changxiao frowned. In the afternoon, Li Luoqiu came to report again, "Patriarch, the spirit radiance world has also disappeared." Swoosh, Jun Changxiao hurried to the central star map array formation of the array formation hall. Soon, he discovered that the spiritual might world and the spirit radiance world were not only in the same star field, but they were also very close to each other. In just a few hours, two had disappeared in a row. It was very abnormal, there were more than two. When night came, another one had disappeared. My hall members went to explore the star field given by the Patriarch. They happened to pass by this star field and didn't find anything unusual, Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changxiao sat at the head of the table, his fingers intertwined. After a moment of silence, he thought to himself, "Is it the heavenly devil emperor?" Thinking of the heaven-devouring evil lord devouring planes, he could not help but wonder if the other party had comprehended that evil technique and started to walk the same path as the former. If it's the heavenly devil emperor, the system said, that's troublesome. My head hurts. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples as a rare sense of powerlessness appeared in his eyes. For the time being, he would not be able to defeat the celestial demonic emperor if he did not cheat. Now that that guy had mastered the evil technique of devouring planes, his strength would definitely continue to increase. How could he compete with him in the future? Still resisting? The system said, just pray that he doesn't catch you. No. Jun Changxiao stood up and said seriously, we have to find the location marked on the star field map as soon as possible. There might be a way to defeat the demonic emperor. The 7 scrolls contained the supreme power Upanishads. And now, they gave him the coordinates of the star area. Shi Yan believed that he would have a chance there. Or perhaps, in the past, he had predicted that the heaven-devouring evil lord would be reincarnated. Therefore, he had purposely left behind the 7 remnant volumes as a countermeasure. That's possible, but... The system roared. Can you not put yourself in the shoes of the 7 profound holy sovereign? The endless universe seemed a little gloomy. Weng, the 10 fingers emitted a special energy. Not only did it penetrate deep into the ground, but it also quickly found the origin of the plane and bound it. Ka, it tightened and strangled. The origin of the plane wanted to struggle, but it couldn't resist the binding force. Its internal power was constantly being drained, and it quickly turned from bright to dim. When the heart of a plane stopped beating, it would definitely bring about devastating consequences. However, before it could fall apart, the special energy scattered in the soil suddenly produced a suction force. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the plane disappeared from the universe. The living beings and resources that lived in it were naturally all gone. Kikik. The black shadow hanging in the area where the plane disappeared licked its fingers and said, delicious food. Who, the demonic emperor? Jun Changxiao had guessed correctly. This guy had witnessed the heaven-devouring evil lord's repeated attacks through the light screen. He had a higher understanding of the heaven-devouring demon transformation technique and had begun to control the ability to devour the heavens and the earth. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu reported, another one disappeared. Jun Changxiao's frown deepened. At this moment, he was even more certain that the disappearance of the planes was related to the demonic emperor, the system said, all the planes that disappeared belonged to small planes. If it was done by the demonic emperor, it means that he hasn't completely grasped the power of devouring. So, Xianxia said, we have to find a way to get rid of him before he reaches the level of the heaven-devouring evil lord. Otherwise, the entire upper universe will become food. Search, search, search faster. Everyone in the sect of all times was on the move. One by one, the upper echelons and disciples flew into the universe. Finally, their hard work paid off. After a month, they successfully found the area marked on the map. That's right. Xianxia stood in front of the bow of the eternal ship. His spiritual senses were still lingering in the unknown region of the universe. He said, it should be here. Xianxia said solemnly, this is the most dangerous forbidden area in the upper universe. Jun Patriarch, you better not go in easily, otherwise, before he could finish. Because Xianxia had already gone in. When he crossed some hidden dividing line, a few words slowly appeared in the starry sky, despair abyss. Shua. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times followed. Although the 4 words that appeared were very eerie and scary, since the patriarch had gone in, they followed without hesitation. Ding. Legendary mission activated. After Xianxia and his disciples entered the area, a notification suddenly rang in their ears. Legendary mission? Legendary mission? After hearing the prompt, Xianxia froze in place. Over the years, he had taken on main missions, side missions, hidden missions, and epic missions, but he had never received such a mission. Sigh. The system sighed, stop hiding, let's lay our cards on the table. In fact, there has always been a legendary mission, but because it is too difficult and the requirements are very harsh, the host has never triggered it. He too. Xianxia said, either it is a temporary setting, or you don't know. Bullshit. The system said, how can I not know? You are a tool for complaining, Xianxia said straightforwardly. Don't say it. From the previous situation, Gosheng was right. A system that could always speak human language was not a real system. At best, it was a salesman and chat tool. The tool trembled with anger. Xianxia was too lazy to argue with it and hurriedly opened the mission panel. The introduction panel of the legendary mission was very luxurious, directly beating the panels of the main mission, side mission, and epic mission. I feel it. Xianxia closed his eyes and felt with his heart, the power of Krypton is calling me. There were many words written on the legendary mission, at least a large chapter. In order to avoid the word count, in summary, it must be completed with the participation of the patriarch and the whole sect. Xianxia said, the whole sect needs to participate, worthy of a legendary mission. The mission also explained in detail that if completed successfully, all participants would receive a reward. As for what the reward was, it varied from person to person. Then, what mission? To put it simply, it was to gather the strength of the sect and obtain the treasure hidden in the despair abyss. It was very straightforward, very clear. Sure enough. Xianxia's eyes were burning, there is a treasure hidden here. Shua. He took out the star area map, determined the area, and said with a serious expression, follow me, don't separate. Yes. Everyone responded. There were not many seniors and disciples who entered this time, but they were all elites of the sect, such as Gu Zhaoxi, Black and White Rakshasa, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and others. As for the other disciples, they were in the eternal world. This time, Xianxia had already activated the sand transformation. Therefore, the power of the entire sect could be brought out at any time. Jianguishu and Gu Tianqing also followed in. Seniors. Xianxia urged as he walked, no matter what happens later, don't do anything. Let us handle it. The two of them were not members of the sect of all times, but they were allies. He did not want to chase them away, and he was also afraid that it would affect his completion rate. Thus, he could only allow them to follow, but not participate directly. All right. Jianguishu and Gu Tianqing agreed. Abyss of Despair. In the upper universe forbidden area. Its location was very remote, and because of the invisible barrier, it seemed to have been deliberately separated. Normal martial artists would not dare to come here because they would feel despair the moment they entered. If it wasn't for the map marking this place, Xianxia definitely wouldn't have come here for the thrill. Moreover, after walking for a long time, he still didn't see any resources. The Despair Abyss once had endless resources. On the way, Jianguishu said, later, because of excessive mining, it was emptied tens of thousands of years ago and became a ruin that no one cared about. What a pity. Xianxia said, we're late. Why didn't he guess that the treasure would be dug up by someone else first? The reason was simple. If the treasure was gone, bringing in disciples would not trigger the legendary mission. Damn. The system complained, is this a spoiler? As for saying that they were late, the meaning was simple. If they came tens of thousands of years earlier, not only could they obtain the treasure, but they could also obtain a large amount of resources in the Despair Abyss. It was killing two birds with one stone. Whoosh whoosh. The cold wind blew. It was extremely desolate. The Despair Abyss was a relatively independent star region. Not only were there meteorites and galaxies, but there were also scattered plains. Unfortunately, they were all dried up. There were no resources or origins, so the disciples of the sect of all times had no idea where to start. Second senior brother. In a plain filled with yellow sand, Xianxia asked in a low voice, will there be treasures in this godforsaken place? Don't ask. Li Qingyang answered. Oh. Xianxia shut his mouth. Xianxia sat in an open space. He took out the map engraved from the remnant scroll and studied it carefully. The marked area had been found. Were there any secrets? Patriarch. Shangguan Xinyao pointed out a place on the map and said, the arrangement of these plains, don't they look like some kind of demonic beast? Xianxia's eyes lit up and said, yes, they do. Jianguishu said, the star region map may contain some kind of astronomical phenomenon. Jun Patriarch, you'd better find someone who knows feng shui to interpret it. No feng shui? Jun Changxiao immediately thought of his father, so he asked him to come out of the eternal world. That's right. Zhang San, who was proficient in divination, carefully examined the star region map. He pointed at the area mentioned by Shangguan Xinyao and said, from the arrangement of the plains, it should be Evil Return. Evil Return? It's an ancient demonic beast with a dragon head, a horse's body, and scales feet. It's shaped like a lion. From his father's description, Jun Changxiao thought of the Pixiu. Then he carefully observed the arrangement of the plains. It was indeed a little similar. Evil Return means auspicious. Zhang San said, from the perspective of feng shui, there should be opportunities hidden in this area. Let's go. Jun Changxiao got up and said, let's find it. Zhang San said with a serious expression, although it's an auspicious place, it's surrounded by dangerous places. I'm afraid it's not easy to get in. Wealth comes from danger. Since he was here, Jun Changxiao had no reason to shrink back. Moreover, there was a legendary task. He had to complete it and get the treasure. Dogs Leftover even began to look forward to this kind of mission that seemed to be above the epic and main storyline levels. What kind of generous rewards would he get after completing it? Would he directly break through to the top of the Divine Vision realm and kill the celestial demonic emperor? There was a more important point. After the task was completed, he would not be the only one who would benefit. If his thoughts were even more daring, would the entire sect break through to the Divine Vision realm and enter the land of eternal life? The system said, if it's as the host thinks, then it's the end. Everyone followed the terrain and headed towards the auspicious place. Zhang San had been studying the map the whole time. After walking for about an hour, he hurriedly stopped and said, if I'm not wrong, the starry sky ahead is the first place of great danger. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the space in front of them trembled and gradually tore open a space crack. Woo woo woo. Ayo ayo ayo. Ghostly wails and howls came from the crack, and then they saw ghost-like creatures rushing out. Their eyes flickered with blue light, and their hands gathered blue energy, looking exceptionally ferocious. If you want to get the treasure, you have to get through this first. A huge blue ghost body slowly appeared, as if it was the leader of the ghost group. Oh. Jun Changxiao lowered his head, rubbed out a flame, lit the cigar in his mouth, then raised his head and blew out a smoke ring, saying, "As you wish." Swish. Swish. Gu Zhaoxi and the other upper echelons, as well as Li Qingyang and the other core disciples, flew forward from behind him. All kinds of martial arts and special effects erupted, killing towards the group of ghosts that was like a wave. At this point, the Battle of the Abyss dungeon began. If you want to know what will happen, listen to the next chapter. The number of spirits that appeared was quite large, and they needed everyone in the sect of all times to work together to get rid of them. Jin Xianxia did not make a move. In his opinion, since the mission required the participation of the entire sect, everyone should contribute. He was not worried about not being able to meet the mission requirements, but he was worried that the disciples who did not participate would not be able to get the rewards after the mission was completed. Since they were in the abyss of despair and had a legendary mission, they had to let everyone benefit. Kill. Zhongyi jumped on his horse and charged forward with his team. As the leader of the vanguard team, he would definitely take the lead in such a battle. Swoosh, the long saber cut through the desolate void, and the saber aura was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, directly killing dozens of spirits in front of him. Woo woo woo, ghostly cries and howls could be heard as the spirits pounced from both sides. Zhongyi did not dodge and charged forward with his saber as he knew that there would be reinforcements from his sect behind him. As expected, Li Tian flew over while being attacked from both sides. He raised his sniper rifle with his right hand and rested it on his left arm. Without even aiming, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Bullets shot out and flew past Zhongyi's shoulders, accurately hitting the spirits' foreheads and turning them into powder. So accurate. Li Tian was a little smug. In the past, this guy used to shoot his own people in the Falling Star continent. Now that he had a more stable mentality and better shooting skills, he would definitely be safe from the back of his sect. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, more than 10 phantoms appeared nearby. They gathered strange energy in their hands and pressed it down without any explanation. Boom. Boom. Boom, however, before they could touch Li Tian, they shattered into nothingness. Viper Yang kept his overlord spear and said with a straight face, "How many times have I told you? When we're in action, we can't be distracted." When the Drizzle Hall was first established, he was appointed as an instructor. Li Tian was among the first batch of members he trained. He had watched him grow up step by step, and their relationship could be described as that of a teacher and a friend. He still remembered. When they went to eliminate Black Eagle Hall, Li Tian followed his fellow disciples to battle. Not only did he perform poorly, but he also almost got Viper killed. After that incident, his mentality changed, and he began to work hard to overcome his shortcomings and the fear in his heart. In the end, he became an outstanding member of the Drizzle Hall and a photography enthusiast. Whoosh, suddenly, Li Tian shifted his body and shot at the two ghosts. He grinned and said, "Brother Snake, you're distracted too." Viper rolled his eyes at him and charged over with his overlord spear. Li Tian quickly reloaded and followed closely behind. As he moved, he fired frequently, killing the spirits in the distance one by one. This kind of scene that relied on firearms to kill from afar was really not aesthetically pleasing. Therefore, the camera turned away and locked onto the female disciple Ling Yuanxue. Even though she had joined the sect of all times for decades, her appearance had not changed much. She even looked weak and fragile. Hoo. Ling Yuanxue followed her fellow disciples and rushed forward very quickly. She was immediately surrounded by dozens of ghosts. For such a weak woman to be trapped in the enemy's camp, it would definitely cause her fellow disciples to worry. But the reality was that everyone was busy with their own things, killing their own people. Even if they saw her, they wouldn't take it to heart. Woo. Dozens of ghosts let out strange cries and rushed forward. Seeing this, Ling Yuanxue closed her eyes and gathered the power of the true spirit in her hands and legs. She bombarded her surroundings with lightning speed. When she opened her eyes, the monsters that attacked her had all collapsed into nothingness. Fast, ruthless, and accurate. She controlled it perfectly. Amazing, junior sister. Li Tian passed by and gave her a thumbs up. Ling Yuanxue, who was killing decisively just now, suddenly blushed and even covered her face in embarrassment. This was a shy girl who was easily embarrassed. When she was training in Death Valley, she killed the wolf beasts with her fists out of fear. Her mentality had changed. In short, don't be fooled by her weak and cute appearance. Once she entered a battle state, she would be very fierce. Li Tiantian and Ling Yuanshui were both representatives of the core disciples. Describing them was equivalent to describing everything. Next, the camera turned to the core disciples. As the mainstay of the sect, their battle was even more powerful. Needless to say, Lu Xianxian, the ice-type mid-laner, used Absolute Zero to freeze a large number of ghosts, turning them into lifelike ice sculptures. Clang. Unsheath. Clang. Sheath. Clang. Unsheath. Sheath. Sheath. Under Zhou Hong's frequent and extreme control, thousands of frozen ghosts were all cut into pieces. Huff huff. However, in exchange, he was targeted by even more ghosts. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as strange energy whizzed over. Boom 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 boom. The sound of collision rose one after another. Zhou Hong did not receive any damage because a streamer shield had already been erected in front of him, blocking all the strange energy outside. Whoosh, at the same time, Xianxia turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The ghosts surrounding the shield were instantly shattered into nothingness. Ka. Xiao Ziji rushed over from the starry sky and kept the streamer shield. His left and right hands gradually converged into a pair of mechanical swords. He then rushed toward the area where the ghosts were most concentrated. He attacked in front and defended in the back. One in front and one behind, he instantly rushed into the enemy's group. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The two of them, who were proficient in both offense and defense, were like sharp blades that ruthlessly pierced through the enemy's defense line. While cooperating with each other, they performed a textbook-level coordinated battle. Xianxia's face was filled with gratification. Although the core disciples were all very strong, he was more optimistic about the tacit understanding of the Midnight Snack duo. This was because their relationship had already surpassed that of fellow disciples and had risen to a higher level. At this moment, even if 10 heavenly secret realm warriors came, they would not be enough to kill these two. Huff huff. Huff huff. At this moment, the space in the distance suddenly trembled. 10 larger ghosts appeared. From the aura that erupted, it was obvious that they had already reached the heavenly secret realm. Ha ha ha. The system could not help but laugh. What are you thinking of? Xianxia shook his head helplessly. However, he quickly laughed and said, just experience babies. As expected. When the Midnight Snack duo saw the stronger ghosts appear, they immediately charged out from the enemy's army and went around from the left and right respectively. They fully unleashed their spiritual energy to kill the ghosts. Boom boom boom. They advanced side by side and bloomed in all directions. In a short period of time, 10 divine secret realm specters that had just appeared had died at the hands of Xianxia and Xiao Zuiji. The two of them looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. This scene was noticed by Li Tiantian and he decisively took out his camera to capture it. The sect of all times was too strong. Even if the ghosts continuously appeared from the void, they were still unable to fight against them. 10 minutes later, the upper echelons and disciples each blocked the front of a crack. They killed all the ghosts that came out. They were waiting for the right opportunity. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianxing shook their heads. The two of them knew the strength of the sect of all times better. They were already able to face it calmly. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, if this is all they have, the treasure will be in the bag of the sect of all times. The system was speechless. He is really despicable. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the entire space suddenly trembled. The smug Xianxia was instantly teleported into a small space. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times were either alone or in pairs. Only Jian Guishu and Gu Tianxing were left behind. They stood rooted to the ground like wooden chickens. Where are they? What's going on? After dealing with the spirits, Xianxia, the upper echelons, and the disciples were all sent into an independent space. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing stayed behind, which meant that they were only targeting the sect of all times. Alright. The two abandoned brothers looked at each other and stood in the wind, confused. This is... Jun Changxiao, who was still showing off a moment ago, looked at the empty space around him and frowned. Where is this place? The realm of the soul. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in his ears. Senior Qishuan? Jun Changxiao was ecstatic. This voice and tone were exactly the same as the one he heard on the screen. Jun Patriarch. The deep voice sounded again. Although you and I are not from the same era, it seems that we are fated. Yes. Jun Changxiao smiled. We are fated. The heaven-devouring evil lord was formed from the evil thoughts of all living beings. Although I have eradicated it, as long as the evil thoughts of the world still exist, they will be inherited by others one day and continue to wreak havoc on the world. A deep voice sounded. Therefore, before stepping into the land of eternal life, I left behind an opportunity in the abyss of despair, waiting for you to inherit it. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. Actually, he came here because of the 7 remnant scrolls. He had always believed that the treasure was left behind by the 7 profound sage, and now it was finally confirmed. Sigh. He was indeed very bored in his previous life. The system roared, "Can you stop dreaming?" The heaven-devouring evil lord has an evil secret manual called the heaven-devouring demon transformation technique. If it is comprehended by others, it will be a disaster that will destroy the universe. Someone has already comprehended it. Is that so? The 7 profound sage pondered for a moment and said, it has already developed to an irreversible stage. Can the opportunity left behind by Senior resolve the disaster? Yes. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. However, the 7 profound sage said slowly, the price is very high. What price? Sacrifice yourself and perish together with the evil demons that harm the world. This sentence was very serious, and it was not a joke at all. Jun Changxiao frowned. Actually, with Jun Patriarch's heaven-defying luck, it shouldn't be a problem for him to step into the land of eternal life. The choice is in your hands. Is there no other way? That's all. If I choose to stay out of this, will I be sent out of the abyss of despair? Jun Changxiao asked. This opportunity is prepared for those who are willing to sacrifice themselves. If you don't have the resolve to sacrifice yourself, you will naturally be sent out. Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a bitter smile. The legendary mission required him to lead the sect to find the treasure. If he chose to stay out of it, he would be sent out. That would be equivalent to failing the mission. This was just 2F** ket up. Make your choice. While Jun Changxiao was conflicted over whether he should sacrifice himself for the greater good or stay out of harm's way, the disciples of the sect of all times who had been sent to different regions were also making their own choices. As for what choice they would make, they would keep it a secret and reveal it when they remembered it in the future. If they couldn't remember, then so be it. What's going on? In the outside world, Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing were still in a state of confusion. Jun Patriarch and so many disciples of the sect of all times had suddenly disappeared, leaving them behind. Wasn't this unfair treatment? Swish, swish, while they were feeling depressed, the space trembled again. Gu Zhaoxi, Ryu Sinan, and the other higher-ups, as well as Lu Qianqian and the other disciples, appeared out of thin air one after another. Son. Gu Tianqing hurriedly asked, what's going on? Gu Zhaoxi scratched his head and said blankly, I'm not sure either. I just entered a space in a daze and then came out in a daze. No danger? No. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing were speechless. Eh? Su Xiaoma looked left and right and said, where's the patriarch? Jian. Guishu said, he disappeared with you guys. Swish. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao appeared from the void, took out the star field map, and said, let's go. The disciples followed. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing looked at each other in dismay. After Jun Patriarch and these high-level disciples went in and came out, why did they feel a little different? As for what exactly was different, the two of them couldn't pinpoint it, so they could only hurriedly follow. On the way, they tried to ask Jun Changxiao what he had discovered, but the answer they received was that he didn't discover anything. Indeed, he didn't discover anything. He just went in and came out very quickly. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing were old foxes, and muttered in their hearts, something must have happened. Jun Changxiao followed the map and continued to advance towards the auspicious land. Because they were surrounded by the land of great danger, they were destined to experience endless slaughter before they could finally reach the destination. And this, it was too much of a test of the overall strength and cooperation of the entire sect. They had the strength and cooperation, so although they encountered many obstacles along the way, they were all scared but not in danger. Sometimes, they didn't even have to be scared, and they swept through everything in a crushing manner. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing were speechless again. Countless martial artists died here, and it was extremely despairing, so it was named the Abyss of Despair. Now that the Sect of all times was here, it could totally be changed to Abyss of Despair, Abyss of incomparable despair. Of course, the closer they were to the auspicious land, the more difficult it was. Especially at the last land of great danger, Jun Changxiao personally led the entire sect, and at the price of tens of thousands of words, they barely defeated the thousands of prophecy-level ancient beasts guarding this place. Huff huff, all the disciples stood in the void, bent over, and held their knees. They were sweating profusely and panting, and from their slightly pale faces, they must have exhausted a lot of energy. The one who suffered the most was Xiao Zue. The mecha that was activated by the special effects of the text was already riddled with holes and broken. Senior brother Xiao, thank you. Many disciples panted slightly and looked at him with gratitude. These ordinary inner and outer sect disciples' overall strength was definitely not enough in front of a prophecy-level expert, and the final victory was all because of Xiao Ziji's considerate protection. The title of number 1 tank in the sect of all times was definitely deserved. This is what I should do. Xiao Ziji had exhausted too much energy, so after saying this, he was a little shaky. Jun Changxiao said, rest here. Swoosh, the upper echelons and disciples sat cross-legged in the void, circulating various mental cultivation techniques to recover their energy and adjust their weakened state. After about 2 hours, everyone's condition gradually recovered. Let's go. Jun Changxiao led them forward. Because there was no longer any land of great danger blocking them, their journey was smooth, and they finally stepped into the land of auspiciousness marked on the star zone map. This place was not desolate, and it was full of vitality. So comfortable. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei squinted their eyes, and their meridians and flesh that were sore from the battle were gradually recovering. Jun Changxiao did not experience the feeling of floating too much, and he released his spiritual senses without restraint to search for treasures in the land of auspiciousness. Patriarch. Li Qingyang pointed and said in surprise, what's that? Jun Changxiao hurriedly looked over and saw that in the seemingly endless area ahead, there was a piece of floating land, and on it was a towering tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. It was surrounded by a luster that represented vitality, and it emitted a sacred aura. What's that? Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing also noticed it, but from their expressions, they clearly did not know what it was. None of them knew, except for He Wudi. Especially when he saw the tree full of vitality, his facial muscles instantly stiffened, and he said in disbelief, the tree of universe's origin. Ka. At this moment, the space behind the towering tree gradually distorted and formed a rainbow-colored path, and at the end of the path, a huge stone door slowly appeared, with complex words carved on it, mysterious and sacred. The Road of Eternal Life? It was another huge stone door. This was the third time Jun Changxiao had seen it. The interval in between was not long, and the frequency was even a bit frequent. The door was not the main point. The tree was, the tree of origin that He Wudi had just shouted about. A plane had an origin. According to the literal meaning, could the tree represent the origin of the universe? He guessed right. A plane was born from the origin. The origin of the universe was related to this vibrant towering tree. In short, there was this tree first, and then there was the entire universe, as well as the countless planes that were slowly born over time. How is this possible? He Wudi was even more shocked. As far as he knew, the tree that represented the origin of the universe was almost impossible for ordinary people to see. Now, it had appeared in the abyss of despair and was witnessed by so many fellow sect members. It was unbelievable. Let's go. Jun Changxiao said, let's go. Jian Guishu said warily, will it be dangerous? Although he said so, his legs had already stepped over. The sacred luster released by the towering tree made everyone present feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. They even had the thought of approaching it. Swish, swish, Jun Changshao took the lead and flew over, and the disciples followed closely behind. Sure enough, the closer they were to the tree of origin, the stronger the comfortable feeling became. Many disciples gradually entered a wonderful illusion. Their souls seemed to have merged into a sea of martial arts, crazily absorbing the knowledge inside to make up for their shortcomings. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! As they approached, many disciples entered the truth-seeking realm from the core transformation realm, or from the lower to the middle, or from the middle to the upper. It was not only the low-level martial artists who benefited, but also the high-level martial artists, such as Jun Changshao. The closer he got to the tree of origin, the more he comprehended a certain meaning, and his heart was suddenly enlightened. Could this be the treasure left behind by Senior Qishuan? Stomp! After a while, Jun Changshao landed on the ground where the towering tree was planted. The soil was very soft and comfortable to step on. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times followed behind. They stood where they were and closed their eyes to sense the profound martial arts in the air. After an unknown period of time, Jun Changshao came back to his senses and looked at the towering tree in front of him. After pondering for a while, he said, if it is transplanted to the eternal world, all the creatures will benefit from it, right? He Wudi's expression was wonderful. As expected of the patriarch, his way of thinking was simply too exaggerated. Hoo-hoo! The aura that contained the profound meaning of the martial way blew over continuously, and the disciples' breakthroughs became even faster. Jun Changshao had experienced a sudden improvement before, so it was not a big surprise. What he really cared about was how to bring the tree into the eternal world. To put it bluntly, he had taken a liking to her and wanted to take her away. The aura that Xianxia released harnessed the profound mysteries of the martial path. Since Xianxia had encountered Xianxia today, Xianxia was bound to have his own thoughts. Furthermore, it was a waste to leave it here. Since it was the origin of the universe, it should do proper things and benefit all things. Compared with Jun Changxia's exaggerated idea, Jian Guishu and Gu Tianxing were more normal. After landing, they went straight to the stone gate. The tree of origin of the universe released a majestic profound meaning of the martial way, but for experts at their level, the benefits were not particularly great, so they were more concerned about the secret of immortality. Standing in front of the gate, they put their hands on it and tried to push it open, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not move it an inch. Don't waste your energy. He Wudi said, you won't be able to open the gate. Why? Jian Guishu and Gu Tianxing asked. He Wudi looked up at the towering tree with luxuriant foliage and said, if I'm not wrong, the stone gate is related to the tree of origin. If you want to open it, you must get its approval. How can you get its approval? Jun Changshao came over. This disciple doesn't know. He Wudi could only guess one or two things. In his opinion, the tree and stone gate should have been deliberately left behind by Senior Qishuan so that the younger generation would have a chance to enter the land of immortality. Jun Changshao walked towards the tree of origin. The other party was not hostile, nor did he set up any defenses, allowing him to easily stop in front of the thick trunk. At a close distance, the profound meaning of the martial way was even stronger. Pa! Raising his hand and placing it on the tree, Jun Changshao said in a low voice, the entire upper universe is in danger. Can you just watch as countless planes and holy spirits become food? Buzz buzz. The branches swayed, as if answering. Jun Changshao was overjoyed and said, since you are the origin of the universe, you are also the mother of all living beings. Now that your child is in trouble, how can you sit back and do nothing? Hua. The leaves also began to sway violently. Obviously, the tree of origin of the universe was intelligent and could hear every word Jun Changshao said. That's easy to handle. Me. Jun Changshao. Goxing said solemnly, although I am an ordinary person, I also know that the rise and fall of the universe is a responsibility of every man. Therefore, I am not afraid of death and will fight evil to the end. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianxing were silent. If Jun Patriarch was ordinary, there would be no one in the entire upper universe. As for fighting evil to the end, the two of them agreed. If it weren't for him and the sect of all times, the situation in the upper universe would be even worse. In fact, Xianxia's performance was very good. 8 of the demonic emperor's right-hand men had been killed by him long ago, and most of the soldiers were also dead. If it weren't for the other party comprehending the devouring heaven-transforming demon great technique, the situation would have been great for the entire universe. But now, the planes were being devoured one by one, which would only strengthen the demons. A reader had once asked, why not let Xianxia fuse the major planes and then condense a super-large eternal world, so that the demonic emperor couldn't devour it? Naive, childish, not to mention that the fusion required a lot of time, just the speed at which the demonic emperor devoured the planes was extremely fast. More importantly, the other party would continue to grow. If Xianxia really wanted to fuse the planes, it was nothing more than saving the other party the trouble of running back and forth. He could just come over and eat the ready-made food. In short, the demonic emperor was extremely dangerous now. Xianxia could only pin his hopes on the treasure left behind by the 7 profound holy master while he was devouring the planes. Fortunately, he found it. Especially when he found this towering tree that represented the origin of the universe. If you still care about the entire universe and the thousands of living beings, please integrate into my world and help me fight that demon to the death. Xianxia said solemnly. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing secretly said, how can you get his approval just by saying it casually? Okay. I'll help you. Suddenly, an old voice came from the tree. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing, who were just complaining in their hearts, were a little dumbfounded when they heard this. Then, they saw the towering tree that originally stood in front of them turn into a flowing light and merge into Xianxia's glabella. Too sudden, too incredible, before the two of them came to their senses, the huge stone gate behind them disappeared out of thin air. It's gone? He Wudi stared at the patriarch and couldn't calm down. Did he really enter the eternal world? Whoosh! Whoosh! There was no time for him to think about it, because an extremely majestic promotion momentum suddenly emerged in his body, and the thought of entering a higher realm instantly occupied the high ground of his sea of consciousness. I'm going to break through? He Wudi was really dumbfounded now. He knew his own martial arts very well. Before he got an absolute opportunity, it was impossible for him to break through easily, but now he was really going to pry into the mystery of heaven. He was not the only one. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and other core disciples also had a promotion airwave in their bodies. After it crazily spread out, it formed a huge scene. The inner and outer disciples who just broke through on the spot also benefited and were entering a higher realm. In this environment of collective promotion, Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing were a little out of place, because the two brothers did not gain anything at all. The difference in treatment was especially obvious. Whoosh! Whoosh! The promotion momentum was higher and higher, and it filled the auspicious place. Not long after, Li Qingyang entered Tianji. Su Xiaoma entered Tianji. Li Fei, Tianqi, and other core disciples entered Tianji. Quasi-core disciples like Li Tian and Ling Yuanxiwei entered the half-step Tianji, and they really advanced to another level. There were also higher-ups. They also benefited. Gu Zhaoxi, Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, Bailey Qianzhou, Black and White Rakshasa, Ding Xingwang, Jiangye, and others entered Tianji. The whole process was simple and violent, and even unreasonable. Ah! The Purple King raised its head and roared. As a beast, it and the members of the Spirit Beast Hall did not directly increase their realm, but its body and meridians seemed to have been tempered by some kind of power, and it was slowly undergoing a qualitative change. Although it was a little painful, it was more pleasurable, so. Bang! The Purple King could not control its emotions and directly blew up its school uniform, exposing its skin. It was obvious that it was transforming. After a while, he and the members had all finished evolving, and they all roared like beasts. The Purple King was the happiest until it saw Yuan Gongzi holding a pen, and it stopped abruptly. It then hugged its head and cried in grief, "Deputy Patriarch, listen to me." "I don't want to listen, bastard." Why was there such a terrifying collective promotion in the sect of all times? The reason was simple. When Jun Changxiao gained the recognition of the Tree of Universe's origin, when it appeared out of thin air in the eternal world, a beautiful notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Legendary mission completed. Eternal world. The land that carried the Tree of Origin of the universe appeared out of thin air in the sky, as if it was a god. What's that? The warriors who lived here saw it and opened their eyes wide. At this moment, they found that behind the towering tree, the space was gradually distorted to form a path, and at the end, there was an even more sacred stone door. Okay. The Tree of Origin and the Path of Eternal Life were both in. I don't know what Jun Changxiao has done to be recognized so easily. Especially the legendary task. After careful calculation, the whole sect only fought a few ghosts after entering the dungeon, and the rest were basically skipped, and then easily completed. Compared to the time limit and many harsh requirements of the side or epic task, this legendary task was simply too easy. It was even a giveaway question, not to mention the simplicity of the task. The rewards were also very rich. All the disciples who participated in the Despair Abyss improved by a big realm. The high-level, core, and even quasi-core disciples broke through to the Divine Mystery realm, and there were as many as 50 of them. In the past, there were only a few disciples who peeked into the Divine Mystery. Now, there were so many disciples, and their strength had improved tremendously. It had to be said. In terms of cheating, the sect of all times had always been rough, of course. It wasn't just the high-level and disciples who improved. After Jun Changxiao heard that the legendary task was completed, the energy in his dantian also changed substantially, and his realm reached the top level. Whoosh whoosh. After the breakthrough, he stood in the eternal world and felt that his body was full of stronger martial Dao mysteries, and said, I've become stronger again. He was very calm about the improvement of his realm. With the host's current strength, if you meet the red-haired man who was killed before, you should be able to easily defeat him without any help, the system speculated. Can I fight with the celestial demonic emperor? The system was silent for a moment, and said, that's hard to say. Now that the celestial demonic emperor had comprehended the devouring sky and transforming demon technique, and was crazily devouring dimensions, its strength must be gradually increasing. It was not optimistic that the host could win. Even if I can't fight, I have to fight. Jun Changxiao said, otherwise, the entire upper universe will be doomed. Sigh. The system sighed, the host is righteous. Swish. Jun Changxiao flew over and landed in front of the huge stone door. He placed his right hand on it and asked, can I open it with my current strength? He couldn't open it. No matter how he moved, there was no reaction. Why did Senior Qixuan place these two items in the abyss of despair? Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought. The system replied, from what I can see, he must have predicted that the Tianma Emperor would wreak havoc on the world, so he left the origin tree of the universe and the gate of eternal life here, waiting for the host's protection. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao agreed with this conjecture. After all, for now, the celestial demonic emperor would keep devouring planes. If he found the tree of origin, it would be tantamount to announcing the death of the universe. In that case, it was easy to understand why he was easily recognized. Everything. This was all set up by Senior Qixuan in advance, and the legendary mission was given for free. Since the tree and the door have come to the eternal world, I have the obligation to protect them, Jun Changxiao said firmly. Swish, flying to the sect of all times, he waved his hand and placed the tree of origin hanging in the sky deep in the Ironbone Mountain. When the tree moved, the door moved too. It could be seen that the two were connected. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. After the tree of origin was completely integrated with the earth of the eternal world, the swaying branches and leaves began to release the aura of higher martial arts mystery. Just as I expected. Jun Changxiao said with relief, they can benefit from coming to my world. This was a huge benefit. Because in just a few days, the whole eternal world was filled with more profound martial arts Upanishads, and countless creatures could feel it. At that moment, the scene of the realm improvement could be seen everywhere. The origin of the several planes of the eternal world was also strengthened and began to release more majestic heaven and earth attributes. It was no exaggeration to say that after the tree of origin came in, this huge plane was undergoing an all-round sublimation, slowly moving towards prosperity and strength. No one could accurately predict what level it would reach in the end. Sect of all times. The disciples sat cross-legged on each mountain, crazily absorbing the martial arts mystery. Similar scenes could be seen everywhere in the world. When the tree of origin was transplanted to the eternal world, this kind of situation was destined to continue for a while, and it was destined to take the creatures slowly familiarizing themselves with it, and eventually reach the point where they would not be surprised and become accustomed to it. Infinite Method's Secret Realm. Xianxia sat in the study, opened the system store, and said, "You can buy it now." The legendary task not only improved the strength of the whole sect, but also rewarded him with 50,000 reputation points, which was just enough to buy the super secret realm that had been stored in the shopping column. Were there other rewards, for example, martial skills, divine powers, equipment, and treasures? No. It only improved the strength of the whole sect and gave him a little reputation points. Xianxia once despised it in his heart. It was a legendary task after all, and the reward after completion was a little too little. Be content. The system said, the whole sect will be improved by a big realm, and the higher-ups and disciples who are stuck at the half-step will break through to the divine secrets realm without an opportunity, which is a great reward. That's true. Xianxia said, I was a little greedy. Gu Zhaoxi, Ryu Sinan, and the others had already reached the half-step divine secrets realm. If they wanted to go to the next level, cultivation alone was not enough. They also needed to find opportunities, such as Yi Xingchen, who understood the mystery of infinite reincarnation, or Yi Xingchen, who sacrificed himself for righteousness. What was certain was that, without special requirements, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through to the divine secrets realm. Now that the legendary task alone had helped so many people break through, it was a great opportunity. Ding! The host has spent 20,000 reputation points and obtained the super secret realm of Infinite Methods X1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect reputation points, 32,000. Gosheng smiled. It was rare that he still had 30,000 reputation points. If it was before, as long as he bought something, he would become a pauper. Whoosh! His spiritual thoughts entered the space ring, and he skillfully picked up the manual to study it. The Infinite Methods Secret Realm, as the name suggested, was a secret realm that contained many martial arts and mystical abilities. Any member of the sect of all times, regardless of position or status, could enter at will and choose any martial arts that they liked. F***CK. Xianxia closed the manual and said, this thing came a little late. Throughout the development of the sect of all times, there was the alchemy pavilion, the forging pavilion, and many other facilities with different functions. The only thing missing was this. Of course. The martial arts pavilion also had it. However, most of them were plundered from other places and were built by Xianxia himself. Martial arts such as the Heaven Crossing palm print were just rewards from completing missions. The Infinite Methods Secret Realm contained all kinds of martial arts and mystical abilities, which were easily accessible to him and his disciples. The situation and nature were different. Back Mountain. Xianxia walked over as usual and set up the Infinite Methods Secret Realm. The disciples who were preparing to go to the training tower and other facilities to cultivate saw this and swarmed over. There was no need to ask, the patriarch must have taken out something heaven-defying again. The 10,000 arts secret realm was not big, just like a small cave. The surrounding walls were carved into grids, and there were many books stacked inside. That's right. They were all martial arts and supernatural powers. Xianxia walked in, and the first thing he saw was 8 words engraved on the wall at the end, thousands of Tao techniques, all within. It meant that there were thousands of martial arts in the secret realm. Did it have to be so exaggerated? Xianxia's consciousness spread out, and after a rough calculation, he realized that there were indeed thousands of books stored in the small cave, so he exclaimed, unbelievable. To be exact. This secret realm was more like a professional library. Super grade. It was also newly bought. Gosheng was sure that the books that could be placed inside were definitely at the level of destroying heaven and earth. Swish. He casually took out a book from the grids, and saw the words, Colossal Collapse Tao Technique written on it, exuding a vigorous and fierce aura. Seeing the words was like seeing the person. The strength of the martial artist who wrote these 4 words must be extraordinary. Xianxia immediately opened the first page, and after carefully reading the records, he was shocked. This was an extremely domineering Dao technique. If cultivated to the extreme, not only could it shatter the void, but it could also shatter the entire universe. That's impossible, right? Xianxia had a trace of doubt. With his current top-level divine secret realm level, destroying a plane was a piece of cake, but to shake the entire universe, it was a bit unrealistic. Putting down the colossal collapse Dao technique, Xianxia picked up a book called Heaven-Shattering Dao Technique. The introduction was still quite powerful, and those who mastered it could shatter the 9 heavens with one palm. Alright. They were all very ferocious. Xianxia continued to read other books, such as the Tao of Stars and the Tao of Realmless. Although their names were different, their effects were similar. They were either capable of destroying the heavens and earth or destroying the universe. They were terrifying to the extreme. If I can master all of them, Gosheng shook his head and said, wouldn't I be invincible? The system poured cold water on him in a timely manner. I'm afraid that with the host's comprehension, he might not be able to comprehend one for the rest of his life. F***ck. Xianxia said, am I that bad in your eyes? Frankly speaking. The system said, without my help, the host is trash. His words were very sharp. Xianxia said disapprovingly, am I proud? The system was instantly defeated by his words and sighed with emotion. Shameless people were indeed invincible. Alright. Xianxia's temper flared as he said, you think I can't do it? I'll show you how I cultivate. With that said, he kept the prodigious collapse Dao art into his spatial ring. If you have the ability, take a few more books and cultivate them together, the system mocked. Tisk. Xianxia curled his lips and said, don't bite off more than you can chew. I understand this principle. He wasn't greedy and chose one. There were no restrictions on the secret realm, and one could enter and exit as they pleased. In fact, there was no need for him to take a few more books out. Shwa. He strode out of the 10,000 Arts secret realm. All of you. After coming out, Xianxia looked at the expectant disciples and said, you can go in and experience it now. Yes. Everyone excitedly entered the 10,000 Arts secret realm. When they saw that the grids on the surrounding walls were filled with stacked martial arts secret manuals, they exclaimed in unison, so many martial arts techniques. What are you waiting for? Su Xiaoma raised her voice and said, hurry up and choose. Shwa shwa. Everyone immediately took action. The disciples didn't choose casually. Instead, they stood in front of each stone wall and carefully read to choose the one suitable for them. For example, Li Qingyang, because he had a thunder physique and a thunder spiritual seed, he was more inclined toward the thunder Dao art. According to the introduction, after cultivating it to a certain level, he could summon thousands of lightning bolts and destroy everything in the world. Just as everyone was seriously choosing a Dao art suitable for themselves, no one noticed He Wudi, who was standing in front of the wall in a daze. This guy was completely dumbfounded. Even his hands were trembling violently. Impossible. After a while, He Wudi came back to his senses and said in disbelief, impossible. Impossible. He came from the land of eternal life and had cultivated many high-level martial arts. In particular, he knew that in that world, there were many unfathomable magical powers. In order to distinguish them from ordinary ones, they were defined as Dao arts, that's right. This Dao art was the one written in the book. He Wudi was lucky enough to obtain a book called the Body Rotation Dao Art. After cultivating for many years, he barely comprehended the surface. Later, because the remnant book disappeared, he was hunted down by various experts. In desperation, he was forced to escape from the land of eternal life. In the end, he was able to safely land on the falling star continent because of this Dao art. People from the land of eternal life couldn't and weren't allowed to descend because it would destroy the balance of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, He Wudi would have to bear the punishment of heaven if he forced himself to descend. Especially when passing through the barrier, the friction and pressure would cause his cultivation to drop until his body and soul disintegrated. In short, any martial artist who came down would have to go through a certain death situation. And because he Wudi cultivated the body rotation Dao art, he successfully landed on the falling star continent. Although his level dropped to 0, he managed to preserve his body and soul. Every time he recalled the scene from that time, he would always break out in cold sweat from shock, and he rejoiced that he'd obtained this Dao art through his years of hard work and karmic luck. Otherwise, he'd have been buried a long time ago. Why did it have to be described as years of hard work and luck? Because Dao arts were unique to the land of eternal life. Without a strong background and identity, there was almost no way to obtain them. He Wudi had no power or influence. He lived like a transparent body. Even when he reached the level of a saint, he only had one. It was obvious. How precious, and now? There were thousands of Dao arts in front of him, no wonder he Wudi was shocked. If it was a martial artist from the land of eternal life who didn't have much contact with the sect of all times, their eyes would have popped out. Junior brother he. Li Qingyang walked over and nudged him with his shoulder, saying, "Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and choose one." Oh. He Wudi quickly regained his senses. He suppressed the joy in his heart and began to choose a dazzling Dao art. He lamented in his heart, "If the heavens give me another chance, I will still choose to descend forcefully just to enter the sect of all times and become their last disciple. I'll choose this one." In the distance, Li Fei chose a Dao art. From his expression and words, he seemed to be conflicted about choosing one randomly because there were too many books. Sigh. He Wudi shook his head and thought, "I don't know how lucky I am." The disciples of the sect hadn't lived in the land of eternal life before. Even if they knew that the Dao arts in the secret realm were extraordinary, they didn't think too much about it. He was different. He deeply understood that if he grasped a Dao art, he could establish himself in the world. In the past, it was a luxury to obtain a Dao art. Now, it was everywhere. This made he Wudi excited. He even began to imagine that if he comprehended a few Dao arts and returned to the land of eternal life, wouldn't he be able to establish his own sect? Wouldn't he be able to dominate a region? Come on, let's have fun. Anyway, there's plenty of time. The disciples who were choosing Dao arts suddenly heard the singing and turned to look. They saw junior brother he holding a book in one hand and twisting his body in front of the wall with his hands and feet. His expression and appearance were very annoying. P.S. I haven't decided whether to write about the land of eternal life. Maybe I'll finish it after the demonic emperor is dealt with. However, I still need to lay the groundwork. If I continue to write, then the existence of the 10,000 arts secret realm will give Go Sheng and his disciples the capital to do whatever they want in the next map. The upper echelons and disciples picked a suitable technique for themselves in the 10,000 methods hidden realm and left happily. Especially he Wudi, he was so excited that he danced on the spot. However, Xianxia was still a bit dissatisfied. After all, the sect of all times had more than 100,000 disciples, and it was impossible for everyone to have a technique in the hidden realm. Thinking about it, it made sense. Bah! The system spat on his face, saying, "A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." From he Wudi's point of view, we know that a technique is an extremely high-end divine martial art. It's very precious in the land of eternal life. Here's the problem. Is it easy to cultivate this technique? Xianxia sat in the study room and opened the technique, carefully reading the recorded chants until he memorized it all, but the conclusion was that he didn't understand it at all, so he broke down. It's a bit difficult. More than difficult. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He Wudi, who had experience in this, entered the space-time hidden realm after obtaining a suitable technique for himself, but still couldn't comprehend it for a few days. Regarding this, he expressed his understanding, because it took him nearly 1,000 years to comprehend the surface of the body transformation technique. Give up. The system said, "Let's just use a cheat." Xianxia was so agitated that he immediately arranged the sect's affairs, then entered the space-time hidden realm to comprehend the technique. From the looks of it, he didn't plan to come out until he comprehended something. Li Qingyang and the others saw this and said seriously, "Patriarch is serious." Yes. Xianxia was serious. To prove that he could comprehend a profound technique without relying on a cheat, but reality was cruel, under the acceleration of the space-time hidden realm, he studied for almost half a year without any results. The most tragic thing was that he didn't gain anything from the technique, and lost a lot of hair. At this rate, if he continued to study it, he couldn't guarantee that he could comprehend it, but his hair loss would definitely recur. Forget it. Xianxia stood up. I still have to think of a way to deal with the Tianma Emperor. How can I waste time on the technique? Bah. The system said, no means no, don't give yourself a way out. Xianxia ignored it, left the space-time hidden realm, and went to the Drizzle Hall to ask about the outside world. It's not optimistic. Li Luoqiu said, according to the information we received, more than 30 planes have disappeared into thin air. Xianxia furrowed his brows. It had only been a few months since the disappearance of the first plane until he came out of the abyss of despair. That guy was devouring planes too quickly. June Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, we have to do something. We can't just watch the demonic emperor harm the common people. Not bad. Xianxia nodded. So, what can be done? Pass down the order. Inform all the major planes to leave as soon as possible. This was all Xianxia could do at the moment, and the most he could do was make living beings abandon their homes. There was no other way. With the celestial demonic emperor's speed, if they could not directly stop it, they could only choose to take refuge in advance. AI. Jian Guishu said, I'm afraid that some people won't leave, or won't be able to leave in time. Some people didn't leave because they were attached to their homes, and even chose to live and die with them. Those who couldn't leave in time were because the celestial demonic emperor's speed was too fast. Once a plane was locked on, it was almost impossible to live past the next day. You have to leave even if you don't want to. Xianxia said with a serious expression, inform the array hall to activate the projection array. I want to tell them the seriousness of the situation. Yes. Buzz. Buzz, in the major planes of the upper universe, the sky of the major cities trembled, and gradually, a mirror-like array formation boundary was formed. It's here again. Seeing this, everyone's expression collapsed. Previously, they had relied on this array formation boundary to see how the sect of all times beat up the elites of the celestial demonic emperor with their own eyes. Cough cough. After a while, Xianxia's handsome face appeared on the light screen. He's asking for a beating. I really want to kick him. Everyone discussed in private. Everyone. Xianxia gathered his emotions and said with a serious expression, at this moment, the upper universe is experiencing an unprecedented disaster, and if you want to live, you must make the right choice. The martial artists of the various planes didn't deny that there was a disaster. After all, the celestial demonic emperor had been wreaking havoc in the universe for more than a day or two. However, everyone understood, so why should they listen to him? Of course. Xianxia said, you may not agree with what I said, but it's still necessary to say one more thing. The celestial demonic emperor has mastered the evil technique that the heaven-devouring evil lord cultivated back then, and can easily devour major planes. Heaven-devouring evil lord? Everyone's expression changed. It was obvious that they had heard of it. In fact, this wasn't a secret. It had been circulating in the upper universe for a long time. However, it was very difficult to verify more specific things. It was even defined as a legend. This guy is lying to us? Devouring planes, how is that possible? Many warriors questioned Xianxia's words. In other words, if Guoxing said that the celestial demonic emperor was wantonly invading all planes, they might believe it, but devouring planes was incredible. Of course. Some people believed it, because some forces had their own intelligence agencies, they had received news that many planes had disappeared into thin air. At first, they were quite puzzled, but now they immediately understood. I don't care if you believe it or not. Xianxia said again, please pack your bags and leave your planes quickly. All the warriors were speechless. Suddenly, someone jumped out and asked everyone to pack their bags and run away. Who would believe it? Who would do it, sigh? Xianxia's prestige was still not enough. If it was in the lower universe, one sentence would be enough to convince the world. If you have nowhere to go, you can come to the eternal world, Xianxia said again. The eternal world certainly couldn't accommodate so many creatures, but since he said it, it meant that he would help the upper universe and try his best to save the creatures. Unfortunately, after this sentence was said, many warriors misunderstood and thought that this guy was an alarmist, or even deliberately advertising himself. What are you waiting for? Suddenly, Xianxia raised his voice and shouted, "Pack up and run away. Let's go." Some forces in the plains realized the seriousness of the problem. They made a prompt decision to pack up their valuables and leave by starry sky battleships. However, they didn't go to the eternal world. Instead, they chose other places. During this period, many organizations that fought against the celestial demonic emperor had formed alliances, so in the face of crisis, they would definitely choose to stay together. All the forces had levels and equipment, so it was easy for them to leave the plains. However, ordinary warriors who couldn't cross the universe were doomed to stay in their homes and wait for death. The most ridiculous thing was, many plains didn't recognize Xianxia. They didn't sense the crisis, nor did they plan to escape. They still lived in their homes as usual. Xianxia could guess this, so he said, "Jun Patriarch, you've done your best. Whether they live or die, it's up to God," he said helplessly. "Senior." Xianxia got up and walked out of the hall. With his back to Xianxia, he said, "You said it's up to God. What if?" After a pause, he said, "I'm God?" Xianxia was stunned. "I'm God. I'll control the lives of the creatures." Xianxia opened his eyes wide. Jun Patriarch's words were too arrogant. "Xinyao." Xianxia said, "Deduce the next plane that the celestial demonic emperor may devour." "Yes." Shangguan Xinyao immediately came to the starry sky map. After a short analysis, she said, "According to the pattern of disappearing planes, the spirit world may be targeted by the celestial demonic emperor." Spirit world? Xianxia shook his head and said, "Such an inauspicious name?" Whoosh, he turned into a flowing light and flew out of the eternal world. The seniors and disciples watched the patriarch leave, praying in their hearts for his safe return. Xianxia didn't say what he was going to do, but they knew that he was going to stop the celestial demonic emperor alone. That's right. Goxing was going to find the celestial demonic emperor. Relying on the legendary task to break through to the top level of the divine secret realm, he was still not sure that he could defeat the devil, but he had to try his best to stop him and buy time for those creatures who realized the danger to escape. At that moment, the flowing light that flew out of the eternal world and shuttled through the universe, emitting a great aura. In the past, Xianxia didn't wake up early without benefits. Even if he saved the world many times, he had a purpose. This time, he didn't have any distracting thoughts. He just wanted to protect the world. This might be the growth that Little Doe talked about. Jun Patriarch. Xianxia cried, "Righteous." Spreading the news of the Sky Devil Emperor devouring the plane, regardless of whether anyone believed it or not, Xianxia had to stop the other party to buy time for more living beings. This was a great hero, for the country and the people. Of course. Xianxia dared to look for the Sky Devil Emperor because he had reached the peak of the divine secret realm. If it was in the past, he would definitely consider it carefully. With my current strength, if I can't win, I should be able to run. On the way, Goxing began to think. He was only going to stop the Sky Devil Emperor from devouring the plane, not to fight to the death. If the situation was bad, he would definitely escape. "I hope I won't be beaten up," the system said. "Milk." Xianxia said, "Milk with all your might." The system was speechless. Host must understand that the enemy this time is different from the past. Before you have absolute strength, it's best not to meet him. "What if you can't come back?" "I've made up my mind." Xianxia said with a solemn expression, "I have to meet him." "All right." The system said, "Pretend I didn't say anything." "What's more?" Xianxia said, "Don't I have you? If you really can't do it, you can just possess me and fight for me. If Host has such an attitude, I advise you to hurry back." The system said. "What do you mean?" "I'm not omnipotent." The system said. "In the face of absolute power, you can't change fate. Moreover," the system said again, "there are some things that the host needs to face himself, and not rely on external forces, because that would be meaningless. It didn't ridicule, nor did it tease. It was very serious, which was a bit unaccustomed. So, Jun Changxiao also became serious, and said, I'm going to look for the Sky Devil Emperor. All these years, I'd been by the host's side, witnessing his rise from obscurity to fame. There have been happiness and tears, hardships and gains. The system said, if there's a chance in the future, I hope we can continue to cooperate. F*CK. Jun Changxiao said, are you leaving your last words? Why did you have to find the Sky Devil Emperor? Why did you have to throw your life away? Didn't I just leave my last words? The system roared. Jun Changxiao was stunned for a moment before a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. He could tell that this guy was worried about him. He was just acting a little arrogant. This was just like how little Dodo's venomous tongue would often spit out and even overinterpret things. However, when the day of their reunion arrived, their hearts would be filled with mixed feelings. Everyone had feelings, and it was not shameful. Don't go. The system said, isn't it good to stay low? If I hide now, I'll just wait for the universe to be destroyed. How could Jun Changxiao not want to continue living like a coward? However, allowing the celestial demon emperor to continue devouring planes would only lead to a terrifying disaster in the end. Now, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he had to stop him. At the very least, he had a clear conscience and tried his best. What if he dies? Doesn't matter. Jun Changxiao seemed to be indifferent to life and death. The system said, good luck. Swish, Jun Changxiao accelerated towards the undead world. Even if there was endless darkness ahead, he still moved forward without hesitation. That guy is just an alarmist. How can we abandon our home? In a certain plane, many martial artists recalled what Jun Changxiao said in the light screen just now and scoffed at him. They couldn't be blamed for their ignorance, because no one would decisively abandon their home after listening to a few words. Only when the disaster really came would they be enlightened and filled with regret. What a coincidence. The disaster really came, whoosh whoosh, all of a sudden, a gloomy aura pressed down from the sky. When the creatures living here felt it, all of their scalps exploded, their hands and feet were cold, and their eyes were filled with horror. Swish, the black stream of light passed through the space barrier and landed on a high mountain. After the light dissipated, the celestial demon emperor stood proudly, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised into a devilish smile. In his eyes, everything in this plane would be his food. Swish, the celestial demon emperor squatted down, inserted his hands into the soil, and activated the devour demon technique. Evil power seeped out of his 10 fingers and quickly filled the world. Vitality and energy. At that moment, they were slowly controlled. An intoxicated expression gradually appeared on the celestial demon emperor's face. It was wonderful and enjoyable. Who is it? At this moment, the strong masters of the plane discovered him and flew over from all directions. What are you doing? They couldn't understand why this uninvited guest inserted his hands into the soil, but their intuition told them that something bad might happen, so they immediately gathered their strength and blasted it over. Get lost. The celestial demon emperor was expanding the range of the devouring power, so he had no time to pay attention to a group of ants. He just turned his head and said with a hawk-like gaze, "Get lost." Bang! 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 Dozens of martial artists at the peak of the truth-seeking realm who rushed over from all directions didn't even have time to feel fear before they were smashed into a rain of blood on the spot. One word. It contained extremely strong pressure and directly killed them. Terrifying, terrifying, whoosh whoosh, deep underground, the devouring power was still spreading, and finally wrapped the plane origin in a vine-like shape. Swish, the celestial demon emperor skillfully contracted his 10 fingers, and endless vitality and energy quickly fused into his body. His strength was increasing bit by bit, and the plane he was in gradually turned from vigorous vitality to withered and withered until it completely disappeared, including the plane, creatures, resources, and everything else. Ha ha ha. The celestial demon emperor stood in the universe and felt that his strength had increased a lot. He let out a proud laugh. During this period of time, he had swallowed many planes of all sizes, and his strength had also improved significantly. If I eat all the planes in the upper universe, I will definitely be invincible in the world, and then it will be easy for me to pry into the mystery of eternal life. Ha ha ha. The Qianling world was eaten. The thousands of creatures who became food with it probably wouldn't regret it, because even if they took Xianxia's words seriously, they wouldn't have time to run away. It could be said that this was an irresistible disaster. Death was inevitable. Sector Lord. In a magnificent hall, a high-level official came to see him in horror. The Qianling world is gone. This plane was very close to the Qianling world, and they had established an alliance, so when it suddenly disappeared, it was immediately caught. Could it be? The dignified sector lord stood up and remembered Xianxia's warning on the light screen. He frowned and said, "Is the celestial demon emperor really swallowing planes? Evacuate. Evacuate quickly." This leader had some ideas. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately prepared to run away. Unfortunately, it took time for the entire world to evacuate, and the celestial demon emperor didn't give them any chance. After only one day, he flew in with a sky full of demonic aura. Are you going to run away? Finding that the creatures of this plane were preparing to escape, the celestial demon emperor raised the corner of his mouth into a disdainful smile, and said, "The target that I set my eyes on must become food." Swish, as usual, he put his hands on the ground. However, just as he was about to release the power of devouring, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he quickly pulled out a hand and put it in front of him. Boom, the ground exploded, and dust flew. Swish, the celestial demon emperor flew out of the dust that covered the sky and landed on another mountain, his eyes filled with surprise. In his field of vision, in the collapsed mountain, a blurry figure gradually appeared, and finally Xianxia with the Xianyuan divine sword in his hand was revealed. That's right. This was the undead world. Although Shangwan Xinya's inference was correct, she didn't infer that the neighboring Qianling world would be eaten first. After seeing the appearance of the person who suddenly came, the celestial demon emperor clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead directly protruded. He said, "Xianxia." 3 words. He shouted with his eyes wide open, gnashed his teeth, and heartbroken. Netherworld. Battleships landed near the major cities one after another, and cultivators swarmed in one after another. Clearly, they were fleeing for their lives. But there were too many people, and it was impossible to evacuate them all in the fastest time, so they could only let some of their subjects board the ships first. Sector Lord. One of the higher-ups said in pain, "I'm afraid it's too late, we have to make a choice." The sector lord in the sky clenched his fist. He was relatively responsible, and he hoped to let all his subjects leave, so it was difficult for him to accept the so-called choice. There was no other way. At this time, he had to choose whether to take some of them away or stay and wait for death. Sigh. The sector lord sighed and said, "Take everyone on board away." Boom. Just as he made a difficult choice, there was a sudden explosion, and the whole ground was shaking slightly. Someone was fighting. This was the first reaction of the sector lord and the higher-ups. And when they released their consciousness, they saw a man holding a sword walking out of the collapsed area in the distance. That sharp face and cold eyes, wasn't that the guy in the light screen? Why is he here? The sector lord was stunned, until he saw the Sky Devil Emperor standing on the mountain opposite and felt the monstrous demonic energy, and his face was filled with horror. As the sector lord, he was already in the divine secret realm, but compared to that demon, his aura alone was enough to kill him. Xianxia. The Sky Devil Emperor's eyes were about to split open. Killing his subordinates, destroying his army, and even cutting off his chance to enter the land of eternal life, his hatred for Goxing had reached a bone-deep level. Sky Devil Emperor. Xianxia walked out and said coldly, "You and I have met for the first time." That's right. First time meeting. Although the two of them had crossed paths before, one was a clone, and the other was a phantom. Now, the original body was facing the original body, and reality was facing reality for the first time. Hearing Xianxia's words, the sector lord and the higher-ups of the netherworld were even more frightened. Sky Demon Emperor? Quick, quick, quick. Evacuate quickly. Just now, He was still in pain about having to give up some of the martial artists and leave first, but now that he knew that the demon standing on the mountain in the distance was the universe's scourge, the Sector Lord of the Netherworld wanted to take his people and run as far as possible. As for those that weren't taken away, they could only resign themselves to fate. Don't blame the Sector Lord for being heartless. In a life-and-death situation, he could only try his best to let a portion of them survive. Otherwise, they would all die. Xianxia. The Celestial Devil Emperor's eyes were cold as he said, "Today's meeting will be the day of your death next year." Hoo-hoo. As he spoke, his sleeves fluttered without any wind. Cold and powerful demonic energy gathered within them, causing the entire netherworld to plunge into darkness in an instant. Wait a minute. Just as he was about to make a move, Xianxia spoke up. Any last words? Celestial Devil Emperor asked coldly. Fighting on this plane is too much of a hindrance. Why don't you and I fight in the universe? Xianxia suggested. Kikik. The Celestial Devil Emperor laughed strangely. Are you trying to buy time for these trash to escape? Since they are trash in your eyes, I'm sure you won't bother to take their lives, right? Xianxia asked. Humph, the Celestial Devil Emperor said, of course I won't care about trash. Whoosh, as he spoke, he flew out of the netherworld first and said coldly, however, this plane will eventually become my food. No one can stop it. Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Guy would disregard everything and start a massacre here, causing even more lives to be lost in the end. What are you waiting for? Looking at the horrified Netherworld Realm Lord, Xianxia said in a low voice, hurry up and take them away. With that, he flew out of the Netherworld. Although his words were a little harsh, the Netherworld Realm Lord was very grateful because he knew that the other party was buying time for him and his people. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of battleships flew out of the Netherworld and left this area as quickly as possible. As for Xianxia, he hovered outside the plane. Seeing that they had left, he raised one hand and released a majestic energy that quickly shrouded the Netherworld. Then, he lifted it up easily and threw it out like a ball. Moving it batch by batch was too slow. This was simpler and more violent. The Celestial Devil Emperor didn't take the opportunity to suddenly attack. Instead, he said with interest, your strength has improved. Not as good as you, Xianxia said lightly. Previously, when they met in the land of eternal life in the virtual state, the Celestial Devil Emperor gave him an irresistible feeling. Now that he had broken through to the top of the divine secret realm, although the distance between them had shortened a lot and there was no longer that suffocating feeling, there was still a huge pressure. In fact, if the Celestial Devil Emperor hadn't absorbed so many planes, the gap between the two wouldn't be too big. Even if he couldn't win, he could protect himself. But now, it was hard to say. It was because of this that the system advised him to continue to stay low. Xianxia didn't stay low because the upper universe was facing a huge disaster and he had to stand up. For example, the Netherworld. If he hadn't arrived in advance and delayed the Celestial Devil Emperor, how could the hundreds of battleships carrying countless lives leave safely? Many people might still be wondering if Goxing had accepted some mission and had to stand up forcefully. But the truth? No, this kind of chivalrous mentality didn't come suddenly. It was a choice Xianxia made when he entered the abyss of despair and entered a special environment. At that time, 7 profound sage asked him whether he would sacrifice himself for justice or stay low. Now, there was no utility or benefit. Xianxia dared to stand up, so he must have chosen the former. June Patriarch. After making his choice, 7 profound sage's voice sounded in his ears. The upper universe is in your hands. These few simple words made him feel heavy. However, since he had chosen to sacrifice himself for justice, he could only do his best. This path was chosen by him. Even if it was full of thorns, he had to walk it willingly and without regrets. At that moment, as the shameless protagonist who focused on idiocy, not only did his soul and thoughts sublimate, but he also became, especially Chunibu. Cut the crap. The Celestial Devil Emperor waved his hand and said coldly, die. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, the surrounding space distorted and gradually emerged with pitch-black demonic aura, like a big pot that was fiercely covered. Whoosh, Jun Xianxia turned into a stream of light and flew out. However, that big black pot seemed to have a GPS system installed. Seeing him move away, it immediately turned around and chased after him. In the process, the demonic aura became even stronger. Ka. 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 Everywhere it passed, space collapsed. Fortunately, the spirit's world had been thrown out by Jun Xianxia. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to withstand the corrosion of the demonic aura and instantly collapse into nothingness. Boom, suddenly, the big black pot pressed down, and the star field trembled violently. Jun Xianxia raised his sword and looked like he was holding up the sky. Although he resisted the suppression of the big pot, as the demonic aura above continued to erupt, his body fell step by step, and his expression became ferocious. The gap is too big. The system said, let's escape quickly. When an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. The celestial devil emperor, who had swallowed dozens of dimensions, had an absolute advantage in overall strength. Jun Xianxia gritted his teeth and poured energy into the Xianyuan divine sword, trying to slow down the speed of his fall. He shouted, escape, my ass. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, all of a sudden, 6 arms appeared on his back and pressed against the black wok. Then, lotus-like flames burst out and engulfed the entire wok like a dumpling. Huh? The celestial devil emperor was stunned. Whoosh, at this moment, a fiery light approached instantly. This speed was very fast. The red-haired man had experienced it before. In the end, he couldn't dodge it and could only stand there foolishly. The celestial devil emperor was different. In a flash, he dodged to the side, gathered demonic aura in his 5 fingers, and blasted it at a tricky angle. Dodge, counterattack. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Bam, not only did the fiery light that suddenly rushed over miss the target, but it was also directly sent flying. When it stabilized in the distance, it revealed Xianxia, who was holding the fire-tipped spear, stepping on the firestorm wheels, and carrying the universe ring on his shoulder. Boom. At the same time, the big black pot wrapped in flames completely exploded, and Jun Xianxia was freed. He stood on the spot with sweat all over his forehead, and his heart collapsed. Too strong. Kid. Xianxia said indifferently, this demon is a bit tricky. Can you deal with it? No. You can ask the great sage to come out. Hearing this, Jun Xianxia almost cried. If the great sage listens to my orders, he won't ask you to come out. Huh. The celestial devil emperor said disdainfully, no wonder you dare to come to die. You have helpers. What a pity. In this upper universe, I'm already invincible. You're just ants. Xianxia heard this and raised his fire-tipped spear, wrapped the red armillary sash around the handle, and said coldly, just a demon, and yet you're so arrogant. This is intolerable. While the two were talking, Jun Xianxia had already hidden far away and cheered loudly, third brother, come on, I have faith in you. The system roared, what happened to sacrificing yourself for justice? You're running faster than a rabbit. P.S. Readers who see this chapter title will definitely be panicking. It means that, top, middle, bottom, is not enough. There are probably 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The black pot condensed by the Sky Devil Emperor was too terrifying. Jun Xianxia realized that even if he reached the top level, there was still a big gap between them. What could he do if he couldn't beat him? It was fine. He could call for help, thus, Xianxia made a grand entrance. How could an SSS-level heroic soul that existed in the Heavenly Might secret realm be summoned? In fact, Jun Xianxia had studied it some time ago. Although he couldn't enter the secret realm, he could use some kind of thought to establish a connection with it, especially those who had fought before. For example, Xianxia. After dealing with the red-haired man, although he returned to the Heavenly Might secret realm, he had established a connection with Jun Xianxia. The latter only needed to communicate with him through soul. Third brother. Come out and help me. Jun Xianxia roared in his heart as he resisted the black pot. Swish, Neza, who seemed to be sleeping in the darkness, suddenly opened his eyes and said impatiently, "My energy hasn't recovered yet. Think of a way to solve it yourself." As a mythical figure, there was no need to talk about his strength. However, he was only a heroic soul that resided in the secret realm and was not a real god. Therefore, every time he appeared, he would consume energy and his recovery speed was extremely slow. Calculating the time, it hadn't been long since he dealt with the red-haired man. Now that he called for help, it must be, "I'm going to die." Xianxia roared in his heart. The heroic soul Neza was forced to fly out. Whoosh whoosh. The scorching flames wrapped around the dark demonic aura. Not only did they successfully hold the black pot, but they also completely shattered it. He rushed toward the Sky Devil Emperor, but he was punched back. It was a bit tricky. Unfortunately, he wasn't in a good state. Neza was also quite depressed. Why didn't this guy contact other SSS-level heroic souls? For example, the great sage who was better at fighting. Monkey King had fought, so both sides had established a connection. In fact, the first person Xianxia contacted was the great sage. However, after shouting for a long time, he didn't get a reply. In the end, he could only pin his hopes on him. Compared to Monkey King's domineering style, the third prince was more approachable. However, the Sky Devil Emperor didn't take this mythical figure seriously at all. He even said that he was invincible in the upper universe and that everyone was just an ant. Neza was furious. "Back then, when I pulled out dragon tendons and wreaked havoc in the East Sea, you were just a liquid. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me, *CK him. Hoo-hoo." Neza glared angrily and was instantly enveloped by flames. Against the backdrop of the super combustion BMG, the 3 heads and 6 arms form gradually appeared as the flames dissipated. Kaka. Scorching heat waves crazily spread out, wantonly roasting the universe space, causing it to gradually scorch, and even collapse. When Xianxia saw this, he shouted loudly, "Third brother is mighty. Third brother is great." The system was truly speechless. He had said that he would sacrifice himself for justice, and that he would have no regrets. After realizing that the Sky Devil Emperor was very strong, he decisively asked for a substitute to fight, while he ran to the safe zone to help out. Could he have some shame? Petty tricks. The corners of the celestial demonic emperor's mouth curled up in disdain when he saw the 3 heads and 6 arms form. Swish, at that moment, hero soul Neza suddenly pierced through the void with his fire-tipped spear. Due to his strengthened form, his speed was clearly faster than before. However, he was still spied on by the celestial demonic emperor. This time, he was prepared and did not dodge. He directly condensed a powerful demonic aura in his right hand and blasted it forward. Hoo-hoo. The earth-shattering power instantly pressed down, forcing Neza to dodge. At the same time, the red armillary sash flew out from the handle of the spear, first avoiding the layers of demonic aura, then entangled the celestial demonic emperor like a snake. Withdraw. Swish swish swish, the red armillary sash flashed and quickly shrank. The celestial demonic emperor sneered disapprovingly. He suddenly clenched his fists, and a powerful force erupted from his body, directly shattering the red armillary sash. The magic treasure was broken, and it backfired on him. Neza instantly took a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. Swish, swish, the shattered red armillary sash flew back quickly and once again condensed into a complete state and wrapped around his body, but the flickering luster was obviously much dimmer than before. This is not good. Xianxia was a little worried. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, the celestial demonic emperor pressed over. There were no fancy moves, no gorgeous movements, only the most simple and unadorned punches. Bang 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 bang, in an instant, he had attacked thousands of times. Fortunately, Neza had transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms in advance and was able to face the torrential rain of pear blossoms. However, the celestial demonic emperor had no intention of stopping. He continued to bombard with high-intensity punches. Every punch carried the power of thousands of kilograms, and every punch erupted with gloomy attributes. Gradually, the space in the battle area collapsed and was completely enveloped by the billowing demonic aura. Neza was always in a passive state of defense. He retreated from the west to the east, and from the north to the south. He was completely suppressed. Third brother. Let me help you. Jun Changxiao suddenly rushed from behind. The Xianyuan divine sword carried an extremely sharp sword intent. It was impossible to watch the battle. If he seized the opportunity, he would definitely launch a sneak attack. Although it was a little despicable, in Gosheng's opinion, no matter what method was used to deal with a great demon who was a scourge to the world. Get lost. Sensing Jun Changxiao coming from behind, the celestial demonic emperor continued to bombard Neza. At the same time, he decisively stretched out his right hand and met the sharp tip of the sword with his palm. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and sparks flew everywhere. Jun Changxiao's expression froze. The sharp Xianyuan divine sword, and the support of his top-level divine secret, stabbed the guy's palm. Why did it feel like stabbing a diamond? There was no time for him to think too much, because after the celestial demonic emperor blocked the attack, a violent wave of air suddenly erupted. Bang! Jun Changxiao was immediately sent flying and landed hundreds of feet away like a broken leaf. Then, unable to suppress the injuries in his body, he spat out blood. This protagonist was too pitiful. Although Gosheng's sneak attack failed, he won an opportunity for Neza. While the celestial demonic emperor was distracted, he seized the opportunity and quickly escaped from the attack range. Then, he stood the fire-tipped spear in the void, quickly put his palms together, and shouted, "Infinite Universe." Whoosh, the universe ring quickly flew into the sky, spinning and expanding until a yin and yang pattern appeared. It flew toward the celestial demonic emperor and successfully trapped him. Buzz buzz. On the ground, a yin and yang pattern suddenly appeared, corresponding to the pattern above. The two patterns spun tacitly, and the universe ring contracted instantly, directly locking the celestial demonic emperor's arms. The latter naturally resisted, but the more he resisted, the tighter the bind became until he could not move at all. From escaping to casting, from activating the artifact to successfully binding the target, the whole process happened in a flash. Phew! Standing in the starry sky, Neza's breathing was slightly rapid. He was not in his best condition to begin with, and after using his trump card, he was almost exhausted. Third brother. Jun Changxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Did you take him down?" "Yes." "Phew." Dog Leftover heaved a sigh of relief. "Kill this demon while he's restrained," Neza urged. "Okay." Jun Changxiao hurriedly raised the Xianyuan divine sword, gathered all the strength in his body at the tip of the sword, and stabbed with murderous intent in his eyes. The world would be at peace with the demon. Dead, however, just as he was about to reach the celestial demonic emperor, the latter's arms suddenly struggled outward, causing the shrinking universe ring to expand rapidly. Whoosh! He squatted down and successfully escaped. Pa! The celestial demonic emperor grabbed the universe ring with one hand and threw it without hesitation. Whoosh, the artifact pierced through the void, flew into the endless universe, and finally turned into a dazzling starlight. Damn it! Neza's face turned pale. He tried to recall the universe ring, but found that he had lost contact with it. The celestial demonic emperor only broke free for a moment. Coincidentally, Jun Changxiao stabbed with the Xianyuan divine sword. Seeing that the other party had regained his freedom, his expression became interesting. Boom! Ouch! Puff, puff, puff. He thought that celestial devil emperor was bound and could do whatever he wanted, but he did not expect the other side to break free at the critical moment. In particular, the heaven and earth ring that was thrown out was surrounded by gloomy demonic aura, which cut off the connection with its owner. It could only be thrown far away, like a homeless child. As for Jun Changxiao, he was even more unlucky. After Celestial Devil Emperor broke free, he first used his indestructible right palm to slap away the Xianyuan divine sword, and then raised his left fist to greet his face. In less than a second, Gosheng was hit hundreds of times. Because the speed was too fast, he only heard a bang until the whole person flew out. Puff puff puff. Jun Changxiao flew backward while vomiting blood. The scene was very funny. When he stabilized his body with difficulty, his eyes narrowed into a line, and his face was swollen. Gongsun Ruoli might not recognize him. It was said that Gosheng's face was the part of the body with the highest defense. In fact, he did not encounter absolute strength. In front of Celestial Devil Emperor, he was directly exposed. Alas! His face was broken, and his grandpa was blue. Die. At this moment, Celestial Devil Emperor waved his hand with gloomy demonic aura. He did not intend to target Neza, but killed Jun Changxiao first. This was a very wise choice, because once the contractor died, the hero soul would no longer exist. Damn it! Seeing this, Jun Changxiao first raised the Xianyuan Divine Sword and attacked Celestial Devil Emperor, and then turned back to escape. He did not have the courage to fight head-on. Boom! Boom! Celestial Devil Emperor was quite overbearing. When flying, he easily broke the Celestial Dipper Sword Chi with both hands. He said coldly, Jun Changxiao, I said that this day next year will be your death anniversary. Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, the red armillary sash flew from behind and entangled him again. Courting death. Celestial Devil Emperor burst out with demonic aura and shattered the red armillary sash. However, at this juncture, the hero soul Neza rushed over on the wind and fire wheels, and the other 4 hands on his back grabbed the fire-tipped spear. All the power was gathered here, and the flame behind him seemed to be able to burn the world. The third brother was angry. The third brother tried his best. Neza, who was going all out, rushed over at top speed. His face gradually turned ferocious as he roared, 5 heavenly demons, death body destruction, urgent as the law orders. Hoo. The tip of the fire-tipped spear instantly condensed a scorching flame, as if it had turned into a roaring fire dragon. It took the lead to press down on the Celestial Demonic Emperor. Its momentum were earth-shattering. This kind of top-level battle was extremely rare in the upper universe. Unfortunately, there was no audience. No. Even if there were an audience, no one would be able to see it. Because the area within 100,000 kilometers of the battlefield had long since been enveloped by dark devil chi and scorching flames, even an expert at Jian Guishu's level was unable to rely on the naked eye and will to capture it. Kaka! The fire dragon roared with great momentum. The heroic soul, Neza, had fused the last of his strength into the fire-tipped spear. He was going all out. Futile struggle. The Celestial Devil Emperor gave up on pursuing Jun Changxiao. Instead, he stopped where he was and casually condensed a barrier of monstrous devil chi in front of him, allowing the roaring fire dragon to press forward with its terrifying power. Third brother, seeing this, Jun Changxiao's heart was filled with grief. He seemed to have a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Boom! In an instant, the roaring fire dragon slammed into the barrier of devil chi. Although there was a deafening boom, it was unable to break it. There wasn't even a crack. Jie! The firestorm wheels under Neza's feet suddenly stopped. He stood there with his shoulders slumped and his fluttering hair fell listlessly. Third brother! Jun Changxiao shouted. Who? Who? Neza lowered his head and breathed rapidly. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at the dark sky. He whispered, my time is up. Then, his body turned illusory. Just as he turned into a sky full of starlight, he looked at Jun Changxiao and said, it's not like I didn't expect this outcome. I've tried my best. Good luck. No. Jun Changxiao roared in grief. In his heart, he was thinking, what should I do if you leave? Buzz buzz. The heroic soul Neza's body gradually turned illusory and broke into pieces. In the end, it scattered in the starry sky. His Dharma treasure and even the universe ring that flew out were the same. Swish. At the same time, a stream of light similar to a soul rushed over and directly merged with Jun Changxiao's glabella, hiding in the depths of his soul. That's right. It was Neza. Because of excessive consumption, he had become a dim heroic soul. He wouldn't die, but it would take a long time to recover. It might take thousands or tens of thousands of years. The SSS-level heroic souls from the Heavenly Might secret realm were not invincible. Their energy was very limited. Without sufficient time to recover, they would fall into a deep sleep after being completely exhausted. It was a pity that the third Prince Neza was summoned by Jun Changshao twice in a row and lost to the celestial demonic emperor in the end. In the hearts of the readers, he was known as "That's it." He. The celestial demonic emperor turned around and sneered. Who can save you? Jun Changshao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger. Retreat. The system urged. It didn't think that the host could deal with this guy that even the heroic soul Neza couldn't deal with. The most important thing now was to retreat as soon as possible. At least there was a chance of survival. Retreat? How can I? Jun Changshao said in his heart, a strange smile appearing on his face. Could it be? The system was shocked. Jun Changshao. At this time, the celestial demonic emperor decisively rushed over. Monstrous demonic aura erupted from his palms like a group of demons dancing wildly. I'll use your blood to announce the arrival of a new era. Energy, killing intent. Unprecedentedly powerful, Jun Changshao couldn't dodge. Not to mention the celestial demonic emperor's speed, the surrounding demonic aura was already closing in and blocking any escape route. An unsolvable situation, a situation of certain death. Jun Changshao also smelled a strong sense of danger, but he didn't panic. Instead, the smile on his face became even wider. Jun Patriarch. Sacrifice yourself for righteousness, or stay out of harm's way? The words that the seven profound saint once asked once again echoed in his ears, as if asking him to choose again. Jun Changshao closed his eyes and relaxed his body. Then, he communicated with the space ring and took out the main mission level soul bomb. This thing. He had planned to use it to blow up the star spirit world, but it didn't come in handy. Goshing was a little disappointed that he didn't see the true meaning of art stemming from explosions. Now. The opportunity had come. The moment he grabbed the soul bomb, Jun Changshao remembered the scene of Gu Zhaoxi brazenly blowing up the starry sky battleship back in the upper realm, and secretly said, "Brother, it's my turn today." The system broke down. This is really sacrificing oneself for righteousness. Hoo. The celestial demonic emperor was still approaching step by step. The surrounding demonic aura seemed to have turned into demons and ghosts, and the besieged Jun Changshao was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, so pitiful, so miserable. Time returned to the special space of the despair abyss. After Jun Changshao made his choice, he asked, "Senior Qishuan, what benefits do I get from sacrificing myself for righteousness?" The universe is peaceful. That's all? That's all. Can you give me a little discount? What discount? My death in exchange for the sect of all times to prosper and let them enter the land of eternal life. You're thinking too much. However, if Jun Patriarch chooses to sacrifice himself for righteousness, successfully eliminate the celestial demonic emperor, and save the upper universe, he will definitely obtain immeasurable merit. Your sect and your disciples will benefit from this, and thus have a higher chance of entering the land of eternal life. That seems to be fine. It turned out that Jun Changshao really didn't wake up early without benefits. The benefit this time was to use his own death in exchange for the chance for the sect to enter the land of eternal life. Die. Hoo. Returning to reality, the celestial demonic emperor's face was ferocious. He had to get rid of Jun Changshao, not only for revenge, but also to get rid of all the obstacles that prevented him from starting a new era. Suddenly, the celestial demonic emperor found that the guy who seemed to be waiting for death suddenly summoned something from his hand, and an expression of facing death and a smile appeared on his face. It was only for an instant. A strong ominous feeling surged into his sea of consciousness. Not good. The celestial demonic emperor's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned around to escape, the fear in his eyes especially intense. Good luck. Jun Changshao held up the soul bomb and smiled brightly. Tonight, I'll eat chicken. Please remember this face. Please remember this smile. Because, boom, the starry sky of the universe collapsed like a pit. How terrifying was the power to cause such great destruction. However, the strange thing was that the degree of collapse was not caused by the explosion. Instead, it extended irregularly in a certain direction, as if some kind of weapon had swept over. Regarding this, Jun Changshao agreed because he was an eyewitness. Wait a minute, this bastard is still alive. Jun Changshao was not only alive, but also holding a soul bomb in his hand. In this case, the explosion just now. It started after he shouted, "Winner, winner, chicken dinner." At that time, Xianxia was indeed ready to die together with the celestial demon emperor. But when he was about to press the detonation button, he suddenly heard a cold shout, "Stop." This voice was very familiar, Monkey King. Just when Xianxia was ecstatic, the soul sleeping in the depths of his soul sense suddenly opened its eyes. There had to be BGM and various special effects in order to perfectly express the hot-bloodedness of a fierce man descending from the heavens in a time of crisis. The cartoonist wrote it down. The animator also wrote it down. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the explosive aura emerged from Xianxia's body and quickly formed a lava-like flame in front of him. It first condensed into his body, then the golden chain armor, the purple gold phoenix feather crown, and the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes. Here it comes, Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven in the water curtain cave of Huagua Mountain. At the critical moment when he was about to die, Monkey King suddenly stood in front of him and gave him the safest back. Xianxia ignored the fluttering cloak and was so moved that he was about to cry. The above was the scene that happened before the explosion. Although it was a little complicated to describe, it actually happened in a very short time. If Monkey King did not appear, this book would be over. Here came the question again. Since Xianxia did not press the detonation button, why did the celestial demon emperor run away in fear? Because he really smelled a sense of crisis, and this sense of crisis was very familiar. Run away? Monkey King sneered and immediately raised his hand. Hot flame spewed out and quickly condensed into the Rui Jingubang. When the celestial demonic emperor saw this, the fear in his heart grew even stronger. Previously, one of his doppelgangers had been destroyed by this rod. Although it didn't pose any substantial threat to his main body, he still remembered the fear he felt before his doppelgangers were destroyed. To put it bluntly, the destruction of his clone had left a severe trauma in his heart. Thus, he chose to flee, not because he was afraid of the soul bomb. Shwa! Monkey King grabbed the godly sea-steadying needle and stood up. He said coldly, "Take this." There were no flashy moves like Neza's. It was just the simplest move of raising the rod and smashing it down. What was worse was that the rod was constantly growing bigger and wider. The first form of the unstoppable blade, a 40-meter-long blade, allowed the enemy to run 39 meters ahead. Monkey King's Rui Golden Hoop allowed the enemy to run 107,999 li ahead. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! The massive iron staff came crashing down. Wherever it passed, space became extremely distorted. This was the irregular mark left behind by the shattered starry skies. The celestial demonic emperor, who was running away in front, was extremely terrified. However, no matter how he tried to escape, he was still trapped by the cudgel, which made him feel more and more desperate and broke down. Boom! In the end, he failed to escape and was hit squarely by the cudgel. Xianxia witnessed the process of the celestial demonic emperor being smashed into nothingness by the Rui Golden Hoop bang with his own eyes. He was so excited that he almost shouted loudly. "This demon is dead, and the universe is at peace. Winner, winner, chicken dinner tonight." Xianxia. While he was excited, an indignant roar came from the shattered void. "Just you wait." Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of gray light flew in all directions. F***ck. Xianxia hugged his head and held, "He's still not dead? Monkey King. Why didn't you stop?" At this point, he slowly closed his mouth. This was because the great sage, heaven's equal, who was standing in front of him, was holding the Rui Golden Hoop bang. Although he was still extraordinarily majestic, his body was gradually turning illusory. "Monkey King, kid." The great sage turned his back to him and said arrogantly and impatiently, "This is all I can do for you. If you encounter any strong enemies in the future, you have to rely on yourself." After saying that, he turned into nothingness. Whoosh! The stream of light flew over and merged into Xianxia's forehead. Then, like Neza, it turned into a sleeping heroic soul. Although Monkey King had defeated the celestial demonic emperor, he had also exhausted all his energy. In fact, he didn't want to come out at first, but Xianxia was in danger. If he died, he would be gone too, so he could only stand up for him. In this battle, he had lost 2 SSS-level heroic souls. From this, it could be seen that the celestial demonic emperor was really strong, especially when facing the full force of the great sage's attack. He was actually able to escape alive. Crack! Xianxia stood in the starry sky, his fists clenched tightly. He was able to survive because of Neza and Monkey King. Without them, wouldn't he be very useless? The system said. Hiring a fighter is also a reflection of strength. The host doesn't have to doubt himself because of this. On some occasions, one could insult and comfort others. This was a true friend. On the contrary, the most tragic thing was to be stabbed in the back. I've clearly broken through to the top level, but in the end, I'm still not worth mentioning in front of others. Xianxia's eyes were filled with pain. I'm really unwilling to accept this. Now is not the time to doubt. The system said, although that demon didn't die after withstanding the Rui Jingu Bang, he must be seriously injured. This is the best opportunity to kill him. That's right. Xianxia threw away his worries and hurriedly chased in the direction where the stream of light disappeared. While he's sick, he must take his life. We're saved? The creatures that had been thrown far away by Xianxia didn't run away at the first moment. Sensing that there were no more energy fluctuations in the outside world, they looked at each other in dismay. Then, a joyful expression appeared on their faces, as if they had survived a disaster. That's right. They were saved. Xianxia successfully stopped the celestial demonic emperor, saved the realm, and saved countless creatures. Jun Patriarch. The Sector Master of the Netherworld said, I can't thank you enough. Sector Master, are we still going to retreat? A subordinate asked. Retreat. Where should we retreat to? The Eternal World. After saving the Netherworld, Xianxia was recognized by the creatures, so they were willing to give up their home and go to a more distant star area. Of course. The news about the rescue of the Netherworld gradually spread to other realms under their deliberate propaganda. Many people began to take Xianxia and the Eternal World seriously. Let's take a gamble. Let's go to the Eternal World. Therefore, when Xianxia was searching for the celestial demonic emperor, many realms and forces set sail for the Eternal World. This migration was considered by historians to be the wisest choice made by countless creatures. They not only began to choose to believe in Xianxia, but also achieved a real sense of self-salvation. Whoosh! In the scorching flame domain, the red-haired man was sitting cross-legged, absorbing the majestic fire attribute to nourish his severely injured body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Dark demonic chi gradually emerged. The celestial demonic emperor's extremely battered body condensed. His face was pale, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. The red-haired man was surprised. This guy should have comprehended the evil method left by the sky-devouring evil lord. How could he be injured by others? Could it be that there was someone stronger than him in this world? Damn it! The celestial demonic emperor's eyes were filled with anger. After devouring so many realms, his strength had reached a higher level, but he still could not resist the Thunder Lord's stick. No, he had to continue eating. Who hurt you? The red-haired man asked. It's none of your business. The celestial demonic emperor said, Now, I have a task for you. If you complete it, I'll give you freedom. I haven't recovered from my injury. No need to fight. What's the matter? The red-haired man was interested. Find a way to attract Xianxia. Don't let him find this place. The celestial demonic emperor naturally knew that the other party would definitely kill him while he was injured. Although he was confident in his hiding place, what if he was found? Therefore, he had to prepare for a rainy day. Is this called no need to fight? You just need to be responsible for luring him away. The red-haired man was silent for a while, and then said readily, Okay. Damn it. In a certain starry sky, Xianxia's spiritual thoughts spread out. After confirming that there was nothing, he said angrily, How can I find that guy? The celestial devil emperor was seriously injured and needed to recuperate as soon as possible. He guessed that Xianxia would take the opportunity to find him, so he had to find a way to stall for time. All the capable men were gone, and the job of attracting attention was left to the red-haired man. In other words, these two brothers were quite pitiful. One was abused by Neza, and the other by Monkey King. The red-haired man had recovered a lot, and in order to regain his freedom, he decided to help. But the problem was, how to attract him. There was only one way, which was to pretend to be the Celestial Devil Emperor's subordinate and go to a more remote place to do something. The red-haired man was also gambling. He bet that he would not be caught, or it would be very dangerous. He was just wondering who hurt the Celestial Devil Emperor, but the latter asked him to attract Xianxia. The answer was self-evident. That guy, he was really powerful. Alas. Thinking that he had been stabbed to death by the flaming teenager, the red-haired man said helplessly, "I hope I can win the bet." When it came to gambling, his heart ached. If it were not for this old problem, how could he be controlled by the Celestial Devil Emperor? If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed in that ordinary plane and lived a peaceful life with an ordinary clan. Walking out of the land of flames, the red-haired man's face gradually turned ugly. The moment he was killed by Neza, he realized something and felt more guilty. He felt guilty for abandoning that woman and his son. No. The red-haired man stopped and said, "I have to go back and see." He could not guarantee whether he could win the bet, but if he lost, he would die. So he had to go back and see his wife while he was still alive. At least, he could die without regrets. Swish. The red-haired man changed direction and turned into a flowing light to fly away. The place he went to was the upper world. Xianxia had not found the Celestial Devil Emperor after searching outside for half a month. He had no choice but to return to the eternal world and decided to mobilize the forces of the sect and the people to turn the place upside down. However, as soon as he came back, he saw many battleships hanging in the starry sky. The news that he saved the spirit world from the Celestial Devil Emperor had already spread, and many planes and forces decided to join him. Of course. With the protection of the realm protecting formation, they had to go through strict review before entering. "You're finally enlightened?" Xianxia shook his head. "Patriarch." Just as they were sitting in the hall of the sect, Yuan Gongzi hurried to report, "There are too many warriors applying to enter the eternal world. Should we let them all in?" "You're not going to review it?" "No need. What if there are people with bad intentions? Even if you give them 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble in my territory." After completing the legendary mission, the strength of the upper echelons and disciples of the sect had increased by a large margin. Xianxia was confident that he could face anything. Even the top-class star spirit sector in the upper universe had been destroyed. As long as it was not at the level of the Celestial Devil Emperor, Dog Leftover was not afraid of anything. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Yuan Gongzi temporarily suspended the operation of the realm-protecting Grand Formation and announced that the various forces waiting outside could enter at will, but the prerequisite was that they had to register. Swish. Swish. The eternal world chose to let them pass, and the battleships of various planes swarmed in. In fact, when they came to the periphery of the eternal world, they were stunned when they saw how big it was. Now that they were inside and felt the stronger nature of heaven and earth, they were even more shocked. Regret, why didn't they come here earlier? Xianxia was very generous. Except for the sect of all times, any area of the eternal world was open to warriors of all planes, so that they could experience and be shocked to their heart's content. Incredible. I'm afraid the level here is far beyond the top planes like the star spiritual world. How did they do it? Everyone was extremely shocked as they browsed the eternal world. June Patriarch. At this moment, the realm master of the spirit world saluted the sect of all times and said, "Thank you for your help." "Thank you very much." There were countless people behind him. If Xianxia had not arrived in advance and successfully defeated the Celestial Devil Emperor, they would have become excrement at this moment. As creatures of the universe, we should help each other. Xianxia's voice came from the Ironbone Mountain. "You don't have to thank me." His tone was very solemn and his momentum was very majestic. The style of the realm master and the sect master was particularly strong. Gosheng, who was usually cheerful, would naturally be serious on important occasions. June Patriarch. The realm master of the spirit world said, "If you don't mind, we are willing to live in your world and obey your orders." The last few words represented obedience. It was not as simple as living in, but being willing to become a vassal of the eternal world. It was not strange that a plane that should have been destroyed would become a vassal and obey his orders because of Xianxia. What's more, the eternal world was still so powerful. Okay. Xianxia said, there are many open spaces in my world. You can choose at will. The eternal world had expanded several times, but many places were still in a desolate and undeveloped state. Naturally, they were willing to live in other worlds. To put it bluntly, I have a lot of land. You can live anywhere you want. Thank you. The realm master of the spirit world was delighted. At first, he was quite worried that Xianxia would look down on his people. He did not expect that he would agree so readily. June Patriarch. At this time, a white-haired old man cupped his hands and said, the water department world is also willing to live in your world. The fire department world is also willing. The Tusi world is also willing. In an instant, the representatives of the major planes expressed their opinions. The celestial devil Emperor was a disaster in the universe, and his home could be devoured at any time. If he had to leave his home, he would definitely be willing to live in a plane with stronger heaven and earth attributes. No problem. Xianxia said, everyone who comes today can live in the eternal world. Land, generosity, therefore, all the planes scrambled to choose a suitable plane to live in and began to contact their own families, deciding to move in as soon as possible. But just as everyone was busy choosing a place, Xianxia said, June has a presumptuous request. June Patriarch, please go ahead. The realm master of the spirit world said. Since all of you have moved here, the original plane is naturally empty. If we leave it alone, the heavenly demon emperor will surely devour it. What this June means is. Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing, don't let the goodies flow into the fields of others. Keep the goodies within the family? Everyone was at a loss. The spirit world. Because all the creatures had moved into the eternal world, it was particularly empty. Swish. Xianxia landed. Although the level of this plane was not too high, at least it was a complete world. So, the old rules. Xianxia went deep underground and began to use both the carrot and the stick to the origin. The so-called keep the goodies within the family meant that since the creatures of the spirit world had moved into the eternal world, they were equivalent to a family, and the origin could naturally be taken away. To put it bluntly, they could live in all the major planes. But as a condition, they had to integrate their origins. What was the difference between this and the celestial devil emperor? There was a big difference. First of all, Xianxia did not kill innocent people. Instead, he provided a better environment for the original creatures. Second, the celestial devil emperor might come back. If they did not integrate in advance, it was tantamount to leaving food for him. In summary, they had to integrate with the eternal world. Moreover, after integration, their overall strength would increase, and the living environment of the creatures would definitely be better. It was beneficial to himself and the people. Why not? Whoosh whoosh. Not long after, the origin of the spirit world was taken away and successfully integrated with the eternal world. The area was slightly increased. As for the water sector and other planes, they did not escape the fate of integration. In half a month, the eternal world standing in the starry sky had integrated more than 20 planes. Although the levels were not high, the overall area was still larger, the planes expanded, and there was more open space. So Xianxia needed more creatures to move in, and then, integrate the original planes of the new arrivals. This formed a virtuous cycle. In the long run, the planes of the upper universe would disappear, and the creatures would have to live in the eternal world. By then, it would be a new era, Patriarch. One day, Li Luoqiu came to report, the upper world sent a message. A mysterious man suddenly appeared. A mysterious man? Whoosh, the eternal ship cut through the void and flew toward the endless starry sky. Where was he going? The upper world. Xianxia had not been back for a long time since he brought Jinrentonggu and the others to the eternal world. In fact, this place was just a foothold in the long journey of life. If not for the appearance of the mysterious person, he would not have gone back. Could it be the celestial demonic emperor? On the way, Xianxia thought. He dared to make such a guess because that guy was injured and would not come out openly. He would hide in a relatively remote area. The upper universe is so big and there are so many remote places. Why would he choose the upper world? The system asked. Xianxia explained, he should know that I lived there. Maybe he is not just recuperating, but also taking revenge. The system was silent. He was almost killed by the great saint. It was possible that he would do something extreme in anger. My son. At this time, Gongsun Ruoli said, how long will it take to reach the upper world? Not only did she come, but Zhang San also came. Xianxia did not agree with the two elders at first. If they really met the celestial demonic emperor, it would only bring danger to them. Gongsun Ruoli said, your father and I met in the upper world. There are too many memories there. Okay. Xianxia had to bring the two elders along. In fact, Gongsun Ruoli decided to stay in the upper world for the time being. She did not plan to return to the eternal world because she was worried that Zhang San and her son would be exposed if they kept in touch. That matter must be kept secret. Mother. Xianxia replied with a smile, we'll be there in a few hours. The upper world. There were many changes. Many sects emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain. Thanks to Xianxia destroying the 10 immortal sects, all kinds of restrictions were broken, and the later generations had a chance to develop. The decline of the old forces naturally provided room for the new forces to grow. Soon, there would be hundreds of flowers competing in this plain. Of course. People would not forget the person who changed the structure of the upper world. Although he had left with his sect, they still regarded the Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain where he used to live as a martial arts holy land. What a coincidence. Today was the anniversary. Martial artists from all over rushed over. They stood outside the crater that seemed to have been directly hollowed out by some kind of power. Their faces were solemn and respectful. Friend, what is the meaning of this? Someone in the crowd asked in a low voice. Outsiders? I've been away from home for hundreds of years and have just returned. No wonder. The person who was asked lowered his voice and explained, this place is known as the Myriad Ancient Immortal Mountain. Isn't it Fengqi Immortal Mountain? That was in the past. In recent years, June Patriarch changed it to the Sect of all times. June Patriarch? This is an incredible great figure. He brought a great mountain with him from the lower realm and then established his sect here. Is it that exaggerated? Exaggerate? It's just the beginning. After Xianxia ascended with his sect, the development of the sect, and the annihilation of the 10 great immortal sects, one could tell from his expression that even though a long time had passed and he had talked about it countless times, he still couldn't calm down when he talked about it. After the Inquirer learned about it, he left the Myriad Ancient Immortal Mountain and sat alone on a mountain. He sighed and said, I didn't expect that guy to ascend from the lower realm. Why did he show the passerby? Because he was the mysterious person mentioned in the intelligence. His real identity was the red-haired man who was killed by Neza once. Is it fate? The red-haired man smiled bitterly. In order to obtain freedom, he went to kill Xianxia. In the end, the other party made a name for himself in the upper realm where he once lived. What he didn't expect was that he had turned the upper realm upside down in just a few decades after his ascension and even overthrew the rule of the 10 great immortal sects. No wonder. The red-haired man said, he dares to go against the celestial demonic emperor. After understanding the development of Xianxia's development, he deeply realized that the other party was not an ordinary person. It seems that the person who changed the situation of the universe according to the divination of the prophet should be him. The red-haired man shook his head and said, unfortunately, he appeared too late. The celestial demonic emperor has already comprehended the devouring heaven demon technique. It was undeniable that Xianxia was powerful. But it was also undeniable that the celestial demonic emperor was even more unfathomable. As long as the upper realm of the universe still existed, it would become a meal on his plate to become stronger. Sigh. The red-haired man got up and locked onto the East Sea. In his memory, the whirlpool that connected to the stone statue race should be in that sea area. However, when he rushed over, he couldn't find it after searching for half a day. Instead, he saw many martial artists who were cultivating. Strange. The red-haired man frowned. According to the rules set by the human race and the stone statue race a long time ago, martial artists couldn't casually enter the sea area where the stone statue domain was located. Why were they so unscrupulous? Could it be that Jun Xianxia not only took care of the 10 great immortal sects, but also the major races? Judging from the way that guy destroyed the 10 great immortal sects, if he really wanted to touch the stone statue race, he would definitely not show mercy. And Ruoli's temper was very fierce, so she would definitely not give in. She was probably already thinking of this. The red-haired man's eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. And his son? Was he also? The red-haired man didn't dare to think about it. There was a sharp pain in his heart. Calm down, Ruoli and his son might still be alive. He couldn't be too pessimistic. The red-haired man adjusted his state of mind and landed on a small island. He asked the martial artist who was resting, "Friend, if I remember correctly, this should be the sea area of the stone statue race." "That's right." That person nodded. "Isn't there a rule that no one can enter without permission?" The red-haired man asked. That person said there was such a rule in the past, but it no longer existed after Jun Patriarch came. He meant that the rule no longer existed. The red-haired man was too worried and subconsciously understood that the stone statue race no longer existed. How could he bear it? Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, a terrifying killing intent appeared around the red-haired man. The scorching aura of flames also surged crazily. The martial artist beside him was scared out of his wits. He was so shocked that he kept retreating. "Tell me." The red-haired man suddenly raised his hand and sucked that person over to his neck. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Was the stone statue race destroyed by the sect of all times?" He was really angry. If not for his injuries and weakened strength, the upper realm would have turned into a sea of fire by now. "No. No," the martial artist who was choked said in horror. "The stone statue race wasn't destroyed." The red-haired man was stunned. He restrained his killing intent and strength and said, "Since they weren't destroyed, why don't I see the vortex entrance?" "Because the stone statue race left the upper realm with Jun Patriarch," the martial artist said with a pained expression. "Left with that guy." Could it be that the race had been reduced to slaves? If not for his bloodline, he and Goshen really looked like father and son. "Tell me." The red-haired man increased his strength and said with a cold gaze, "Is the stone statue race's patriarch still alive?" "Of course, Jun Patriarch is alive." "I'm asking about the stone statue race's patriarch, not Jun Xianxia." "Jun Patriarch is the stone statue race's patriarch." The red-haired man's killing intent intensified. That guy actually took over the position of the stone statue race's patriarch. This meant that Ruoli had met with misfortune. "Ah." The red-haired man raised his head and roared angrily, "Jun Xianxia, I'm going to tear you into pieces." Wait, was his son alive or dead? He dragged the martial artist over and said with his eyes wide open, "The stone statue race's young patriarch. Is he still alive?" To be honest, the martial artist who was choked was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He said with a sobbing tone, "Big brother, isn't the stone statue race's young patriarch Jun Xianxia?" I already knew who he was. He's already the patriarch. Of course, he's still alive. My son is still alive. Very good, very good. The red-haired man who was in despair finally found some comfort. However, his expression suddenly froze. Then, he opened his mouth stiffly and said, "You just said Jun Xianxia is the stone statue race's young patriarch?" "Yes." The martial artist cried. "Shwa." The red-haired man leaned over and said angrily, "How can a human like him be the young patriarch?" This question really made the martial artist collapse. However, in order to survive, he could only answer, "Shouldn't the son of the stone statue race's patriarch be the young patriarch?" Boom. The red-haired man's brain seemed to be bombarded by thousands of lightning bolts. He was completely frozen in place. In addition to the thunder in his ears, the words patriarch's son kept repeating. After a while, he came back to his senses and held his head with both hands. "Jun Xianxia is my son?" Jun Xianxia was the son of the stone statue clan leader? Didn't that mean he was his Son, for a moment, the red-haired man froze on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the guy who looked like he deserved a beating was actually his son. No, why didn't they have bloodline resonance back then? A powerhouse at the red-haired man's level could feel that blood was thicker than water when facing his own son. Even if it was a descendant of many generations, he could still sense the bloodline resonance. But when fighting with Jun Changxiao, there was no reaction at all. There was only one possibility: that guy was not his son, or Gongsun Ruoli's son was not his from the beginning. This thought. It was a little awesome. He added color to himself. Impossible. The red-haired man hurriedly dispelled the unrealistic thought and said firmly, "He's definitely my son." When the child was just born, he was in the stone statue domain. Although the time they spent together was short, the blood was thicker than water. What the hell is going on? The more the red-haired man thought about it, the more confused he became. He threw the warrior out and shouted while holding his head. "No, I must investigate this thoroughly." The red-haired man immediately prepared to go to the eternal world to find Jun Changxiao and ask him about it. Obviously, because of his son, he forgot what the demonic emperor told him to do. Not only did he not go to a remote area to attract attention, he even prepared to take the initiative to go to him. Whoosh, a red stream of light pierced through the space. When the reader saw this, he cursed, "Is he going to pass by? Is he going to continue underwater? No way." The red-haired man flew out of the upper realm and stopped when he noticed the energy fluctuation. In just a few moments, Eternal crossed the void and flew over, and the two sides met face to face. Fate. Wonderful beyond words. Beep beep. The starry sky map of Eternal issued an alarm that there was someone nearby. Jun Changxiao released his mind subconsciously and quickly locked on to the red-haired man. When he saw his appearance, he blurted out, "This guy is not dead? That's not right. How could he be alive after being pierced through the head by Hero Sol Neza?" "It's normal," the system said. As a top-notch powerhouse, he must have some mysterious life-saving methods. Unlike the host's disciple, who was revived directly at the Lingyan Pavilion. So what if he said it, but he didn't forget to ridicule him? Unlike Jun Changxia's surprise, Gongsun Ruoli, who had just walked into the cockpit, saw the red-haired man and her expression froze. He was actually still alive. Humph. Jun Changxiao took out the Xianyuan divine sword and said coldly, "Then let's kill again." This red-haired man was in cahoots with the demonic emperor. Furthermore, he had killed Xiao Ziji. Although he had been resurrected later on, an irreconcilable grudge had already been formed. Kaka. The hatch opened. If it were before, Jun Changxiao wouldn't have had the confidence to fight the red-haired man alone. Now that he had broken through to the top level, even if he couldn't deal with the celestial demonic emperor, he could deal with this guy. "Son," Gongsun Ruoli came back to her senses. Just as she was about to stop him, Gosheng flew out with a murderous look. Seeing that the person flying out of the warship was the person he was looking for, the red-haired man was overjoyed. However, the next second, he hurriedly retreated because the Tiangang sword intent had already slashed over. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Jun Changxiao didn't care about Jianghu morality. He would just give it to him directly and be done with it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Tiangang sword intent burst out wantonly, turning into streams of light, tearing through space and pressing over. Jun Changxiao was always at a disadvantage when fighting with the celestial demonic emperor, which made it impossible for him to exert his true strength. Now, he could fight to his heart's content. It felt good. The red-haired man had not recovered from his injuries. Facing Jun Changxiao, who had greatly increased his strength, he instantly fell into a passive position. Although he could barely avoid the sharp sword chi, the process could only be described as thrilling. This kid has become stronger again. If it were my son, I would be very proud. Jun the red-haired man wanted to open his mouth to clarify the matter. But Jun Changxiao didn't give him any chance. Holding the Xianyuan divine sword, he charged over. The sword chi tore through space, and all kinds of special effects were instantly activated. Facing the celestial demonic emperor, he was submissive. Facing the red-haired man, he punched hard. If the heavens didn't give birth to him, Jun Changxiao, the eternal sword path would be like a long night. Boom! Boom! The sword chi burst out and slashed down from a strange angle. Because the speed was too fast and too tricky, the red-haired man couldn't dodge in the end. His right shoulder was suddenly slashed with a deep wound. Puchi! Puchi! Jun Changxiao took advantage of the victory to pursue. The Xianyuan divine sword frequently cut through the void. The sharp sword chi slashed through the opponent's body, leaving behind a crack. The red-haired man retreated with blood dripping, his face abnormally pale. He was already injured. Now that he was attacked again, it could be said to be one disaster after another. Die. At this moment, Jun Changxiao turned into a sword light and rushed over. Hoo-hoo! The Xianyuan divine sword was not only infused with the celestial dipper sword intent, but also with the power of immortal sound. Obviously, he wanted to directly kill this guy. A strong aura of death surged in his heart. The red-haired man knew that he didn't have long to live. He was extremely bitter and thought to himself, if it was my son, so what if he died in his hands? Thinking of this, he gave up resisting and calmly faced death. If at this time, Gongsun Ruoli suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of the red-haired man, the plot would be very melodramatic. Hoo-hoo! Jun Changxiao rushed over with a heart full of killing intent. You killed my disciple, you must die. Son! At this critical moment, Gongsun Ruoli's cry came from behind. He is your father. Puchi, the sharp Xianyuan divine sword had already pierced through the red-haired man's chest. He didn't die the last time it pierced through the head. This time it pierced through the heart, there should be no saving him, in fact, no matter where it pierced, the red-haired man would definitely die. Firstly, that kind of life-saving ability could not be used repeatedly. Secondly, he didn't resist at all. After piercing through the chest, Jun Changxiao didn't feel happy. On the contrary, the muscles on his face stiffened because he heard Gongsun Ruoli's cry. Although, it was just a little too late. Wah! The red-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He also heard Gongsun Ruoli's cry and saw her from his current vision. Combined with what she said just now, it proved that this young man in front of him was his son. Damn it. Too melodramatic, the author almost couldn't continue writing. Mother. Jun Changxiao turned his head stiffly and said, What, did you say? Gongsun Ruoli stopped in the distance and looked at the red-haired man who was covered in blood and pierced through the chest. Tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. He is your biological father. Then what about Zhang San? Jun Patriarch. Zhang San flew out of Eternal and said awkwardly, Madame Gongsun was afraid that you would blame yourself for killing your father, so she asked me to impersonate you. Jun Changxiao was on the verge of collapse. After all this time, this guy is my father. Doesn't that mean I killed my father again? Luckily, his reaction was fast enough and he moved to the side a little. With his cultivation, he shouldn't die. Just as he was thinking, the red-haired man whose chest was pierced by the Xianyuan divine sword suddenly dropped his head and his hands hung down naturally. Hey, hey! Jun Changxiao put his hands on his shoulders and shook with all his might while shouting, Don't die. The red-haired man was already injured, and he was slashed continuously. In the end, his chest was pierced. Although he kept a distance from his heart, he couldn't take it. So he gloriously fainted. That's right. He was still alive. The main reason was that he was strong and could withstand the torment. However, Jun Changxiao collapsed. He had always thought that Zhang San was his father. In the end, there was an ultimate reversal. After careful calculation, this was Goshing's second attempt at patricide. Although it failed, he must be blaming himself. This was not. He squatted outside the medical cabin, holding his head with both hands. His face was filled with pain. Patriarch. Zhang San walked over and comforted him. Those who don't know are innocent. Don't give yourself pressure. Shua. Jun Changxiao suddenly stood up and pressed his face against the wall. He roared, Since you knew the truth, why didn't you tell me? Wu, Zhang San's entire face was about to be squeezed out of shape. He broke down and said, Aren't I thinking for the sake of the sect master? After all, killing one's father and mother is an act that any child with a conscience will be destroyed by morality and ethics. Xianxia was silent. After knowing that the red-haired man was his father, he recalled his slashing just now. At that time, he felt quite good. But now, his heart was hurting. Don't misunderstand. Goshing's pain wasn't because of the red-haired man, but because of Gongsun Ruoli. After all, he had already treated her as his real mother. As a son, he killed his father in front of her. How much pain must she endure, especially, she knew the truth, how did his mother survive these days? Previously, Xianxia clearly felt that Gongsun Ruoli was deliberately avoiding him. At first, he didn't think much of it. He even thought that she might have met his father and that the two of them needed to be alone to cultivate the feelings that they had missed. Now that he thought about it, he was afraid that she would be exposed. Secondly, she didn't dare to face the son who killed her father. Xianxia's judgment was right. Gongsun Ruoli had these two attitudes. Every time she recalled the scene of the red-haired man being killed, she would feel heart-wrenching pain. For her son. She had endured too much pain. Fortunately, the red-haired man did not die after repeatedly jumping sideways, then. The crime of patricide would naturally not exist. Sitting in the medical cabin, Gongsun Ruoli stared at the red-haired man whose breathing was gradually returning to normal. A smile finally appeared on her haggard face. Ever since he used Xianxia to impersonate him, he had to force a smile every time. Mother. Xianxia walked in and said remorsefully, I'm sorry. My son didn't do anything wrong. Gongsun Ruoli turned around and said with a doting expression, there's no need to apologize. Son. Gongsun Ruoli interrupted with a smile, our family is finally reunited. This smile came from the inside out. Seeing his mother's happy appearance, Xianxia felt a lot better in his heart. He smiled and said, yes, our family of 3 has been reunited. Congratulations. Xianxia cupped his hands and said. However, when he followed Xianxia out, he was pressed against the wall again, and heard the latter roar, how much have you taken advantage of me? Goshing finally regained his senses. He had called him father for nothing these days. Patriarch. Xianxia broke down and held, I was helpless too. Xianxia released his hand and said, go to the discipline hall to receive your punishment when you return. Ah? Xianxia instantly collapsed to the ground. After becoming the hall master, he did not fully understand the entire sect, but he had a deep impression of the discipline hall. The hall master of the spirit beast hall seemed to have been sent there by Yuan Gongzi because his clothes had been torn off. He kept crying and making a fuss on the way. It must have been very scary. The red-haired man was unconscious for more than half a month. During this time, Gongsun Ruoli stayed by his side and took care of him. To be honest, she was very happy. However, when she looked at that face every day and thought of how he had abandoned her and her son, the hatred that had dissipated immediately returned. Cough. The red-haired man finally woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw Gongsun Ruoli, he said guiltily, I'm sorry. Swish. Gongsun Ruoli pulled him up and brought a bowl of medicine to his mouth. She said coldly, open your mouth. The red-haired man was very obedient. After drinking the medicine, his face was so bitter that it twisted his whole face. Plop. Gongsun Ruoli threw him down and stood up. 3 bowls a day. Seeing that she was about to leave, the red-haired man grabbed her hand and said, can you forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye? Gongsun Ruoli stopped in her tracks, her bright eyes filled with anger. She wanted to turn around and punch this heartless man. However, considering that he had just woken up, she suppressed this thought and said lightly, if not for the fact that you were afraid that your son would bear the crime of killing his father, you would have been dead long ago. Yes. The red-haired man blamed himself. I should die 1,000 times for abandoning you and leaving. It's good that you know. After saying this, Gongsun Ruoli turned and left. Ruoli. The red-haired man lying on the sickbed looked at the graceful figure that gradually disappeared into the distance. He said with difficulty, do you think I still have a chance? Gongsun Ruoli did not speak. After leaving the medical cabin, she let out a long sigh of relief. From the current situation, he should be fine. Women. Her heart was indeed very complicated. After knowing that the red-haired man had woken up, Xianxia came to visit. He sat by the side and hesitated for a while, not knowing what to say. He had almost killed him twice. Now that they were meeting as father and son, it was really awkward. The red-haired man did not have such a mentality. On the contrary, looking at his grown son who was even stronger than him, a gratified smile appeared on his pale face. "Do you want oranges?" "No." "Oh." Xianxia fell silent. "Son," the red-haired man said guiltily. "Father is not a good father." "Let bygones be bygones," Xianxia said. "The most important thing now is for the family to stay together and be happy." "Happy?" The red-haired man said dejectedly, "I'm afraid that's impossible." "What do you mean?" Xianxia immediately saw that there was something fishy about this. Father was too arrogant and went to challenge the Sky Devil Emperor alone. In the end, not only did I lose to him, I also lost the most important thing to a man, the red-haired man said regretfully. Huh? Xianxia subconsciously looked down and was secretly shocked. It can't be. Seeing this, the red-haired man knew that this guy had misunderstood and hurriedly explained. I lost the dignity of a man and also my conscience. Xianxia suddenly understood. Please, can't you just say it directly? Why did you have to mislead me? Bah. The system complained. It's the host's mind that's dirty, how can you blame others? Sigh. The red-haired man sighed and said, when you were born, I hoped that you would become a man of indomitable spirit. But in the end, I committed an unforgivable sin, especially. I killed your disciple. Speaking of this, he was heartbroken. He's still alive, Xianxia said. No need to blame yourself. Alive? The red-haired man was stunned. He clearly remembered the situation at that time. That guy with a body of steel was burned to ashes by the fire. Not to mention his body, even his soul could not be preserved. How could he be alive? Please don't dwell on the past. Let's talk about business. Xianxia suddenly became serious. Where is the Sky Devil Emperor hiding? In the face of his son's sudden question, the red-haired man did not think and answered decisively. Sky King Domain, Lava Abyss. P.S. Estimated to be finished in 5 chapters. These few days, I'm not in the mood. I don't dare to write too fast, afraid that I won't be able to write the feeling I want. If there are any holes that have not been filled in, this chapter will remind you. If there are holes that cannot be filled in, or cannot be filled in, please use your imagination to fill in the gaps. I myself remember a hole. Whether or not Ryu Sinan's wife in the sarcophagus can be revived, although it has nothing to do with the main storyline, but after all, she's a high-level elder, so there should be a result later. Heavenly King Domain. A star domain that did not exist on the star map. The upper universe was very big. Even if Xianxia had been letting the members of Drizzle Hall explore, there were still many star domains waiting to be explored. Son. In the cockpit, the red-haired man said seriously, although Sky Devil Emperor is injured, he may not be easily killed. If we don't do it now, I'm afraid there won't be a chance in the future. Xianxia said. No matter what, he had to try, because once the other party recovered from his injuries and continued to devour planes without restraint, it would definitely lead to a disaster. 2. Put it bluntly. Xianxia still did not have the strength to fight Sky Devil Emperor, so he could only take his life while he was weak. All right. Seeing that his son was determined, the red-haired man immediately walked to the star map and pointed to a rather remote area, saying, this is the Heavenly King Domain. Okay. Xianxia said, I'll send the 2 elders back to the sect first. It was impossible to bring his parents to deal with Sky Devil Emperor. What if there was an accident? Goshen was not worried about him. In fact, before Monkey King came to save him, taking out the soul bomb meant that he was prepared to sacrifice himself, so he had long been indifferent to life and death. As long as he got rid of Sky Devil Emperor, he would have no regrets even if he died. This was righteousness. Half a month later. Eternal stopped at the main peak of the sect of all times. Many disciples came to welcome him. When they saw the red-haired man walking down from the warship, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Wasn't this guy dead? Why was he still alive, the same? When the red-haired man saw Xiaoziji, he was also stunned. It turned out that his son was not deliberately comforting him. His disciple really came back to life. He had the ability to do it. How did a disciple come back to life, Sai? My son is amazing. What? In the main hall of the sect, Ryu Sinan and the other upper echelons learned that the red-haired man was the patriarch's biological father, and their expressions were completely stiff. The news quickly spread throughout the sect. Damn. When Su Xiaoma learned about it, he howled, I guessed it at the time. Both the disciples and the readers had guessed that the red-haired man was the patriarch's father because Gongsun Rua, who was in seclusion at that time, suddenly flew out, and the result was forcefully reversed. Where is Zhang San? Impersonating the patriarch's father is definitely bad luck. Don't say that. I just saw him go to the discipline hall by himself. Great, Hall Master Z finally has a companion. Speaking of Hall Master Z, one had to explain why he was punished. The reason was because he was completing a legendary mission and the entire sect's cultivation base suddenly increased greatly. He couldn't help but tear apart his clothes and was caught red-handed by Yuan Gongzi. For this kind of knowingly vile behavior, it was no longer as simple as punishing them with a beast pill. Instead, it was a direct punishment. Sigh. The high-level disciples were all showing off, while Z was the only one getting beaten up. After Jun Changshao arranged for his parents, he did not stop at all and set off for the Heavenly King domain. I'll go with you. Rows of flowers chased after him. She knew that her husband wanted to find the celestial devil emperor. If he found him, a battle would be inevitable, and she could help him. Who will take care of the sect if you go? The deputy patriarch. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, there are some things that only the patriarch's wife can make the decision. Rose of Flowers was silent. Her husband was determined not to let her go. The celestial devil emperor's injuries are very serious. As long as we find him, I can handle it alone. Jun Changshao said, you can stay and take care of the two elders. Okay. Rose of Flowers dispelled the idea of accompanying him. However, after watching her husband walk on to Eternal, she shouted, you must come back safely. Jun Changshao stopped and said, kill the celestial devil emperor, and we will make up for the wedding. Rose of Flowers' cheeks turned red. In fact, Jun Changshao had promised before that he would hold a grand wedding and let the big shots of the upper universe give as much as they wanted. Although she didn't care, she thought that if that day really came, she would be shy, right? Whoosh, Eternal tore through space and merged into the endless universe. The patriarch left again. At the back of the mountain, Su Xiaoma said helplessly. He wanted to accompany the patriarch to deal with the celestial devil emperor more than Rose of Flowers, but because of the limit of his strength, he could only stay in the sect. How could the other disciples not think so? If they were going to deal with a top-level plane, they could be useful, but against the celestial devil emperor, they could only cheer from the back. Don't just stand there. Li Qingyang said, hurry up. And cultivate. Okay. Su Xiaoma and the others entered various cultivation secret realms. Since they couldn't help, they could only continue to become stronger. As for He Wudi, he sat in front of the Tree of Life, thinking about how to open the door. Previously, he had the chance to enter the bronze cauldron but chose to give up. The reason was that if he wanted to go, he would go together. But now, it was different. The door to the land of eternal life was right in front of him. As long as he opened it, the whole sect could easily enter. What mysteries are hidden in these remnant scrolls? He Wudi took out all 7 remnant scrolls and studied them over and over again. The 7 remnant scrolls guided Jun Changshao to the abyss of despair, brought back the tree of origin, and the sealed stone door, and then that was it. No. The mystery of existence had not been figured out yet. Jun Changshao didn't have time at the moment, so he could only leave it to He Wudi, hoping that he could figure it out. Bah. Little Shiver said, only now do you want me to study it, you are indeed a selfish guy. Patriarch. He Wudi, who had just obtained the original 7 remnant scrolls, said with a serious look, I will not let you down. However, after Jun Changshao left, He suddenly remembered that the first remnant scroll that had disappeared in his hands was now back in his hands. That's not right. Why was this thing in the patriarch's hands? Could it be that it suddenly disappeared and returned to the place where it originally existed? Woody began to imagine. He had never thought that it was stolen by Xianxia. In fact, knowing the truth was no longer important. What was important was that he had completely acknowledged the sect of all times and was willing to give up the chance to enter the land of eternal life. Whoosh, eternal life shuttled through the universe, while Xianxia sat in the cockpit, thinking about something. What are you thinking about? The red-haired man walked in. Xianxia was not surprised, because he had already noticed that he had come in before he boarded the ship, so he was puzzled. Why did you follow me and not accompany Mother? Because I no longer have this right, the red-haired man said bitterly. In that case, Xianxia said, not only did you lose the dignity of a man, but you also lost your soul? That's right. The red-haired man nodded. Then why did you tell me the location? Aren't you afraid that the Sky Demon Emperor will find out and your soul will scatter? Xianxia asked. Because you're my son, the red-haired man paused, even if it's fake. Xianxia was stunned. You can hide it from your mother, but you can't hide it from me. The red-haired man sat next to him. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. Ever since he acknowledged Gong's son Ruoli as his family, he had been trying his best to hide it. But it was still a fake, and he often suffered in his heart. Now that he was suddenly exposed, he actually felt a little relieved. Can you tell me the truth? The red-haired man asked. Xianxia said, you've lived in the upper realm before, have you heard of the plain battlefield? I have. The red-haired man thought for a moment, then said, it seems to be a special plane created by the realm hall in the lower realm, where mortals enter to fight and obtain opportunities. When I was still in the lower realm, I entered the plain battlefield and coincidentally obtained a strange stone statue. Xianxia said, later on, I fused with it in a daze and obtained the bloodline of the stone statue. Then, I was recognized as the young clan leader of the stone statue tribe. The red-haired man was silent. Since the bloodline of the stone statue existed and Ruoli recognized him as her son, it meant that he was already dead. Xianxia also thought so. As for why only the bloodline of the stone statue existed and not the red-haired man's, it might be because he used some kind of divine ability before he died to barely retain one bloodline. It's my fault. The red-haired man lowered his head and said in pain, I shouldn't have left and caused my son's death. Although I don't have your bloodline, I have my mother's bloodline. You can treat me as your son. Xianxia said. The red-haired man said, you're not my son after all. Xianxia expressed his understanding. Without bloodline, he naturally couldn't be considered a son. However, suddenly, the red-haired man looked up and said with a serious expression, I can give you my bloodline, then you'll be my son. Ah? Xianxia was dumbfounded. The red-haired man said, my son has my bloodline and his mother's bloodline. Since you can inherit one of them, you can naturally inherit the other. Come, I'll pass my bloodline to you and let you truly become my child. Poochie. After saying that, he took out a dagger and slit his wrist. Xianxia's mouth twitched violently. He thought to himself, is this guy crazy? Hua hua. Magna-like blood flowed out, but it didn't splash on the ground. Instead, it flew toward Gosheng and stuck to his skin. It was a little fishy and hot. You should also have a fire elemental body. If you fuse with my 9 refinements lava body, your strength will definitely increase greatly. The red-haired man said, this way, you'll be more confident in dealing with the Sky Demonic Emperor. Xianxia was a little confused at first, and even a little reluctant. However, after feeling the rich fire elemental energy and the comfortable feeling of touching his skin, he could only choose to fuse with it. It was strange to say that the act of directly fusing with another person's bloodline should be very difficult or even impossible. However, after the blood entered the body, it produced a very good chemical reaction with the existing blood. It almost didn't take much effort to successfully fuse. In particular, part of the blood in his body seemed to be looking forward to the arrival of the red-haired man's blood. Xianxia calmed down and carefully analyzed it. Only then did he realize that the welcoming attitude was from the stone statue's blood. I understand. The system explained to the reader, since the birth of the two sons, they have inherited their bloodline. Although only one of them is preserved in the stone statue, they used to complement each other. Since the host has the mother's bloodline, fusing with the father's bloodline is logical. The red-haired man also thought so, which was why he dared to bleed so boldly. In the end, it was very successful, very smooth. Hoo-hoo. As the fusion continued, the lava-like flames gradually spread around Xianxia's body. That feeling was so good that he couldn't help but want to roar. As for the red-haired man, after letting out the blood, he staggered back a few steps. His face was pale and slightly weak, but his eyes flickered with excitement. Although his real son was already dead, if the young man in front of him could inherit his bloodline, it would be equivalent to continuing to live in another form. Huff huff. Xianxia's body was burning, and his blood was also burning. After it was completely cooked, he would add some cumin and chili powder, and it would be crispy to eat. Especially that face, it should be the most chewy and chewy. Ah! Suddenly, Xianxia screamed. Don't be in a hurry to clap your hands in joy, because it wasn't caused by pain, but because it was too comfortable. With the mother's bloodline as a bridge for fusion, the entire process was very smooth. Other than wasting some time, it basically wouldn't cause any harm. A few hours later, Xianxia stopped burning, and his red skin gradually cooled down. At that moment, the red-haired man felt the resonance of his bloodline, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. My son is not dead. He is living in another form in this world. This kind of self-numbing feeling seemed a little ridiculous, but what could the red-haired man do? He could only use Xianxia as his spiritual sustenance. Moreover, obtaining the mother's bloodline was a kind of fate. Giving his father's bloodline to him was only to deepen this kind of fate. Father. After fusing with the bloodline, Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." Calling Gongsun Ruoli mother didn't feel out of place at all. After all, he had her bloodline. On the other hand, calling the red-haired man father was awkward, because he didn't have the slightest bit of bloodline, nor did he have the slightest bit of resonance. Now then there would be no awkwardness or estrangement. How much has your strength increased? The red-haired man asked. A little. Xianxia said helplessly. The red-haired man said, after reaching our level, even the slightest increase is very obvious. You don't have to be too depressed. Yes. Xianxia nodded. The red-haired man said, well, there's still some time before we head to the Heavenly King realm. Father will pass on all the martial arts and sacred arts to you. With the other party's bloodline, Gosheng did not hold back and began to listen attentively. Previously, Xianxia had the Saint Flame physique. Now that he had fused with the red-haired man's bloodline and inherited the 9 refinements lava physique, it was equivalent to having 2 types of fire physique. Therefore, it was extremely easy for him to cultivate fire attribute martial arts and divine arts. Unbelievable. The red-haired man was completely dumbfounded when he realized that every time he imparted martial arts to his son would be able to easily comprehend them and even draw inferences from them, improving them to a certain extent. Genius. It was indescribable. Father. Xianxia was still unsatisfied. Can you teach me holy fire judgment? The red-haired man had used this move when he attacked the eternal world. If Xiao Ziji had not been killed, he would have been trapped in it for a long time. If he succeeded in his cultivation, he might be able to trap the celestial demonic emperor when he encountered him, and he wouldn't have to worry about him slipping away. It's possible. The red-haired man hesitantly said, but this divine ability is extremely profound. Without a few thousand years of comprehension, it's very difficult to reach the threshold. I'm fine. Xianxia said, I have time. All right. The red-haired man took out a crimson secret manual from his crotch and said, this is the secret manual for the Holy Flame Judgment. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Hiding the secret manual in the crotch of his pants? That was a little weird, there was no other way. He had to cultivate it. Xianxia could only take the secret manual and begin to study it. He succeeded in comprehending it the next day. So fast and so nimbly. What? The red-haired man was surprised. You've learned it? Whoosh. In order to make him believe, Jun Changxiao gently waved his hand and condensed a flame the size of a watermelon in front of him. He said helplessly, "I'm not proficient enough. I can barely form a fire domain of this size." The red-haired man was completely dumbfounded. After a long time, he held in his heart, "Monster." Back then, he had spent over 1,000 years comprehending the holy flame judgment to reach this level. Yet, his son had done it in a single day. This was too much of a blow to him. The red-haired man didn't know that Jun Changxia's rapid cultivation was not because he had two kinds of fire constitution, but because he secretly crushed the insight talisman. As long as the insight talisman's level was high enough, as long as it didn't appear in the system, he could comprehend it in minutes. One talisman is not enough? Then give me another one. In terms of cheating, Goxing had always been steady and never failed. What, how could he be proud? Awesome. The red-haired man was deeply shocked. He could only raise his thumb and say, "You're indeed my son." When Jun Changxiao was practicing various martial arts and divine powers, his body was also transforming every day, especially his paternal bloodline and maternal bloodline, which were becoming more and more compatible. The more perfect the integration of the two bloodlines was, the more his strength would improve. It had only been a month since he flew out of the eternal world, but Jun Changxiao could feel the obvious changes in himself. "I'm more confident to deal with the celestial devil emperor." Not enough. The red-haired man said, "The lava abyss has the pure fire attribute since the birth of the universe. If you can absorb and refine it, your strength will not only improve, but also you can comprehend the holy fire judgment faster." Really? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. In the lava abyss, the celestial devil emperor was hiding in a corner. He was hit by the Monkey King. Although he didn't die on the spot, he was seriously injured and extremely weak. At this moment, even an ordinary truth-seeking realm cultivator could kill him, let alone Jun Changxiao, whose strength was constantly improving. But a villain was a villain after all, especially one who had comprehended the sky-swallowing and transforming demon technique. As long as he was alive and given a chance, he could make a comeback. Jun Changxiao, the celestial devil emperor, who was healing himself, said angrily, "Wait and see." He had decided to hide in the endless universe after his injury was healed and slowly devour the planes until he had the strength to destroy everything, in short. The celestial devil emperor decided to eat chicken. With his strength, it would be absolutely dangerous if he really played such a trick. After all, there were thousands of planes in the upper universe, all of which could be used as food at any time. If he ate hundreds or thousands of planes and appeared invincible, who in the world could threaten him, of course? If he wanted to grow and become invincible, the premise was that he couldn't be found by Jun Changxiao at this time. Otherwise, everything would be a fantasy. No. An ominous sign suddenly rose in the celestial devil emperor's sea of consciousness. Could it be that his hiding place had been found by Jun Changxiao? His intuition and desire to survive were really strong. That guy was killed by Jun Changxiao once. He may not be reliable. I'd better move as soon as possible. The celestial devil emperor had a plan in mind. When he was about to leave, he said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Foster father, it's me." Ling Li walked out from the dark. When the Universe Sacred War was held, many of the 81 foster sons of the celestial devil emperor were killed by the disciples of the Sect of all times. Although there were no scenes in the following few battles, most of them were killed. However, this guy was still alive. "Why are you here?" the celestial devil emperor said coldly. "Foster father," Ling Li said with a panicked look, "Jun Changxiao is coming to the lava abyss." As expected. The celestial devil emperor said with an ugly face, "That guy still found us. Let's go." He immediately turned around and said, "To the abyss of darkness." Poochie, as soon as his voice fell, 5 fingers sharper than a sword penetrated his chest from behind, holding a bloody heart tightly. The celestial devil emperor stood there in a daze. The camera moved slightly, only to see Ling Li's cold and twisted face appear, and he said ferociously, "Foster father, go in peace." The celestial devil emperor's face was ferocious, and there was a stabbing pain in his chest. He roared, "Unfilial son." Bang! Ling Li's 5 fingers clenched, and his heart instantly collapsed. The celestial devil emperor immediately lowered his head, and his hands fell naturally. The final villain of the book died in the hands of the wolf he raised. This plot reversal was even more melodramatic than killing one's father. Celestial demonic emperor. A villain who wanted to start a new era. He actually died in the hands of his foster son. No one would have thought of such an ending. After all, it was too sudden and absurd. Even a novel would not dare to write such an ending, but it had happened. Some people would ask what was Ling Li's motive for killing his father. If he were to write about it, it would probably take more than a few chapters. In short, it was because of the woman he loved the most. Ling Li was not a fool. Although he had always vented his anger on the sect of all times, he knew that Mu Jin was killed by his foster father. He had thought of revenge, but he did not have the courage to do so. The reason was that he could not win. Today. Finally, the perfect opportunity had arrived. Ling Li's sudden attack was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been accumulating for many years until it finally erupted. He had succeeded. He had killed the villain who had brought disaster to the universe. If Xianxia knew about it, he would probably vomit blood. He had said that he would save the universe, but the villain was killed by his own people. The celestial demonic emperor had lost face, and he, the protagonist, had lost face. Jin. Ling Li raised his head and shouted with tears in his eyes, "I have finally avenged you." Swish, Eternal flew at top speed, getting closer to the lava source. Swish, however, not long after reaching the destination, a stream of light flew through the void and quickly entered the red-haired man's body. This stunned him. "Father, what's wrong?" Xianxia asked. The red-haired man was stunned for a moment before saying in disbelief, "My soul origin is back." "It's back?" Xianxia was surprised. Wasn't this thing in the hands of the celestial demonic emperor? How did it come back, or did that guy have a conscience and deliberately let go of his father's soul so that he could regain his freedom? Impossible. If the celestial demonic emperor had a conscience, he would eat sh*t while standing upside down. The red-haired man was also puzzled, but he still could not figure it out. He shook his head and said, "I'm free." All these years, he had been controlled by the celestial demonic emperor. Now that his soul origin was back, he was completely liberated. "Son," the red-haired man said, "you and I will work together to eradicate the villain who has brought disaster to the universe." "All right." Whoosh, Eternal continued to travel through the universe and soon entered the lava abyss. As far as the eye could see, this place was filled with lava and flames, just like the inside of a boiling volcano. Ordinary martial artists would find it difficult to adapt to such a harsh environment, but Xianxia, who possessed two types of fire attribute physiques, not only did he not feel the heat, he even felt comfortable as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. He didn't come here to enjoy himself, but to find the wounded celestial demonic emperor. As such, he immediately released a powerful will, enveloping the entire lava abyss. No one? After searching for a long time, he found nothing. The red-haired man said, "Could that guy have sensed it and changed locations in advance?" "This is troublesome." Xianxia frowned. The celestial devil emperor was wounded, which was the best opportunity to kill him. If he slipped away and hid in the dark, he would definitely become a big problem in the future, in this aspect. Xianxia was also very experienced. Therefore, he was particularly worried that the celestial devil emperor would play this trick. Wait. At this moment, Xianxia's will stopped at a remote area and found the blood stains that had not been evaporated by the hot environment, so he hurriedly flew over. As soon as he arrived, he saw a lot of scattered pieces, so he frowned and said, "What is this?" "Heart." The red-haired man followed him. "Whose heart?" Xianxia was stunned. The red-haired man said, "There is only the celestial devil emperor in this place, could it be his?" Xianxia's eyes widened. The red-haired man walked over and enveloped the evaporating blood with energy. After a short analysis, he exclaimed, "That guy's blood. It can't be?" Xianxia was surprised, "You can even tell?" The red-haired man said, "When the celestial devil emperor returned with injuries, I happened to notice the blood on his body." "Amazing." Jun Changxiao raised his thumb. The red-haired man enveloped the scattered pieces again, and after analyzing, he exclaimed, "It's very compatible with the blood, it's really the celestial devil emperor's heart." DNA forensics expert, this was not the main point. The main point was that the blood and flesh were all from the celestial devil emperor, which meant that guy had already died. He should be dead. The red-haired man said, "His heart is broken." Moreover, he then added, "This explains why your father's soul origin has returned to its original state." Hearing his father's reasonable words, Jun Changxiao was silent at first, then he picked up the cigar and lit it, slowly exhaling a smoke ring, and said, "Is this the peace of the universe?" Really, it was quite sudden. Here came the question, who killed the celestial devil emperor? Jun Changxiao did not think that guy would commit suicide. The red-haired man carefully observed the surroundings and said, "This should be the scene of the crime, but there are no traces of a fight." In other words, the celestial devil emperor was caught off guard and was killed in a daze. And this is very likely a crime committed by an acquaintance. Jun Changxiao bent the cigar into the shape of a pipe, which could be considered as cosplaying Sherlock Holmes. "That's right." The red-haired man agreed. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "If everything is as we guessed, the celestial devil emperor died quite miserably, stabbed in the back by his own people. It's a pity that he didn't die in the hands of us father and son." The red-haired man was a little disappointed. "It doesn't matter anymore." Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "At least, that guy is dead, and the crisis of the upper universe has been resolved." The red-haired man said, "I will make up for my past mistakes in the remaining time and accompany your mother for the rest of my life. I also have a lot of people who need to be with me." Jun Changxiao said. He had a lot of people to accompany, such as the rows of flowers who was about to have a wedding, and his disciples who were treasures. "With my son's strength," the red-haired man said, "he should be able to step into the land of eternal life." Although they had not known each other for long, he was completely convinced by Jun Changxiao's performance. As long as he continued to explore martial arts, he would definitely become another legend of the upper universe in the future. Jun Changxiao said, "I just want to live an ordinary life." He had once given up the opportunity to enter the land of eternal life, so for him, the higher level was completely unattractive. It was better to be a happy patriarch in the upper universe, accompany his relatives and disciples, and cultivate the future generations. "What about the main task?" the system asked. "Whoever wants to do it can do it. Anyway, I don't want to do it." Jun Changxiao looked up at the sky and imitated Shenting's tone, "I'm tired." Since his time travel, he was either developing the sect or racking his brains to complete various tasks, which made him physically and mentally exhausted. Although there was a main task now, there was no time limit or soul bomb, so he decided to quit. Alas. The system said, "You are so irresponsible." "Father," Jun Changxiao said, "let's go back. First, absorb all the fire element here." The red-haired man reminded him. "Okay." Jun Changxiao did not hesitate and began to absorb the surrounding lava. A few days later, the pure fire element in the lava abyss was completely absorbed, and the two set off to return to the eternal world. On the way back, Jun Changxiao felt relaxed, not only because of the improvement of his strength, but also because he did not need to bear the burden of righteousness. He was truly free, and even his soul was like a wild horse, galloping freely in the universe. At this point, the story should be able to draw to a perfect end. But, in another dark universe, the monstrous devil chi rapidly gathered and expanded, like a fetus that had just been born and possessed life. Boom! Not long after, the devil chi exploded. Ling Li walked out of it, his eyes flashing with a cold luster. "If I can complete the great cause of my adoptive father and enter the land of eternal life, I should be able to resurrect Jin Er. The celestial demonic emperor is dead?" In the sect of all times, when Jun Changxiao returned and told Jian Guishu and the others the news, they were all in disbelief. This was a great demon comparable to the heaven-devouring evil lord. He did not die at the hands of Jun Patriarch, but at the hands of his own people. This was a little unbelievable. Of course. Jun Changxiao added, "We can't rule out faking his death for the time being." He sincerely hoped that the celestial demonic emperor was killed by his own people, But what if it was a trick? The red-haired man did not think so. The return of his soul was enough to prove that the celestial demonic emperor was dead. This is a joyous occasion for the whole world to celebrate. Jian Guishu's eyes were filled with excitement. With the death of a demon who brought disaster to the world, the upper universe could finally return to its former peace. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for saving the world. This kindness and merit will go down in history." Jun Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "It's not like I killed him. There's no merit to speak of." "That's not right." Jian Guishu said, "If Jun Patriarch did not injure him, the celestial demonic emperor would not have died." Jun Xianxia thought carefully and said, "It makes sense. I'll go and tell all the major planes about the death of the celestial demonic emperor and let them know that it was Jun Patriarch who saved the upper universe." Jian Guishu became more and more excited as he spoke, his saliva flying out. Understanding. After all, the Sky Demon Emperor was basically unbeatable. However, the cheater Jun Xianxia had managed to defeat him. He was like a ray of light rising from the endless darkness, instantly bringing infinite light and saving all the lost creatures. It was not wrong to call it merit. Doing a good deed, especially saving the world, had to be told to everyone so that they could worship, respect, and revere such a great hero. Jian Guishu was a little carried away. On the contrary, Jun Xianxia was calmer. He had saved the world many times in the past and was not surprised by it. Not long after, the news of the celestial demonic emperor's death spread throughout the upper universe. It can't be? Was he really killed by Jun Xianxia? After all, there was no evidence to prove that the celestial demonic emperor was dead. Not long after, they believed it. This was because Jun Xianxia had officially announced to the public that he was going to establish a brand new upper universe, changing the existing rules and order so as to achieve comprehensive economic and strength development. Meanwhile, the news that Gosheng was the one deduced by Wei Buzi, the one who changed the upper universe's structure, spread like wildfire. Combined with his commitment to create a new set of rules and order, and the assumption that he had killed the celestial demonic emperor, everyone's doubts turned into doubts, and then they gradually believed him. Jun Xianxia's method of changing the upper universe was also very simple and crude, and that was to fuse the various major planes and create a super-large plane. The reason for doing this was that if the heavenly devil sovereign faked his death, he wouldn't be able to devour him. Of course, it was definitely unrealistic to fuse all the planes of the upper universe. After thinking hard, Jun Xianxia decided to lead all the planes of the galaxies to a fixed area, with the eternal world as the center, and they would complement each other, so that the whole system would be affected. "Son." After the red-haired man learned about it, he said, "You're going to create a domain." "Domain?" Jun Xianxia was at a loss. Strictly speaking, the planes of the lower universe are called continents, and the planes of the upper universe are called worlds. There are higher-level domains above them, the red-haired man said. Really? It was the first time Jun Xianxia had heard of it. The red-haired man said, "The universe we live in is divided into many galaxies. Although it's very scattered, it's actually a whole. If you integrate them and build a world above the worlds, it's enough to be a domain." Domain. It could represent a plane. At the same time, it also meant a region. Jun Xianxia integrated the major planes, formed a super-large world, and arranged other planes around it. The scale naturally became a domain. Alas. The red-haired man recalled the past and said, "I was lucky enough to go to other universes and have seen extremely powerful domains. I was shocked by the experts there." "There are other universes?" Jun Xianxia said so, but he wasn't surprised. After all, he came from Earth. Although it wasn't a world of high martial arts, it was enough to prove that there were other universes outside the universe. It was just that they couldn't contact each other. "Yes." The red-haired man said, "There are many universes. They are usually defined as the first universe, the second universe, and so on. Our universe is very scattered because there are too many galaxies. Compared to other universes, we're at best a newborn baby." "Are the warriors of other universes very strong?" "Very strong." The red-haired man said seriously, I once traveled in another universe and heard that there was an extremely powerful cloud domain in one of the universes. The Yun clansmen living there were called the descendants of God. Descendants of God? Jin Changxiao said, is it so exaggerated? Son. The red-haired man said with a serious expression, with your strength, you should go to other universes to explore. Not interested. Jin Changxiao aimed to develop the sect. Now that the demonic emperor was dead, he wanted to spend the rest of his life with his family and disciples in peace. Alas. The red-haired man shook his head and said, everyone has their own ambitions. Swish. Swish. Battleships and Diablo flew out of the eternal world. Their task was to pull all the planes of other galaxies over, regardless of whether the other side agreed or not. It was a bit overbearing. However, if he wanted to change the pattern of the upper universe, he had to use an iron fist. What's more, changing places would not cause any harm to the planes. Jin Changxiao didn't stay idle. He began to look for more excellent planes and then discussed with the local realm lord about integration. The current eternal world was big enough, but he was still not satisfied. He had to build a bigger and safer plane to be the center of the upper universe. Jin Patriarch. In a certain plane, a realm lord broke down and said, can I refuse? No. The realm lord looked up at the sky and sighed. Remember this melancholy expression, because when his own plane merged with the eternal world, when he led his people to move in, and felt the indescribably majestic nature of heaven and earth, his face immediately changed into one of joy. Oh my God, it smells so good. Whoosh. The eternal world would merge with a plane every once in a while, and its area and volume would continue to expand. At the same time, the planes that were not selected were brought back one after another and arranged in an irregular pattern. This was the initial structure of a realm. As it continued to expand in the future, it would eventually form a very large area and a new ecological chain. The realm needs a name. The red-haired man said, have you thought about it? Yes. Jin Changxiao said without hesitation, let's call it the Eternal Realm. The red-haired man was speechless. This name was not technical at all. The relocation of planes of various galaxies to the Eternal Realm was in full swing. Jin Changxiao rarely had time to relax. He called Yuan Gongzi and said, send invitations to all the realm lords. Yes. Yuan Feng asked, Patriarch, what's the content of the invitations? Jin Changxiao leaned back in his chair and said casually, in 3 months, I will hold a wedding in the eternal world. I invite people from all walks of life to attend. At the same time, please bring enough money with you. As soon as this sentence was said, the whole universe, from the realm lords to the city lords of certain cities and even the patriarchs of certain clans, had a strong omen of going bankrupt this day. This tribulation. In the end, it still King came. End of chapter 1996. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.